Chapter 1. 3 Years of Servitude. Jinghua, the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. It was a bitterly cold day. After finishing the last piece of laundry in the morning, Qiao Nian, with her hands already numb and bruised from the cold, heard the matron from the laundry bureau calling her. Qiao Nian, hurry, someone from the Marquis residence is here to fetch you. She stood frozen in place. The Marquis residence, such familiar yet foreign words. She had been a beloved young lady of the Marquis household for 15 years, only to be informed 3 years ago that she was an imposter. The midwife who had assisted in her birth had harbored selfish intentions, swapping her with the true daughter of the Marquis, and before her death, her conscience compelled her to reveal the truth. Qiao Nian vividly recalled the day the Marquis and his wife joyfully recognized their true daughter, Lin Yuan. They embraced and wept, laughing and crying, while she stood to the side, helplessly watching, unable to comprehend how the parents she had called her own for 15 years were suddenly not her parents anymore. Perhaps sensing her despondence, Lord Lin assured her that she would always be regarded as the Marquis' daughter, even encouraging Lin Yuan to call her sister. Lady Lin also promised they would continue to love her as their own. Yet, that day, they witnessed Lin Yuan shatter the princess' glass bowl and saw her maid blame Qiao Nian for the transgression. They watched as she was scolded by the princess and sent to the laundry bureau as a servant, while they merely protected Lin Yuan, remaining silent throughout. In that moment, she realized she could never again be their daughter. Qiao Nian, what are you standing there for? Don't keep the young Marquis waiting. The matron's urging voice pulled Qiao Nian back to reality. She lifted her gaze towards the entrance of the laundry bureau and saw a tall figure standing outside. The winter sun, pale and cold, cast a ghostly glow upon him. As she beheld that familiar yet strange face, her heart, long devoid of feeling, suddenly ached. It was Lin Yi, the brother she had called for 15 years, who had once traversed thousands of miles to find a rare night pearl for her, and who had also pushed her down from a second story building for Lin Yuan. After 3 years apart, the grievances she had suppressed suddenly surged within her. Qiao Nian took a deep breath, stifling her emotions, maintaining a calm facade. She approached Lin Yi, kneeling before him as she performed her greeting, her voice flat yet tinged with a hint of detachment. This servant greets the young Marquis. Before arriving, Lin Yi had imagined their reunion, that he thought she would either rush into his arms, whining and recounting her grievances over the years, or harbor deep resentment, refusing to even see him. Never had he expected her to approach him so calmly and kneel. This was his cherished sister, whom he had doted on for 15 years. Her capriciousness, her pride, he had nurtured those traits. Yet now, Lin Yi felt his heart being wrenched by an invisible hand, his fists clenched behind him, as if he were choking on his words. He inhaled deeply before speaking. Grandmother misses you dearly. The Empress has granted you leave from this place out of consideration for her age. After saying this, he realized his tone was too harsh, frowned slightly, and leaned down to help Qiao Nian up, intentionally softening his voice. Come home with your brother. Qiao Nian's lowered eyes trembled slightly. Come home with your brother. Heaven knows how long she had yearned to hear those 6 words. In the early days at the laundry bureau, she had awaited Lin Yi's arrival day and night, longing for him to take her home. Yet day after day, hope turned to despair, and she had long ceased to harbor any fantasies about returning to the Marquis residence. Yet here he was. She stepped back slightly, discreetly freeing herself from Lin Yi's grasp, and bowed deeply. This servant thanks the Empress for her grace, and thanks the old lady for her kindness. Her tone was sincere, and her attitude respectful, yet the underlying strangeness and distance in her words only deepened Lin Yi's discomfort. He withdrew his hand, a frown creasing his brow, his voice tinged with uncharacteristic annoyance. Father has never stripped you of your identity. Although you have been at the laundry bureau for 3 years, your household registration remains with the Marquis residence. You are not a servant. His cherished little girl could never be merely a servant or a maid. Yet, hearing those words, Qiao Nian found them deeply ironic. For 3 years, she had risen before dawn to wash clothes, laboring until sunset, her hands raw and blistered. The matron in charge would often beat or scold her, reducing her status to even lower than the most menial servant. Identity? Household registration. What use were they? Seeing her silent, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing his inexplicable anger. The residence has everything you need. You needn't pack anything. Come, let's not keep grandmother waiting. With that, he turned and walked away. He had not gone far when he glanced back. noticing Qiao Nian following at a distance. Her gaze fixed ahead, not sparing him a glance. Remembering how she used to cling to him, he felt his anger boiling over. Unconsciously, his pace quickened. After Lin Yi had pushed Qiao Nian from the building 3 years prior, she had sustained an old injury to her ankle, and now she struggled to keep up. By the time she reached the palace gate, Lin Yi was already seated in the Marquis carriage. The coachman, an old servant of the residence, recognized Qiao Nian. Seeing her approach, he bowed respectfully. Old servant greets the young lady. Qiao Nian returned the greeting and climbed into the carriage, taking a seat next to the coachman. The coachman, surprised, asked, "Young lady, aren't you coming inside?" Qiao Nian shook her head. "It's against the rules," and oh, sooner had she spoken than a foot suddenly thrust out from within the carriage, forcefully kicking her to the ground. Lin Yi lifted the carriage curtain, fury blazing in his eyes. "You arrive with such a disheveled appearance, unwilling to return to the Marquis residence? Then go back to the laundry bureau and continue your life as a servant." Qiao Nian furrowed her brow, pain etching her features as she realized her ankle had likely twisted again. Yet she heard Lin Yi coldly interrogate her. "Or do you feel wronged and are intentionally giving me the cold shoulder?" "Lin Yin, you have enjoyed Lin Yuan's privileges for 15 years now. You are merely suffering for 3 years in her stead. What is there to feel wronged about? If you refuse to ride back, then walk. It will give you time to reflect on your true identity and whether you have the right to display such airs before me. Let's avoid having you show up before grandmother with that lifeless expression, bringing bad luck." With that, Lin Yi slammed the curtain shut, commanding the coachman coldly, "Return to the residence." The coachman dared not disobey, glancing worriedly at Qiao Nian before driving away. Watching the carriage recede, Qiao Nian felt surprisingly little emotion. After all, she had been abandoned by her dearest loved ones 3 years ago. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to rise, limping toward the direction of the Marquis residence. Before long, another carriage halted before her, but a pair of slender fingers lifted the curtain, revealing a pair of indifferent, distant eyes. "Miss Lin?" Chapter 2. An Old Friend. Qiao Nian froze momentarily. Her heart, long thought to be devoid of feeling, skipped a beat at the sound of that familiar voice. She slowly lifted her gaze to the man inside the carriage. It was the young General Xiao Hung, the one who had once been her betrothed. Instinctively, she knelt. "This servant greets General Xiao." Xiao Hung's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze sweeping over her injured ankle. His indifferent voice inquired, "Miss Lin, are you returning home?" Qiao Nian lowered her eyes to her knees and nodded, "Yes." After her response, a silence ensued. Xiao Hung awaited her to elaborate. After all, in the past, she always had an endless stream of words when she was in his presence. He did not appreciate the clamor, yet out of respect for their family's friendship, he refrained from harsh criticism, though he could not conceal his irritation. At times, when her incessant chatter became too bothersome, he would offer her a box of pastries to silence her. Each time, she would light up with the joy of a child, yet her noisy mouth could only be muted for the duration of a half-burned incense stick. To her surprise, after 3 years of absence, she responded with but a single, brief word. Xiao Hung dismounted from the carriage and did not advance to assist her. Instead, he coldly stated, "I happen to be heading to the palace to report back. Miss Lin may ride in my carriage." Qiao Nian instinctively sought to decline, but as she opened her mouth, his frigid voice interrupted once more. "If you are injured, do not force yourself. Miss Lin should think of Lady Lin as well." His tone brooked no argument. She recalled the elderly lady who had doted on her, realizing that her current ability to leave the laundry bureau was likely due to the old lattice's personal intercession with the Empress. If she were to learn that Qiao Nian was returning in such a state, limping back with a sprained ankle, it would surely sadden her. Thus, she ceased her refusal and quietly replied, "This servant thanks General Xiao." After speaking, she rose and made her way to the carriage. As she passed by him, her posture involuntarily stiffened. Compared to 3 years ago, Xiao Heng had grown taller and more robust. Having recently returned victorious from battle, he seemed to carry with him an air of formidable intensity, a remnant of the battlefield's chilling aura. Just walking by him made her heart clench unexpectedly. She had once harbored an intense affection for Xiao Hung, despite his ever-aloof demeanor. In those days, she thought him as cold as ice, believing that with sufficient warmth, she could eventually melt his heart. However, upon witnessing the tenderness with which he gazed at Lin Yuan, Qiao Nian came to understand that many things in life do not yield to mere effort. Some individuals are destined to acquire what others could pursue for a lifetime without success. So, when she saw Xiao Hong fiercely protect Lin Yuan, his eyes radiating a chilling warning in her direction, the words she had prepared to defend herself were swallowed whole. Her parents, her older brother, and the one she loved most all chose to stand beside Lin Yuan, hoping that she would take the blame for Lin Yuan's actions. Indeed, Lin Yi had once voiced a hauntingly accurate sentiment. She had enjoyed 15 years of privilege in Lin Yuan's stead, and this 3-year burden was merely a way of repaying her. But was it unjust? Naturally, it was. Despite not having done anything wrong, those who loved and protected her revealed their true colors overnight, brandishing their weapons against her. How could she not feel wronged? The warmth inside the carriage was a stark contrast to the chill outside, filled with a faint fragrance one that belonged to Xiao Hong. A small table beside her held a hand warmer and a box of pastries. Qiao Nian recognized them as Lin Yuan's favorite treats. She recalled that shortly after Lin Yuan's return, Lady Lin had approached her, delicately requesting that she relinquish her engagement with Xiao Hong back to Lin Yuan. That engagement, between the legitimate daughter of the Lin family and the legitimate son of the Xiao family, was rightfully Lin Yuan's. Yet, Qiao Nian had refused, despite Lady Lin's gentle yet firm demeanor. 3 years had passed. Had Xiao Hong and Lin Yuan not yet married? A pang of bitterness spread through her heart, and she found it difficult to pinpoint the emotion. Was it jealousy or resentment? Regardless, it all culminated in a single sentiment. It no longer matters. Before long, the carriage halted outside the Marquis residence. With the driver's assistance, Qiao Nian alighted, but had barely steadied herself when a voice, both urgent and tender, called out, "Nian Nian." It was Lady Lin, her former mother. Qiao Nian turned to see Lady Lin hastening toward her, supported by Lin Yi and Lin Yuan, arms outstretched, clearly wishing to embrace her. Qiao Nian's heart sank, preempting the embrace. She knelt and greeted. "This servant Qiao Nian offers her respects to you, madam." Lady Lin froze in place. Earlier, Lin Yi and Xiao Hong had referred to her as Lin Yin or Miss Lin. Perhaps they were unaware that on the 3rd day of her punishment at the laundry bureau, the matron had informed her that the Marquis had publicly acknowledged her not as a Lin family daughter, but as a Qiao. She had adopted the name Qiao Nian long ago. Lady Lin was evidently aware of this, and whether from guilt or sorrow, tears streamed down her face. She helped Qiao Nian to her feet, tenderly caressing her cheek, her gentle gaze filled with compassion. "You've lost weight and grown darker." Her daughter, whom she had cherished like a precious gem, appeared gaunt after merely 3 years apart. "Do not be sad, mother. It is enough that my sister has returned," a soft voice chimed in Lin Yuan. Compared to 3 years ago, Lin Yuan appeared somewhat paler, yet more rounded. Her gaze toward Qiao Nian was red-rimmed, timid, filled with an unspoken sense of guilt, exactly as it had been 3 years prior. Qiao Nian chose to ignore it, lowering her eyes. However, Lady Lin smiled with relief. "Yes, it is good that you have returned. It is good that..." As she spoke, she glanced at the carriage nearby, instantly recognizing it as belonging to the Xiao family. Recalling Lin Yi's furious demeanor upon returning home, Lady Lin's heart twisted. After casting a disapproving glance at Lin Yi, she turned to comfort Qiao Nian. "Your brother is a fool. I have already dealt with him for you. Do not worry, I will ensure you suffer no more injustice." Her eyes brimmed with tears, a genuine display of concern. Yet, Qiao Nian abruptly withdrew her hand. This action provoked Lin Yi, still simmering with anger, to exclaim, "Lin Yin, do not be ungrateful." Qiao Nian merely raised her gaze to meet Lin Yi's, remaining silent. Lady Lin chastised Lin Yi. "Your sister has only just returned. What sort of temper is this?" "Mother, look at her attitude." Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Qiao Nian. "I have long told you that if you do not wish to return, you might as well go back to the laundry bureau. The Marquis residence has supported you for 15 years and owes you nothing. You can scowl at me, but mother has shed countless tears for you. Why do you unleash your temper upon her?" Unruly temper? Qiao Nian sighed inwardly. She was no longer a young lady. How could she possess an unruly temper? Seeing her silence, Lady Lin frowned but still reproached Lin Yi. "Your sister is merely adjusting. Do not blame her." With that, Lady Lin beckoned a maid and turned to Qiao Nian. "Your grandmother knows of your return today and has been waiting for you. Go back to Fangha Courtyard, freshen up, and then pay your respects to her. From now on, You will still be the young lady of our Marquis residence, rest assured. Nothing will change. Qiao Nian nodded, offering a farewell bow to Lady Lin. Yet internally, she found the situation comical. Nothing would change, yet she could never return to the courtyard of her past. Chapter 3. Truly ridiculous. The courtyard where Qiao Nian once resided was known as the Falling Plum Courtyard. It was adorned with a myriad of plum blossoms, which, since the onset of winter, would bloom in competition until early spring without withering. These blossoms were personally sought after by Lord Lin from various regions of the Jing Kingdom, as young Xiao Nian had once expressed that her greatest affection in life was for plum flowers. The Marquis residents spent hundreds of taels of silver annually on their care. However, after Lin Yuan returned that year and merely remarked on the beauty of the plum blossoms in her courtyard, Falling Plum Courtyard became Lin Yuan's domain. In those days, Qiao Nian was filled with resentment, but now, recalling those events, she felt little emotion. Lin Yuan was the true daughter of the Marquis, and naturally, all possessions and people within the estate belonged to her. As for Qiao Nian, she was merely an outsider occupying a place that was not hers. The maidservant leading the way was quite enthusiastic. The maid who had previously served the young lady had married, and the mistress instructed that this servant, named Ning Shuang, would follow the young lady henceforth, ready to assist with any needs. Ning Shuang had a cherubic face with plump cheeks. Qiao Nian found her familiar and inquired, "Are you from the young Marquis courtyard?" Ning Shuang seemed pleasantly surprised. "Misremembers me?" Qiao Nian nodded slightly. She often visited Lin Yi's courtyard and naturally recognized the people there. Yet she could not fathom why Lin Yi would assign his maid to her side, reflecting on the misunderstandings from 3 years prior. When Lin Yi erroneously believed she intended harm toward Lin Yuan, Qiao Nian surmised that he must have sent Ning Shuang to monitor her. The Fanghe courtyard was not large. Upon entering, one could see a lotus pond. In summer, the lotus flowers would bloom vibrantly, despite the abundance of mosquitoes, making for a beautiful sight. Yet in this season, the flowers had long faded, leaving only a few withered branches precariously swaying on the frozen water surface, rendering the courtyard even colder than the outside world. Fortunately, the interior of the house was warm. The hearth was lit, and the servants had prepared hot water. Ning Shuang moved to assist Qiao Nian with her bath, but Qiao Nian firmly held her wrist. "No need, I can manage myself." Ning Shuang looked astonished. "How can that be? It is improper for the young lady to attend to herself." "I can manage," Qiao Nian repeated, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Ning Shuang reluctantly set down the garments. "Then I shall wait outside. If you need anything, just call for me." "Very well," Qiao Nian replied softly, falling silent as she watched Ning Shuang exit and close the door. Only then did she approach the screen and gradually remove her clothing. An hour later, Qiao Nian arrived at the old lady's courtyard, but was immediately intercepted by Lin Yi. "Why haven't you changed your clothes?" Lin Yi's face was flushed with anger, his impatience evident as he regarded Qiao Nian with a hint of disdain. "Do you wish for our grandmother to see you in the attire of a palace maid? To feel pity for you?" Qiao Nian opened her mouth to explain, but Lin Yi did not afford her the opportunity, pushing her outward. "I warn you, grandmother's health cannot withstand any distress. Keep your ulterior motives to yourself. If you cause her discomfort, I will not spare you." Qiao Nian, having twisted her ankle earlier, was shoved repeatedly and felt a sharp pain in her wrist. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. This scene was witnessed by Madame Lin, who was hurrying towards them. "Yeah, stop." Madame Lin rushed forward, seeing Qiao Nian struggling to rise, ordering the nearby maidservants to assist her. Lin Yi coldly remarked, "Mother, I am not to blame. She has ill intentions. You clearly bought her new clothes, yet she insists on wearing this attire to see grandmother. Is she not trying to distress her to death?" Hearing this, Madame Lin finally noticed that Qiao Nian remained dressed as a palace maid. She sighed, yet spoke gently. "Nian Nian, during your 3 years away, grandmother's health has declined further. Your brother should not have laid hands on you, but he fears for grandmother's well-being. Please, change your clothes." Qiao Nian lifted her gaze to meet Madame Lin's eyes, then glanced at Lin Yuan before finally speaking. "The clothes are too small." The new garments prepared by Madame Lin were likely designed based on Lin Yuan's figure. However, Qiao Nian was half a head taller, rendering those clothes utterly unsuitable for her. Madame Lin felt a surge of guilt, realizing her oversight. "I shall arrange for new ones immediately." Unexpectedly, Lin Ye's anger intensified. How can they be so ill-fitting? You're only slightly taller than Yuan. How can you not wear them? After 3 years as a palace maid, you have become increasingly precious. Qiao Nian inhaled deeply, considering that Lin Ye's temperament often led him to unjust accusations. She finally lifted her sleeve before the onlookers. It is not that I cannot wear them. It is that they cannot conceal. As her words fell, gasps echoed around her. Qiao Nian's hands were bruised and swollen, covered in numerous frostbite marks, with some areas even broken, appearing quite unsightly. Yet the most horrific sight lay on her arms, bearing marks from what seemed to be either a whip or a bamboo rod, new and old wounds, red and black, interwoven like a torn net extending from her arms to her hands. Lin Yi finally comprehended what she meant by cannot conceal. The ill-fitting sleeves would inevitably reveal these injuries when she bowed to grandmother, and the sight would surely distress her. Madame Lin understood as well. Tears streamed down her face as she reached for Qiao Nian's hands, her heart aching. I thought you were resentful, not wanting me to touch you. I didn't realize. I have hurt you, haven't I? Qiao Nian remained silent, not retracting her hands, allowing Madame Lin to cradle them. Beside them, Ning Shuang's eyes were already red. No wonder the young lady would not let me assist. Does she bear injuries all over? All over? Just the sight of her arms was already shocking. If she were covered in injuries. Madame Lin's breath quickened. Quickly, summon the doctor. A maidservant hurried away at her command, while Lin Yuan wept openly. How could they treat my sister this way? In truth, it would have been better had Lin Yuan not spoken. Once she did. A wave of uncontainable malice surged within Qiao Nian. She looked at Lin Yuan and said, naturally, it is at the behest of the princess. Those who bully me can seek rewards before the princess. The more cruelly they treat me, the greater the reward for. I shattered the princess's glass bowl. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan froze, her eyes widening in shock as tears streamed down her cheeks, as if she were the one wronged for 3 years. The maidservants behind her lowered their heads in silence. 3 years. The maid who once wronged her now stood beside Lin Yuan. So Madame Lin's words of sympathy only struck Qiao Nian as absurd. Chapter 4. The Rebellion, witnessing Lin Yuan's goodwill being rebuffed by Qiao Nian. Lin Yi immediately retracted the guilt that had been lingering in his heart. He coldly remarked, there is no need for such sarcasm. Why did you not mention your injuries sooner? Did you not have a voice? Had she spoken earlier, he would certainly have procured ointment from the imperial hospital for her. He had intended to express concern, but the young Marquis had not provided the opportunity. Qiao Nian's voice was calm as she finally withdrew her hands from Lady Lin's grasp. Lin Ye's eyes darkened. She had returned to the manor, yet still refused to address him as older brother. His anger simmered as he demanded, I must ask, as a daughter of the Marquis household, having trained in martial arts since childhood under the household's masters, what kind of expert exists in the laundry bureau that could inflict such injuries upon you? Her words struck Qiao Nian like a blow to the chest. She lowered her gaze and pulled down her sleeves, her gentle voice laced with an unsettling chill. Initially, I did resist. As the young Marquis stated, those palace maids were indeed no match for me. Yet when they could not overpower me, they resorted to underhanded tactics. They would pour cold water on me while I slept, serve me slop while others feasted on soup, and toss my freshly washed garments into the latrine, or shift their laundry burdens onto me. As she spoke, she finally raised her eyes to Lin Yi, her cold gaze devoid of emotion. Yet it made his hands tremble involuntarily. I once sought assistance from a stewardess, but all I received was a beating. Gradually, I ceased to resist. When the bed was wet, I slept on the floor, and I became accustomed to eating slop. There was a time when the stewardess struck me so hard that I nearly lost my life, but perhaps out of concern for the Marquis household. Her strikes became less severe thereafter. Seeing the disbelief in Lin Ye's eyes, Qiao Nian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. So, the young Marquis believes I deliberately endure these hardships to elicit your guilt and regret? Do not be foolish. How could I fail to recognize my own identity? You may feel guilt, but regret will never touch you. If anything, you must feel fortunate that it was I who was punished and not Lin Yuan, correct? The questioning in Qiao Nian's eyes pierced Lin Ye's heart like a dagger, leaving him speechless. Nian Nian, please do not say more. Lady Lin gasped, clutching her chest, her breath uneven with tears. It is my fault. I have wronged you. You have not wronged me, Qiao Nian replied softly. her tone gentle yet starkly different from Lin Yuan's warmth. Lin Yuan's gentleness evoked sympathy, while Qiao Nian's resembled a soft blade, cutting deep with every word. Lady Lin raised me for 15 years. She is entitled to do so, Qiao Nian continued. But you harbor resentment. Lin Yi interjected, his heart torn with an inexplicable irritation. It was as if he could see through Qiao Nian's facade. He coldly laughed. Everything you do now is intentional, purposefully maintaining distance from us, pretending to fall before our mother. Have you used the same tricks before General Xiao to win his sympathy, thus securing a ride back in his carriage? Lin Yuan, understand this. General Xiao is no longer your fiancé. He is now engaged to Yuan, and their wedding is imminent. As Lin Yuan's furious expression met her gaze, Qiao Nian could not help but reflect on the years he had been her brother. Each of his words landed with precision upon her heart. Fortunately, her heart had been tempered over 3 years, rendered nearly impervious to pain. The young Marquis is indeed busy with noble affairs. Perhaps he has forgotten that 3 years ago, he pushed me from the small building. I twisted my ankle then, and before it healed, I was sent to the laundry bureau again. My injury has plagued me for 3 years. Today, when the young Marquis kicked me from the carriage, I twisted it once more, which is why I truly could not stand. As for General Xiao, how could the young Marquis believe he would feel pity for me? Do you think too highly of me, or too little of Miss Lin? Her words left Lin Yuan feeling utterly ashamed. Lin Yi cast a worried glance at her before turning sharply to Qiao Nian. Do not attempt to sow discord here. I know your nature all too well. Even after 3 years, you remain as vengeful as ever. I warn you, as long as I am here, do not think to bully Yuan. Older brother, Lin Yuan's voice trembled with tears. Do not say that. Sister has never done anything to me. Yuan, you are too kind. Lin Ye's brow furrowed tightly as he pointed at Qiao Nian. She is unlike you. Her thoughts run deep, and she holds grudges. We cast her into the laundry bureau for 3 years without a word. Now that she has emerged, she will undoubtedly seek revenge. Knowing our mother favors her most, she deliberately keeps her distance, revealing her injuries before our mother. Look at how she has made mother weep. Lin Yuan turned to Lady Lin, who was indeed sobbing uncontrollably, leaning against a maid as she struggled for breath. Listening to Lin Ye's accusations, Lady Lin seemed to want to protest, raising her hand in a futile gesture, unable to articulate a single word. Lin Yuan reflected that she had never seen her mother in such a state. Even when Qiao Nian had been sent to the laundry bureau, Lady Lin had shed only a few tears, comforting her instead. Could it be, as her brother suggested, that all of this was indeed Qiao Nian's design? Qiao Nian possessing such cunning? She could not help but glance at Qiao Nian again, only to find her gaze fixed upon her, icy and sharp as a blade, stabbing deep into her heart, compelling her to avert her eyes. Qiao Nian merely offered a bow to Lady Lin, stating, "It seems today is not suitable for me to visit grandmother. Please inform her that I shall come to see her tomorrow." With that, she turned and departed, not casting another glance at anyone from the Lin family. Yet her limping figure left an indelible mark upon the hearts of all the Lin family members, including Xiao Hong. Lin Yi did not encounter Xiao Hong until after Lin Yuan had escorted Lady Lin back. He stood nearby in the corridor, having witnessed everything unfold clearly. Lin Yi furrowed his brow in agitation as he approached, asking, "What brings you here?" "The Emperor has bestowed some rare, medicinal herbs upon me, and I thought to present them to the venerable Lady Lin," Xiao Hong replied, unhurried and composed, his demeanor as placid as ever. Yet Lin Yi seemed to sense something amiss. He scrutinized Xiao Hong intently before speaking. "To be honest, are you here because of Nian Nian?" Chapter 5. The cheap gilt Xiao Hong cast his gaze down upon the gift box containing medicinal herbs in his hands, remaining silent. Lin Yi, however, grew increasingly uneasy. "You were not summoned today. Did you deliberately go to the palace gate to fetch her?" Xiao Hong continued to hold his silence. Having grown up together, Lin Yi was well aware that this was an unspoken agreement. Lowering his voice, he admonished, "Xiao Hong, are you unwell? You once disregarded Nian Nian, and now that you are engaged to Yuan heir, you suddenly care for her? I warn you, I have only these 2 sisters. Do not force me to sever our brotherhood." At Lin Ye's words, Xiao Hong let out a derisive laugh, raising his gaze to Lin Yi with a mocking expression. "Brother Lin, such words reveal how much you care for Nian Nian." Yet, it was he who had repeatedly wounded Nian Nian's heart. Lin Ye's anger was effectively silenced by Xiao Heng's retort. He fixed a fierce stare at Xiao Heng, his mind racing but only managing to utter, "What good are you? Do not forget, 3 years ago, you were also present. She resented me, and she equally resented you." "I know." Xiao Heng's voice was cool and distant. His lowered eyes shrouded in ambiguity. The pastries in the carriage remained untouched. Even the hand warmer lay undisturbed in its place. She had not even dared to lay a finger upon them. Had it not been for his pretext of the elderly matron, she likely would not have entered his carriage at all. What had she said to him first? "The maidservant has met General Xiao." Yet, she used to say with such delight, "Nian Nian likes Brother Hong." Reflecting on this, Xiao Heng's demeanor darkened further. Lin Yi, clearly taken aback, could discern the resentment Nian Nian harbored towards both him and Xiao Hong. Yet, he recalled that no matter how angry she had been back then, the moment Xiao Hong displayed even the slightest kindness, she would rush to him eagerly. It was unfathomable that now, despite Xiao Heng's obvious goodwill, she chose to remain oblivious. Upon recalling the injury on her arm, an inexplicable fury ignited within Lin Yi's eyes. How dare those wretches from the laundry bureau treat his sister so ruthlessly? Even if it was the princess bidding, Nian Nian was still the daughter of his Marquis household. Did they not possess even this modicum of respect? His chest tightened with pain. He shot a glare at Xiao Hong. "Did you bring any medicinal ointment from your army?" The south in the army was renowned for its efficacy, sourced from the Valley of Medicinal Kings. "No," Xiao Hong replied coldly, yet he produced a vial of medicinal wine from his cloak. But she twisted her ankle. "This should suffice." Lin Yi snatched it from him, muttering his thanks before turning to leave. However, just a few steps away, he turned back. Seizing Xiao Heng's collar and warning in a hushed tone, "Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts." Xiao Heng merely narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, "You have no authority over me." Lin Ye, Fuming, realized he indeed had no control over Xiao Heng, but he could govern Nian Nian. With a disdainful snort, he swept away. Xiao Heng straightened his attire with one hand and summoned a maid from a distance, handing her the gift box. "Deliver this to the matron," he instructed before turning to depart himself. Outside the Marquis residence, Xiao Heng's deputy, Jing Yan, awaited him. Upon seeing Xiao Heng emerge, he expressed surprise. "General, you are out so soon." Without responding, Xiao Heng retrieved a vial of ointment from his cloak, stating, "Take this to Miss Lin." Jing Yan nodded in agreement, then impulsively asked, "Has Miss Yuan been injured? Why not deliver it personally?" The moment the words left his mouth, he received a sharp, icy glare from Xiao Heng. Realizing the ointment was meant for another Miss Lin, he promptly fell silent and entered the Marquis residence. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang carefully applied the medicine to Qiao Nian. Having obtained it from the house physician, the young girl had shallow tear ducts, and ever since seeing the injury on Qiao Nian's arm, her tears had been unrelenting. Watching her alternate between wiping her tears and applying the ointment, Qiao Nian could no longer bear it. "If you keep crying like this, people will think I've bullied you." Ning Shuang hastily wiped her tears, her voice still tinged with sorrow. "Miss, you have suffered so." It was evident she was deeply concerned for her. A strange feeling welled up within Qiao Nian, who sighed inwardly and chose to remain silent. Yet, once Ning Shuang began speaking, she could not seem to stop. "The young Marquis is truly insufferable. You are the one who has endured the pain, covered in wounds. And yet he keeps speaking up for the second young lady. Miss, you're far too wronged." "Woo woo woo." Ning Shuang stares floved anel. Qiao Nian, feeling helpless, could only force a smile. "Do you not fear that he will come back and hold you accountable for such words? I have already been assigned to Fenghe Garden. From now on, I belong to you. He has no authority over me," Ning Shuang declared angrily, wiping her tears and sniffling. "I once thought the young Marquis was a good person. How foolish I was." Bah! Seeing the fury etched on Ning Shuang's face, Qiao Nian struggled to discern whether her concern was genuine or merely an act to win her trust. After all, though she had, once held dear, had abandoned her one by one, she found it impossible to believe that someone with whom she had exchanged no more than 10 words could truly care for her. The concept of sincerity felt exceedingly distant to her. In this world, aside from her grandmother, could anyone truly harbor genuine feelings for her? As she gazed at Ning Shuang's small face, Qiao Nian found herself at a loss, turning her eyes away. However, her gaze fell upon the half-open window. and her brows instinctively knitted together. Two figures were approaching along the stone bridge over the lotus pond. One was a servant from Lin Yuan's household, while the other was a tall, muscular man striding quickly. He appeared somewhat familiar, yet she could not place him. Noticing Qiao Nian's attention, Ning Shuang turned to look outside and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that not Deputy Jing? Deputy Jing? Jing Yan?" Xiao Nian recalled having met him. Jing Yan had been Xiao Heng's most trusted subordinate for 5 years. But why was he here? Unconsciously, the proud, stern face of Xiao Heng surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to momentarily still. "Go see what they want." "Yes," Ning Shuang replied and stepped outside. Through the window, Qiao Nian observed Jing Yan speaking briefly with Ning Shuang before handing her something, then raising his gaze to her direction. Their eyes met through the half-open window, and Jing Yan offered a slow, respectful salute before turning to leave. Moments later, Ning Shuang returned with 2 vials in hand. "Miss, this is the medicinal ointment sent by General Xiao, and this is the medicinal wine from the young Marquis. However, I believe this is also from the army." Indeed, it bore the mark of military supplies. Given Lin Yuan's close relationship with Xiao Heng, it was not surprising that military-grade medicinal wine would be available. Yet, she did not comprehend their intentions in sending these to her. Was it for her injury, or merely an attempt to assuage their own cheap guilt? Especially Lin Yi. Was it amusing to bestow a sweet treat after delivering a slap? "Consider it a gift," she said coldly, unwilling to accept either item. Ning Shuang wished to persuade her, but, seeing Qiao Nian's icy expression, ultimately chose silence. Chapter 6. Greetings to grandmother. That night, Qiao Nian was plagued by insomnia until dawn. She could not fathom the reason. Perhaps it was the warmth of the stove that contrasted sharply with the drafty, damp, and eerie wooden cabin she had endured for 3 years. Or maybe it was the softness and warmth of the dry bedding enveloping her. Regardless, everything felt so blissful that Qiao Nian was left in a surreal daze, as if she had been transported to another world. She had once believed that she would spend her entire life in the laundry house. It was only with the gentle rays of the sun streaming into the room the next day that she awakened from her dreamlike state, realizing she had truly returned. Madame Lin had prepared new garments for her, likely purchased from a tailor. They were still somewhat ill-fitting, yet they at least concealed the scars on her arms. Thus, she set out early to the old lady's courtyard. At this hour, the old lady was engaged in her religious rites, and Xiao Nian stood obediently at the door, not intending to intrude. However, as if sensing her presence, the old lady suddenly turned her gaze towards her. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "You have returned?" The 3 lowly words conveyed an overwhelming sorrow. Unable to contain her own tears, Qiao Nian entered the room and knelt down, proclaiming, "Your unfilial granddaughter, Qiao Nian, pays her respects to grandmother. Come here, let grandmother have a good look at you." The old lady, still in her kneeling position, beckoned to Qiao Nian. She moved to the old lady's side, allowing her to see her clearly. The old lady's frail hand trembled slightly as it caressed Qiao Nian's cheek. "You have grown thin." Those 2 simple words broke the dam of Qiao Nian's tears, and she flung herself into the old lady's embrace, repeatedly calling out grandmother, which caused the surrounding maids to quietly wipe away their own tears. 3 years prior, when Lin Yuan had returned, nearly everyone in the had rallied around her overnight, empathizing with her plight and assuring her of their love. Only the old lady had noticed Qiao Nian, who stood awkwardly in a corner, unsure of her place. The old lady reassured her that no matter what happened, she would always be her most obedient and beloved granddaughter. After being punished to the laundry house, Qiao Nian once overheard the palace maid saying that the old lady had personally gone to the palace to plead with the empress on her behalf, only to be humiliated by a princess and driven away before she could even meet the empress. The maids mocked the old lady for her presumption, failing to recognize her own status. In a fit of rage, Qiao Nian retaliated against those gossiping maids. That incident nearly cost her her life at the hands of the housekeeper, but she regretted nothing, for thereafter, no one dared to speak ill of the old lady in her presence. The 2 embraced and wept for a considerable time before gradually calming down. The old lady gazed at her with affection. "It is good that you have returned home, with grandmother by your side. No one shall bully you." This same sentiment had been expressed by Madame Lin, which Xiao Nian had dismissed. Yet, hearing it from the old lady, she felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. Frozen for 3 years, She nodded earnestly, gazing at the old lady's weathered face, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her. Grandmother must live a long life. Always by Nian Nian's side. Good. The old lady smiled through her tears. When Madame Lin led Lin Yuan to pay respects to the old lady, Qiao Nian had already shared breakfast with her. Observing the intimate closeness between the two, Madame Lin felt a swell of emotion but turned to the old lady and asked, "Mother, now that Nian Nian has returned, can we finalize the marriage with the Xiao family?" Qiao Nian was seated half-turned toward the old lady, never once glancing at Madame Lin. Upon hearing this, she showed no reaction, though she was puzzled. What did Lin Yuan's engagement to the Xiao family have to do with her return? Unexpectedly, the old lady placed her hand gently on Qiao Nian's, her tone incredibly tender. "Nian Nian, tell grandmother, do you still like Xiao Hong?" Qiao Nian was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan. She saw Lin Yuan's anxious expression, which quickly turned into one of a bullied young bride as she lowered her head. Madame Lin instinctively grasped Lin Yuan's hand and leaned protectively towards her, as if fearing Qiao Nian might bully her. Qiao Nian felt a pang in her heart. Once, she had been the one sheltered by Madame Lin. She averted her gaze, knowing it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no heartache. Yet, it mattered little now. She had come to understand the current situation. The engagement with Xiao Hong still belonged to Lin Yuan, but the old lady, aware of Qiao Nian's once fervent affection for him, would surely advocate for her if she spoke up. The tension from Lin Yuan and Madame Lin arose from their fear that Qiao Nian might affirm her feelings. However, they had clearly overthought it. Qiao Nian turned to the old lady with a gentle smile. "Grandmother, I no longer harbor feelings for General Xiao." Outside, a foot poised to ascend the steps suddenly halted. The old lady's voice resonated within. "Really? But you once liked that young man from the Xiao family so much." "It was merely youthful folly," Qiao Nian interjected. "Moreover, the engagement between the legitimate son of the Xiao family and the legitimate daughter of the Lin family has nothing to do with me. Grandmother, my surname is Qiao." Regarding her change of surname, Qiao Nian had previously informed the old lady. Yet, hearing it now still brought a pang to the old lady's heart. She embraced Qiao Nian, nodding repeatedly. "Good, Qiao is good. Qiao is wonderful." Ultimately, no matter her surname, she remained grandmother's most obedient granddaughter. As they spoke, two figures entered the room, Lin Yi and Xiao Hong. Since their encounter with Qiao Nian the previous day, Lin Yi had not smiled. Hearing the exchange between the grandmother and granddaughter, his face turned a shade of anger. He approached and bowed. "Yi pays respects to grandmother." Before the old lady could respond, Lin Yi turned sharply to Qiao Nian. "The family tree has not been altered. What nonsense are you spouting about changing your surname?" Lin Yi knew Qiao Nian's biological father bore the surname Qiao, but she had been raised as the daughter of the. Why should she take that name? She was still the esteemed young lady of the. Seeing Lin Yi's sudden outburst, Madame Lin furrowed her brow and admonished Yi. "Speak respectfully." Lin Yi finally cast a glance at the old lady, and upon witnessing her displeasure, his anger subdued somewhat. Qiao Nian's calm voice pierced the facade of hypocrisy in the mansion, like a sharp dagger. 3 years ago, the day after I entered the laundry house, the Marquis personally informed His Majesty of my surname being Xiao. If the family tree remains unchanged, then the Marquis has committed treason. Chapter 7 Their marriage. Lin Yi looked at Qiao Nian in disbelief, instinctively wanting to accuse her of lying. However, upon seeing his mother sitting quietly beside him, her eyes cast down and unwilling to speak, he already knew the answer. But how could this be? Since childhood, his father had always favored Nian Nian. How could he allow her to change her surname? The sensation of his heart being violently torn once again left Lin Yi breathless. He felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. And as he surveyed the room filled with people, none of them seemed pleasing to his eyes, prompting him to leave in a huff. His departure left Xiao Hong in an awkward position. He stepped forward to pay his respects, greeting the old matriarch of the Lin family. The old lady was quite amiable towards him. The young general, known for both his valor and intellect, always maintained a refined and courteous demeanor, which naturally endeared him to his elders. The old lady quickly gestured for him to take a seat. "General Xiao, please sit. You delivered so many precious medicinal herbs yesterday. It is only fitting that I personally express my gratitude." Xiao Hong took a seat opposite Lin Yuan, his expression warm as he regarded the old lady. His parents were still in their prime and had no need for such gifts. The ginseng and deer antler bestowed by the emperor were best suited for the old matriarch's health. The old lady chuckled heartily, remarking on his filial piety. You have come at a fortuitous time. Your aunt was just discussing with me about finalizing your marriage. Why not inquire with your parents after you return home about a suitable time for both families to sit down and discuss? Upon hearing the old lady's words, Xiao Heng glanced at Lin Yuan. Noticing his gaze, Lin Yuan lowered her head, her face flushed crimson. This only elicited laughter from Lin Madam, who remarked, "This girl is so shy." She then turned to Xiao Heng, saying, "You know that you and Yuan are not young anymore. It is time to settle this marriage." Xiao Heng nodded in agreement, seemingly in full accord with Lin Madam's sentiment. Yet, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Qiao Nian. What does Miss Qiao think? Qiao Nian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Xiao Heng with a mix of confusion and curiosity. What did it have to do with her? Not only Qiao Nian, but also Lin Madam and Lin Yuan were left in a state of astonishment. Lin Yuan glanced between Xiao Heng and Qiao Nian and suddenly realized that when Xiao Heng spoke to the old lady, he had actually been looking at Qiao Nian. Her eyes immediately turned red. Could it be that Xiao Heng's heart belonged to Qiao Nian? But he was her fiancé. Lin Madam, discerning Lin Yuan's distress, recognized that Xiao Heng was currently a favored individual in the emperor's court, and even she dared not speak sharply to him. Instead, she forced a gentle demeanor, saying, "Why do you ask Nian Nian about your marriage with Yuan? Indeed, why ask her?" Qiao Nian shared the same question in her heart. Yet, Xiao Heng maintained his composed and courteous demeanor, replying, "Aunt Lin, please do not misunderstand. Miss Qiao is still the eldest daughter of the Marquis' residence in name. Yuan addresses her as sister, following the order of seniority. If a marriage is to take place, it is only right that Miss Qiao is prioritized." This reasoning held merit. In families that adhered to strict customs, if the eldest daughter was unmarried, the younger siblings could not marry either. However, the Marquis' residence had never been overly concerned with such traditions. As far as Qiao Nian knew, the Xiao family was not particularly rigid about customs either. It seemed that Xiao Heng's words were merely a hope for her to marry soon, perhaps fearing that she would cling to him as she had in the past. Qiao Nian found this amusing, though her expression remained composed, a faint smile gracing her lips. As per General Xiao's words, the young Marquis must marry first, after all. After all, the young Marquis is my older brother. However, the matter of Lin Ye's marriage had yet to be settled. If Lin Yi were to marry first, and then she were to marry, it would be a year or two before Lin Yuan and Xiao Heng could wed. He was not in a hurry, but Xiao Heng's parents were eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Yet, Xiao Heng appeared oblivious to her sarcasm, earnestly nodding in agreement. That is indeed how it should be. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan, seated across from him, looked at Xiao Heng with red-rimmed eyes, as if questioning him with her gaze. Why must it be this way? I am already an old maid. If you can wait, how am I to wait? Xiao Heng's words left Lin Madam at a loss for how to respond, and the topic seemed to dissipate into silence. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the old lady claimed to be tired and requested Qiao Nian to assist her back to her room for rest. Lin Madam then led Lin Yuan and Xiao Heng in farewell. Just as Xiao Heng stepped out of the old lady's courtyard, he heard a gentle voice calling from behind. "Brother Heng." For a fleeting moment, he thought it was Qiao Nian. Yet, the voice was too soft, lacking the sharpness characteristic of Qiao Nian. He sighed quietly before turning around. Catching a glimpse of Lin Madam walking away in the distance, Xiao Heng shifted his gaze back to Lin Yuan. "What is it?" His deep voice was imbued with warmth, as it always was. Lin Yuan felt that Xiao Heng's tone was particularly tender towards her, while he maintained a polite distance with others. Thus, she had always believed he treated her differently. However, today she sensed a hint of detachment within that tenderness. Realizing that perhaps all these years had merely been her own delusion, Lin Yuan's eyes grew misty, her cheeks flushed like a wounded little rabbit. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask, "Brother Heng, do you not wish to marry me?" Xiao Heng was taken aback by her question, momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile, light and breezy. "Why would you ask such a thing? You just..." Lin Yuan struggled to articulate her thoughts. Speaking too much would make her appear desperate for marriage. As a woman, she still valued her dignity. Xiao Heng gazed at her, understanding her unspoken words, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Do not overthink it. Our engagement was arranged by our families and cannot be changed. With that, he offered a gentle smile. I will come to see you again in a few days. He then turned and left. Lin Yuan stood there, quietly watching Xiao Heng's retreating figure. His last words felt like a soothing balm to her heart. Yet, he had never truly answered her question. Meanwhile, in the Lin family ancestral hall, Lin Yi knelt to one side, staring at the somewhat crumpled family genealogy before him. He had not believed Qiao Nian's words earlier. How could his father be so cruel as to allow Nian Nian to change her name? Yet, after flipping through the genealogy multiple times, he had failed to find Nian Nian's name. Neither Lin Yuan nor Qiao Nian was listed. He was perplexed. It was merely a broken glass bowl. Why should she be removed from the genealogy? It was just a bowl. Did they think that by removing her name, others would forget that Qiao Nian had been raised by the Lin family? Even if Qiao Nian were not of Lin blood, they had cared for her for 15 years. Was it possible that 15 years of affection could be eclipsed by a mere bowl? No wonder Qiao Nian had shown no joy upon seeing him after 3 years. No wonder she refused to call him brother or refer to his mother as mother. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and for a brief moment, he felt he understood Qiao Nian. But soon, a strange anger flared up within him once more. After all, the genealogy was merely a few sheets of paper. Even if her name was not listed, could that erase the love they had shown her over the past 15 years? Even if they had raised a dog, it would still wag its tail after being well cared for 15 years. But what about her? In the end, it was simply that she held too much resentment. They had already taken her back. His mother had explicitly stated that nothing would change. Why could they not interact as they once did? Why must they let their relationship become so strained? Recalling Qiao Nian's indifferent and distant demeanor, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He contemplated that it was perhaps time for her to learn a lesson. Chapter 8. Why do you wish to harm me? On the other side, as Qiao Nian assisted the elderly matriarch back to her chamber, the matriarch suddenly fell ill. Just as Lady Lin had mentioned, the matriarch's health was indeed not what it used to be. Although she had tried to control her emotions today, her excitement proved overwhelming, and upon lying down, she began to breathe heavily. Fortunately, the attentive Su Mama, who served the matriarch, had anticipated this and summoned the household physician to wait outside her room. Once the matriarch was settled, he proceeded with acupuncture and massage. After a stick of incense had burned, the matriarch finally began to recover. The experience was not particularly perilous. Yet Qiao Nian stood by, feeling somewhat at a loss. Noticing the panic etched on Qiao Nian's face, the matriarch leaned against the headboard and beckoned her closer. With a slightly reddened nose, Qiao Nian, fearing that her own emotional turmoil might provoke another episode in the matriarch, suppressed her tears and approached her bedside. Are you frightened? The matriarch inquired with a gentle smile. Qiao Nian sniffled and grasped the matriarch's hand tightly. Grandmother promised me she would live to be 100. She had only her grandmother left. The matriarch gazed tenderly at Qiao Nian, wishing with all her heart to ensure her grandchild's safety for a lifetime. Yet, it was evident she might not be able to fulfill that wish for long. Suddenly, the matriarch asked, Nian Nian, would you allow your grandmother to seek a suitable match for you? While she still possessed sufficient strength to utter a few words in the Marquis, she wished to secure Qiao Nian a good marriage, as a means of ensuring her well-being for life. Qiao Nian understood her grandmother's intentions, but shook her head, lowering her gaze. She only wished to remain by her grandmother's side. These 3 years had revealed too many truths to her. Even a beloved one, who had accompanied her for 15 years, could abandon her overnight. How could she possibly entrust her life to a stranger, a so-called husband? She resolved to remain with her grandmother for the rest of her days. After her grandmother's passing, she would leave the Marquis, even if it meant living a solitary life with just a flickering lamp and ancient Buddha for company, rather than entangling herself with the others in the household. The matriarch was well aware of Qiao Nian's stubborn nature. No one could persuade her against her will. With a gentle sigh, she ceased to speak. Qiao Nian stayed by her side a while longer, only departing once the matriarch had fallen asleep. However, shortly after returning to Fenghe Courtyard, she was informed by Ning Shuang. Miss, the second miss has come to see you. Lin Yuan? Qiao Nian's brows furrowed slightly. Before she could respond, Ning Shuang added, the second miss has come alone. Upon hearing this, Qiao Nian couldn't help but laugh. Did she instruct you to say that? Ning Shuang blinked her innocent eyes and nodded, then continued. If Miss does not wish to meet her, I shall convey your refusal. Indeed, even a maid knew of her reluctance to see Lin Yuan. Yet Lin Yuan seemed oblivious, even going so far as to have Ning Shuang inform her that the maid who had wronged her by breaking the glass bowl had not accompanied her. It was truly amusing. The one who had wronged her was indeed Lin Yuan's maid, yet Lin Yuan had not dared to acknowledge the truth, silently allowing her maid to take the blame while she stood aside in silence. Thus, Qiao Nian could not comprehend why Lin Yuan believed she would willingly meet her. Coldly, she instructed, "Tell her I am resting." "Yes." Ning Shuang responded and left the room, returning after a considerable time with a somewhat sheepish expression. "Miss, the second miss says she has come to apologize today, and if you do not see her, she will remain outside without leaving. It appears the snow is about to fall." Ning Shuang, too, was unsure why the second miss was so insistent on seeing her mistress. However, as the cherished daughter of the Marquis, if she were to stand out in the snow, one could only imagine the gossip that might arise within the household. Qiao Nian's brows knitted together, and with a resigned sigh, she finally conceded, then let her in. "Understood." Ning Shuang complied and departed. Before long, Lin Yuan entered the room. At that moment, Qiao Nian was seated at the tea table, applying ointment for frostbite on the back of her hands. Lin Yuan immediately noticed Qiao Nian's fingers, marked by bruises, causing her heart to skip a beat. She stepped forward, bowed, and greeted, "Yuan heir wishes to pay her respects to sister." Qiao Nian did not even lift her eyelids and simply replied, "Sit." Her tone was gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable chill. Lin Yuan did not take a seat, but instead approached Qiao Nian, saying, "Yuan heir will help sister apply the medicine." As she spoke, she reached for the ointment on the table, intending to smear it on Qiao Nian's hand. However, Qiao Nian swiftly concealed her hand within her sleeve. Finally lifting her gaze to meet Lin Yuan's, she smirked slightly. In this bitter cold, why is Miss Lin not in her own quarters, but instead here? Perhaps it was Qiao Nian's frigid demeanor that made Lin Yuan feel a sense of grievance. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she stood in place, speaking softly. "Yuan heir has come to apologize to sister. Everything that happened back then was Yuan heir's fault. Had it not been for Yuan heir breaking the glass bowl, sister would not have suffered so much. Sister may scold or hit Yuan heir. She bears no resentment, as long as sister finds peace." Lin Yuan's expression was one of earnest remorse, almost as if she would kneel before her. How sincere her words seemed. Yet Qiao Nian merely regarded her coldly, and, after she finished speaking, inquired, "Do you believe your only mistake was breaking the glass bowl?" The question rendered Lin Yuan momentarily speechless. Qiao Nian slowly rose and walked toward the door, gazing at the frozen lotus pond where a few lonely branches stood. Taking a deep breath, the frigid air penetrated her lungs, chilling her very essence. "You are the legitimate daughter of the Marquis. For the first 15 years, I seized your wealth and glory. And thus I understand that the Marquis and Madame should cherish you, that the young Marquis should protect you. Even the courtyard I cherished most, Liame Courtyard, should have belonged to you. Lin Yuan, when you returned, I felt a sense of guilt toward you. I contemplated returning to my biological parents. It was the Marquis who told me they had passed, urging me to remain in the household. For this, I am grateful and vowed to treat you well, though I might feel a sense of loss still." At this, Qiao Nian turned to face Lin Yuan. "Have I ever harmed you?" Lin Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed, as if tears were about to spill forth. In that moment, Qiao Nian felt a wave of helplessness. Should the others in the Marquis witness this, they would surely accuse her of bullying Lin Yuan. After all, was it not Lin Yi who had kicked her down the small building because of Lin Yuan's pitiful appearance? Yet, she had done nothing wrong. Feeling a chill in her heart, Qiao Nian gazed at the tearful little white flower before her, her voice growing even colder. "But why you wish to harm me?" Chapter 9. Why didn't you speak up 3 years ago? Upon hearing such a question, Lin Yuan's tears finally overflowed, and she shook her head fervently, insisting, "No, I never harmed my sister. It was I who broke the glass bowl. That was my fault. But the one who wronged my sister was Xiao Cui." She desperately tried to convey to Qiao Nian that she had never intended any harm. However, to her surprise, Qiao Nian leaned against the door, gently inquiring, "Then why didn't you speak up 3 years ago?" Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Qiao Nian's words. Then she caught the faint, bitter smile that curved Qiao Nian's lips as she stated, "You broke the glass bowl. Why did you not utter those 8 words before the Empress and the Princess 3 years ago? As if losing her footing, Lin Yuan stepped back, stammering, I was afraid. That was my first time in the palace, my first encounter with so many noble figures. I was terrified. What do you wish to say to me now? Qiao Nian interrupted Lin Yuan once more. What could she possibly say to make her act as if the past 3 years had never occurred? Lin Yuan wept, lowering her gaze, too afraid to meet Qiao Nian's eyes. If only my sister could forgive me, I would be willing to return everything to her. I will tell father and brother that you have never bullied me. I can give back the Luo Mei courtyard. And also to Brother Hong, I can return him to you. Upon hearing this, Qiao Nian finally grasped Lin Yuan's intentions for her visit that day. She shook her head slightly, exhaling a heavy sigh. Lin Yuan, as I mentioned earlier, your parents and brother are unrelated to me. The Luo Mei courtyard, though built out of affection, is ultimately the result of the Marquis' efforts, and it rightfully belongs to you. Even this Fang He courtyard, if you desire it, is merely a matter of a single request. In response, Lin Yuan shook her head vigorously. I don't want it. I didn't come to compete with my sister for a residence. I know, Qiao Nian replied with a faint smile, tinged with mockery. You are here for Xiaohong. After all the pretense of seeking forgiveness, it all boiled down to a man. Her words struck Lin Yuan's heart, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. However, Qiao Nian continued, I do not know what worries you, but the engagement was already placed upon you 3 years ago, long before I was punished to the laundry bureau. Although I still reside in the Marquis' residence, it is solely due to my grandmother's compassion for me. I have even ceased to bear the surname Lin. Here, I am merely an outsider. The engagement between the Xiaos and the Lins will not fall upon me. Moreover, I made it quite clear to my grandmother that I no longer hold any affection for Xiaohong. Your visit today, merely to test my sentiments, is indeed rather superfluous. I did not come to test my sister, Lin Yuan exclaimed, her urgency apparent as she felt misunderstood. I sincerely seek your forgiveness, but testing Qiao Nian's attitude was one of my objectives. Yet, she had to admit, fear had gripped her. Xiaoheng's demeanor today left her perplexed, and she genuinely worried that he wished to marry Qiao Nian, which propelled her urgency to visit. Regardless, my position is abundantly clear. My grandmother's health is failing, and I only wish to care for her. Beyond that, I desire nothing else. Qiao Nian explicitly conveyed her stance to Lin Yuan, hoping she would refrain from intruding into her life henceforth. In truth, apart from her grandmother, she had little desire to encounter anyone else within the Marquis' household. Lin Yuan stood silently, biting her lip, her tear-stained face a portrait of sorrow, with undried droplets clinging to her lashes. Qiao Nian mused that had Lin Yi appeared at that moment, he might have unceremoniously shoved her into the lotus pond, just as he had done 3 years prior. The thought of falling into the icy water chilled her to the bone, and she couldn't help but massage her temples, wishing to hasten the departure of this unwelcome specter. I rose quite early today and am feeling rather fatigued. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall not see you out. Understanding Qiao Nian's dismissal, Lin Yuan felt compelled to leave without further insistence. Then, sister, please take care. I will take my leave now. After a courteous bow, she stepped outside. Not long after Lin Yuan departed, Ning Shuang entered. The little maid looked curious, glancing out to catch a glimpse of Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Miss, what did the second miss say to you? I see her eyes are red. Has she been crying? Qiao Nian, disinterested in engaging with Ning Shuang, proceeded deeper into the room. If you're so curious, why not just ask her? Ning Shuang, undeterred, followed closely. I am your maid. Why would I seek out the second miss? At this, Qiao Nian halted her steps. She turned to Ning Shuang, her expression serious. Ning Shuang blinked in surprise. Miss, what is the matter? I know your master sent you to serve me for a reason. I shall not make it difficult for you, but you need not constantly remind me of your position, for I am aware that you are not truly mine. Qiao Nian had spent 3 years in the laundry bureau, surrounded by adversaries, and thus had grown accustomed to speaking with coldness, even a hint of sharpness. She had not anticipated that her words would wound the tender heart of a young maid. Ning Shuang's large eyes brimmed with tears almost immediately. Unlike Lin Yuan, Qiao Nian found herself momentarily softened by the sight. Unsure of how to comfort her, she merely frowned. I need to rest for a while. You may go about your business. With that, she turned to retreat into her inner chamber. Ning Shuang stood rooted to the spot, watching as Qiao Nian shut her out. Tears betrayed her resolve and began to fall. Yet, quickly, she wiped her eyes, her previously aggrieved expression transforming into one of indifference. Her mistress had endured torment in a laundry bureau for 3 years. What did it matter if she was now a bit unfeeling? With so many wounds, if she did not steel herself, she might not survive. Though misunderstood by her mistress, Ning Shuang believed that as long as she treated her sincerely, there would come a day when her mistress would recognize her true intentions. Encouraging herself inwardly, she called out to the inner room, "Miss, please rest well. I shall remain outside to attend to your needs. Just call if you require anything." At these words, Qiao Nian paused momentarily, a gentle warmth coursing through her heart. She could not quite articulate this feeling, but the turmoil stirred by Lin Yuan had lessened significantly. With a long sigh, she prepared to lie down when suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. "Something is wrong. Quick, someone come. The second miss has fallen into the water." Chapter 10. It was never like this before. Qiao Nian rushed out, without even putting on her outer garment, bewildered by the commotion. Who was calling out? Ning Shuang, equally anxious, followed closely behind, shaking her head in confusion. "I don't know, miss. I just heard the shout. You should put on something warm. It's cold outside." But Qiao Nian had no time for clothing. Lin Yuan had fallen into the water. Where could she possibly have landed if not in the lotus pond of Fanga Garden? 3 years prior, Lin Yuan had been tortured for 3 years for breaking a glass bowl. If anything were to happen to Lin Yuan now, not even Lin Yi would hesitate to kill her. When Qiao Nian arrived, Lin Yuan was still thrashing in the water. The frozen surface already shattered to reveal a large hole. A number of maidservants and young lads stood on the stone bridge, watching. Qiao Nian rushed over. "Can't any of you swim? Why aren't you saving her?" The young lads looked troubled. "We can swim, but what if we ruin the second miss's reputation? Is reputation more important than a life?" Qiao Nian shot a fierce glare at the lad who spoke, disregarding any further objection, and plunged into the icy water. The pond was not very deep, but the cold was piercing, and the muddy bottom made it difficult to stand. After much effort, she finally managed to rescue Lin Yuan, who was then tightly wrapped in thick garments by Ning Shuang as they emerged from the water. "What are you waiting for? Call for the doctor. You lot, help the 2 young ladies back to the house. Get the stove going and prepare hot water and ginger tea." At Ning Shuang's command, the onlookers scattered, each rushing to fulfill their task. Just then, Lin Yuan's maid, Xiao Chui, burst into Fanga Garden, followed closely by Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yuan pale and in distress after her fall, Xiao Chui rushed over, embracing Lin Yuan. "Miss, are you all right? How did you fall into the water?" Then, as if recalling something, she suddenly turned to Qiao Nian, accusingly declaring, "It was you. You pushed my mistress into the water." Her indignant finger pointed at Qiao Nian, reminiscent of events 3 years prior. A surge of anger ignited within Qiao Nian, but before she could react, Ning Shuang had already charged forward, delivering a sharp slap to Xiao Chui's face. The sound echoed through Fanga Garden. For a moment, Qiao Nian was taken aback, breathless. Even Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, unprepared for Ning Shuang's bold action. Yet Ning Shuang, indignant, stood with hands on her hips, berating Xiao Chui, "You insolent servant. You can't even use your mouth properly. If it weren't for my mistress risking herself to save someone, your mistress would be in dire straits. Everyone here saw my mistress save the person. So if you claim she pushed your mistress, produce your evidence. If not, I will tear your vile mouth to shreds." How fierce! Qiao Nian watched in astonishment, never expecting this petite, young maid to possess such fierceness. The surrounding onlookers, especially Lin Yuan, began to react. Lin Yuan, still supported by other maidservants, had struggled in the water for too long and coughed up some water, now speaking weakly. With her lips slightly bitten, her eyes reddened like blood, she protested, "But you mustn't hit people." As Lin Yuan's tears flowed freely, Lin Yi recalled the family matters and thought Qiao Nian's deliberate mention was to evoke his guilt. He furrowed his brows, his expression sharp. "Yuan is right. No matter what, one must not resort to violence. Besides, you can't even swim." The last remark was directed at Qiao Nian, his gaze frigid, as if he believed she was lying. How would he not know if his own sister could swim? He remembered the time they had gone boating together. When Qiao Nian accidentally dropped an earring into the lake, she had panicked and jumped in. And if he and Xiao Heng hadn't been good swimmers, she might have drowned that day. Thus, He refused to believe Ning Shuang's assertion that Qiao Nian had saved Lin Yuan. Qiao Nian felt her body tremble slightly, unsure if it was from the cold or Lin Ye's anger. So, you believe it was I who pushed Miss Lin? She countered coldly, her voice trembling, her inner fury simmering yet restrained. Lin Yi remained silent, unable to voice his hurtful thoughts upon seeing her distressed expression. Qiao Nian turned her gaze back to Lin Yuan. Their eyes met, but Lin Yuan lowered her head in silence, just as she had 3 years ago, rendering her earlier tearful apologies utterly ridiculous. Huh. Qiao Nian couldn't help but let out a laugh, the sound laced with profound sarcasm. Lin Yuan shivered, her tears flowing freely. Lin Ye, unable to bear seeing Lin Yuan in such a state, felt a surge of frustration but could not direct it at Qiao Nian. Instead, he shouted angrily at Ning Shuang, "Go and receive punishment." Ning Shuang's small face was filled with indignation, yet she did not wish to complicate matters for Qiao Nian, so she was about to comply. However, a cold hand grasped her arm, halting her. Qiao Nian maintained her calm facade, but her eyes held a glint of hatred as she regarded Lin Yi. Ning Shuang is preoccupied today. She must assist me with my bath and changing clothes. As for how Miss Lin fell into the water and who saved her, you may inquire later to uncover the truth. With that, she turned to lead Ning Shuang away, but paused after taking a few steps, slightly turning her head to speak softly. I couldn't swim before, but a year and a half ago, several palace maids conspired to throw me into the laundry pond, guarding the edge with a drying stick for half an hour before allowing me to surface. Since then, I have learned. Chapter 11. Not even the emperor can suppress you. Qiao Nian's words struck Lin Yi like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. His mind was consumed by the image of Qiao Nian struggling in the water, while a group of palace maids laughed carelessly by the laundry pool. The dull ache in his chest intensified. He clearly wanted to articulate something, yet his throat felt as if it were locked tight. It was only after Qiao Nian's silhouette disappeared behind the wooden door that he seemed to regain his composure. Miss Hua, the distressed sobs of Xiao Chui echoed in his ears, only adding to his agitation. Lin Yi shot her a glare. What are you crying for? Hurry and summon the physician. Realizing her mistake, Xiao Chui hurriedly took her leave. Lin Yi escorted Lin Yuan back to the falling plum courtyard, where the physician had accompanied Madame Lin. While the physician attended to Lin Yuan, Madame Lin pulled Lin Yi aside. What happened? How did your sister end up in the water? Was it Nian Nian? Mother. Lin Yi interrupted her sharply, his brow furrowed. It was Nian Nian who saved you honor. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Chui. Come here. Xiao Chui's left cheek was visibly swollen, a testament to the severity of Qing Shuang's attack. She lowered her head and knelt before him, inadvertently presenting her injured face to Madame Lin. Madame Lin gasped. What happened to your face? Xiao Chui remained silent, stealing a timid glance at Lin Yi. He scrutinized her for a moment before asking, Do you have a grudge against Nian Nian? Xiao Chui was startled and quickly shook her head. No. How could a servant like me hold a grudge against the young lady? Then why have you repeatedly wronged her? Lin Ye's voice turned icy. Earlier, in the falling plum courtyard, he had been blinded by rage, but the truth was clear. Nian Nian was not foolish enough to harm anyone in her own courtyard, especially under watchful eyes. Xiao Chui had merely entered the fragrant lotus courtyard moments after them. How could she so confidently accuse Nian Nian of pushing someone? Recalling 3 years prior, when Xiao Chui had spoken with the same certainty, a chill washed over Lin Yi. Xiao Chui sensed the oppressive atmosphere and realized that one misstep could lead to her dire consequences. Her mind raced, and she finally stammered. I was just too worried about the young lady, fearing she would be bullied. I was only thinking of her. Thinking of her? Lin Yi Sikolfutkoldi. Are you saying the young lady instructed you to act that way? No. Xiao Chui hastily denied it, but she dared not utter another word. She had hoped to elicit Lin Yi's sympathy, but now she feared she might drag the young lady down with her. At that moment, a weak call from within reached their ears. Xiao Chui. Xiao Kui. The frail, heart-wrenching voice stirred deep compassion within Lin Yi. His frown deepened, and the rage that had surged within him was quelled by Lin Yuan's feeble pleas. He glared at Xiao Chui, warning her in a low voice, if this happens again, you won't need Qing Shuang to intervene. I will simply cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Now go attend to your young lady. Why, yes. Xiao Chui scrambled to her feet and rushed inside. Madame Lin sighed in relief, but then looked at Lin Yi with disapproval. How could you speak to your sister like that? You know her temperament, don't you? Lin Yi cast a disappointed glance at Madame Lin. Mother, do you know that Nian Nian can swim? Madame Lin was taken aback. Can swim? Wasn't she unable to before? Indeed, she was once unable, yet a group of people pushed her into the water. They wielded long poles to keep her from surfacing. How desperate must she have felt then? Where was I? Her elder brother. During that time, Lin Yi said nothing more and turned to leave. Where are you going? Madame Lin called after him. To the palace. His terse reply carried an air of chilling finality. Madame Lin felt a shiver run down her spine, as if she had just grasped a troubling thought. She quickly summoned a nurse. Hurry, send word to concubine.. Yes. Before long, Lin Yi stormed through the laundry bureau, where a group of palace maids was dragging a small, frail maid towards the laundry pool, intent on tossing her in. The sight stabbed at Lin Ye's heart. In that moment, the small maid resembled Qiao Nian from 3 years ago. Had they bullied his sister in this very manner? One of the matrons recognized Lin Yi and immediately led the others in greeting. We greet the young Marquis. Is there something you require? Lin Yi ignored her completely, striding towards the kneeling maids. Without hesitation, he seized one and hurled her into the pool. The suddenness of the event took everyone by surprise. As the cries of the palace maids rang out, the matron leaped. Young Marquis, what are you doing? Before she could finish, she too found herself airborne. Plunging into the icy water, Lin Yi remained silent, relentlessly tossing the others into the pool. The first few maidens, desperate to escape, tried to climb out, but Lin Yi swung a drying pole, striking one with such force that she fainted with a scream. Seeing this, the rest of the maids froze in fear, standing in the pool like drenched chickens, crying softly lest their voices provoke Lin Ye's wrath. How pitiful they appeared. Yet, was his sister not deserving of pity? When she had cried in that same pool, had they shown her any mercy? Anger bubbled within Lin Yi as he glared at them, his eyes blazing with fury. The palace maids dared not utter a word, while the highest-ranking matron attempted to placate him. Young Marquis, I understand you seek revenge for Miss Lin, but even when hitting a dog, one must consider its master. We serve the Emperor, if he learns of this. Lin Yi swung his pole, nearly striking the matron's face. He smiled coldly, his eyes filled with ice. What? Do you think the Emperor can intimidate me? A gentle yet noble voice floated from behind him. Has even the Emperor lost his power over you? Chapter 12. A compromise. The individual who arrived was none other than Lady Lin's confidant, the noble concubine. Upon witnessing that someone could finally restrain Lin Yi, the palace maids in the pool began to wail in unison. Your Highness, sob, please be our advocate. The cacophony of cries from the dozens of maids was exceedingly loud. Concubine frowned and cast a glance at the senior maid beside her. The senior maid understood the implication and immediately issued a sharp command. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and change your clothes. If you fall ill and disrupt the affairs of the noble ladies, how many of your heads will suffice to pay for it? Upon hearing this, the maids ceased their crying and scrambled out of the pool, heading back to their quarters. Once the crowd dispersed, Concubine turned her gaze to the drying pole in Lin Ye's hand, her brows knitting together as she coldly remarked, What? Do you intend to strike even this palace? Only then did Lin Yi discard the drying pole, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I would not dare, Your Highness. You have already entered the palace. Is there anything you truly do not dare? Concubine was evidently irked, feeling that Lin Yi had acted with excessive impulsiveness. Though the laundry bureau was but a lowly place within the palace, it was still within palace grounds. If news of this spread and someone sought to exacerbate the situation, it would not only bring calamity upon Lin Yi, but potentially endanger the entire Marquis. Lin Yi was acutely aware that he should not have come. The harsh punishment meted out to Nian Nian years ago was partly due to the fact that the beloved glass bowl belonged to the princess, but it also served as a warning directed at the Marquis by the Emperor. Thus, for the past 3 years, neither Lin Yi nor anyone from the Marquis had dared to visit or even send a message to inquire about Nian Nian. They wanted the Emperor to understand that the Marquis would always remain loyal to him, regardless of his decrees, and would never question or defy his commands. However, today he was overwhelmed with anger. The mere thought of those palace maids submerging Nian Nian in water ignited a fierce blaze of rage within him that he could not suppress. With this in mind, Lin Yi took a deep breath and knelt on the ground, acknowledging his recklessness and submitting to Concubine's judgment. Although Concubine was angry, She had watched Lin Yi grow up, and out of consideration for Lady Lin, she was reluctant to impose harsh punishment. Yet, given the gravity of today's incident, if she did not intervene, the consequences could be dire when it reached the emperor's ears. Thus, she waved her hand. You may return for now. I shall decide how to handle this matter. Remember, you must never set foot in the laundry bureau again. With the situation as it stood, Lin Yi had no choice but to comply. However, even after reprimanding the palace maids, his anger showed no signs of dissipating. As he sat in the carriage back to the Marquis, his gaze fell upon the warming stove beside him. He had prepared it the day prior before going to fetch Nian Nian, adorned with her favorite red plum blossoms. Since Nian Nian had not entered the carriage yesterday, she had not seen the stove, which now lay cold and lonely, as if abandoned. Yet, even if she had entered, would she have accepted it? Lin Yi recalled Xiao Heng's words, who mentioned that Nian Nian had not even touched the warming stove or the pastries prepared for her. If she had not even acknowledged what Xiao Heng had prepared, she would surely be even less inclined to accept anything from him. This girl had grown even more stubborn than 3 years ago, utterly incomparable to Yuan heir. Had she called him elder brother even once, or even just uttered the words without the need for the same familiarity as Yuan heir, he would not have cast her from the carriage. As thoughts of her sprained ankle from the previous day plagued him, Lin Ye's agitation intensified, and the warming stove became an unwelcome sight. In the next moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn back, and the stove embroidered with red plums was unceremoniously tossed out. Some things, after all, are better left unseen. Lin Yi did not return home immediately. His mind was in turmoil, leading him to a tavern where he drank a couple of cups. By the time he returned to the Marquis, the sky was nearly dark. To his surprise, the entire family was waiting for him. In the grand hall of the Marquis, Lord Lin sat sternly in the upper seat, while Lady Lin stood beside him, worry etched on her face as she occasionally stole glances at her husband. Qiao Nian had also been summoned to wait alongside them. However, Lin Yuan was absent, having choked on some water. The physician advised her to rest well. When Qiao Nian arrived, Lord Lin was already present. This was the first meeting between father and daughter in 3 years. Yet Lord Lin merely cast her a fleeting glance. Uttering not a word, she, in turn, followed protocol and offered a respectful greeting, not daring to utter more than necessary or even meet his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yi finally arrived, striding in with a hint of drunkenness still evident on his face. He had always possessed a robust constitution for alcohol, but it was clear that he had indulged rather heavily today. Aware of the reason for the gathering, he knelt upon entering the hall, recognizing his impulsiveness had caused trouble. I accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Father, I have no complaints. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cup was hurled at him, striking him squarely on the forehead. Blood immediately trickled down from his brow, prompting Lady Lin to rush forward. What are you doing, my lord? Do you intend to kill Yi? Ask him what good he has done. He dares to intrude into the palace. What? Do you wish for our Marquis to descend into chaos? Lord Lin's fury was palpable, his chest heaving with rage. When he heard of the incident at the emperor's court today, he had not dared to breathe a word, fearing the emperor's wrath might result in the imprisonment of the entire Marquis. Lin Yi pressed a hand to his bleeding forehead, his expression defiant. He acknowledged his wrongdoing, but he had acted out of an inability to restrain himself. After all, he had merely taught a lesson to a few palace maids without causing any fatalities. If the emperor were to hold him accountable, he would simply offer his life in recompense. Palace maids from the laundry bureau, Qiao Nian, standing nearby, felt her heart skip a beat, finally comprehending why Lord Lin had summoned her to await Lin Ye's return. She furrowed her brow slightly. Fool, if your life could resolve this matter, then perhaps we could overlook it, but your grandmother is of advanced age. Are you truly unafraid of bringing disaster upon our family? Lord Lin's voice thundered. How could it be that serious? Lady Lin hurriedly defended Lin Yi. The noble concubine has already devised a compromise. The emperor is not unreasonable. This matter shall not escalate. As she spoke, Lady Lin's gaze shifted to Qiao Nian. It was as if they shared a silent understanding. At that moment, Qiao Nian, who had been keeping her eyes cast down, suddenly met Lady Lin's gaze. Yet Lady Lin seemed to shy away, hastily averting her eyes. Nevertheless, Qiao Nian caught a glimpse of the deep remorse reflected in those eyes. Qiao Nian was not fond of such a gaze. Her intuition told her that the compromise devised by the noble concubine was somehow tied to her. Chapter 13. I thank the young lord. Even Lord Lin could not help but glance at Qiao Nian. Those words were directed at Lin Yi. Fortunately, the noble consort that intervened today. Otherwise, not only would you have faced consequences, but even I might not have been able to return from the palace. Qiao Nian stared at the ground before her, a hint of derision stirring within her heart. This statement was likely intended for her ears. Just as she pondered this, a voice from outside echoed, "Father." The delicate tone carried a note of weakness and urgency, as if it were on the brink of faltering. Qiao Nian's brows furrowed slightly as she observed Lin Yuan approaching, supported by her maid, Xiao Cui. Upon seeing the blood on Lin Ye's face, tears welled up in Lin Yuan's eyes and cascaded down her cheeks. She knelt beside Lin Yi, pleading, "Father, please do not be angry." Cough, cough. Before she could finish her sentence, a fit of violent coughing overtook her. Lord Lin, filled with concern, could scarcely remain seated and sharply commanded Xiao Cui, "Quickly help the young lady to her feet." Even Lady Lin, who had been protecting Lin Yi, rushed forward to assist Lin Yuan. "You are still unwell. What are you doing out here?" I heard that father intended to punish my brother." Lin Yuan sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "I know my brother must have caused trouble for you to be this angry, but he is not a reckless person. He must have his reasons. I implore you, for your honor's sake, to spare him this time." Her heartfelt words softened both Lord Lin and Lin Yi. Deeply moved, Lin Yi instinctively turned to glance at Qiao Nian. However, he found her expression as cold and unyielding as ever, leaving him feeling as if his heart were being sliced apart. Even in her illness, Yuan rushed out to plead for him. Yet she would not even spare him a glance. The anger within Lord Lin dissipated significantly due to Lin Yuan's intervention. Although he still wore a frown, he stated, "Very well. Learn from today's events." With that, he swept away in a flourish of his sleeve. Once Lord Lin departed, Lady Lin called for the servants to help Lin Yi to his feet. Quickly, summoned the physician to tend to the young master. The servants hurried away, while Lin Yuan began to cough again, prompting Lady Lin to rush to her side in concern. Standing apart like an outsider, Qiao Nian observed the scene, feeling increasingly detached. She turned to leave, but before she could step out of the hall, Lin Ye's voice rang out. "Do you have nothing to say?" Qiao Nian halted and turned to face him. "What does the young lord wish to hear from me?" Lin Yi felt a pang in his heart as he replied, "I do not wish to hear anything in particular, but everything I did today was for you. Do you have nothing to say?" He even lowered his hand from his wound, allowing the blood to flow and sting Qiao Nian's eyes. He hoped that, while she might not care for him as Yuan did, a glimmer of compassion, however small, would affirm that his actions today were not in vain. Yet, Qiao Nian's eyes were devoid of warmth. Her gaze swept over the others in the hall, each face displaying a shared expectation that she would speak. They all yearned to hear her say something, anything. However, she retracted her gaze and fixed it on Lin Yi, a faint smirk playing at her lips. It seems the young lord is truly intoxicated, unable to discern whether today's actions were for me or merely to soothe your own guilt. Lin Ye's voice rose sharply, filled with disappointment. How could she act this way? How could she be so indifferent? Even Lin Yuan could not help but interject, "Sister, my brother has never been so impulsive. Everything he did today was for you. If the young lord truly acted for me, then the first to be punished should not have been the palace maids from the laundry department," Qiao Nian retorted coolly. Although she did not look at Xiao Cui, everyone present understood that she was referring to her. One of the main perpetrators of her humiliation over the past 3 years had been Xiao Cui, the very individual whom Lin Yi had chosen to confront instead. How absurd! Lin Ye's chest heaved with fury, his throat constricted as if gripped by a powerful hand, leaving him unable to express his rage. Just then, Steward Lu rushed into the hall, clutching a large bundle. "Madam, the noble consort has sent a package of clothing from the palace." As Lu spoke, he did not approach Lady Lin, but instead stood beside Qiao Nian, saying, "Miss Qiao's laundry skills are exceptional. These valuable garments are not to be entrusted to anyone else." His words were so ludicrous that even Lu felt a twinge of guilt, casting furtive glances at Qiao Nian's expression. She understood that this was likely Lady Lin's way of mediating the situation. How could a young lady from a prominent family be reduced to washing clothes for a noble? This was an insult and a slap in the face to the Ho residents. She gestured for Ning Shuang to take the bundle, only to hear Lu add, The noble consort said these garments must be delivered to the palace by dawn. The consort is awaiting them. If they were to be delivered by dawn, they needed to be washed tonight. Qiao Nian took a deep breath and nodded slightly before turning to Lin Yi. If I must say anything, then I thank the young lord. Thank him for venturing into the palace to procure this humiliation on her behalf. With that, Qiao Nian turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance, with Ning Shuang following closely behind, too afraid to utter a word. Upon returning to Fenghe courtyard, Qiao Nian instructed Ning Shuang to prepare water. The maid, still clutching the bundle, said, "Miss, you caught a chill today. You should rest early. I will wash the clothes. Though you drank ginger soup and took a hot bath, you still caught a chill. The second miss is gravely ill. How could you be completely unscathed? These garments cannot be washed by you. You need to rest." However, Qiao Nian pulled the bundle from Ning Shuang's grasp. "The noble consort is uneasy about the cleanliness of these garments unless I wash them myself. Given today as circumstances, if I do not do it myself, there may be further issues tomorrow. Go bring cold water. These valuable garments cannot withstand hot water. If they are ruined, it will be troublesome." Ning Shuang stood still, watching Qiao Nian with tears welling in her eyes. Qiao Nian glanced at her in confusion. "What is it, Mississippi?" Ning Shuang's voice broke as tears streamed down her face. "They are bullying you too much. How can they focus solely on tormenting you?" Woo-woo. The girl could not contain her sobs. Qiao Nian sighed in exasperation, but felt uncertain about how to comfort her or what to say in response. She too wished to understand why they targeted her alone. Was it because she was not a true daughter? Fortunately, there were not many garments, and Qiao Nian managed to finish washing them before nightfall. The next morning, she handed them to Steward Liu, instructing him to send them to the palace. However, Liu informed her that the noble consort wished for her to deliver them personally. She stood frozen, clutching the bundle. Would she be required to enter the palace once more? Chapter 14. What do you desire? Qiao Nian felt a deep sense of reluctance as she stood in the courtyard of the de Guifei's palace, her heart filled with unease. Although she had served in the laundry bureau for 3 years, she had never set foot in this place before. Yet it exuded a suffocating atmosphere that reminded her of the bureau. She feared that, like 3 years ago, she would arrive and find herself unable to return. After an indeterminate amount of time, her toes had grown numb from the cold when someone finally came to summon her to meet the Guifei. As she pushed open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped her, causing her nose to tingle with a hint of tears. She took a deep breath, and before even stepping inside, she heard the Guifei's voice say, "I see the garments. They have indeed been washed well." At last, she caught sight of the Guifei and hurriedly knelt to pay her respects. "This servant greets your highness." Having become accustomed to servitude in the laundry bureau, even now that she had been welcomed back to the Marquis' residence, she instinctively referred to herself as this servant upon encountering the nobility. The de Guifei paused for a moment, then seemed to recall something, and gently chuckled. "You truly are just as your mother described." Qiao Nian surmised that the mother the Guifei referred to as Lady Lin. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on her knees. Yet she sensed that the Guifei had dismissed the other attendants from the room. The door closed behind her, and the warmth of the room enveloped her. Yet it only heightened her unease. Then, a pair of delicate, ivory hands appeared before her. "Come." The Guifei's voice was tender, almost surreal. Though Qiao Nian felt uncertain, she extended her hand. The Guifei helped her to her feet, her gaze falling upon Qiao Nian's frostbitten hands, and she could not help but let out a soft sigh. "Did you feel wronged when I asked you to wash the garments yesterday?" The concern in her words was palpable, causing Qiao Nian to furrow her brow and shake her head. This slight grievance was trivial compared to the 3 years she had endured. The Guifei led Qiao Nian to sit beside her and continued, "Do not blame me. Those palace maids acted under someone else's orders to torment you, and I'm sure you are aware of that. Your brother is too impulsive. If I do not intervene, the Empress will not spare the Marquis' residence." Qiao Nian understood all too well. The status of the Marquis' residence had changed drastically. Life or death hinged solely on the whims of the nobility. Otherwise, 3 years ago, the respectable young lady of the Marquis' residence would not have been punished to serve as a maid in the laundry bureau for merely breaking a glass bowl. All of this was merely the emperor's way of reprimanding the Marquis' family, and she, a mere aunt, could hardly resist. "I know you feel wronged." The Guifei spoke softly as if attempting to melt the frost from Qiao Nian's heart with her gentle affection. Yet, Qiao Nian remained silent, her eyes downcast, exuding a quiet yet resolute demeanor, impervious to the Guifei's attempts. If she had indeed shattered the glass bowl 3 years ago, then serving as a maid for a lifetime would be her just punishment. But that was not the case. So what use was it for the Guifei to acknowledge her grievances? Finally, the Guifei sighed again. Then consider yesterday's task as a favor owed to you. Should you desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. It was only at that moment that Qiao Nian felt a flicker of emotion. She knew that the Guifei had no obligation to speak such words to her. Perhaps, having watched her grow up, the Guifei retained a trace of compassion in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Nian spoke. There is a maid in the laundry bureau named Lin Yuan. Might your highness arrange for her to serve you? Just a maid for cleaning would suffice. The Guifei was taken aback that the favor she had extended to Qiao Nian was requested for someone else, a mere maid. She frowned. You have a good relationship with this maid? Qiao Nian shook her head. No one in the laundry bureau dared to associate with me. Lin Yuan is simply gentle-hearted. During my 3 years there, she never bullied me, but after I leave, others may take advantage of her. The suffering she endured was hers alone to bear. Observing Qiao Nian's quiet yet tenacious demeanor, the Guifei felt a pang of empathy and nodded. Very well, I shall have Lin Yuan brought here shortly. Thank you, your highness, Qiao Nian said as she rose and bowed respectfully. The Guifei suddenly felt a twinge of heartache and stood as well, gently asking, and what about you? Do you not wish for anything for yourself? After enduring 3 years of unwarranted suffering, did she not want to claim something for herself as recompense? Qiao Nian expressed her gratitude for the Guifei's compassion, a faint smile gracing her lips, representing one of her few smiles over the past 3 years. In the future, I only wish to care for my grandmother. I desire nothing else. Her words left the Guifei momentarily speechless, blocking all her intended responses. As she watched Qiao Nian depart, the Guifei felt a tightening in her chest. One of the senior palace maids draped a cloak over her shoulders and remarked, Miss Lin seems much more composed and steady than in previous years. Indeed, the Guifei finally sighed, a dull ache settling in her heart. What kind of earthly trials must one endure to transform a once vibrant and spirited individual into such a subdued figure? Upon leaving the Guifei's palace, Qiao Nian followed the guiding maid towards the palace exit. She walked briskly, almost urging the maid to move faster. It was no wonder, as she was deeply afraid of this place surrounded by towering walls. She feared that if she lagged, she would again be subjected to various reasons for remaining for another 3 years. Yet, the more anxious she became, the more chaotic her steps grew. Suddenly, Qiao Nian stumbled, nearly falling to the side. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a familiar yet foreign scent invaded her nostrils. This servant greets General Xiao. The leading maid knelt in greeting, and it was only then that Qiao Nian realized, hastily retreating from Xiao Heng's embrace, and bowed, I greet General Xiao. Xiao Heng's expression was cold, and the sudden emptiness of his arms seemed to disconcert him. He clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Qiao Nian's ankle, then spoke, Miss Xiao, is your injury still not healed? Today marks the 3rd day, and the remedies from Yaowang Valley are typically quite effective. Recalling this, Xiao Heng frowned, realizing that she must not have used the medicinal liquor he sent, or the ointment he had provided. His gaze inadvertently drifted to her arm, long sleeves concealing her hands, let alone any signs of injury. Qiao Nian did not expect to encounter Xiao Heng here, nor did she anticipate his inquiry. He had never shown concern for her before. Thus, she chose not to respond. In truth, she felt that given their current circumstances, they should exchange no words at all. Yet, Xiao Heng seemed oblivious to Qiao Nian's thoughts. He cast a cold glance at the kneeling maid and said, You may carry on. I will escort Miss Qiao home. Chapter 15. The habit formed a sudden jolt coursed through Qiao Nian's heart, and even the palace maid looked up in surprise. Casting a quick glance at Qiao Nian and Xiao Heng before replying, Yes. Shortly thereafter, the maid departed on her own accord. Xiao Heng, with an air of nonchalance, gestured toward Qiao Nian, Miss Qiao, please. Reluctantly, Qiao Nian had no choice but to follow Xiao Heng towards the palace gates. However, the path out of the palace today seemed particularly protracted, and Qiao Nian found herself glancing ahead repeatedly, yet the imposing gates eluded her sight. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft rustle of their shoes against the ground. This tranquility was a rarity in the past. In Xiao Heng's memory, Qiao Nian was an exceedingly talkative girl, her chatter incessant. Thus, the current stillness rendered him quite uncomfortable. Finally, he broke the silence. I have heard about your brother's situation. The emperor does seem somewhat displeased, but it is not a grave issue. You need not worry. Qiao Nian had not anticipated Xiao Heng would utter such words to her. Was this meant to be a form of consolation? Yet, she had never harbored any concerns. She focused her gaze on her toes as they walked, opting not to respond. After a moment of waiting, Xiao Heng noted her silence and continued, the concubine's actions are also for the benefit of the. If you feel aggrieved, think of the old lady. Qiao Nian mused that she understood this logic well enough. There was no need for Xiao Heng to specifically convey this to her, as she had not felt particularly wrong the previous day. Compared to the grievances of the past 3 years, this matter was trivial. As she contemplated, Xiao Heng's voice reached her from behind. Nian Nian. A flutter of surprise struck Qiao Nian. She had not expected that even after 3 years. Hearing Xiao Heng call her by her childhood name would still make her heart race. Yet, she quickly suppressed that flutter. She was aware that Xiao Heng was to become her nominal brother-in-law, and regardless of the circumstances, she ought not to harbor such feelings. Turning to face the now stationary Xiao Heng, she maintained an impassive expression. However, Xiao Heng's brow was furrowed tightly, as if grappling with an unsolvable knot. When did you develop this habit of silence? It was evident that Xiao Heng disapproved of this newfound reticence. In the past, Qiao Nian would respond to every remark. Yet today, aside from the obligatory greetings, she had offered no sound at all. Taken aback by his question, Qiao Nian belatedly realized her silence. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, tracing the habit back to her time at the laundry bureau. With no friends there, her speech naturally diminished. Moreover, after being bullied by the palace maids, who would then twist the tale to the matron, her explanations fell on deaf ears, leading her to speak even less. Yet, what difference did it make if she spoke more? In the presence of the empress and the princess, her insistence that she had not broken anything had yielded no change. With no one listening, she had opted for silence. In recent days, she had conversed somewhat with the Lin siblings, but it often felt like speaking to a wall. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she shook her head slightly. Xiao Heng's expression tightened further as he observed her small frame standing there, dwarfed by the towering palace walls. As if she might be crushed at any moment, he felt a twinge of regret. His inquiry had been unnecessary. However, he truly struggled to adjust to her newfound quietness. Taking a deep breath, he shifted the topic. Tonight, at Zue Xianglu, there will be a fireworks banquet in our usual spot. Remember to bring your brother along. The mention of the Zue Xianglu's fireworks banquet caught Qiao Nian off guard. It dawned on her that she had been brought back to the on the 28th, and today was the 30th. Each year, Zue Xianglu hosted a fireworks banquet on New Year's Eve, commencing at the third watch and continuing until midnight. Those dazzling fireworks drew the young lords of the capital, who would reserve private rooms well in advance. Lin Yi and Xiao Heng were no exceptions. Every year, they would book the grandest and most spacious room, gathering from the hour of the dog to enjoy wine and revelry until the spectacle concluded. In the past, Qiao Nian had trailed behind Lin Yi and Xiao Heng, naturally included in their festivities. Yet, Xiao Heng watched as a spark ignited in Qiao Nian's eyes, only to see it dim just as quickly. He was unaware of her inner thoughts, but sensed that if she still held interest in the fireworks banquet, there remained a glimmer of hope for their relationship to mend. Consequently, his tone softened, and he offered a slight smile. Your favorite plum wine has already been ordered. He deliberately mentioned something she once cherished, hoping to elicit a response from her. Yet, Qiao Nian merely lowered her gaze and replied coolly, Thank you, General. Though still polite and distant, it could be considered an acknowledgement, could it not? The tension in Xiao Heng's eyes eased slightly, and he continued walking towards the palace gates. With Qiao Nian trailing behind, her gaze still cast downwards. In truth, Xiao Heng was not one for excessive chatter, and thus, a silence fell between them until they reached the palace gates. Upon spotting the carriage, Qiao Nian felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, she had been quite anxious when Xiao Heng mentioned escorting her home. She inclined her body in a respectful bow towards Xiao Heng and proceeded towards the carriage. Yet, before she could board, Xiao Heng's voice called out again, "Take this back." He held out a box of pastries, resembling the one from the carriage days prior. Qiao Nian, taken aback, accepted it nonetheless. Once settled in the carriage, she gazed at the pastries in her hands, and the pain she had been forcefully suppressing began to spread through her, little by little. Upon returning to the Qiao Nian instructed the servants to take the box of pastries to the Lume courtyard, while she made her way to the old lady's quarters. The old lady appeared in good spirits, and, upon seeing Qiao Nian, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Just returned from the palace? Qiao Nian sat beside the old lady, gently massaging her legs, and softly replied, "Yes." Seemingly recalling something, she added, "The concubine did not make things difficult for me." At this, the old lady could not help but gently ruffle Qiao Nian's hair. "As long as you're not troubled, that's good. I also heard you fell into the water. Are you all right?" Qiao Nian shook her head repeatedly. "I am fine, grandmother. Ning Shuang gave me ginger soup and had me soak in hot water to ward off the chill." Perhaps due to her long-standing familiarity with cold water, she had not fallen ill. However, she dared not mention that last part to the old lady, fearing it would only cause her distress. But then the old lady inquired, "Will you be attending the fireworks banquet tonight?" Chapter 16. The Lin family owes you nothing. Qiao Nian was taken aback by the old lady's sudden inquiry. Upon noticing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, Qiao Nian realized that the old lady was attempting to bring her and Xiao Heng together, even though she had clearly expressed her lack of feelings for Xiao Heng the previous day. The old lady perceived their childhood bond and Xiao Heng's esteemed status as the perfect match for Qiao Nian. However, their past relationship had always been one-sided, and now that he shared a deep connection with Lin Yuan, Qiao Nian felt neither the position nor the inclination to intervene. She shook her head gently. "Grandmother, General Xiao has entrusted me with pastries to deliver to Lin Yuan today. They're the real couple. Please don't dwell on this anymore." The old lady, not one to be obstinate, sighed, "Alas, I merely feel it is a pity that you and that young man from the Xiao family were once so close, only to part ways now." Qiao Nian smiled, resting her head on the old lady's shoulder. Her sole desire was to remain by her grandmother's side. She understood that their journey from childhood friends to the present would indeed seem unfortunate to the elder generation, but the past was behind them. She saw no reason to entangle herself in the mire for the sake of Xiao Heng. All she wished was to accompany her grandmother and lead a fulfilling life. As dusk deepened, Qiao Nian accompanied the old lady to the main hall. The servants had prepared an extravagant feast, and Lord Lin and Lady Lin had arrived early. Upon seeing the old lady, they both approached, embracing her as they settled at the head of the round table, with each taking a seat on either side of her. "Please, take your seats," the old lady urged, her joy evident. In past years, family reunions have been marred by Qiao Nian's absence, leaving her less than joyful. This year, however, anyone could see the old lady was elated. Lord Lin and Lady Lin shared her delight, turning to Qiao Nian. "Nian Nian, do sit down." Qiao Nian nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Previously, she would have sat beside Lady Lin, but now that spot was occupied by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, with a bandage still wrapped around his forehead from the previous day's incident, did not greet Qiao Nian, but instead seated himself beside Lord Lin. The large round table now had only one vacant spot left for Qiao Nian, with Lin Yi on her left and Lin Yuan on her right. If she could, she would have turned to leave. However, not wishing to dampen the old lady's spirits, she reluctantly took her seat. During the meal, Lord Lin and the old lady exchanged amusing anecdotes from recent days, while Lin Yuan occasionally coughed, prompting concern from those around. Lin Yi, however, remained silent, mirroring Qiao Nian's demeanor. It seemed Lord Lin noticed the unusual tension between the two, furrowing his brow slightly before gently nudging Lin Yi. "Serve your sister some food." This was clearly an attempt to ease the situation, and Lin Yi understood, recognizing that the fault lay with him from the previous day. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in Qiao Nian's bowl. "I remember you love fish," he added at the end, trying to appease her. Lord Lin and Lady Lin exchanged pleased glances. Even the old lady revealed a hint of satisfaction. Yet, as Qiao Nian stared at the piece of fish, a sense of gloom washed over her. With everyone so cheerful, she refrained from causing any trouble, murmuring her thanks before focusing on her other food. Initially, Lin Yi thought Qiao Nian was simply accepting the peace offering, but soon he realized that the fish remained untouched, even the rice beside it. His mood darkened, but out of respect for the old lady, he held back his frustration. Eventually, the old lady announced her fatigue and requested the servants to assist her back to her quarters. Qiao Nian instinctively rose to accompany her, but the old lady gently pushed her away. "Continue eating, dear. I am old and cannot consume much. You should eat more for me." Reluctantly, Qiao Nian remained at the table. The old lady had intended for her to spend more time with Lord and Lady Lin, believing that the daughter she had nurtured since childhood must harbor some feelings for them. Spending more time together could only strengthen those bonds. However, not long after the old lady left, Lin Yi snatched Qiao Nian's bowl away. Lady Lin frowned immediately. "What mischief are you up to now?" She glanced at Lord Lin, anxious about his reaction. Yet, Lord Lin remained silent, instead turning his gaze to Qiao Nian. "Your mother left you in the Marquis' residence for 15 years. During that time, we provided you with the best of everything. Your mother and I cherished you as our most precious jewel, and your brother has always looked out for you, fulfilling your every wish." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. Lady Lin cast a worried glance at Qiao Nian, then jabbed Lord Lin's back. "Why say such things?" Lin Yuan noticeably quieted, fearing Lord Lin's displeasure. Yet, Lord Lin ignored Lady Lin's interjection and continued. "3 years ago, our family indeed wronged you. However, what transpired that day was not your fault or Lin Yuan's. I know your past 3 years have been filled with hardship and grievances, but consider a balance for those 15 years. Is that not acceptable?" Lin Yi had echoed similar sentiments before, revealing that their family had long since accepted that her tribulations during those 3 years were merely a recompense for the previous 15. Qiao Nian's heart ached, and she lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Seeing her in such a state of quietude ignited Lord Lin's anger. He stood, fixing his disappointed gaze upon Qiao Nian. "Since your return, your grandmother has been concerned for you, and your mother has shed tears over your plight. Lin Yuan personally visited your quarters to apologize, and although your brother acted impulsively, it was solely to avenge you. Our family has gone to great lengths to accommodate you, yet ultimately, the Marquis' household owes the Qiao family nothing. Why do you insist on maintaining such a lofty demeanor? If you truly wish to leave the Marquis' residence, you are free to do so. I shall not hinder you." "Father," Lady Lin exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency as she glanced at Qiao Nian before lowering her tone. "How much have you had to drink to speak such nonsense?" "Father is not speaking nonsense," Lin Yi interjected, placing Qiao Nian's bowl in the center of the table, allowing all to see the untouched fish resting within. In that moment, a hint of disappointment crept into Lady Lin's gaze as she looked at Qiao Nian. "Why must you be so stubborn? It's just a piece of fish. What harm could it do?" Lin Yi regarded Qiao Nian coldly. "Father is right. If you do not wish to remain in the Marquis' residence, simply leave. No one will stop you. You need not flaunt your disdain before us. Ultimately, the source of all this turmoil is your mother. The Lin family owes you nothing." Chapter 17. Is it acceptable to marry both? Their words had reached such a point that, if it were possible, Qiao Nian wished to turn on her heel and leave. However, she found herself without a penny to her name and lacking a single friend in this place. If she were to depart now, she would be a loss as to where to go. Moreover, her grandmother was still present. How could she bear to cause her elderly relative any worry? Thus, regardless of how harshly Lord Lin and Lin Yi spoke, at this moment, she could only endure and listen. Her gaze fell upon the bowl of rice placed at the center of the table, and Qiao Nian understood the crux of this performance. Tears shimmered in her eyes, yet she resolutely suppressed them. She then picked up her chopsticks and lifted a piece of fish to her mouth. Lin Yi's derisive laughter echoed beside her, mocking her. "So now you're willing to eat?" It seems the title of the young lady of the Marquis' residence is quite alluring. Qiao Nian cast a faint glance at Lin Yi, disregarding his taunts. She slightly inclined her body in respect to Lord Lin before speaking. "My lord, I beg you to refrain from anger. It is not that I intentionally avoided the fish that the young lord offered. Rather, I have suffered bodily ailments over the past 2 years. Consuming fishy dishes causes me to break out in rashes that itch unbearably. Hence, I have not only abstained from this fish, but also from the shrimp and crab before me." Upon hearing Qiao Nian's words, Lord Lin and the others were taken aback and turned to examine the plate before her. Indeed, there was not a single shell of shrimp or crab in sight. Lin Yuan's heart raced as a thought struck him. If you claim that your stomach is upset, I might believe you. However, you were once fond of fish, and I have never seen you break out in rashes. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Qiao Nian lifting her arm. As she rolled up her sleeve, the marks of whips and patches of red rashes were revealed. How could this be? Quickly, summon the physician, Lady Lin exclaimed, moving to approach her. But just then, Lin Yuan began to cough violently, as if she had choked. Lady Lin, disregarding Qiao Nian, rushed to attend to Lin Yuan. Lin Yi, witnessing Qiao Nian's arm, felt a sudden panic. He had not meant to hurt her. He thought she was merely refusing to acknowledge their father, deliberately showing them a cold shoulder, which had led to his hurtful remarks. He could not comprehend how his sister, who once relished fish, had morphed into someone who would break out in rashes upon contact with it. Just moments ago, she had consumed a small piece of fish, and now, rashes were appearing on her face. Lord Lin, too, felt a surge of alarm. He had heard Lady Lin speak of Qiao Nian's injuries, but witnessing them firsthand was entirely different. The sight of those rashes left him feeling unsettled, and for a moment, he could not even muster the courage to look at Qiao Nian. As Lin Yuan continued to cough, he barked, "What are you serving? Hurry and assist your young lady back to rest." With that, he followed the servants to see Lin Yuan off. Lady Lin left as well. The hurriedly arrived physician, seeing the commotion, assumed he had been summoned for Lin Yuan and departed. In the vast hall, only Qiao Nian and Lin Yi remained, staring at each other in silence. "You," Lin Yi began, but found himself at a loss for words. Qiao Nian feared he might unexpectedly express concern, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Thus, she said, "It is getting late. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned it apart. Lin Yi stood rooted in place, lost in thought for quite some time. A profound sense of bitterness enveloped him, and suddenly, an idea sprang to his mind. Why does it always end up like this? Since Qiao Nian's return, in just 3 short days, he had encountered numerous misunderstandings in her presence. Each time, he misjudged her, only for her to clarify, ultimately making it seem as though he had wronged her. Yet, she could have disclosed her condition much earlier. For instance, had she mentioned her inability to eat fish while he was serving it to her, he would not have uttered those hurtful words. Lin Yi's chest heaved with intensity, wishing he could sweep the entire table of delicacies aside in frustration. Yet, in the end, he merely flicked his sleeve and departed. Meanwhile, upon returning to Fanghe courtyard, Qiao Nian hastily instructed Ning Shuang to fetch cold water. Ning Shuang, bewildered, complied without understanding, but when Qiao Nian received the basin of cold water, she poured it directly over herself. The sound of splashing echoed as she soaked herself from head to toe. Ning Shuang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Miss, what are you doing?" She hurriedly fetched a towel, wiping Qiao Nian. "You just fell into the water yesterday. Why are you mistreating yourself like this today?" Qiao Nian grasped Ning Shuang's hand, smiling as she shook her head. Only this way will the rashes subside. This was a method Qiao Nian had stumbled upon. Once, when she had broken out in rashes, a few palace maids had inadvertently pushed her into a laundry basin. When she emerged, she discovered that the rashes had vanished. Since then, whenever the itching became unbearable, she would pour cold water over herself. Ning Shuang's eyes glistened with tears as she witnessed the redness on Qiao Nian's face gradually receding, which brought her some relief. She fetched clean garments and, once Qiao Nian felt ready, assisted her in changing. Additionally, she brewed ginger soup for her to drink. Sitting by the window, wrapped in a heavy cloak, Qiao Nian cradled the ginger soup that Ning Shuang had made, contemplating the earlier conversation between Lord Lin and Lin Yi. A chill coursed through her heart. Although she had long prepared herself for a life of dependence and was well aware that their affections for her had waned, hearing her once beloved family utter such words still caused her heart to ache unbearably. Yet what could she do? Everything she had to eat and use came from the Marquis' residence. If she left, what could she possibly do? What could she do to ease her grandmother's worries? Ensuring her health was not compromised due to her plight. Simultaneously, at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, Xiao Hong arrived for his appointment, only to find Lin Yi had been drinking heavily in the private room. Upon entering, Xiao Hong was greeted by a strong smell of alcohol and spotted Lin Yi reclining in a nearby rocking chair, drinking from a flask. He frowned but shifted his gaze to the other side of the room. As if sensing his movement, Lin Yi coldly chuckled, "Don't bother looking, it's just me." Hearing this, Xiao Hong furrowed his brow even tighter, recalling that he had arranged to meet Qiao Nian earlier in the day, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. How dare she break their appointment? What are you looking for? Lin Yi spoke again, his face flushed with intoxication, his eyes glinting with ambiguous mockery. Is it Yuan or Qiao Nian? Qiao Nian? The way he referred to her piqued Xiao Heng's curiosity, prompting him to ask, Did you have a quarrel with your sister again? Huh? Lin Yi sneered, taking a deep swig from his flask before wiping his mouth. How could I dare to argue with her? She's quite capable. Recognizing that Lin Yi was merely rambling in his drunken state, Xiao Heng chose not to engage further. He walked to the table and poured himself a drink. In the next moment, however, Lin Yi stood up from the rocking chair, approached him from behind, and drunkenly wrapped his arm around his neck, slurring, Xiao Heng, how about you marry both? Chapter 18. A disdain for fireworks. This sudden proposal stirred something within Xiao Heng. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Yi's fist came crashing toward him. Fortunately, Xiao Heng reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow. Lin Yi missed, tumbling onto the table, sending exquisite dishes scattering across the floor. In a fit of rage, he seized a handful of food and hurled it at Xiao Heng. Startled, Xiao Heng recoiled just in time, a hint of displeasure etched on his brow. What madness is this? He intentionally refrained from using the term drunken folly, for the Lin Yi of yesteryears would never have behaved in such a manner, even under the influence. Today, Lin Yi clearly harbored something deeper within. Lin Yi rose, his luxurious attire now marred with stains, yet he remained oblivious to his disarray. He pointed a finger at Xiao Heng, declaring, I warn you, should you dare to wrong Yuan, do not blame me for turning against you. Xiao Heng's eyes were cold as he brushed off his chest, scoffing softly. It seems, Lin brother, you have uttered similar words in the past, though back then, it was not Yuan you spoke of, but rather Nian Nian. Lin Yi felt a pang in his heart, but quickly regained his composure. Yet now, it is Yuan you are betrothed to, Xiao Heng. One must not be excessively greedy. Those are your words, Lin brother. I have never claimed otherwise, Xiao Heng replied indifferently, taking a seat nearby. Lin Yi scoffed, after all these years of brotherhood. Even if you do not speak your mind, I can discern your intentions. The pastries that Nian Nian neglected to take that day, you went out of your way to deliver to her. But you ought to know, upon her return to the manor, she sent those pastries straight to Yuan's courtyard. Xiao Heng, Nian Nian no longer harbors feelings for you. Do not foolishly cling to her. Cling to her? Xiao Heng mused, recalling that it was she who had persistently pursued him in the past. Now, it seems she wishes to sever ties? He remained silent, merely lifting a cup of wine to his lips, sipping lightly. Lin Yi settled beside him, pouring himself a drink, his thoughts lingering on the scars and rashes on Xiao Nian's arms. Laughter and merriment echoed from the adjacent rooms, yet the largest chamber was hauntingly silent. After an indeterminate time, a sudden explosion echoed outside, and soon the entire Xiang Lu erupted in celebration. The crowd cheered, their gazes drawn to the sky, where brilliant fireworks burst forth in a dazzling display. Both Xiao Heng and Lin Yi looked up, and in a fleeting moment, they seemed to catch a glimpse of a charming figure leaning by the window, beckoning to them with a radiant smile, her vivacious spirit rivaling the splendor of the fireworks. This year's fireworks gala at Xiang Lu seemed particularly grand, each explosion reverberating throughout half the capital. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian sat by her bedside, soaking her feet, cradling a hand warmer that Ning Shuang had forcibly placed in her arms. The sounds of the maid's astonished gasps and the detonations of fireworks rang in the air. Yet her gaze remained fixed on her toes. Ning Shuang entered with ginger soup, her face alight with joy. Miss, the fireworks outside are truly magnificent. Please drink this ginger soup, and let us go watch together. Qiao Nian accepted the soup and downed it in one gulp, shaking her head. No, I do not wish to see the fireworks. Do not wish? Ning Shuang was taken aback. Yet, she distinctly remembered that in years past, the highlight of Mrs. celebrations was watching the fireworks with the young Marquis. Considering the recent events that had befallen her mistress, Ning Shuang could not help but inquire, Miss, is it because you were hurt by the young Marquis? It has nothing to do with the young Marquis, Qiao Nian interrupted, raising her gaze to Ning Shuang, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I simply do not like them anymore. Of course, there was a time when she adored them. Such beautiful sights. Who could resist? However, on the very first New Year's Eve she spent in the Huan Yi Bureau, drenched and locked outside by the palace maids. The fireworks illuminating the night sky were anything but pleasing. They starkly highlighted her own humiliation and disgrace. 15 years of turmoil and shame. From that moment on, Qiao Nian no longer found joy in fireworks. Ning Shuang fell silent, standing quietly beside Qiao Nian. Outside, the fireworks continued to dazzle, and the maids' exuberant cheers rang out. Yet, this new year felt achingly solitary. The following day, on the first day of the new year, Qiao Nian rose early to pay her respects to the matriarch. As she approached the old lady's courtyard, she noticed several maids rushing out, their expressions fraught with urgency. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart, causing her steps to falter. Hastily arriving at the old lady's door, she found Mama Su standing outside. Upon seeing Qiao Nian, Mama Su quickly bowed, saying without waiting for Qiao Nian to speak, "The old lady has fallen ill. She cannot meet with you today." In an instant, tears welled in Qiao Nian's eyes as she trembled, asking, "How is she?" "They have already sent for the manor physician," Mama Su replied honestly. "As for the situation, we must wait for the physician to arrive." Before long, the manor physician hurried over, followed closely by Lord Lin, Lady Lin, and even the ailing Lin Yuan. It was not until half an hour later that the physician emerged from the old lady's chamber. "How is she?" Lord Lin approached eagerly, his face etched with concern. The physician bowed to Lord Lin before responding, "My lord, I had informed you of the old lady's condition some time ago." Though his words were vague, Lord Lin's face paled instantly. Lady Lin ordered the physician to leave, and only then did Qiao Nian dare to ask, "Is grandmother's condition very grave?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Lord Lin fell silent, sitting despondently to the side, while Lady Lin sighed before saying, "The physician mentioned that your grandmother's health is deteriorating with age. It may be." She did not finish her thought, but Qiao Nian could easily guess the rest. Beside her, Lord Lin spoke in a hushed tone. "The Empress Dowager granted you permission to return, considering your grandmother's condition." Though he suppressed his voice, it trembled with emotion, causing Qiao Nian's eyes to instantly redden. Lin Yuan was the first to shed tears. "Father, mother, should we not summon the imperial physician from the palace?" At this, Lord Lin and Lady Lin remained silent. However, Qiao Nian knew well that the manor's physician hailed from the Medicine King Valley, rescued by Lord Lin years ago, and thus had taken up his position in the manor. His skills rivaled those of the imperial physicians. With the old lady still in a deep slumber, there would be no New Year's greetings this year. Qiao Nian had intended to wait outside her grandmother's door, but Lord Lin insisted on keeping vigil. Reluctantly, Qiao Nian took her leave. Yet, hardly had she returned to her own courtyard when Ning Shuang came to report, "Miss, the lady has come to see you." Chapter 19. Significant life events at this moment. Was her visit merely a casual one? Qiao Nian rose to greet her, performing a respectful bow upon seeing Lady Lin. Observing that Qiao Nian had no intention of calling her mother, Lady Lin felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Yet, she was reluctant to express her feelings in front of Qiao Nian, so she affectionately took Qiao Nian's hand and led her to sit down nearby. "I worry you might be too heartbroken, so I came to see you." Qiao Nian lowered her gaze and remained silent, quietly retracting her hand. Lady Lin noticed this, her brow slightly furrowing, and she sighed internally before continuing, "In truth, your grandmother cherishes you the most. Even though she knows you are not of the Lin family by blood, in her heart, you are still her dearest granddaughter." Qiao Nian acknowledged this sentiment. She could discern who truly cared for her. Despite her grandmother's frail health, she still thought of asking the Empress to release her from the palace. This act of kindness was something Qiao Nian felt she could never repay in her lifetime. Her lowered eyes trembled slightly as she fought to prevent Lady Lin from seeing the tears welling within. However, having been Qiao Nian's mother for 15 years, how could Lady Lin fail to notice her daughter's profound sadness? With a gentle sigh, she spoke again, "Earlier, in front of your father, I dare not say much. But I must honestly tell you, your grandmother may not have many months left." Upon hearing this, Qiao Nian abruptly lifted her head. Tears she had been suppressing now cascading down her cheeks. She had only returned a few days ago and hadn't spent quality time with her grandmother. How could her grandmother? Lady Lin, feeling a deep sympathy, produced a handkerchief to wipe away Qiao Nian's tears. "I know you care for your grandmother as deeply as she cares for you, but at this point, there is little we can do. The only thing we can offer is reassurance to your grandmother, correct?" Understanding Lady Lin's implication, Qiao Nian sniffled and replied, "If there is something you wish to say, please speak freely." Her calm words rendered their relationship exceedingly distant. Lady Lin hesitated, her hand pausing in its intent to wipe Qiao Nian's tears before she reluctantly withdrew it. With a long sigh, she continued, "You may think I lack compassion for bringing this up now, but what I am about to say is what your grandmother would most desire to convey." At this juncture, Lady Lin looked earnestly at Qiao Nian and continued, "Nian, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to find someone to entrust your life to." In truth, Qiao Nian had anticipated that Lady Lin would broach this subject. However, the absurdity of discussing her future marital prospects while her grandmother lay gravely ill struck her as somewhat ludicrous. Although she recognized that her future was indeed a matter of great concern to her grandmother, it was clear that Lady Lin had not come solely for her grandmother's sake, but rather for Lin Yuan, in light of Xiao Heng's earlier remark that she ought to be the first to marry. With tears still fresh upon her face, Qiao Nian took a deep breath before speaking. "It seems you have someone in mind already?" Indeed, Lady Lin had considered potential candidates since Xiao Heng's declaration. Yet, she was not yet prepared to disclose any names, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not compromise your happiness in this matter. I will ensure that you are satisfied, as well as your grandmother." Yes, under the pretense of allaying her grandmother's worries, the chosen suitor must surely be one that her grandmother would approve of. Qiao Nian inhaled deeply, accepting. "In that case, I shall rely on you." Her tone was devoid of any discernible emotion, yet her words indicated her acquiescence, at least a softening of her stance. Lady Lin's countenance brightened, even gaining a hint of relief. "I always knew you were the most understanding." Lady Lin repeated this assurance, but her second iteration bore the weight of emphasis, suggesting an underlying uncertainty. However, Qiao Nian did not place much faith in Lady Lin's reassurances and chose not to dwell on the matter, thinking only of ensuring her grandmother's peace of mind. By midday, news arrived that her grandmother had awakened, prompting Qiao Nian to rush to her side. Yet, upon her arrival, she found her grandmother had fallen asleep again. Su Mama brought her a cup of warm tea and gently informed her, "The old lady has taken a sedative." The palace physician advised that she should rest more. Qiao Nian felt a measure of relief, but thoughts of Lady Lin's words still lingered bitterly in her heart. Gazing at her grandmother's serene, sleeping face, she could not help but recall the conversation between Lord Lin and Lin Yi at the family reunion banquet the previous night. Her return to the Lin residence was solely due to her grandmother's influence, yet she understood that regardless of her grandmother's health, she would inevitably have to leave the household, even if Lord Lin and the others did not force her out. Xiao Heng's earlier comment positioned her as an obstacle in the marriage negotiations between the Lin and Xiao families. Thus, it was understandable that Lady Lin was anxious to marry her off. Last night, she had pondered for a long time about her lack of family ties and support, contemplating what she could do after leaving the Lin residence to reassure her grandmother. Yet today, Lady Lin's words had illuminated a path for her. Perhaps getting married was indeed the only solution. She harbored no illusions of a love that would last a lifetime, nor did she expect anyone to cherish her in that way. Love, in her view, was an elusive concept. If she could secure a match that would satisfy her grandmother, it would grant her grandmother peace of mind, at least while she was still alive. It was her own inadequacy that prevented her from doing more for her grandmother, and perhaps this marriage would become the sole act of love she could offer. After her grandmother's passing, if she could maintain a respectful and amicable relationship with her husband, that would suffice. If not, they could part ways. Ultimately, her ties to the Lin household would no longer matter. With these thoughts in mind, she took a deep breath. Even while cradling a cup of warm tea, her fingers remained icy. Thus, she dared not touch her grandmother, but instead gazed at her face, softly uttering, "Grandmother, you must recover swiftly. Only then can you joyfully witness my marriage." It must be said that Lady Lin acted with remarkable swiftness. Having received Qiao Nian's consent on the first day of the month, she took her to the palace on the second day to meet her future husband. Qiao Nian harbored a strong aversion to entering the palace, but the invitation from noble consort made her presence mandatory, lest she be deemed disrespectful. To her astonishment, Lady Lin had boldly arranged for her to meet none other than the son of noble consort, the current prince. Chapter 20. The prince's consort Qiao Nian was acquainted with the Ming Wang, for the esteemed Gui Fei and Lady Lin were close friends, leading their children to play together from a young age. However, as Ming Wang was a prince of noble birth, they often felt a sense of restraint in his presence. As they grew older, their interactions dwindled. Ming Wang's heavy academic responsibilities and limited time outside the palace resulted in their relationship becoming merely one of recognition. After entering the laundry bureau, Qiao Nian had the opportunity to see Ming Wang once more, but at that time, she was dressed in the garb of a palace maid, kneeling and bowing behind the matron, so he likely did not notice her. Now, Ming Wang sat beside de Guofei, his simple yet elegant attire accentuating his refined demeanor. He was tall, towering over de Guofei, even while seated. His features echoed the emperor's, strong and defined, yet his eyes bore a striking resemblance to de Guofei's, soft and compassionate, often glimmering with kindness and empathy. At this moment, as he gazed at Qiao Nian, the compassion in his eyes seemed almost overwhelming. Qiao Nian found this gaze unsettling, as it made her feel like the most pitiable person in the world, which was far from the truth. "Please, rise," de Guofei urged, personally assisting Qiao Nian to her feet. "Your mother sent word yesterday regarding this matter. It is indeed a bit late. I should have taken the time to converse with you earlier." With her eyes cast down, Qiao Nian remained silent, appearing shy, though in truth, she was at a loss for words. Observing de Guofei's fondness for Qiao Nian, Lady Lin felt a surge of happiness and could not help but glance at Ming Wang, who was attentively watching Qiao Nian. This sight delighted her further, prompting her to speak. "Your Highness grows ever more handsome and extraordinary." In response, Ming Wang rose and bowed respectfully to Lady Lin, saying, "Aunt, you flatter me." The term aunt served to bridge the gap between them, drawing their relationships closer. De Guofei and Lady Lin exchanged glances, both recognizing satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. Yet, Qiao Nian could not comprehend why de Guofei would favor her, knowing well that she was not a legitimate daughter of the, nor even a recognized secondary daughter. After spending 3 years in the laundry bureau, she had been burdened with the identity of a servant. With Ming Wang's exalted status, surely there were countless noble women to choose from. Why would de Guofei express such satisfaction with her? However, it was clear that de Guofei was intent on facilitating their union. She signaled to Ming Wang, "Take Nian Nian for a stroll in the imperial garden." This was an opportunity for the two to be alone together. Ming Wang nodded respectfully and gestured for Qiao Nian to follow. She returned the gesture and walked behind him, maintaining a polite distance, which left Ming Wang with no chance to speak with her until they entered the garden. The imperial garden was resplendent with blossoms year-round, and in the winter, the plum trees were in bloom. Ming Wang approached a red plum tree, plucking a branch and presenting it to Qiao Nian. "I remember you enjoy red plums." Few took note of her preferences, and though she had long since lost her fondness for them, she accepted the branch with both hands, replying, "Thank you, Your Highness. You need not be so formal with me. In less than 3 months, you shall become my consort," Ming Wang said with a gentle smile, a statement that left Qiao Nian utterly astounded. 3 months? She echoed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Is it truly to happen so swiftly?" Ming Wang's smile widened as he explained, "Having been conferred the title, I must return to my fief. In 3 months, I shall depart for Gu City, and you shall accompany me." Qiao Nian was rendered speechless. She understood her purpose in entering the palace was to meet her future husband. Yet she had not anticipated such a rapid progression toward marriage. Was this not a bit too hasty? Noticing her stunned expression, Ming Wang found it amusing and reassured her. "Fear not. Gu City is located in the southern region, where the scenery is exquisite. Even in winter, it is not as cold as the capital, and your chilblains shall not trouble you there." Qiao Nian was taken aback that he had noticed her chilblains, instinctively hiding her hands within her sleeves. Ming Wang, oblivious, continued, "Gu City is renowned for its silk production. You will have an abundance of new garments. They also produce exceptional brushes, and I know you possess a talent for calligraphy. You will surely enjoy it there." At that moment, Ming Wang seemed like a shopkeeper earnestly promoting wares, his enthusiasm leaving Qiao Nian perplexed. With a slight furrow of her brow, she finally spoke. "May I ask Your Highness a question?" Ming Wang nodded slightly, "Of course." "Your Highness is exceptionally handsome and of noble lineage, with countless daughters of high-ranking officials who surpass me in beauty and talent. May I inquire why you have chosen me?" Upon hearing her question, a flicker of darkness passed through Ming Wang's eyes. Yet, he maintained his warm smile and replied, It is naturally due to my aunt's suggestion, and I happen to be in search of a consort. Qiao Nian gazed at him with her bright eyes, pondering the depth of the bond between Lady Lin and de Guifei. However, when it came to the matter of Ming Wang's marriage, would de Guifei truly prioritize sisterly affection? As she had previously stated, a prince of such stature could choose any lady he desired, including the legitimate daughter of the current prime minister. Why then had he chosen her, with her peculiar and troublesome background? Just days prior, she had endured humiliation. She felt utterly unworthy of someone as esteemed as Ming Wang. Ming Wang lowered his gaze, letting out a long sigh. If I must provide a reason, it is that my mother favors you. Qiao Nian was taken aback once more. He continued, after you delivered the garments to the palace, my mother spoke of you incessantly. The maid you mentioned was summoned to serve her within the hour. To be honest, I have never seen her so invested in anything before. That maid, Lin Yuan, was indeed seen by Qiao Nian today, diligently cleaning into Guifei's quarters. With a slight furrow of her brow, Qiao Nian had not anticipated the Empress's level of concern and felt a surge of gratitude. However, to her surprise, Ming Wang suddenly leaned closer to her. His tall stature required her to look up at him, and now he towered over her, compelling her to lower her gaze. His warm voice drifted down from above. Moreover, I've been enamored with you for quite some time. Qiao Nian gasped, abruptly raising her eyes to meet his, only to find herself lost in his gentle gaze. The proximity was overwhelming, disorienting her and leaving her mind blank, unsure of how to respond. In the next moment, a cold voice pierced through the atmosphere like a blade. I pay my respects to your highness. It was none other than Xiao Hong. Chapter 21. No more entanglements. Perhaps the chilling tone of that voice was too familiar, causing Qiao Nian to feel a sudden panic and hastily retreat a couple of steps. In her fluster, her footing faltered and she nearly stumbled to the ground. Fortunately, Ming Wang was quick-witted and pulled her back just in time. However, this motion brought them even closer, and from a distance, it appeared as though Ming Wang was embracing Qiao Nian. Xiao Heng's sharp gaze fell upon Ming Wang's hand, which tightly grasped Qiao Nian's arm, and the darkness in his eyes deepened. Are you all right? Ming Wang inquired gently, concern lacing his voice. Qiao Nian shook her head, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, what was there to feel guilty about? Not only had she severed all ties with Xiao Hong, but even if there were any, they were merely nominal relatives, whom she chose to associate with, or the actions she took were of no concern to Xiao Hong. In truth, he likely did not care at all. It was her own heart that was in disarray. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Nian quelled the tumult of emotions within her and bowed slightly toward Xiao Hong, acknowledging him. I have seen General Xiao. Ming Wang turned his gaze toward Xiao Hong as well. Is General Xiao returning to the palace again? The word again carried an undertone of sarcasm. Xiao Hong finally shifted his focus from the hand to Ming Wang, approaching him with measured steps. Recently, the bandits have been rampant in Hezhou County, and the local authorities have repeatedly failed to subdue them. His Majesty summoned me to discuss countermeasures. This matter was not unknown to Ming Wang. Even Qiao Nian had heard whispers of it. Previously, she had overheard the palace maids at the laundry bureau discuss that the bandits in Hezhou County were not ordinary brigands, but rather a formidable group composed of veterans from past battlefields. Well-trained and exceptionally skilled. It was said that not only ordinary soldiers were helpless against them, but even a proper regiment would struggle to subdue them. Contemplating this situation, Qiao Nian's expression grew somber. Beside her, Ming Wang spoke in a remarkably tender tone, do not worry. The people of Guqing are simple and prosperous. They're no bandits. Qiao Nian opened her mouth, unsure how to convey that she was not concerned about the matter. Yet, Xiao Hong sensed something amiss. Miss Qiao intends to go to Guqing? He recalled that not long ago, the emperor had bestowed Guqing upon Ming Wang as a fief. Before Qiao Nian could respond, Ming Wang preemptively declared, Nian Nian will become my princess and accompany me to Guqing. The latter part of the statement was directed at Qiao Nian. She felt somewhat unprepared for this and lowered her gaze, pretending not to hear. Naturally, she did not notice the profound gloom in Xiao Heng's eyes. Xiao Hong glanced at the downcast Qiao Nian, his tone growing noticeably colder. I was not aware of this matter. However, Ming Wang perceived Xiao Heng's discomfort with clarity. He raised an eyebrow, bearing a hint of provocation. Although Ming Wang had long harbored such intentions, it ultimately required Qiao Nian's consent. Implicitly, he indicated that Qiao Nian had already agreed. Yet, Qiao Nian knew she had not. Nevertheless, Ming Wang was indeed a commendable choice. With plans to leave the capital in 3 months, the timeline felt somewhat rushed, but it signified that she would reside in Guqing henceforth, severing ties with the capital. This was a fortunate outcome, though she felt reluctant to part with her grandmother. If only Ming Wang could wait until she had accompanied her grandmother through her final days before heading to Guqing, that would be ideal. While Qiao Nian pondered this, she remained silent, which in Xiao Heng's eyes appeared as tacit acceptance. His hands clenched in a fist behind him as he regarded Qiao Nian, his gaze chillier than ever. Guqing is far in Jiangnan, with customs vastly different from the capital. Have you truly considered this, Miss Qiao? Qiao Nian thought that perhaps Xiao Heng was warning her about the climate in Guqing. With a serious expression, she replied, "The prince mentioned that winters in Jiangnan are not as cold as those in the capital. I believe that as long as it is not exceedingly cold, I shall adapt." She genuinely feared the cold, whether it was the biting chill of her hands submerged in water or the frigidness of winter nights spent locked outside. She had no desire to endure such experiences again. Xiao Heng found himself at a loss for words in response to Qiao Nian's statement. He fixed his icy gaze upon her, the chill in his eyes rising with each passing moment. Even though Qiao Nian did not turn to face him, she could feel the intensity of his anger. Why was he angry? Was it because she was to marry Ming Wang? But that made no sense. Hadn't he wished for her to marry? Wasn't it only by her marrying that he could pursue Lin Yuan? She realized. He was likely incensed that she was marrying so well. Who would have thought that a girl who had spent 3 years as a servant in the laundry bureau would one day marry a prince and become a princess? Qiao Nian did not wish to regard Xiao Heng in such a lowly light, yet his current fury was utterly baffling, forcing her to think in such a manner. Lost in thought, a flicker of anger ignited within her, prompting her to raise her head and smile faintly at Xiao Heng. "Regardless, I shall no longer hinder General Xiao's path. You should be pleased." She believed he ought to be happy rather than standing there, casting her disapproving looks. Xiao Heng's fists tightened with an intensity that would have reduced anything he held to ashes. Meanwhile, Ming Wang seemed to recall something, adopting an expression of sudden realization. Right. Nian Nian was once betrothed to General Xiao. You too. I have no further ties with General Xiao. Qiao Nian interrupted Ming Wang. She did not wish to hear another word about being the beloved daughter of the Lin family, the cherished sister of Lin Yi, or Xiao Heng's fiancé. She truly did not want to hear any of it. No more entanglements. These simple 4 words stirred the entirety of Xiao Heng's rage within him. His anger morphed into a bitter smile. Indeed, the one I am to marry is the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yuan. I hope that His Majesty and the future princess will honor us with their presence. He emphasized the words legitimate daughter of the Lin family, while future princess dripped with sarcasm. Qiao Nian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of anger within her, and managed to smile. Of course. Xiao Heng's gaze remained fixed on Qiao Nian, the smile on his lips growing frostier. Yet, Qiao Nian no longer regarded him. Instead, she turned to Ming Wang and bowed, stating, "I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned and departed, not daring to glance back at Xiao Heng. Ming Wang spoke suddenly, his melodious voice tinged with scrutiny and provocation. "It seems Nian Nian truly has no feelings left for General Xiao. What do you think, General?" At last, Xiao Heng withdrew his gaze from Qiao Nian's retreating figure and turned to Ming Wang, a cold glint in his eyes. "Does Miss Qiao know about your intentions?" Chapter 22. Qiao Nian, I am determined to marry you initially. The Ming Wang intended to mock Xiao Heng, but his expression abruptly changed. Noticing this, Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone sinking into a mocking timbre. It seemed he was unaware, and thus, was this not what the common folk referred to as a fraudulent marriage? "Bold!" the Ming Wang exclaimed in a low voice, fixing his gaze fiercely on Xiao Heng. "Do not presume that because you have achieved some military accomplishments and gained favor in the eyes of the emperor, you can tread upon my authority. My affairs are not for you to meddle in. There is no need for such agitation, Your Highness." A smile curled at the corners of Xiao Heng's mouth. Yet the disdain in his eyes seemed to trample upon the dignity of the Ming Wang. The Ming Wang had long since shed his previous gentle demeanor. His handsome features now bore a hint of distortion. He lowered his voice, a chilling tone emanating from him. "And even if it is a fraudulent marriage, what of it? Xiao Hung, you too can deceive. Do you see if she even cares to acknowledge you? In that instant, a murderous intent flickered in Xiao Heng's dark eyes, and his smile froze upon his lips. The Ming Wang scoffed, visibly pleased. Regardless, this Lin Yuan, Qiao Nian, is a certainty for my marriage. It would be wise for General Xiao to keep his distance from her to avoid unnecessary gossip. With that, he swept away, leaving Xiao Hung standing alone in the imperial garden, the chilling aura causing a few red plums to tremble and fall. Seated in the carriage returning to the mansion, Qiao Nian remained silent. Madame Lin observed her thoughts drifting back to 3 years prior. Back then, Qiao Nian was a restless spirit, chattering incessantly even while riding in a carriage. Each time they entered the palace, as a mother, she would caution her at length, fearing she might say something amiss. Yet now, Qiao Nian's lips seemed to be gilded, scarcely parting to speak. Consequently, she found herself ruminating over what topic might entice her to speak. Fortunately, a suitable topic presented itself easily. Nian Nian, what are your thoughts on His Highness the Ming Wang? Madame Lin's face bore a hint of anxiety. After all, though Qiao Nian had departed with the Ming Wang, she had returned first. Moreover, her countenance appeared rather unwell. However, constrained by the presence of the Dagui Fei at the time, she had refrained from probing further, but now the opportunity had arisen. Yet, Qiao Nian did not respond. It was as if she had suddenly recalled something, lifting her gaze to Madame Lin. Might you speak honestly with me, madam? Why did the Dagui Fei choose me? Although she had previously posed this question to the Ming Wang, his answer had felt untrustworthy. Upon hearing Qiao Nian's inquiry, a flicker of panic crossed Madame Lin's face. Silly child, it is simply because you are well-behaved. Moreover, the Dagui Fei and your mother are close friends. Having watched you grow, she knows you have a kind heart and is quite fond of you. Hence, it is perfectly understandable for her to select you. Madame Lin's response was even less credible than the Ming Wang's, particularly given the evident unease that had washed over her. This realization led Qiao Nian to understand that the Ming Wang's intentions in marrying her were shrouded in ulterior motives. She averted her gaze and fell silent. After all, even if she asked again, it was likely Madame Lin would not divulge the truth. Yet, her silence only served to heighten Madame Lin's anxiety, prompting her to hastily explain. Nian Nian, I know what you're thinking. The Ming Wang holds a noble status, and you feel you are no longer the Lin family's true daughter, that you cannot aspire to him, correct? But even if he is noble, he is merely a leisurely prince. You are still the daughter of your father and mother, and the entire Marquis stands behind you. Such absurd words once again emerged. Qiao Nian felt a bitter smile tugging at her lips, though the bitterness lingered, preventing her from genuinely smiling. Madame Lin grasped her hand gently. Indeed, the Marquis's standing is not what it once was, but a dilapidated ship still possesses 3,000 nails. Should the Ming Wang wish to return to the capital, he will have to rely on the Marquis. At this point, Madame Lin sighed softly, of course. I do harbor selfish motives. Xiao Hung is young and accomplished, having earned numerous military accolades. The Xiao family currently flourishes in the court. Yet you know how wary the emperor is of the Marquis. Thus, if you wish for your honor to marry into the Xiao family smoothly, you must not seek any other powerful connections. This Ming Wang is, without a doubt, the best choice. Qiao Nian comprehended. Ultimately, her marriage was merely a product of mutual interests being weighed. The Marquis sought to ally with the Xiao family, while the Ming Wang aspired to leverage the Marquis's residual influence, rendering her lifelong commitment seemingly inconsequential. So it was. She spoke softly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Had Madame Lin's response mirrored that of the Ming Wang's, Qiao Nian would have felt unsettled. Yet now, she understood that her marriage was still a matter of calculation. She had initially believed that Madame Lin began plotting after Xiao Hung expressed his need for her to marry before he could wed Lin Yuan. But now she thought it likely that the scheming had begun long before, perhaps even after the old matriarch sought the Empress's permission to release her from the laundry bureau. Or perhaps even earlier. This realization struck true, aligning with their treatment of her. Perhaps her relief was too palpable, for her gentle tone pierced Madame Lin's heart like a dagger. Madame Lin's eyes reddened. Nian Nian, will you blame your mother? Qiao Nian shook her head. Thank you, madam, for your honest words. Her tone was sincere, and she genuinely appreciated Madame Lin's candor at that moment. Yet, the more sincere she was, the more Madame Lin felt a pang of guilt. The redness in her eyes deepened until, upon the carriage's arrival at the Marquis, tears began to spill down her cheeks. Qiao Nian regarded Madame Lin's tears with furrowed brows, bewildered by the sudden display of emotion. She could not fathom what had transpired. After all, she had done nothing wrong. She had even acquiesced to the marriage, fulfilling their wishes. Why, then, had Madame Lin begun to weep? In this regard, Qiao Nian mused. Lin Yuan perhaps took after Madame Lin. She did not alight from the carriage, opting instead to wait for Madame Lin. Aware of her own emotional lapse, Madame Lin hurriedly wiped her tears and forced a smile. I apologize for my outburst. Let us disembark. All right, Qiao Nian responded lightly, stepping down from the carriage first. At that moment, Lin Yi emerged from the residence. Upon seeing Qiao Nian, his brows knitted together, and he seemed inclined to approach her, intending to apologize for his earlier transgressions on that fateful night. However, before he could draw near, he noticed Madame Lin descending from the carriage, her eyes still glistening with tears, clearly having cried. Lin Ye's heart seized, and he hurried forward, grasping Qiao Nian's arm with a fierce tug. Qiao Nian, do you have no conscience? What did you say to my mother to make her cry like this? His harsh inquiry swiftly sealed her fate in his eyes. Chapter 23. What happened? Qiao Nian once held deep affection for her elder brother, Lin Yi, who would chase away the lewd suitors that dared to insult her, seek out the most exquisite fruits in the world for her, and even present her with the rarest luminous pearl. In her eyes, Lin Yi was once an invincible and formidable brother. However, ever since Lin Yuan's return, the brother she once idolized vanished, leaving behind a reckless fool who unjustly accused her and hurled insults without thought. At that moment, Qiao Nian felt a sharp pain in her arm as he grasped it tightly, her brows knitting in frustration. Before she could voice her protest, Mrs. Lin swiftly struck Lin Yi's arm, demanding, "What are you doing? Release your sister. Mother, why do you protect her? There are only the two of you in this carriage. Does she dare deny that she was the one who made you cry?" Lin Yi glared fiercely at Qiao Nian. Warning, let me be clear, if I have wronged you in any way, it has nothing to do with Mother. Stop pretending in front of her, or if you cause her to cry again, I will not spare you. With that, Lin Yi forcefully shoved Qiao Nian away. She staggered back, her already injured ankle throbbing painfully, but fortunately, Ning Shuang was there to steady her. What are you doing? Mrs. Lin pushed Lin Yi back, but he remained unyielding. Seeing he wouldn't budge, she struck him again, saying, "This has nothing to do with your sister. I cried out of my own accord. Can't you temper your impulsive nature? Mother, do you not find this amusing?" Lin Yi retorted, feeling that Mrs. Lin was favoring Qiao Nian. Before she returned, "When did you ever cry without reason? But since her arrival just a few days ago, how many times have you wept? Today is only the second day of the month." Qiao Nian interjected calmly. "Do not assume that those 3 years in the palace hold any significance. Those years were merely a debt I owed to the Ho family and Lin Yuan. Is that what you wish to convey, young Marquis?" Indeed, Lin Yi intended to tell Qiao Nian to stop using those years to bully their mother. Yet, the very words he wished to express felt like a painful burden when they emerged from her lips. It was as if something within him had been violently torn apart. Qiao Nian continued, "There is no need for repeated reminders, young Marquis. I am already aware and will adhere to my responsibilities, ensuring I do not cause the Ho family any trouble. However, for the remaining months, I kindly ask you to refrain from provoking me." With a slight bow to Mrs. Lin, she turned and entered the residence. Until today, she had felt like an unwelcome guest in the home mansion, enduring for the sake of her grandmother. But now, the dynamics had shifted. The Ho family needed her to marry the Ming Wang, which empowered her to firmly assert to Lin Yi not to bother her. Even after Qiao Nian had entered the house, Lin Yi remained momentarily stunned. He recognized that since Qiao Nian's return from the laundry bureau, she had changed, distant and aloof, wishing to keep her distance from them. Even her anger now manifested as an icy demeanor. Yet today, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, Lin Yi turned to Mrs. Lin and asked, "Mother, what on earth has transpired?" Mrs. Lin furrowed her brow, realizing that she could not conceal the truth from Lin Yi, and softly replied, "We will discuss it at home." Lin Yi followed Mrs. Lin to the falling plum courtyard. Lin Yuan's health had improved under the care of the house physician. Aside from a few occasional coughs, she was no longer in serious condition. Upon their arrival, Lin Yuan was outside admiring the plum blossoms. Seeing her dressed so lightly, Mrs. Lin frowned. How can you be out here when you're still unwell? Hurry, come inside. She ushered Lin Yuan indoors, then called for Xiao Chui to bring hot water, before retrieving a small medicine bottle from her bosom. The Empress Dowager heard you were coughing severely and specifically sent for these pills from the Imperial Hospital. They're said to be from the Medicine King Valley. The Empress had a cough for half a month, but this cured her. Lin Yi watched as Mrs. Lin personally administered the medicine to Lin Yuan and understood why she had rushed to see Lin Yuan upon returning home. He too was concerned for Lin Yuan, but seeing her face back to normal and not having heard a cough since their arrival, he felt reassured. Yet, his mind was troubled by another matter. Mother, you still haven't explained what happened with Nian Nian. Why were you crying so much in the carriage? And what did she mean by the remaining months? Mrs. Lin watched as Lin Yuan swallowed the medicine, then sighed heavily. I have arranged a marriage for Nian Nian. In 3 months, she will marry the Ming Wang and go to Gu City. So for these 3 months, you must remain calm and stop provoking her. Hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. Marry the Ming Wang? Mother, have you lost your mind? How can you marry Nian Nian to the Ming Wang? Lin Yuan looked confused. Brother, why are you so upset? Although the Ming Wang is a leisurely prince, his status is noble. Sister will naturally be respected as a princess. So what is wrong with that? Lin Yuan believed that this marriage was an elevation for Qiao Nian. However, Lin Yu was infuriated, pacing back and forth. You know very well what the Ming Wang is like. He found it impossible to voice his thoughts in front of Lin Yuan, but Mrs. Lin understood. Taking a deep breath and wiping her tears, she remarked, what do you propose we do? Nian Nian has returned from the laundry bureau, and although she is still the eldest daughter of the Ho family, who outside the family does not know she no longer bears the Lin surname. What kind of respectable match can I find for her now? But it cannot be the Ming Wang. Lin Yi exclaimed angrily. Are you not pushing her into a pit of fire? What pit of fire? Mrs. Lin scolded softly. At her age, she should think before she speaks. If these words were to spread, would you still have your head? Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Yi fell silent, but his chest heaved with indignation. Seeing that Lin Yi was genuinely upset, Mrs. Lin sighed deeply, trying to comfort him. You need not be so furious. Nian Nian has agreed to this marriage. At this, Lin Yi turned sharply to Mrs. Lin, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Did you explain everything to her? Mrs. Lin, seemingly lost in thought, looked away from Lin Yi but eventually nodded. Lin Yi was stunned. She knows what the Ming Wang is like, yet she still agrees to marry? Mrs. Lin inhaled deeply, unsure how to respond. Just know that you must not interfere with this matter, and do not bully your sister again. Lin Yi remained silent, his expression brimming with anger. How disappointing, Qiao Nian, that you would consent to marry such a scoundrel. Chapter 24. All come to me on the other side. Qiao Nian paid no heed to what Lin Yi had discussed with Madame Lin. She was eager to visit the old lady. Compared to the previous day, the old lady's condition had improved significantly. When Qiao Nian arrived, the old lady was drinking medicine, which appeared to be exceedingly bitter, causing her features to contort. Yet, upon seeing Qiao Nian, she specifically smiled. Nian Nian has come. Grandmother, Qiao Nian greeted as she approached and took a seat beside the old lady's bed. How do you feel today? Much better, the old lady replied with a smile, gently caressing Qiao Nian's cheek. But were you frightened? Qiao Nian shook her head repeatedly. As long as grandmother is well, I have no worries. Observing the old lady's reddened eyes, she felt a pang of sorrow. But recalling Madame Lin's words from the previous night, she asked, Did you just return from the palace? Surprised that the old lady was aware of this matter. Qiao Nian paused slightly before nodding in silence. The old lady then said, You need not worry about anything else, should you not wish to. Even if the Ming Wang himself came, or even if the de Guifei came personally, I would prevent them from seeing you. The old lady would naturally always stand by her. A warm feeling surged within Qiao Nian as she slightly shook her head. Given the current circumstances, being able to marry the Ming Wang was already a tremendous fortune, and grandmother need not be concerned. The granddaughter is willing. That is truly good to hear. The old lady sighed deeply. I fear you might be hastily seeking to please me by marrying someone. Nian Nian, this is a matter of a lifetime, not to be taken lightly. In the entire, only the old lady regarded her marriage as a matter of great significance. Unable to contain herself, Qiao Nian threw herself into the old lady's embrace, holding her tightly. Grandmother, rest assured, Nian Nian truly wishes for this. As long as it brings joy to grandmother and alleviates your worries about me, I am willing to do anything. In the days that followed, Qiao Nian accompanied the old lady daily. With her presence, the old lady was cheerful throughout the day, and her spirits improved significantly. Meanwhile, Lin indeed did not come to seek out Qiao Nian again. She wished that each day could continue in this manner. However, fate had other plans. Early on the 8th day, before Qiao Nian could finish her breakfast, she heard Ning Shuang reluctantly report, "Miss, the second young lady has come again." The use of again indicated just how much Ning Shuang despised Lin Yuan at present. Qiao Nian frowned, and before she could speak, Ning Shuang continued, "I have already informed the second young lady that the lotus pond outside Fanga Garden is deep and dangerous. I told her to come to me if she needed anything, but she insisted on seeing you." The phrase deep and dangerous was clearly a sarcastic jab at Lin Yuan. Qiao Nian could not help but let out a soft sigh. After all, she is the legitimate young lady of this. You saw for yourself what my position is here now. If you truly provoke her, I cannot protect you. Yet, hearing Qiao Nian's words, Ning Shuang appeared delighted. "Miss wants to protect me? Does that mean you truly accept me?" This girl, Qiao Nian, was at a loss for words. She thought that even if Ning Shuang was Lin Ye's person, it would be rare for her to have someone to protect her in critical moments. She would reciprocate sincerity to anyone who guarded her. Thus, seeing Ning Shuang grasping at straws, she finally relented. "Let her in." "All right, miss, don't worry. I will closely follow the second young lady to ensure she doesn't accidentally fall into the water." With a giggle, Ning Shuang left, clearly not taking her words to heart. Qiao Nian sighed helplessly and then tidied herself up before meeting Lin Yuan. Not long after, Ning Shuang followed Lin Yuan in. Observing how closely Ning Shuang stayed by Lin Yuan's side, Qiao Nian nearly laughed out loud. Lin Yuan entered the room, greeting Qiao Nian. Noticing the smile on Qiao Nian's lips, she thought her sister was in a good mood, alleviating her previous apprehension. "I came early. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Qiao Nian was taken aback, utterly confused by Lin Yuan's visit, and sighed softly. "Is there something you need?" "I came to invite you to Fa Temple," Lin Yuan said with evident enthusiasm. Suddenly, Qiao Nian remembered that today was the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the sacred festival at Fa Temple. It was said that on this day, if one sincerely made a wish before the Buddha, any request would be granted. In the past, she would visit the temple on this day, seeking safety and prosperity for her family, and also to see Xiaohong. Having not visited in 3 years, she had no desire to seek blessings for her family or to see Xiaohong again. However, for the sake of the old lady, she could make an exception to pray for the old lady's happiness and longevity. Yet, the sacred festival only occurred once a year, and many nobility would also attend Fa Temple today, which meant she would inevitably encounter acquaintances from prominent families. Her current status was no longer comparable to the past, and she feared being the subject of gossip. But in comparison to the old lady's well-being, what did a few whispers matter? After a brief moment of hesitation, Qiao Nian replied, "All right, I'll go prepare." As it was a visit to the temple, she naturally could not go empty-handed. However, Lin Yuan interjected, "Sister need not prepare anything. I have already gathered everything we need." Saying this, Lin Yuan affectionately linked her arm with Qiao Nian's. In her view, Qiao Nian's agreement to accompany her to Fa Temple signified a thawing of their relationship. Moreover, with Qiao Nian soon to become a princess, she no longer had to worry that Xiaohong held any lingering feelings for her sister, which made her even more cheerful, leading her to draw closer. But Qiao Nian stiffened at this sudden intimacy. Unaccustomed to Lin Yuan's affectionate demeanor, she frowned and firmly withdrew her arm. "I can walk by myself." The disdain was almost written upon her face. Lin Yuan was taken aback, not expecting such a swift change in Qiao Nian's attitude, and her eyes reddened. "Sister." The look of grievance on her face made it seem as if she had been wronged. Qiao Nian felt helpless, fearing trouble might come knocking, and thus spoke again. "I'm not accustomed to others being too close to me." Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. Your current situation is due to my actions, and it is only natural for you to harbor resentment towards me." However, she bit her lip as if steeling herself before continuing, "Mother truly cares for you. Sister, please do not anger her anymore. She has been so worried about you that she has lost weight. Sister, if you have any anger, directed at me. Do not take it out on mother. Chapter 25. Who says she lacks support? Qiao Nian was perplexed. All she had done was request Lin Yuan to release her grip. Yet, somehow, Lin Yuan had shifted the conversation towards Lady Lin. Did she bully Lady Lin? The entire Ho family had not come to torment her, and she was already thankful for that. How could she dare to bully the esteemed Lady Lin? Taking a deep breath, Qiao Nian clenched her wrist tightly, suppressing the urge to slap Lin Yuan across the face. However, Ning Shuang could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Miss, are you out of your mind?" Her unrestrained insult left Lin Yuan momentarily speechless, stammering, "Why you?" Perhaps too shocked, Lin Yuan struggled to articulate a response. Qiao Nian was equally startled. She never anticipated Ning Shuang would exhibit such boldness. It was truly a lack of awareness. She had clearly stated that she could not protect her. Just as she was about to clarify for Ning Shuang, the latter stepped forward and smiled at Lin Yuan. "Miss, weren't you coughing just a few days ago?" With an innocent expression filled with sincerity, Ning Shuang made it difficult for Lin Yuan to discern whether the maid was genuinely concerned or mocking her. Lin Yuan blinked her teary eyes. "Mother brought me medicine from the palace. I am already fine." "Oh, you have medicine?" Ning Shuang replied cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the latter part of Lin Yuan's statement. As she took Lin Yuan by the arm and urged her to leave, "You must take your medicine, Mississippi. You haven't taken it today, have you? It's getting late. Allow me to assist you back to take your medicine." Despite the pretense of assistance, Ning Shuang was evidently dragging Lin Yuan out against her will. Throughout this, Lin Yuan attempted to turn back and say something to Qiao Nian, but Ning Shuang consistently thwarted her efforts. By the time they reached the entrance of the Fanghe courtyard, Lin Yuan remained unsure whether Ning Shuang had indeed been insulting her. Meanwhile, upon seeing Ning Shuang return, Qiao Nian could not help but scold softly. "You are indeed incredibly bold. Aren't you afraid she will report you to the young Marquis and have him punish you?" "Ha ha, miss. Please refrain from laughing when scolding your servant next time." Ning Shuang could no longer suppress her laughter. Qiao Nian, too, found herself unable to hold back her amusement. Shaking her head repeatedly, Ning Shuang approached eagerly. "I understand that your status in the household is special now. There are certain things you cannot say or scold about. But rest assured, in the future, if you find it inconvenient to reprimand someone, I shall take it upon myself. If there is anyone you wish to teach a lesson to, just give a glance, and I'll ensure they face the consequences." It must be said, Ning Shuang was indeed clever. Even if Lin Yuan were to report the incident to Lin Yi, he would lack sufficient evidence to punish anyone. Moreover, Ning Shuang was originally from Lin Yi's courtyard. With this thought, Qiao Nian felt relieved but cautioned, "This shall not happen again." She was uncertain whether Ning Shuang would become bolder in the future. Should the situation escalate to a point where she could no longer protect her, it would spell trouble. Ning Shuang nodded, as if suddenly recalling something. "Miss, are we still going to Fahua Temple?" Given Lin Yuan's earlier remarks, it seemed unlikely that her mistress would be in the mood to visit with her. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Nian nodded. "I wish to seek a talisman for my grandmother's safety. Please prepare. We shall go ourselves." "Very well." Ning Shuang responded and promptly withdrew to gather the necessary items, soon calling for the carriage to head towards Fahua Temple outside the city. Along the way, they encountered many other carriages. Ning Shuang lowered the carriage curtain and could not resist turning back to Qiao Nian. "Miss, it seems there are even more people visiting Fahua Temple this year than in previous years." Qiao Nian felt a surge of joy. It seemed Fahua Temple truly held its power. Ning Shuang nodded vigorously. "Indeed, they say it's most effective for seeking love." At this, Qiao Nian merely smiled in silence. She thought to herself that while Fahua Temple might be effective for many matters, it was precisely in love that it proved most ineffective. Otherwise, she would have married Xiao Hong 3 years ago. With this in mind, she could not help but chuckle and shake her head. Perhaps it was fortunate she had not married. Otherwise, she would be trapped in a fiery pit, unable to escape. Before long, the carriage halted outside Fahua Temple. Ning Shuang disembarked first and then turned to assist Qiao Nian. However, just as Qiao Nian's feet touched the ground, a few mocking voices rang out nearby. "I thought some maid had the audacity to ride in the same carriage as her master. Turns out it is the Lin family's young lady." "What Lin family young lady?" "That is clearly Miss Qiao." "Oh, right. How could I forget?" The voices were all too familiar. and Qiao Nian knew immediately who they were. One was the second daughter of the Minister of War, Song Baixian, and the other was Xiao Qingwan, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family and Xiao Heng's biological sister. Qiao Nian had previously had conflicts with both due to Xiao Heng. Back then, as the esteemed young lady of the Ho family, she had never feared them. The three had even come to blows, but despite their alliance, Song Baixian and Xiao Qingwan had failed to best her. Moreover, her status had always overshadowed theirs, which is why their previous encounters had left them at a disadvantage. However, the situation was different now. Xiao Qingwan approached Qiao Nian, her stature considerably shorter than Qiao Nian's, yet she exuded an air of arrogance, her chin held high. "Miss Qiao, have you truly sunk so low after 3 years of servitude that you now wish to befriend your maids?" Seeing Qiao Nian being bullied, Ning Xuan was naturally unwilling to stand idly by. Yet before she could step forward, Qiao Nian pulled her behind her. Qiao Nian then slightly bowed her head in greeting. "Greetings, Miss Xiao." Xiao Qingwan was taken aback. Although Qiao Nian had returned for some time, Xiao Heng had never mentioned it to her, and even when she inquired, he feigned ignorance. Thus, she was unaware that Xiao Nian's demeanor had transformed significantly. Staring at Xiao Nian, she recalled how, in the past, had she dared to insult her in such a manner, Xiao Nian would have undoubtedly retaliated. Yet now, she could calmly offer a greeting. She bowed to her. Strangely, Xiao Qingwan felt an unease settle in her heart. She believed Xiao Nian should not be this way. Meanwhile, Song Baixian could not help but laugh. "I must be mistaken. The once proud young lady of the Lin family has become so humble now. Oh, of course, you are no longer a Lin. Without your backing, it is indeed time to lower your head." Song Baixian's words were clearly a deliberate mockery, yet Xiao Nian felt no anger. For Song Baixian spoke the truth. When a person lacks support, they must humbly bow their head. This lesson was one she had learned through countless humiliations at the laundry house, where she had been repeatedly shoved into the washing pool by palace maids and whipped by the matron. Yet unexpectedly, a resounding voice rang out from behind Qiao Nian, each word dripping with an air of superiority. "Who says she lacks support?" Chapter 26, a resounding slap echoed through the air, startling everyone present. "His Highness, the Ming Wang?" Immediately, they all knelt in reverence, acknowledging His Highness. Qiao Nian wished to kneel as well, but the Ming Wang prevented her. His narrowed eyes surveyed the crowd, allowing no one to rise. Instead, he took Qiao Nian's hand before everyone's gaze, declaring that from now on, she was under his protection. Any disrespect towards her would be seen as a slight against him. Understood? In the past 3 years, Qiao Nian had always been the one to kneel before others. Even during her 15 years as the beloved pearl of the Marquis' estate, she had never experienced the sensation of being bowed to by those around her. In this moment, standing beside the Ming Wang, she looked down at the elegantly dressed young lords and ladies, feeling neither triumph nor pride. Instead, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped her, inducing a flutter of anxiety. She yearned to withdraw her hand, but the Ming Wang's grip was firm. Her feeble struggles were in vain. Yet, she dared not act too rashly, for the Ming Wang's presence was a shield for her. How could she publicly defy him? Thus, she remained silent, her gaze cast downward. To outsiders, this appeared as if she were a delicate bird seeking refuge. Xiao Qingwan, witnessing the sight of Qiao Nian alongside the Ming Wang, felt an inexplicable surge of displeasure. Overcoming her sense of decorum, she boldly addressed the Ming Wang. "Your Highness, she is but a lowly servant's offspring. How can she stand alongside someone of your noble stature?" Everyone in the capital is aware that Xiao Nian's biological mother was once the midwife of the Marquis' estate. Disregarding her loyalty, even exchanged the Marquis' child. Truly, she is of low birth. How could the offspring of such a person dare to stand before a prince of such high standing? Xiao Qingwan was genuinely furious. Yet, she soon noticed the Ming Wang's expression darkening, his typically gentle gaze betraying a hint of malice. It seemed Miss Xiao had not fully grasped the weight of his words. "Guards, assist Miss Xiao in clearing her ears." At the Ming Wang's command, 2 attendants swiftly approached and seized Xiao Qingwan. Xiao Qingwan gasped in shock, while Song Baixian was equally alarmed, hastily interjecting, "Your Highness, Miss Xiao merely spoke her mind in a moment of candor. She meant no offense. Please show mercy." If she truly were to have her ears cleared, she might return deaf. Qiao Nian had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle Ming Wang possessed such authority. As she watched Xiao Qingwan being dragged away, she finally reached out and tugged at the Ming Wang's sleeve. He paused, turning to see her small hand grasping his garment. Though her fingers hinted at a life of care, the scars of frostbite were still evident. Following her tiny hand, he noticed Qiao Nian's furrowed brow. Her expression wanted distress. "Your Highness, today is a sacred festival. It would be wise to avoid causing a scene here." Her words were far more palatable than Song Baishuan's earlier remarks about being forthright. The Ming Wang, inexplicably uplifted by her thoughtfulness, smiled slightly. "Very well, let this matter rest for today." With that, he signaled for the attendants to release Xiao Qingwan. Having been thoroughly frightened, Xiao Qingwan collapsed onto the ground in tears. The Ming Wang surveyed the crowd, then added, "I do not repeat myself. You would do well to remember my words. Otherwise, without the Buddha's blessing, you shall be left to your own devices in the future." With that, he turned to Qiao Nian. "We shall enter now." Hand in hand, the Ming Wang led Qiao Nian into the temple with an air of confidence. Inside, Qiao Nian felt a wave of regret wash over her. She should not have come today. Once, Qiao Nian had shone like a brilliant gem, relishing the attention of those around her. Now, however, she longed for the quiet solace of a corner, away from prying eyes. This display was far too ostentatious. Furthermore, even though she had consented to the engagement, it remained unapproved by the emperor. Their union was still a distant possibility. It was inappropriate to be seen holding hands with the Ming Wang in such a public setting. Fortunately, upon entering the temple, the Ming Wang encountered the abbot of Fahua Temple, who, while performing his Buddhist rites, naturally released Qiao Nian's hand. She quickly withdrew it, breathing a sigh of relief. The abbot had come specifically to greet the Ming Wang and was to impart Buddhist teachings to him. The Ming Wang turned to Qiao Nian, instructing her to wait outside for an hour. "Later, I shall take you to a special place." Qiao Nian had not planned to be out for long. She merely wished to obtain a talisman for peace and return home. Thus, hearing the Ming Wang's words took her by surprise, but he left without waiting for her response. Once his figure disappeared from view, Ning Xuan could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "Miss, how did His Highness know we would come today? He even arranged a place to take you later." Qiao Nian shook her head, surmising it was likely due to the festival, as most citizens of the capital would be in attendance. Surely, Lin Yuan had not informed the Ming Wang of their plans? Dismissing the thought, she replied to Ning Xuan, "Let us go pray for the talisman." With that, she led Ning Xuan deeper into the temple. Kneeling before the grand statue of Guanyin, Qiao Nian pressed her palms together in earnest prayer. Suddenly, a voice, heavy with discontent, pierced the air. "Sister, why did you come alone?" It was Lin Yuan. Forced to open her eyes, Qiao Nian saw Lin Yuan kneeling beside her, her gaze fixed intently on Qiao Nian. "Did we not agree to come together? I waited for you at the estate for so long." Qiao Nian felt exhausted, prepared to respond, but Xiao Qingwan's voice interrupted her. If she had come with you, how could she play the victim before the Ming Wang? Turning around, Qiao Nian saw that Xiao Qingwan was not alone. Beside her stood Song Baishuan, along with two tall figures, Lin Yi and Xiao Hong. Once again, Qiao Nian felt regret wash over her. Had she known so many would be present today, she would have remained at the estate, even if it meant idly staring into space rather than facing this crowd. Lin Yi was unaware of the unfolding drama, and, hearing Xiao Qingwan's words, asked, "Play the victim?" Indeed, Xiao Qingwan glared at Qiao Nian. The Ming Wang declared that he would be Qiao Nian's support from now on. None may show her disrespect. Huh, I never imagined Qiao Nian had such charms, even captivating a prince. As Xiao Qingwan's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the group. All eyes turned to Qiao Nian. Though Lin Yi and Lin Yuan understood the true nature of her relationship with the Ming Wang, they remained mute as Xiao Qingwan insulted her. Fortunately, Qiao Nian had grown accustomed to their silence in critical moments. Ning Xuan, feeling a surge of anger, opened her mouth to defend Qiao Nian but was silenced by her. Ning Xuan stepped back. Reluctantly, Ning Xuan retreated a few paces, stifling her indignation. Qiao Nian pressed her palms together, bowing respectfully to the Guanyin statue before rising and walking towards Xiao Qingwan. With her brother present, Xiao Qingwan felt emboldened. Unafraid, even after the Ming Wang's reprimand, she raised her chin defiantly, eyebrow arched. "What? Did I say something wrong?" With a sharp crack, a resounding slap rang out. Chapter 27. I will strike you too. Everyone stood in stunned silence. No one anticipated that Qiao Nian would suddenly slap Xiao Qingyuan without any warning. Thus, even with Xiao Hong and Lin Yi standing beside Xiao Qingyuan, they could not prevent the slap from landing on her face. However, the slap seemed to awaken the previously silent crowd. Lin Yi stepped forward abruptly, grasping Qiao Nian's hand, demanding, "What are you doing? Apologize to Miss Xiao at once." With a cool gaze, Qiao Nian looked at Lin Yi and simply said, "Release me." Her voice was soft, lacking any fierce undertone. Yet those unremarkable words caused Lin Yi's heart to constrict suddenly, and he instinctively loosened his grip. Qiao Nian withdrew her hand, rubbing her wrist where Lin Yi had held tightly. At that moment, Lin Yuan's voice chimed in, "Sister," although Miss Zhao's words were rather harsh, "you truly should not resort to violence, especially in the presence of the Buddha. If you continue this way, the Bodhisattva will surely blame you." Without even glancing at Lin Yuan, Qiao Nian replied coolly, "If you utter another word, I shall strike you as well." Lin Yuan's eyes reddened instantly, gazing at Qiao Nian with a look of grievance. Yet, Qiao Nian turned her attention to Xiao Hong, asking, "General Xiao, do you have anything to say?" She intended to wait for them to finish their meaningless chatter so she could deal with the matter swiftly. To her surprise, Xiao Hong slightly shook his head, saying, "It was Qingyuan who spoke out of turn first. I hope Miss Xiao will forgive her." This unexpected response caught everyone off guard. Qiao Nian regarded Xiao Hong with a deep stare, but Xiao Qingyuan, having been slapped, could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "What did I say wrong? She is indeed of lowly status." Everyone witnessed her holding hands with the Ming Wang today. Who are they? Even if the emperor has not bestowed marriage, they should not be so intimate in public. How could I have stopped Miss Xiao from cleaning her ears? Qiao Nian's casual remark left Xiao Qingyuan pale with fear. Beside them, Song Baixian could not help but step forward, pulling Xiao Qingyuan back. "Enough, say no more. We cannot afford to provoke her with her current status." Song Baixian's words ignited Xiao Qingyuan's competitive spirit. Ignoring her warning, she shrugged off Song Baixian's hand and shouted, "What is so unapproachable about her? Even if she has the Ming Wang backing her, I still have my elder brother. The Ming Wang, despite his noble status, is merely a carefree prince, while my brother has achieved great military feats and enjoys the emperor's favor. I refuse to believe the Ming Wang would dare to harm me." Silence. Xiao Hong furrowed his brow, pulling Xiao Qingyuan behind him. "Who permits you to speak such disrespectful words?" With Xiao Heng's frown, Xiao Qingyuan dared not utter another word. She could only cover her face, standing behind Xiao Hong, glaring fiercely at Qiao Nian. Yet Qiao Nian smiled. It seems General Xiao truly must discipline Miss Zhao's tongue to prevent future calamities from her words. If this reached the Ming Wang's ears, who knew how the Xiao family would be dealt with? Although the carefree prince lacked power, he was still the emperor's son and would not tolerate such overt disrespect. Xiao Hong understood this well, but seeing the barely concealed sarcasm at the corner of Qiao Nian's lips left him feeling quite displeased. Furthermore, Xiao Qingyuan's assertion that Qiao Nian had been holding hands with the Ming Wang in public made him wonder how their relationship had become so intimate in such a short time. He coldly stated, "My sister is willful, and I shall certainly discipline her." However, Miss Qiao's shamelessness should also be addressed by Lin Yi. Shameless? Qiao Nian's expression stiffened. She recognized that her entrance with the Ming Wang was indeed socially inappropriate, and Xiao Heng's reprimand left her with little ground to retort. However, she could respond to another matter. "General Xiao is jesting. I am Qiao, and it is not for the Lin family to discipline me." "Qiao Nian," Lin Yi thundered, "do not overstep your bounds. The ones overstepping are you." Qiao Nian, unable to endure any longer, retorted, "I merely wish to seek a safety talisman for my grandmother. What business is it of yours? Why do you both come here to point fingers at me? Especially you, Lin Yi. When I was slandered, you remained silent. Now, you seek to lecture me? On what grounds?" "On the grounds that I am your elder brother, and thus entitled to correct you." Lin Yi shouted. Even if Xiao Qingyuan was in the wrong today, the two families shared a deep friendship. Everything could wait until they returned home. He could personally confront Xiao Qingyuan's parents and demand they discipline her properly. No matter what, Qiao Nian should never have resorted to violence. Yet, upon hearing his words, Qiao Nian erupted into laughter. What did you say? Elder brother? Do not make me laugh to death. Qiao Nian. Lin Yi raised his voice again, ready to scold her further. But Qiao Nian suddenly spoke coldly, her voice soft yet resonant enough for everyone in the hall to hear clearly. My elder brother died 3 years ago. In her heart, they had all perished. Meeting Qiao Nian's icy gaze, Lin Yi felt as if he could scarcely breathe. She was clearly cursing him. He should be furious and retort. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. Even Xiao Hong clenched his fists involuntarily. A wave of indescribable emotion surging from his heart, engulfing his entire being, causing his blood to boil while freezing him in place like a mountain. At that moment, even Song Baixian and Xiao Qingwan sensed the unusual tension, recognizing something was amiss with Qiao Nian. However, Lin Yuan remained oblivious. She slowly reached out to grasp Qiao Nian's hand, saying, Sister, how can you say that? Our elder brother is alive and well. He is your elder brother. Qiao Nian violently shook off Lin Yuan's hand, casting her a cold glance. I am not your sister. With that, she turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Lin Yuan knelt down. Sister. This action astonished everyone. Qiao Nian had never anticipated Lin Yuan would kneel. Yet, not only did she kneel, but she also cried while saying, Sister, it is all my fault. I should not have returned 3 years ago. I should not have entered the palace. Today, I should not have told the Ming Wang you were here. It is all my mistake. If you wish to blame someone, blame me alone. But our elder brother has always been worried about you. He has always cared for you. You cannot deny him because of me. Lin Yi could not bear to see Lin Yuan in this state, especially hearing her say she should not have returned. His heart ached, and he rushed to help Lin Yuan up. Yuan, do not act like this. She is heartless. We need not apologize to her. You are a daughter of the Lin family. Returning to your roots is fate. But some people. As Lin Yi spoke, he glared at Qiao Nian. With a heart of stone, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Even if she were to pray 100 times in the temple, the Bodhisattva would never heed her. Lin Yi, Qiao Nian shouted, her chest heaving violently. She had thought her temperament had been tempered to a smooth edge over 3 years. Yet today she could not help but erupt. I told you earlier that I came to seek a safety talisman for my grandmother. You better pray the Bodhisattva did not hear your words. For if anything were to happen to my grandmother, I shall never forgive you. The hatred in her eyes burned fiercely, almost as if it could incinerate Lin Yi entirely. Chapter 28. The young lord's remarkable memory lapse. Lin Yi was naturally taken aback. Indeed, Qiao Nian had come to seek peace for her grandmother. How could he utter such words? What was the matter with him? Why did he always become irrational in her presence? His heart raced at the thought that if something were to happen to his grandmother because of his words, not only would Qiao Nian never forgive him, but he himself would also be unable to forgive his own actions for a lifetime. Yet, could this situation not be attributed to Qiao Nian? Why was it that he could maintain his composure in front of Yuan Air, yet succumb to rage when facing her? Wasn't he at all instigated by Qiao Nian herself? She claimed he had been dead for 3 years and insisted he had no right to admonish her. He intended to show her just how much authority he possessed. The pent-up anger that had accumulated since Qiao Nian returned to the residence erupted at that moment. Lin Yi suddenly lunged forward, reaching out to grab Qiao Nian. Startled, she did not anticipate Lin Yi would act against her here, but she quickly reacted and sidestepped his advance. However, Lin Yi, being a few years her senior and trained in martial arts from a young age, was far superior in skill. In mere moments, he had subdued her. Qiao Nian's hands were firmly restrained, rendering her incapable of any struggle. Seeing this, Ning Shuang rushed over, exclaiming, Young lord, this is sacred ground. The prince is still present. Do not act foolishly. Release the young lady. Get away. Lin Yi retorted, kicking Ning Shuang aside. She was sent flying, spitting blood upon impact. Qiao Nian's eyes filled with fury. Lin Yi, you scoundrel. A scoundrel? I have protected you since childhood. Stood up for you in fights, brought you whatever you desired, crafted your hairpin for your coming-of-age ceremony with my own hands, and traveled great distances to retrieve the world's most dazzling luminous pearl for you. After all I have done, you dare to call me a scoundrel? Very well. I shall show you who the true scoundrel is. As he spoke, Lin Yi grasped Qiao Nian and marched toward the temple's exit. The commotion within the hall had already attracted a crowd outside, and as Lin Yi dragged Qiao Nian, even more onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. Before everyone, Lin Yi unceremoniously threw Qiao Nian to the ground. She lost her balance, instinctively reaching out to brace herself, her palms scraping against the ground and drawing blood. Lin Yi, however, paid no heed to her plight. He seized a broom from a nearby novice monk and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been her brother for 18 years, yet today she dares to curse me before the Bodhisattva, claiming I am dead. If I do not discipline her, she will never learn to respect me as her elder brother. I ask you all to bear witness. With that, he swung the broom down with ferocity. The broomstick, crafted from the sturdy branches of mountain trees, struck Qiao Nian with a force that left her head spinning, and she collapsed to the ground. But Lin Yi did not relent. He unleashed the fury that had been building within him for far too long. Qiao Nian felt the pain on her back intensify with each strike. In a daze, she found herself transported back to her days in the laundry department, where she too had been beaten down, surrounded by palace maids who reveled in her humiliation. Yet there was a stark difference. The matron was merely a woman of advancing age, incapable of delivering the sheer force Lin Yi was capable of. She lost track of how many times Lin Yi struck her, but knew that it was only when the broom finally broke that he ceased his assault. Ironically, he seemed to tire, standing aside and breathing heavily. Among the onlookers, some recognized her and spoke up. Isn't that Miss Xiao from the Marquis residence? It's common knowledge that your brother treats you well. How could you utter such venomous words? Indeed, you are not a true born of the Marquis household. How can you be so ungrateful after enjoying such splendor for so many years? To curse your own brother to death, it's utterly outrageous. Even the Bodhisattva would be incensed. Encouraged by these comments, the crowd that did not recognize Qiao Nian began to echo similar sentiments, and in an instant, she became the target of collective scorn. Yet, perhaps due to the habits formed over 3 years of enduring beatings, Qiao Nian surprisingly managed to rise again. She pushed herself up, and in the face of the crowd's accusations, merely spat to the side with indifference. If it weren't for the vivid redness of her spittle, one might not have noticed the bruises upon her face. She lifted her gaze to the surrounding throng. Song Bai Xian, Xiao Qingwan, Lin Yuan, Xiao Hong. Some relished in her misfortune, others feigned sympathy, while a few maintained an aloof demeanor throughout. Ultimately, her gaze landed on Lin Ye's face. This visage, which once playfully contorted into grotesque expressions to amuse her, now bore only unrelenting anger and hatred. Unable to contain herself, Qiao Nian burst into laughter. Ah! Her laughter grew louder, prompting those around her to speculate that she had been driven to madness by the beating. Lin Yi felt a pang of unease in his heart at the sound of her laughter. As she continued to laugh, Qiao Nian clumsily rose to her feet. Eventually, she stifled her laughter, yet her eyes remained bright with mirth as she addressed Lin Yi. It appears, dear young lord, that your memory truly fails you. The hairpin you crafted for me? Perhaps you would like to see whose head it now adorns? Startled, Lin Yi instinctively glanced at Lin Yuan. Recalling that the day of Qiao Nian's coming-of-age ceremony coincided with Lin Yuan's return to claim her identity. Thus the hairpin had remained unbestowed and now rested upon Lin Yuan's head. And what of the luminous pearl you journeyed far and wide to retrieve? Surely you know well where it now resides. Naturally, it was with Lin Yuan. That year, Lin Yi had claimed Lin Yuan was afraid of the dark and suggested she borrow the luminous pearl, after which it had never returned to Qiao Nian's possession. Lin Yi felt as though his heart had been struck by a powerful force, causing him to stagger back a step. Yet, seizing upon a final semblance of truth, he shouted at Qiao Nian, "But it is a fact that I have protected you since childhood. Who does not know I cherish you like a treasure?" "Then look around you," Qiao Nian replied, her smile growing increasingly bitter. Lin Yi surveyed the crowd, which consisted of both nobles and commoners. It was a festive day, and all the families with leisure had gathered. Qiao Nian then inclined her body, bowing to Lin Yi. "Thank you, young lord, for bestowing upon me this profound humiliation. I, Qiao Nian, am eternally grateful. This beating should suffice to repay the kindness you have shown me in the past. Should you find it insufficient, I stand here with another broom, ready for you to continue until you feel satisfied." Enduring this punishment would clear the slate of his past affections, severing their bond entirely, so that she would not harbor resentment while reminiscing about even a shred of his past kindness. Yet, Lin Yi found himself paralyzed. He stood as if turned to stone, unable to move even a finger. At that moment, The Ming Wang pushed through the crowd, declaring, "I am here. Who dares?" Chapter 29. A heavy blow to the prince upon encountering the Ming Wang. Everyone knelt in reverence. Xiao Hung, having received a decree from the emperor, was among the few who did not need to bow, thus merely clasped his hands in respect. Qiao Nian had yet to kneel when she was steadied by the Ming Wang. His large hand, radiating warmth, made her acutely aware of her trembling form. To his surprise, the calm demeanor she exhibited in the face of Lin Yuan's brutal treatment belied the extent of her fear. Qiao Nian was baffled by the sudden appearance of the Ming Wang, who had just departed with the abbot. However, she felt a surge of gratitude for his timely intervention. Lin Yuan had struck her mercilessly. She could barely stand, and had it not been for the Ming Wang's arrival, she would likely have collapsed before everyone. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Yet, the Ming Wang heard her clearly. Those two delicate words pierced his heart like needles, intensifying his anger. He glared at Lin Yuan, who had audaciously harmed his subject in a sacred place, implying that the whole residence had little regard for either him or the emperor. Lin Yuan stood frozen, overwhelmed by the accusation, and hastily bowed. "I dare not. Dare not? In a holy place, you have injured another so grievously. What else could you possibly refrain from?" The Ming Wang commanded, "Bring him to me. Strike him until he can rise no longer." Yes, the attendants complied, pinning Lin Yi to the ground and mercilessly striking him with nearby brooms. The resounding thuds sent chills through the crowd. Just then, a figure dashed forward, throwing herself onto Lin Yuan's back. "Do not hit my brother. If you must strike, then strike me instead." It was Lin Yuan. The guards, momentarily at a loss, hesitated. Qiao Nian, observing the scene, averted her gaze. She harbored a grudging admiration for Lin Yuan, who always emerged at critical moments to protect Lin Yi and their family. It was this loyalty that had caused Qiao Nian to resent her silence 3 years prior. The Ming Wang cast a silent glance at Qiao Nian, noticing her lips turning pale and quivering. His heart tightened, and with a resolve, he spoke, "Since Miss Lin insists, I shall oblige." "Proceed." The attendants raised their brooms high, but 3 voices rang out in unison. "Stop. No. Wait." It was Lin Yi, now cradling Lin Yuan and the Xiao siblings. They no longer remained silent. Xiao Qingwan's eyes glistened with tears, appearing more grieved than when Xiao Nian had struck her. "Your Highness, today's events have nothing to do with Miss Lin. Please do not involve the innocent." The Ming Wang did not spare her a glance, instead offering a derisive smile. "What you to speak so boldly before me? Forgive my sister's rudeness. Your Highness." Xiao Hung stepped forward, bowing with respect. Yet, his demeanor was neither subservient nor overly humble, suggesting a willingness to stand against the Ming Wang. His gaze fell upon Qiao Nian, half hidden behind the Ming Wang, and something dark flickered in his eyes. "However, I urge you to reconsider, lest this matter escalate to the emperor's attention." "Are you threatening me?" The Ming Wang raised an eyebrow. Fear of the emperor lingered, yet he would not allow anyone to trample upon his authority, not even the emperor himself. Meeting the Ming Wang's fierce gaze, Xiao Hung returned with equal intensity. "I merely prioritize the greater good." Given the Ming Wang's intention to form a union with the Ho family, he could not afford to make matters too complicated. Yet, the Ming Wang's scoff interrupted him. "General Xiao, your ambitions are commendable, yet why did you remain mute when Xiao Nian was struck? Were you rendered speechless?" The question pierced Xiao Nian's heart, causing her pain. She had long accepted that Xiao Hung did not harbor feelings for her, so why did her heart ache so fiercely? She bit her lip in frustration, suppressing the warmth in her eyes. Xiao Hung instinctively observed her expression, but from his vantage point, she seemed so close yet so distant. Nestled against the Ming Wang, igniting his frustration. His tone turned sharp. "In this matter, let the truth be known. It is evident to all who is right and who is wrong. While the punishment of sister may have been heavy, it remains a family affair. This is not within my purview, nor yours." Using family matters as an excuse placed the Ming Wang in a precarious position. Even as a royal, he had no right to interfere in the affairs of others. Moreover, his desire to marry Qiao Nian was partly to strengthen ties with the Ho family. Should he act too harshly, the consequences could be dire. Noticing the Ming Wang's silence, Xiao Hung directed a glance at the attendants. As a seasoned warrior, he commanded fear with a mere glance, causing the attendants to lower their brooms in compliance. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan wept in Lin Ye's embrace. Brother, are you all right? It's all my fault. I don't want this hairpin or the luminous pearl. I only wish for your well-being. She attempted to remove her hairpin, but Lin Yi firmly restrained her. Nonsense. What I gifted you is yours, and no one else shall lay claim to it. Everyone understood who the no one else referred to. Qiao Nian inhaled deeply, her body shaking even more violently, unsure whether it was from her wounds or Lin Ye's words. The Ming Wang felt a pang of concern for her injuries. He glared at the others, declaring, "While I cannot meddle in the affairs of the Ho family, Qiao Nian is mine. You dare touch her, and there shall be consequences." He then commanded, "Separate Miss Lin. Strike him fiercely." Yes, the attendants complied, pulling Lin Yuan away. She resisted, crying out, but was unable to escape their grip. Lin Yi was once again subdued and struck mercilessly. The Ming Wang, however, chose not to witness the punishment. Instead, he turned and swept Xiao Nian into his arms, striding towards the temple exit. Witnessing this, Xiao Heng's eyes burned with fury. Before the gaze of the crowd, the Ming Wang was tarnishing Xiao Nian's reputation. He instinctively moved to intervene, but was halted by his sister's grip. Looking back, he saw Xiao Qingyuan shake her head slightly, reminding him of his current lack of standing to intervene. Yet, could he merely stand by and watch her fall into another's embrace? Suppressing the surging jealousy within, Xiao Heng clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 30. 15 years of nurturing the Ming Wang directly brought the person into the palace. When Xiao Nian awoke, she found herself in the chamber of the esteemed de Guofei, observing the lavish decorations that adorned the room. She recalled faintly that she had lost consciousness before being lifted into the carriage by the Ming Wang, and her heart sank momentarily. Instinctively, she attempted to rise. At that unfortunate moment, de Guofei entered the room and, upon seeing that Xiao Nian had awakened, hurried towards her, urging her to lie down, cautioning that her injuries had yet to heal and she should refrain from moving unnecessarily. However, Qiao Nian had already propped herself up, and it was illogical for her to return to a prone position. She intended to descend from the bed to pay her respects to de Guofei, but was halted. "Child, with such severe injuries, why concern yourself with such formalities?" De Guofei chided gently, beckoning a palace maid holding medicine. The maid approached with the medicine, and de Guofei took a spoonful, blowing gently on it before offering it to Qiao Nian. "This medicine is from the Imperial Hospital. It is effective for external wounds. Drink it while it's warm." Startled, Qiao Nian instinctively reached out to take it, only to have de Guofei withdraw her hand. "You are still injured. How about you fetch it yourself? Be good and open your mouth." De Guofei's voice was soothing, her tone reminiscent of a warm spring, as though it could melt away the turmoil in Xiao Nian's heart. Yielding to the gentle insistence, Qiao Nian opened her mouth obediently. The bitter medicine slid down her throat, evoking memories of her childhood when Madame Lin would feed her medicine in the same tender manner, each spoonful carefully blown upon lest it burn her. Yet, those memories felt distant, evoking a poignant ache in her heart, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. De Guofei quickly noticed, her brow furrowing with concern. "What troubles you? Is it the pain from your wounds, or is the medicine too bitter?" The thought of her injuries made de Guofei's heart ache. That young man from the Lin family had certainly been excessively cruel. Qiao Nian shook her head slightly, remaining silent. The medicine was not bitter, nor did her wounds ache as fiercely as her heart. She was merely reminded of distant memories that felt like echoes of a time when she had family, where her loved ones cherished and spoiled her. But now, she was surrounded by strangers who wore the faces of her family, yet tormented and wronged her. She thought of the wounds on her back, inflicted by the laundry house matron who had exerted all her strength. Yet Lin Yi could strike her so mercilessly in front of so many. How dare he claim to be her brother? Her true brother would never harm her in such a manner. A faint smile appeared on her lips, yet it was more bitter than the medicine in de Guofei's hands. She had yet to express her gratitude to His Highness for rescuing her today. However, as soon as she mentioned the Ming Wang, de Guofei's expression shifted. Before Qiao Nian could inquire further, the chief maid, Qing'er, rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it is dire. The Emperor intends to punish the Wang Yi." A chill ran through Qiao Nian at those words. Yet, de Guofei snorted disdainfully, "Let him be punished. What a lack of discretion to have beaten the young lord to such a state." In that moment, Qiao Nian comprehended that the Ming Wang was being punished by the Emperor because of her. Reflecting on how Lin Yi had still been enduring punishment when she was carried away by the Ming Wang, she suspected he must have been grievously injured. Noticing Qiao Nian's silence, the Gui Fei added, "Even if it is to avenge you, he ought not to have struck with such severity." Even Qiao Nian, though naive, understood the Gui Fei's implication. She resolved, since this matter arose because of me, it is only right that I explain it to the emperor. With that, she swung her legs over the side of the bed and prepared to rise. The Gui Fei stood up as well. "You are still injured. You cannot." In truth, Qiao Nian had felt a fleeting moment of gratitude towards the Gui Fei, but that feeling had dissipated entirely. She smiled reassuringly at the Gui Fei. "Do not worry, Your Highness," she said, then proceeded to walk out. Whether the Gui Fei was concerned for her injuries or for the Ming Wang, that was something only the Gui Fei could ponder. During her 3 years in the laundry house, although Qiao Nian spent most of her time washing clothes, she often accompanied the matron to deliver items to various palaces. Therefore, she was quite familiar with the paths within the palace. Before long, she found herself outside the imperial study. After announcing her presence, she entered alongside a eunuch and discovered that, apart from the Lin couple, Xiao Hong was also present. Were they all here to lodge complaints? Qiao Nian thought to herself, suppressing a smirk as she approached and knelt respectfully. This humble girl, Qiao Nian, pays her respects to the emperor. The figure clad in bright yellow at the desk scrutinized her, inquiring, "You are Qiao Nian?" His deep voice resonated with an air of authority that, though quiet, echoed in the hall, sending a ripple of unease through her heart. Qiao Nian responded with utmost respect, "Indeed, I am she." A scoff escaped the emperor's lips, laced with bitter sarcasm. "You truly possess remarkable talent. 3 years ago, you stirred unrest in the Marquis household, and now you return to bring misfortune to my son." Qiao Nian's heart raced at his words, understanding instantly that the emperor held her in disdain. Thus, no matter what she might say today, she could expect little faith from him, especially with the Lin couple and Xiao Hong present. She was outnumbered. Therefore, she bowed her head deeply, admitting, "It is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the Ming Wang. I beseech the emperor to punish me and spare his highness." As her words fell, she felt a piercing gaze, as if it were attempting to penetrate her very being. Xiao Hong had never anticipated that Qiao Nian would go to such lengths for the Ming Wang, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered from outside the study. This humble servant pays her respects to the emperor. It was the Gui Fei. The emperor waved his hand, dismissing her greeting. Once the Gui Fei rose, she turned to Qiao Nian, her brow furrowed. "Child, how could you run so swiftly after just regaining consciousness?" "I could scarcely keep up." Qiao Nian lowered her head in silence. Yet the chief maid, Qing'er, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, Miss Qiao is bleeding from her back." At this announcement, everyone gasped. The Gui Fei quickly glanced at Qiao Nian's back, covering her mouth in shock. "It must be that the wound has reopened. Your Majesty, please send for a physician to attend to Miss Qiao." The emperor, perplexed, questioned, "Did you not say that Lin Yi merely taught her a lesson? How could her injuries be so severe?" Observing that Qiao Nian was adequately clothed for the winter, he found it hard to believe she could bleed. "The Gui Fei explained. I initially believed the injuries were not serious, but who could have known? Alas, this girl, though not the Marquis' biological daughter, has been raised by the household for 15 years. It is only fitting that the young lord, as her brother, discipline her, but to strike her so severely in front of so many." She left her statement hanging, yet the emperor grasped the implication. It was precisely because Lin Yi had been excessively harsh that the Ming Wang could no longer endure and had commanded Lin Yi to be beaten into a state of serious injury. Thus, Lin Yi had brought this upon himself. The emperor's expression turned solemn as he turned to Lin Houyi. "My dear Minister Lin, you have 1 son and 1 daughter raised for 15 years. What do you propose we do?" Chapter 31. Stopping the marriage. How could Lord Lin not comprehend the true meaning behind the emperor's words? He promptly stepped forward, knelt, and respectfully addressed the emperor, informing him that his son, by nature impulsive and reckless, had dared to commit violence in a sacred Buddhist temple, thereby incurring the rightful wrath of the Ming Wang. He beseeched the emperor to discern the matter clearly. The implication was clear: do not hold the Ming Wang accountable. In truth, from the very beginning, Lord Lin had no intention of blaming the Ming Wang. He was acutely aware of the Lin family's current standing, more so than anyone else. However, upon hearing of the incident, The emperor had specifically summoned him and his wife to the palace, announcing in their presence the punishment of the Ming Wang, without affording them a chance to speak. At this moment, upon hearing Lord Lin's words, the emperor appeared satisfied, though a slight disdain was evident in the snort that escaped his nostrils. He turned to General Xiao, inquiring, "General Xiao, you were present at the time. What is your perspective?" Xiao Hong performed a bow, his dark eyes casting a deep glance at Qiao Nian before he spoke, "Your Majesty. While the incident originated from Miss Qiao's reckless behavior, it is indeed a fact that the young lord acted impulsively and the Ming Wang's punishment was excessive. However, given that the Ming Wang has already faced consequences and the young lord is gravely injured, perhaps we should let this matter rest." Upon hearing this, the emperor nodded slightly. "I share this sentiment. Lord Lin, what do you think?" "Your Majesty is wise," Lord Lin exclaimed, and the emperor gestured for the Ming Wang to be brought in. "Yes," came the response from outside the hall. Yet, at that moment, the Ming Wang could hardly walk. He had been carried in by several individuals. They placed him beside Qiao Nian, who gazed at the bloodied and battered figure of the Ming Wang, and despite knowing this was likely a mere ruse, she could not help but feel a rush of concern. "My lord." Hearing her voice, the Ming Wang turned to her, and the expression of pain on his face transformed into a gentle smile. "It's all right. It doesn't hurt at all." To any observer, this scene depicted a pair of star-crossed lovers. Even the emperor squinted slightly, though he failed to notice the two women standing on either side of the hall, exchanging knowing glances. Both Qiao Nian and the Ming Wang were escorted back to the residence of the noble consort, where a physician attended to Qiao Nian's injuries. After her wounds were dressed, she wished to see the Ming Wang, only to be informed that he had already fallen asleep. However, Qiao Nian understood well that such a serious injury likely meant he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Perhaps that was for the best. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words in his presence. The noble consort sent a maid to escort her out of the palace. Although she had no desire to return to the Marquis, she feared her grandmother might have heard of the incident and would worry, prompting her to hurry back and assure her of her safety. The maid led the way slowly, and Qiao Nian followed at a measured pace. Yet, as they passed by a rockery in the imperial garden, a large hand suddenly reached out, pulling her into a cave within the rocks. Before she could cry out, that hand covered her mouth. The familiar scent enveloped her, leaving her momentarily stunned. The cave was small, but Xiao Heng's tall figure filled it entirely, forcing her against the wall. Considering her injuries, he gently wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. However, this brought them uncomfortably close. So much so that when Qiao Nian raised her gaze, she could discern the length of his eyelashes, and had he not covered her mouth, their lips might have nearly touched. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Qiao Nian thought this must surely be an old affliction from years past, still unhealed. Yet, Xiao Hong perceived her panic, and for reasons he could not fathom, her distress stirred something deep within him. However, recalling how intimate she had appeared with the Ming Wang in the hall, jealousy ignited within him anew. After 3 years, how could she still be so oblivious? Finally, Qiao Nian's frantic heart began to steady. She pushed against Xiao Hong, yet the confined space rendered her efforts futile. She glared at him. "General Xiao, have you brought me here merely to discuss this matter?" Xiao Heng's eyes darkened, filled with a sense of exasperation. "Do not tell me you have failed to recognize that today's events were orchestrated by the noble consort. Your injuries, while serious, are not so grave as to bleed from a mere run, unless, of course, they were never properly treated in the first place." Yet Qiao Nian was aware of the difference between the fresh dressing and her earlier condition. She dismissed his concern with a scoff. "Are you suggesting that even the young lord's assault on me was a ploy by the noble consort? If so, her tactics are extraordinarily cunning. If not, then the true culprit behind today's events remains Lin Yi." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Xiao Heng's expression grew colder. "The Ming Wang is not a benevolent man, and the noble consort is far from what you imagine. Marrying him will leave you with nothing but bones." "Then who do you think I should marry, General Xiao?" Qiao Nian retorted, a strong sarcasm surfacing in her eyes. "If not the Ming Wang, then perhaps I should wed you instead?" Her intention was merely to provoke him. She understood Xiao Hong harbored no feelings for her. Even with their betrothal years ago, he remained distant. Thus, she intended to convey that if he had no intention of marrying her, he should refrain from meddling. However, to her surprise, A hint of threat glimmered in Xiao Hang's eyes. He did not scold her for being ungrateful or dreaming foolishly. He merely fell silent, his breathing growing heavier. Qiao Nian felt a surge of panic. She pushed against him once more, futile as it was, but at least maintained a precarious distance between them. You need not worry about whether the Ming Wang is a good man. After today, the emperor will surely issue a decree to grant me in marriage to him. Our union is a foregone conclusion. She knew well that this cruel ruse served a purpose. Even if the Marquis had fallen from grace, the alliance with the Ming Wang would still elicit the emperor's caution. Yet, should a conflict arise between the Ming Wang and the young lord, with the latter seeking to wed merely an adopted daughter of the Marquis, the Marquisate support would be rendered meaningless in the emperor's eyes. Thus, the imperial decree would likely arrive at the Marquis by tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hang's eyes blazed with intensity. Then why do you think I risked bringing you here? If he were not in a rush, he could have left the palace and analyzed the situation later. Yet, he could not wait a moment longer. If she would only tell him she did not wish to marry, he would immediately seek out the emperor and do everything in his power to thwart this marriage. Qiao Nian had never witnessed this side of Xiao Hang. To her, he had always been calm and indifferent, much like when he had watched her suffer at the hands of Lin Yi without intervening. Occasionally, he would show tenderness, but it was mostly directed at Lin Yuan. Now, however, he appeared to be losing control. The crimson depths of his eyes concealed a myriad of emotions, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Yet, she remained steadfast, uttering lightly, "This has nothing to do with the general." Chapter 32. You and Miss Lin are a perfect match. Xiao Hang's aura suddenly darkened. Are you truly intent on marrying him? His voice was deep and chilling. Qiao Nian met his crimson gaze and replied calmly, "Yes, even if he is a cripple." Xiao Hang's words rendered Qiao Nian momentarily speechless. Observing her silence, Xiao Hang assumed she was unaware and continued, "Do you know that he—" "I know," Qiao Nian interrupted, fully aware of what he was about to say. The maid who had led her earlier was Lin Yuan, who had discreetly shared the secrets she was previously oblivious to. Xiao Hang was taken aback. She knew yet still insisted on marrying? As if recalling something, his voice grew slightly hoarse. "If you're doing this because of my earlier words, I can speak with Lady Lin." He believed she was compelled by his prior statement that she must marry first before marrying Lin Yuan. However, Qiao Nian interrupted him once more. "It is not because of you, General. It is because I wish to marry the Ming King. It is because my grandmother's health is failing, because the Marquis is not my future home, and because I must seek a path for myself. For many reasons, but none of them involve you." "Nian Nian." Xiao Hang's tone inexplicably softened, calling her in a way she had never heard before. Her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. She understood that she had once loved Xiao Hang deeply, to the point of risking everything, even her life. Yet, she was now acutely aware that the love she needed was for herself. "General Xiao," she replied with restrained detachment, "you and Miss Lin are indeed a perfect match." Thus, Xiao Hang should have been comforting his sorrowful fiancée Yi, who was distressed over Lin Yi, rather than cornering her in this small cave within the vast imperial palace to utter such nonsensical words, stirring her already lifeless heart. Xiao Hang gazed into her eyes, those familiar eyes still reflecting his face, yet now so cold and distant. He knew he should let go. Otherwise, should anyone discover their position in the cave, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary trouble. But if he relinquished his hold, how could he bear it? "Miss Qiao, someone is coming." A faint voice suddenly echoed from outside the rockery. Qiao Nian instantly recognized it as Lin Yuan. Panic surged within her, and she pushed Xiao Hang twice. But he remained unmoving, denying her an escape. Her eyes clouded with alarm. She could not help but question, "General Xiao, do you not think my current predicament is dire enough?" Ultimately, Xiao Hang's rationality prevailed. The hand that had imprisoned her waist finally loosened. Qiao Nian hurriedly emerged from the cave. Lin Yuan immediately stepped forward to tidy her disheveled hair. Just then, a young eunuch passed by, bowing as he saw Qiao Nian. She returned the gesture and followed Lin Yuan toward the palace gate. The young eunuch continued on his way, but, after a short distance, noticed a small jade pendant had fallen from his waist. As he bent down to pick it up and looked up, he spotted a tall figure hastily departing in the distance. Confused, he thought, "I did not see Lord Xiao along the way. Where did he emerge from?" Strangely, His gaze fell upon the rockery nearby, and recalling Qiao Nian, he could not help but speculate, but he did not dwell on it and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Lin Howie, having returned to the Marquis early, kicked open Lin Ye's door with a cold expression. Lin Ye had just awakened, while Lin Yuan sat beside him, administering medicine. The sudden kick startled her, causing the soup to spill and burn her hand, prompting a gasp. Lin Ye's heart jolted, and Lin Madam rushed forward, taking Lin Yuan's hand in a flurry of concern. "Oh dear, come quickly. Let us tend to your injuries." She attempted to pull Lin Yuan away. However, Lin Yuan refused to leave, tears streaming down her face. "I want to go. Father, in this state, you will surely punish my brother. I must stay and protect him." Lin Howie's heart softened at Lin Yuan's tearful demeanor. Lin Yi furrowed his brow deeply, his mind replaying the scene where Qiao Nian publicly declared he had died 3 years ago. He could not help but wonder how such a stark contrast existed. They were both his sister, one risked injury for him, while the other could be so cruel. Suddenly, Lin Howie's voice thundered, "Shouldn't he be punished? In front of everyone, he harmed his own sister like that. Are you even human? You are a beast." Lin Ye's actions today were not merely punitive towards Qiao Nian. They had shattered the Marquis' reputation. Now, the whole capital knew that the daughter they had raised for 15 years harbored animosity towards them. After the words of the public were spoken, how much good could remain? Lin Yi, aware of his wrongdoing, felt disoriented with rage. Yet, even in his confusion, he knew he should not have inflicted such harm. Lin Madam, holding Lin Yuan, recalled Qiao Nian's blood-soaked back, and in the end could not bear it. But brother has already recognized his mistakes. The prince still punished him like this. "Father, mother, do not blame brother any longer." Lin Yuan's words finally drew the attention of Lin Howie and his wife to Lin Ye's plight. They thought of how Lin Yi appeared when he was brought back, and their hearts softened somewhat. Nevertheless, Lin Howie maintained his stern demeanor. "Thank goodness the emperor does not hold it against you. A little injury is a good thing. Reflect on why you acted so impulsively. How old are you? How can I trust you with the Marquis in the future?" Lin Yi remained silent, not uttering a word. Finally, Lin Madam said, all right, Yi should know his wrongs." Lin Howie let out a heavy sigh before turning to leave. Lin Madam took Lin Yuan and said, "Come, dear, let us tend to your injuries." Yet, Lin Yuan kept glancing back, worriedly regarding Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled at her, hoping to alleviate her concern until the door closed, after which his smile faded at an alarming rate. Then, as if recalling something, he reached beneath the bedding and rummaged for a moment before finally extracting a carving knife and a piece of wood. Thinking of Qiao Nian's earlier accusations at Fa Temple, Lin Yi could not help but curl his lip. "It's just a hairpin. I can carve her another one. What is there to hold a grudge over?" As for the night pearl, he had heard of a new one discovered in the East Sea, larger than the previous one. Once he was healed, he could simply make another trip. They were all just material possessions. How could she be so heartless as to curse him to death? As he carved, he thought that when he presented this hairpin to Qiao Nian, she would surely be moved to tears. With this notion, his spirits inexplicably lifted. However, unexpectedly, the carving knife slipped from his grip, slicing into his finger. Blood flowed profusely. He quickly clutched his injured finger, grimacing in pain. Yet, the bright red blood dripped steadily onto the untouched wood. A wave of inexplicable unease began to spread, enveloping him entirely. Chapter 33. A change of places upon returning to the Marquis' residence. Qiao Nian intended to pay her respects to her grandmother, only to be informed that her grandmother had already retired for the night. She thought to herself that if her grandmother was able to sleep, it indicated that she had not heard of the events that transpired at Fa Temple that day, which alleviated her worries significantly. When she arrived back at Fenghe Courtyard, she found Ning Shuang waiting for her with a pale face. The memory of Lin Ye's earlier kick made Qiao Nian's heart tighten. However, Ning Shuang, seemingly unfazed by what had happened, stepped forward to assist Qiao Nian with her change of clothes. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Nian finally spoke. "Ning Shuang, do you have somewhere else you wish to go?" Ning Shuang froze at her words, her already pallid face losing even more color. "Miss, are you intending to send me away?" Qiao Nian shook her head. "I do not wish to send you away. I merely fear for your safety. If it were not for me, you would not have encountered such unwarranted misfortune today." Unexpectedly, Ning Shuang's emotions surged, and she declared, "I am not afraid. Miss, please do not send me away. I wish to remain by your side to protect you. Her fervor caused her to cough violently, and after several bouts, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, Qiao Nian rushed to support her as she sank into a seat. What is happening? Have you not called for the physician? After a struggle, Ning Shuang managed to quell her cough and explained, I have seen the physician. He said I have sustained internal injuries and should avoid emotional upheaval. But if you were to send me away, my emotions would indeed become agitated, leading to more coughing and bloodshed. Understanding Ning Shuang's intentions, Qiao Nian, though puzzled by her stubbornness to stay by her side, felt her heart soften at the thought of Ning Shuang's earlier determination to protect her. A smile crept upon her lips. Very well, I shall try my utmost not to provoke you. Miss has not angered Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang, realizing Qiao Nian had misunderstood her, hurried to clarify. Upon seeing the smile on Qiao Nian's lips, she finally grasped her meaning. With reddened eyes, she grasped Qiao Nian's hand. I promise to protect you well in the future and ensure you never suffer such indignities again. The sincerity in the young maid's tears was profoundly moving. Qiao Nian felt her own eyes welling with tears, and she sniffled before saying, Silly girl, before you protect me, you must first take care of yourself. Otherwise, I may truly no longer need you. All right. Ning Shuang nodded vigorously, yet internally resolved that her lowly status warranted no protection, and her priority must remain in safeguarding the Mississippi. The following day, the imperial edict of marriage indeed arrived, followed closely by a cascade of lavish gifts bestowed upon the Marquis' residence, both from the emperor and the empress. Observing the plethora of gold, silver, and jewels, Lin Yuan stood nearby, her face alight with envy. The emperor and empress must think highly of my sister. How fortunate she is. Fortunate? Qiao Nian turned to look at Lin Yuan, who beamed with delight, her eyes devoid of any other chaotic emotions. It became clear to Qiao Nian that Lin Yuan was not mocking her. However, with Lin Yuan's smile lingering on her lips, Qiao Nian mused, Since you admire me so, why don't we exchange places? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Exchange? You want me to marry the Prince Ming? She recalled her brother's warnings about Prince Ming being a perilous fire pit, and she had no desire to leap into such a trap. Her heart belonged to Hung Ge, and she intended to marry him. Realizing this, Lin Yuan shook her head vigorously, her eyes betraying a hint of fear, as if she were genuinely afraid of losing something to Qiao Nian. This reaction was far more amusing than her earlier remarks. Qiao Nian could not help but shake her head slightly, letting out a soft chuckle. Lady Lin, recognizing the inappropriateness of Lin Yuan's previous comments, quickly interjected. Prince Ming is still recuperating. He has sent word that he will take you to your agreed-upon place in due time. Agreed-upon place? Qiao Nian frowned slightly, recalling that Prince Ming had mentioned taking her somewhere after their encounter yesterday. However, it hardly constituted an agreement. He had left without waiting for her response. Just then, Lin Yuan approached eagerly. Where did His Highness the Prince agree to take you? Is it fun? Seeing Lin Yuan's joyful expression, Qiao Nian suddenly recalled something. She turned to Lin Yuan, her voice low and serious. Did you inform His Highness that I would be going to Fahua Temple yesterday? Lin Yuan paused, then nodded slowly. Qiao Nian's brow furrowed. Why would you do such a thing? Had you not invited me, I would have forgotten about the festival and would not have gone to Fahua Temple. Had Prince Ming not intervened outside the temple, I would not have faced such humiliation from Xiao Qingwan. Thus, upon reflection, all the tribulation she endured yesterday could be traced back to Lin Yuan's instigation. Lin Yuan, having witnessed Qiao Nian's wrath before, recognized the anger in her expression and instinctively took a step back, fearing a confrontation. I merely heard about your connection with the prince and thought to play matchmaker. Should I then thank you? Qiao Nian retorted coldly, her lips curling into a scornful smile. The esteemed daughter of the Marquis' household, yet so engrossed in the affairs of others' marriages. Should I commend your enthusiasm or criticize your lack of shame? Qiao Nian, Lady Lin interjected softly, swiftly shielding the oncoming tears of Lin Yuan. Do not speak so harshly. Your sister only meant well. She harbors no ulterior motives, so please do not be angry. You are both daughters of the same mother. How could she bear to see either of you wronged? At last, Qiao Nian's gaze shifted from Lin Yuan back to Lady Lin. She regarded her with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Could Lady Lin truly jest? When had she ever shown concern for her grievances? During the past 3 years of suffering, where had Lady Lin been? Most likely indulging and doting on Lin Yuan. Such words should not have been uttered so casually. This was the first time Qiao Nian had spoken back to Lady Lin since returning from the laundry bureau. Previously, she had chosen to remain silent. Yet some individuals, having lied so often, began to believe their own fabrications, ultimately casting her as the villain. Thus, Qiao Nian felt compelled to clarify her stance. Lady Lin was taken aback by Qiao Nian's words, her breath catching as tears streamed down her face. This scene was witnessed by Lin Yi, who had come to smooth over relations with Qiao Nian, having heard of the imperial marriage decree and the subsequent gifts. Even with his injuries requiring support, he limped over, only to find his mother and sister in tears. Furious, he shouted at Qiao Nian, "What are you doing? Are you now taking advantage of the emperor's decree to openly bully our mother?" Chapter 34. Who is to be driven away? It is uncertain when exactly Qiao Nian began to feel an overwhelming aversion to Lin Ye's voice. She turned to face him and saw him push away the servant who was assisting him, limping as he hastily approached her, demanding that she apologize to his mother. Qiao Nian scrutinized him, perhaps due to the injury on his back. Lin Yi did not stand upright, and beads of cold sweat were visible on his forehead, clearly indicating that his swift approach had caused him considerable pain. Yet, despite this, he dared to come and reproach her. Upon reflection, Lin Yi had always possessed such a temperament. In their childhood, his reckless behavior had been aimed at protecting her, but after Lin Yuan's return, he had begun to recklessly target her instead, unjustly accusing her. A chill crept into Qiao Nian's heart as she said, "Did the young Marquis not receive a beating after demanding my apology yesterday? What kind of punishment does he intend to endure today?" At the mention of yesterday's events, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, yet he stubbornly maintained that everything was Qiao Nian's fault. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, "You do not harbor resentment towards me for striking you, do you? Is that why you are taking your anger out on my mother today? Which of your eyes saw me throwing a tantrum?" Qiao Nian retorted. She acknowledged that her tone towards Lin's mother had been somewhat sarcastic, but it was hardly a fit of rage. On the contrary, it was Lin Yi who was perpetually in a state of anger in her presence. Seeing the quarrel escalate between Lin Yi and Qiao Nian, Lady Lin hurried forward to mediate. "Enough, enough. It is not a matter of great importance. You should be resting indoors while you recover from your injury. Why are you out here?" As she spoke, Lady Lin's gaze caught sight of the white bandage on Lin Ye's finger, and she gasped, "What happened to your hand?" "Mother, I am fine," Lin Yi reassured her gently. However, recalling how he had injured his finger while crafting a hairpin for Qiao Nian, and seeing her bully both his mother and sister, he found it impossible to suppress his anger. He shot Qiao Nian a resentful glare, muttering about certain calamities. Qiao Nian was certain that Lin Ye's term calamity was directed at her. Had this been before yesterday, such words would have stung her deeply. However, at that moment, she felt completely indifferent. Compared to being brutally beaten in front of a crowd, those words were utterly trivial. Moreover, she knew that she was not a calamity. The very foundation of the Marquis relied on her humiliation and exploitation. How could she possibly be deemed a calamity? Lady Lin lightly chastised Lin Yi. "How can you speak of your sister in such a manner?" Qiao Nian chuckled softly, responding sweetly, "Indeed, how can a young Marquis say such things about Miss Lin?" This provoked Lin Yuan, who suddenly widened her eyes at Lin Yi, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Yi felt a sudden tightness in his chest, fearing that Lin Yuan might misinterpret the situation. He turned to Qiao Nian and shouted, "I was referring to you." But this outburst only elicited a mocking smile from her. Recalling the words she had spoken before the deity, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of frustration. He pointed at Qiao Nian and demanded, "You may deny that I am your brother, and I will not hold it against you. But what about Mother? She has cared for you tirelessly since your childhood illness. Do you not recognize her?" Lin Yi likely intended to invoke Qiao Nian's conscience with such words. However, her heart had long since perished in the laundry house. She merely smirked, her gaze toward Lin Yi laced with disdain. "The young Marquis, after beating me, dares to claim he bears no resentment. It seems rather hypocritical." Her back still ached from the previous day's ordeal. Although Lin Yi had been knocked unconscious, none of the brooms used against him had broken, and he bore no significant wounds, which is why he could rise from his bed today. Yet she, with just a few strikes, the broom had splintered under the force, leaving deep gashes along her spine. It was evident that Lin Yi had intentionally sought her demise. Though Qiao Nian did not voice her thoughts explicitly, Lin Yi comprehended the insult. He raised his fist toward her in anger. I believe you are merely being obstinate, because you have not been struck enough. Lady Lin sivifli embranjet, Lin pleading, yev. Do not act impulsively. Unexpectedly, Qiao Nian stepped closer to Lin Yi. Does the young Marquis still wish to strike someone? Where do you intend to land your blow? The left cheek or the right? Shall I personally deliver you to your target? Seeing her audacious demeanor only fueled Lin Ye's fury, and he nearly broke free from Lady Lin's grasp. However, to his surprise, Ning Shuang suddenly stepped in front of Qiao Nian and shouted at Lin Yi. The imperial edict for the marriage has just been issued. Does the young Marquis intend to strike our young lady? Is that not a grave disrespect to the emperor? Lin Yi was taken aback, quickly frowning at Ning Shuang. A mere maid, dare to confront me? Why not? Qiao Nian interjected, pushing Ning Shuang aside, and flashed a smile at Lin Yi. Otherwise, do you think your mother clings to you so tightly out of concern for your well-being? She had no faith in that. In the time she had been harmed and slandered, Lady Lin had never once stood up for her. Thus, it was evident that Lady Lin was only worried that Lin Yi would offend the emperor and invite disaster upon them. Lin Yi was truly infuriated. However, Lady Lin was now weeping in his arms, and he found it inappropriate to struggle further. He glared at Qiao Nian and shouted, I should never have brought you back. You've only been here a short time, and already you've caused chaos in our home. Indeed, the young Marquis should not have brought me back. Qiao Nian lowered her gaze, her sarcasm deepening. But the Marquis needs me. Certainly, her departure from the laundry house was due to her grandmother's influence. But it was clear that both the Marquis and Lady Lin had ulterior motives. Without her, who would marry the Ming prince? Who would ensure the Marquis's temporary stability? Lin Yuan? How could they bear to marry off their precious daughter to a cripple, condemning her to a life of widowhood? Had it not been for Lun Yang revealing the truth, she might still believe herself to be at the mercy of others. How ridiculous that she had once demeaned herself to prove her aversion to fish. Yet, Lin Yi seemed oblivious to Qiao Nian's implications. He coldly laughed, Need you? You truly overestimate your importance. I have long told you that if you do not wish to stay here, you may leave at any time. No one in the Marquis will stop you. Previously, Lin Yi had thought such words excessive. Yet now, he regretted not having driven Qiao Nian away sooner. Year, stop talking. Please, do not say another word. Lady Lin cried, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yuan also sobbed as she clung to her mother and brother, her cries nearly breaking Lin Ye's heart. They were indeed a family. Qiao Nian watched them coldly, a flicker of disdain in her eyes, and directly asked Lin Yi, Do you hold authority in this Marquis? Perhaps you should inquire of the Marquis. If someone must be driven away, would it be you or me? Chapter 35. A Grand Wedding. Qiao Nian. Lin Yi fumed, yet he was restrained by two women, utterly immobile. Qiao Nian, uninterested in further banter with Lin Yi, turned to Madame Lin. The gifts today are bestowed upon me by the emperor and the imperial concubine. Thus they should naturally be sent to my Fenghe courtyard, correct? Although these gifts were indeed granted to Qiao Nian by the emperor and the imperial concubine, custom dictated they should be deposited into the treasury of the Marquis' residence. However, since Qiao Nian had broached the subject, Madame Lin could not bring herself to refuse, even perceiving it as a form of compensation for the 3 years Qiao Nian had endured. Weeping, she nodded repeatedly, Yes, yes, they shall be sent to your courtyard. With this affirmation from Madame Lin, a genuine smile graced Qiao Nian's face. She bowed respectfully to Madame Lin before turning to leave with Ning Shuang. Observing her triumphant demeanor, Lin Yi felt a surge of rage, his eyes nearly ablaze. He could not restrain himself from questioning, Mother, what are you doing for her? Only then did Madame Lin release her grip on Lin Yi, sniffling, The household does not lack for such gifts, and besides, they were meant for her. As for you, your father just admonished you yesterday against such impulsiveness. Why can't you temper your temperament? Lin Yi furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. However, Lin Yuan hastened to defend her brother. Mother, brother was merely anxious upon seeing you and I in tears. Please do not blame him. At this, Madame Lin's heart ached. Indeed, no matter what, a mother's love for her own child is boundless. Yet what of Qiao Nian? Though not of her blood, she had raised her for over a decade, calling her mother all those years. How could such words not pierce her heart like daggers? Contemplating this, Madame Lin felt aggrieved, and a tear slipped down her cheek, hastily wiped away. Regardless, do not provoke her again. Even if her words are harsh, it will only be for these 2 or 3 months. Once she marries the Ming Wang, she will depart for Zicheng, and we may not see her for a year. Who wishes to see her? Lin Yi seethed, but suddenly a thought struck him. Mother, do you suppose her sudden arrogance today is due to the marriage decree? He found Qiao Nian's behavior today to be exceedingly peculiar. Upon her return, although she had maintained a frosty demeanor, she had never so openly clashed with him. Yesterday's incident had its cause, as it stemmed from the sharp tongue of that girl from the Xiao family. But today, with the imperial decree in hand, she dared to provoke their mother to tears, showing no fear of him or the prospect of being ousted from the Marquis' residence. Was it not due to the backing of the Ming Wang? How foolish! Did she truly believe the Ming Wang was some paragon of virtue? Before Madame Lin could respond, Lin Yuan interjected softly, "Sister will soon become the Ming Wang's consort. Her current haughtiness is somewhat understandable." What is understandable about it? Lin Yi retorted, vexed. Even before becoming the Ming Wang's consort, she has already reduced you and mother to tears. If she truly becomes the Ming Wang's consort, will she not then disregard even father? Will she not trample our Marquis' residence underfoot? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he resolved that even with the imperial decree granted, he must not allow this marriage to come to fruition. Not long after Qiao Nian returned to Fanghe courtyard, the gifts were delivered. Ning Shuang led the servants in meticulously cataloging and counting each item. Qiao Nian, in a spirit of generosity, casually took out several pieces of jewelry and instructed Ning Shuang to distribute them among the other servants in the courtyard, including those who had brought the gifts, bestowing them with rewards. The servants were elated, showering Qiao Nian with praises. Once the gifts were settled, Qiao Nian sought out the old matriarch. With the other members of the household, she felt justified in her actions. Yet before the old matriarch, a sense of guilt washed over her. She wondered if the matriarch would scold her for accepting the emperor and imperial concubine's gifts. By this hour, the old matriarch was likely still awake. As expected, upon her arrival, the old matriarch was sipping her medicine. Qiao Nian took a deep breath, composed herself, and entered the room to greet her, fearful that the matriarch would perceive her injury. The old matriarch was delighted to see Qiao Nian and beckoned her over. "I have heard that the marriage decree has been issued." Qiao Nian settled beside the old matriarch, taking her hand and nodding. "Yes, it has arrived. The emperor and the imperial concubine have bestowed many gifts upon me, and I have accepted them all." Her tone bore a hint of insecurity, worried that her grandmother would deem her greedy. In this world, she had but one family member. To her surprise, the old matriarch laughed heartily. "Good, well done. My dear Qiao, Nian has finally shown some wisdom." Qiao Nian was taken aback. Her grandmother did not reproach her for lacking propriety. What use is propriety? The old matriarch responded with a smile. "What value does propriety hold in silver? You are to accompany the Ming Wang to Zicheng. If you two can harmonize, that would be splendid. If not, it is prudent for you to have some silver to safeguard yourself, or else my heart will be troubled." At this point, the old matriarch leaned closer, whispering, "Let me confide in you. I have prepared a substantial dowry, ensuring your wedding is splendid, and that even the Ming Wang will not dare to look down upon you. The dowry that would allow her a grand wedding made Qiao Nian's mind race. How much could it be to ensure the Ming Wang would not undervalue her? She stared in astonishment at her grandmother. Then, Su Mama interjected with a chuckle, "Miss, you are unaware that the old matriarch has included her own dowry." Her grandmother's own dowry? Qiao Nian knew her grandmother had once been the daughter of a wealthy merchant, and her bridal procession had astonished the realm when she married into the Marquis' residence. The implication that her grandmother was contributing her own dowry meant that there was far more to be given. Qiao Nian was stunned. "That cannot be. That belongs to you. Grandmother, what is mine is yours. Is that not so?" The old matriarch replied earnestly. "But what of Lin Yuan?" Qiao Nian furrowed her brow. "She is to marry first. And if you give me such a lavish dowry, what will the Marquis and his wife offer her? Will Lin Yuan not resent you? Will the Marquis and his wife not blame you as well? Especially Lin Yi, who always speaks without thinking. Will he not say something to anger you?" To her surprise, the old matriarch dismissed her concerns. "What do I care for her? Her parents will handle their own matters. If her parents lack the means, should they lay the blame at my feet? At this, the old matriarch seemed to recall something, lowering her voice to say to Qiao Nian, "They say her eyes resemble her mother's, but I find those very eyes most irksome, always shedding tears. It is exceedingly unlucky. My Qiao Nian, however, is always cheerful and smiling." As she spoke, the old matriarch's gaze became tinged with sorrow. She gently stroked Qiao Nian's head, saying, "All I wish is for you to remain joyous and content throughout your days. Yet, the carefree and joyful Qiao Nian of your may never return." Chapter 36. The heart grew more anxious. Qiao Nian once again retreated into the solitude of Fanghe Garden, avoiding contact with others. Apart from visiting the old lady, she scarcely ventured beyond her chamber. This was partly due to her need for recuperation from her injuries, and partly because she was genuinely weary of the other inhabitants of the estate, particularly Lin Yuan. She dreaded the thought of being caught off guard and having her approach her once more, concocting some scheme or another. Indeed, Lin Yuan had visited in recent days, proclaiming that the largest red plum tree in Luomei courtyard had blossomed splendidly, its vibrant beauty and enchanting fragrance captivating all. Knowing of Qiao Nian's fondness for plum blossoms, she had taken it upon herself to invite Qiao Nian to see it. However, this time, not only did Ning Shuang refuse Lin Yuan entry into Fanghe Garden, she curtly informed her that the young lady was still bedridden and unable to go out. Lin Yuan, no matter how inconsiderate, could hardly insist on dragging an injured person out to admire flowers, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Upon learning of this from another maid, Qiao Nian graciously rewarded Ning Shuang with a hairpin, recognizing the necessity of keeping troublesome individuals at bay. As the Lantern Festival approached, Ning Shuang excitedly delivered a letter early one morning. "Miss, it is a letter from the Ming Wang." While Qiao Nian was preparing herself, she frowned slightly at Ning Shuang's announcement. Truth be told, apart from those in the Marquis' household, she was not particularly eager to meet the Ming Wang. The number of people around her who sought to exploit her was overwhelming. She simply yearned for solitude. However, with her marriage to the Ming Wang already a foregone conclusion, they would inevitably see each other daily in the future. Despite her reluctance, she knew she must read the letter. She reached out and took the letter, only to pause momentarily upon seeing the envelope. Ning Shuang, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Miss, what did the Ming Wang say?" Seeing her eager expression, Qiao Nian had no choice but to open the envelope, replying, "Why are you so excited about a letter from the Ming Wang to me?" Ning Shuang, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. "I merely thought that the Ming Wang must be inviting you to meet." The notion of a rendezvous between an engaged couple was bound to stir the imagination, especially considering how the Ming Wang had previously protected her so ardently at Fahua Temple, thus leading Ning Shuang to harbor a favorable impression of him. With a gentle sigh, Qiao Nian replied, "He has invited me to admire the lanterns tonight." "Ah, indeed. Today is the Lantern Festival, and on this day, the streets of Chunshan host an annual lantern fair, where many unmarried couples meet to enjoy the festivities, naturally fostering a beautiful union." Ning Shuang's tone grew increasingly suggestive. At that moment, however, Qiao Nian was too preoccupied to pay attention. She picked up the letter once more and asked, "Has anyone else opened this letter?" Ning Shuang nodded, explaining that any correspondence sent to the household must first be reviewed by the Marquis before being delivered. Qiao Nian was unaware of this, as she had never received letters before. Perhaps it was due to the precarious state of the Marquis' household that Lord Lin was exercising such caution. She entertained this suspicion, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, her engagement with the Ming Wang was orchestrated by the Marquis' family, and even if Lord Lin were aware of the Ming Wang's invitation, he would likely remain silent. As dusk fell that day, Qiao Nian set out with Ning Shuang. The Ming Wang had proposed they meet at the Fulati House on Chunshan Street, a location well known for its lantern displays. However, before their carriage could reach Chunshan Street, they found themselves blocked by throngs of festival-goers. The coachman, exasperated, called out, "Miss, we cannot proceed. You'll have to walk a little further to reach Chunshan Street." Seeing the crowded scene ahead, Qiao Nian replied, "Very well." She and Ning Shuang disembarked, instructing the coachman to return for them later. And then they joined the bustling crowd heading towards Chunshan Street. Although they had yet to reach their destination, numerous stalls had already sprung up along the roadside, offering a delightful array of trinkets. Ning Shuang, still youthful was captivated by the sights. "Miss, look at this beautiful mask." She rushed to a stall and picked up a mask adorned with theatrical face paint. "You would look lovely wearing this." Qiao Nian, not particularly fond of it, frowned. Before she could voice her thoughts, Ning Shuang had already purchased the mask. She returned to Qiao Nian, beaming, "Miss, try it on." Seeing her friend's delight, Qiao Nian hesitated to decline and put on the mask. However, as she did so, she suddenly lost sight of Ning Shuang. Alarmed, she heard Ning Shuang's voice calling from the crowd. "Miss, come look at this little figure. It's so amusing, yet with so many people." Qiao Nian was unable to locate Ning Shuang. She could only follow the sound of her voice, but no matter how she searched, Ning Shuang remained elusive. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over her, a chilling sensation surging from her feet, causing her to feel increasingly disoriented. She called out, "Ning Shuang, where are you?" "Miss, over here." Ning Shuang's voice reached her, and Qiao Nian spotted her small figure waving from the crowd. Relieved, she hurried in her direction, but unexpectedly stumbled over a passerby. Falling forward, with a startled gasp, the mask slipped from her face. Qiao Nian thought to herself, "Today is bound to be disastrous." Yet, instead of the anticipated pain, a familiar, unsettling presence enveloped her. Once she regained her balance, she realized she had been caught in the embrace of Xiao Hong. "Be careful," he murmured, his voice low and slightly hoarse, laced with an inexplicable allure. Qiao Nian's heart raced uncontrollably, her mind flashing back to the moment he had cornered her in the cave. His eyes burning crimson, the sense of panic deepened. Before she could react, a powerful force pushed her away. It was Xiao Qingwan. I wondered which shameless young lady would deliberately throw herself into a man's arms. Xiao Qingwan glared at Qiao Nian, disdain evident in her voice. It's the illustrious future Ming Wang Fei, Miss Qiao." Her mention of Qiao Nian's esteemed status served only to mock her recent humiliation at Fahua Temple. A reminder to be mindful of her position. Qiao Nian's brow furrowed, and she chose to ignore Xiao Qingwan, offering a respectful nod to Xiao Hong. "Thank you, General Xiao, for your timely assistance. Spare me the pleasantries." Xiao Qingwan stepped forward, pushing Qiao Nian again. "I saw you clearly. You were aiming to collide with my brother. Qiao Nian, do you have no shame? My brother's legitimate fiancé, is right here." At her words, Qiao Nian froze, finally noticing that another person stood not far behind Xiao Hong. She was petite, her face resembling a peach blossom, yet her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, exuding an air of vulnerability. Chapter 37. She was once my fiancé, here again. At this moment, only these three words occupied Qiao Nian's mind. She found Lin Yuan's demeanor particularly irksome. Upon noticing Qiao Nian's gaze, Lin Yuan approached with a pitiful air, greeting her, "Sister, Yuan pays her respects." Her voice trembled with suppressed tears, which, although not flowing, made her appear even more heart-wrenching. Xiao Qingwan could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Yuan, how can you be so kind? She is clearly trying to entice your fiancé, and yet you still bow to her. You ought to slap her instead." The crowd around them began to slow, intrigued by the unfolding drama of two women vying for one man. Lin Yuan timidly glanced at Xiao Nian, but remained silent. Xiao Hong shot a sharp look at Xiao Qingwan, warning, "If you seek trouble, you should return home first." The fact that Xiao Hong was defending Xiao Nian irked Xiao Qingwan, who retorted, "Brother, why do you persist in supporting her? You used to disregard her entirely. Could it be that after 3 years, you have developed a fondness for her?" The last words faded into a whisper. Perhaps even she recognized their absurdity. Yet, her words did not evoke any reaction from Xiao Hong. An eerie silence enveloped the four of them amid the bustling crowd, reminiscent of the day in the cave when she had attempted to humiliate him by declaring her intent to marry him, which had been met with his silence, a silence that should not have existed. Qiao Nian furrowed her brow, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Lin Yuan's face. As expected, the tears Lin Yuan had held back for so long finally fell. Xiao Qingwan, realizing the situation, widened her eyes in disbelief. "Brother, are you mad? Yuan is still here." Xiao Heng's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Xiao Qingwan. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's quavering voice broke through, warm, "Please do not say that. After all, sister had an engagement with Brother Hong." She wished to convey to Xiao Qingwan that Xiao Nian's place in Xiao Heng's heart was natural, given their past. Moreover, that was merely a bygone chapter. Now, the one engaged to Brother Hung was her, the one about to marry him, too. That was sufficient. Her mother had informed her that morning that they had already set a date to discuss her marriage with Brother Hung with the Xiao family. Furthermore, her sister was soon to wed the Ming Wang. At such a time, she wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts. As her mother had said, once her sister followed the Ming Wang to Gu City, they might not see each other for a year. It was indeed unnecessary to quarrel over such matters. Yet, she felt truly wronged. Lost in thought, her tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. Xiao Hung, merely by the sound, discerned that Lin Yuan was crying again. His brow furrowed instinctively as he turned to Xiao Qingyuan, his voice stern, "If you utter another word, I shall have Jing Yan, so your mouth shut." At this, Xiao Qingyuan appeared startled, hastily covering her mouth. This reaction was rather odd. Qiao Nian pondered about Jing Yan, recalling the tall figure who had delivered medicine to Fenghe courtyard, questioning why Xiao Qingyuan would fear him so. Xiao Heng's icy voice cut through the air. "Where's your maid?" Qiao Nian glanced back, realizing she had wandered off. "Umph." Even with her mouth covered, Xiao Qingyuan could not suppress a scoff of disbelief. Disinterested in her antics, Qiao Nian listened as Xiao Hung continued. "There are many people today. It is unsafe for you to be alone. Let us go together." Was he inviting Qiao Nian to admire the lanterns? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and her tears intensified. Xiao Qingyuan could no longer contain herself, shouting, "Brother!" However, after the warning, she was too intimidated to say more. Just then, Ning Shuang returned to Qiao Nian's side, "Miss." Qiao Nian turned to see the little maid carrying an assortment of treats. Candied hawthorn, osmanthus cake, and a small wooden puppet, likely the amusing one she had mentioned earlier. She sighed helplessly. "Have I indulged you too much these past few days? It hasn't been long, yet you've bought so many things." Ning Shuang smilet basuli, bowing to Xiao Hung and the others before leaning closer to Qiao Nian, whispering, "I wondered why it took so long for you to catch up. And now I see you encountered a roadblock." Qiao Nian instinctively checked Xiao Heng's reaction. Despite Ning Shuang's soft voice, Xiao Hung, as a martial general, had keen hearing and would undoubtedly have caught her words. Fortunately, he did not react. His typically indifferent expression remained composed, though his eyes seemed more profound than usual. Qiao Nian shot Ning Shuang a warning glare, signaling her to remain silent, then addressed Xiao Hung and the others. "I have an appointment with the Ming Wang, so I shall not accompany General Xiao." Without waiting for Xiao Heng's response, she turned and left with Ning Shuang. Xiao Heng's gaze followed her, observing her playful poke at her maid's head, as if scolding her for her mischief, yet her lips bore a smile. How long had it been since he had seen her smile? In the past, he seemed to have disliked it, yet now, after 3 years apart, he found himself reluctant to look away. "Brother." Xiao Qingyuan's voice snapped. Xiao hung back to reality. She cast a displeased glance at the figure that had vanished into the crowd, then added, "Your eyes are about to pop out." Xiao Hung frowned at her, his expression darkening. "If not, would you like to return home first?" Xiao Qingyuan gasped, "I refuse. I finally persuaded father to let me come out." Saying this, she strode ahead, concerned for Xiao Qingyuan's safety. Lin Yuan wiped her tears and, with a gentle tone, urged Brother Hung, "Let's go too. We must not let Warm walk alone." His deep voice responded, followed by a tender call of her name, "Yuaner." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her earlier distress dissipating instantly. "What is it, Brother Hung? You spoke truthfully just now." Xiao Hung, still not looking at Lin Yuan, gazed into the crowd, his attention fixed on the direction where Qiao Nian had disappeared. A shadow of unspoken malice flickered in his eyes. "She was once my fiancée. Chapter 38. A perilous fate. When Xiao Hung uttered these words, the fervor in his gaze was unmistakable, even though Lin Yuan stood beside him. Unable to meet his eyes directly, she could clearly perceive the yearning in his heart. A yearning for Qiao Nian. Panic surged within her. She finally comprehended that Xiao Hung truly held feelings for Qiao Nian. But what about her? What was her place in his heart? A wave of grievance flooded her soul, prompting Lin Yuan to lower her head, allowing tears to cascade down to the ground. Unexpectedly, a handkerchief appeared before her, belonging to Xiao Hung. Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly as she reached out to accept it. Xiao Hung spoke in a calm tone, "Let us go," and proceeded to walk ahead. Lin Yuan stood rooted, clutching the handkerchief as she gazed at the tall figure of Xiao Hung. a new thought swelling within her. It was customary for men to have multiple wives and concubines. It was only natural for Xiao Hong to harbor a place for Qiao Nian in his heart, given their long-standing engagement. Otherwise, would he not be a man devoid of feelings and loyalty? Yet, he and Xiao Nian were part of the past. The emperor had already bestowed marriage. No matter how audacious he might be, he could not seize a woman from the emperor's son. Thus, a union between him and Xiao Nian was impossible. The one he was destined to marry was herself, just like the handkerchief, which ultimately rested in her grasp. That was enough for her. With this thought, Lin Yuan found solace in her own reasoning. She sniffled, tucked the handkerchief into her sleeve, and hurried to catch up. "Brother Hung, wait for me," she called out, her voice soft and delicate. Yet, Xiao Heng's pace remained unaltered, moving forward at his own leisurely rhythm. Lin Yuan quickened her steps and soon fell in line beside him. This year's Lantern Festival seemed more vibrant than in years past, with novelty stalls lining the streets. Even Lin Yuan couldn't resist pausing before one of the stalls. "Brother Hung, look at how exquisite this mask is." She held up a mask before Xiao Hung, swaying it playfully. Xiao Hung paused, suddenly reminded that the mask Xiao Nian had worn earlier was identical to this one, though it had since fallen to the ground, likely kicked away by passers-by. Unconsciously, he reached out and took the mask from her, assuming he liked it. Lin Yuan picked up another masculine mask and waved it before him. "Brother Hung, doesn't this mask resemble you?" The mask bore a dramatic visage, striking and fierce, resembling a valiant warrior. Indeed, it bore a slight resemblance to him. As she admired it, the stall owner chimed in, "Sir, the mask in your hand and the lady's mask are a pair." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's face flushed crimson, her grip on the mask faltering under her shyness. Yet, she refrained from explaining, frequently glancing at Xiao Hung to gauge his reaction. However, his attention was solely fixed on the two masks. After the stall owner's remark, he took the mask from Lin Yuan's hands and placed both masks together, a faint smile playing on his lips. "A pair. My lady, look. It's General Xiao and Miss Tu." In a private room on the second floor of the Fu Lai tea house, Ning Shuang leaned against the window, observing the throng below. Among the crowd, Xiao Hung stood out most vividly, and so she immediately spotted him. Qiao Nian sat at the table, awaiting the arrival of Ming Wang. Thus the room was only occupied by her and Ning Shuang. Hearing Ning Shuang's voice, Qiao Nian glanced down and, in a single glance, caught sight of Xiao Hung alongside Lin Yuan. Seeing that Lin Yuan's face bore no trace of her earlier grievances or tears, but rather a look of joy, Qiao Nian couldn't help but scoff in disdain. She wondered if Lin Yuan's demeanor was a deliberate show for her benefit or if Xiao Hung had somehow managed to console her in such a brief span of time. However, it mattered little to her. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. Ning Shuang quickly positioned herself behind Qiao Nian, who instinctively rose to greet the newcomer. Yet, upon seeing the visitors, her movement halted. It was not Ming Wang, but rather two burly men, evidently trained in martial arts. Qiao Nian's expression darkened immediately. "Who are you? Do you not know I am the young lady of the—" One of the men interjected, and Qiao Nian's heart sank further. Initially, she had assumed these two were mere ruffians who had mistakenly entered the room, but it was clear they were here with intent. "But I have an appointment with Ming Wang," she pleaded, clinging to the last shred of hope. To her dismay, the two men exchanged a knowing glance before addressing her. "My lady, do not take offense. We are but two brothers taking payment to resolve a situation, not sent by Ming Wang." Qiao Nian felt her heart plummet as Ning Shuang suddenly lunged at one of the men, throwing herself onto him. "Miss, run!" Qiao Nian was startled. But before she could react, Ning Shuang was effortlessly thrown aside as if she were a mere rabbit, crashing heavily to the ground and knocking her head against the wall, rendering her unconscious. The tea house bustled with chatter outside, and the commotion within the small private room went unnoticed. Qiao Nian thought that even if she screamed for help, no one would hear her. Even if they did, given the prowess of the two men, they would subdue her before anyone could intervene. Besides, her back injury had yet to heal. Taking a step back, even if she managed to escape from these two men, what would become of Ning Shuang? All these thoughts raced through her mind in an instant. Clenching her teeth, she finally spoke. "You seek merely to profit. How much silver did they promise you?" "I will offer you double." To her surprise, her words only elicited laughter from them. "Double? You are merely a dispensable foster daughter of the. Can you afford 2,000 taels? This implied that the shadowy figure behind this scheme had offered them 1,000 taels. Did she truly have such a deep-seated enmity with them? Qiao Nian felt her heart constrict painfully. Her hands clasped tightly in front of her, digging in her palm, hoping the pain would help her maintain composure. She couldn't panic. The more she panicked, the more pleasure it would bring them. Thus, she forced a smile, striving to appear nonchalant. It seems you are unaware that recently the emperor has betrothed me to Ming Wang and granted me a wealth of treasures. Just 2,000 taels is trivial. If you let me go, I can offer you 3,000 taels. The rewards were far less than 3,000 taels. But at that moment, Qiao Nian presented herself as if the emperor had bestowed upon her tens of thousands of taels. The two men seemed slightly tempted, exchanging glances. But after deliberation, they replied, as wanderers in this world, we abide by a code of trust. We cannot accept from both sides. Thus today, Qiao Nian, you are doomed. Chapter 39. How different as the two men approached. Qiao Nian finally shouted, stop. Her chest heaved violently, fear gripping her heart, yet she forced herself to remain composed. To her surprise, the men seemed genuinely intimidated, halting in their tracks. Qiao Nian asserted, I've already stated that the emperor has bestowed a marriage upon me. I am now the fiancé of the Ming Wang. Should you choose to harm me, you would not only be opposing the duke's residence, but also the Ming Wang and the current emperor. You ought to carefully consider whether the individuals you send here can indeed protect you. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, seemingly convinced by her reasoning. They bowed slightly and softened their tone. Miss, we are but men of the Jianghu and do not grasp the intricacies of the affairs among the nobility. We simply know that upon receiving payment, we must fulfill our duty. However, you need not worry. We will not harm you. We merely require you to accompany us for a short while. With this revelation, Qiao Nian felt a semblance of relief and could finally breathe more easily. At least for now, they seemed to adhere to some code of honor. As long as they did not intend to harm her, her life was secure. But, where do you intend to take me? Qiao Nian inquired again, hoping for further clarity. Yet the men shook their heads, stating, we cannot divulge more, Mississippi. Please forgive us. As they advanced once more, she called out, wait. This time, her voice lacked its previous harshness. She simply no longer possessed the strength to maintain such severity. Previously, she had dealt only with women at the laundry, and this was her first encounter confronting two burly men. She was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between men and women. Even against one man, she would likely not prevail. Fear coursed through her veins, but she could not reveal even the slightest hint of it. Otherwise, she would appear as a lamb before a pack of wolves, waiting to be devoured. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I can walk on my own. She did not wish to be touched by them. If they escorted her out against her will, what rumors might circulate? She had just been granted a marriage to the Ming Wang, and she could not allow gossip to ruin her future. The two brothers were evidently taken aback by her audacity. Typically, those who faced them, even men, would be terrified. Thus, they regarded her with a rare sense of appreciation. However, men of the Jianghu had their own rules to follow. One of them replied, we cannot comply, miss. We must insist. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward with lightning speed. Qiao Nian instinctively moved to evade, but the other man seized her tightly. In the next instant, a cloth was pressed against her mouth and nose, and within a single breath, dizziness overtook her. Darkness engulfed her as she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Xiao Hung had indeed purchased both masks. Lin Yuan had assumed he intended to gift them to her, yet Xiao Hung showed no inclination to present them. She felt a tinge of disappointment, but reminded herself that they were merely masks and did not signify much. Trailing behind Xiao Hung, she continued onward. The lanterns in the street grew increasingly exquisite, depicting butterflies, koi fish, and even cheelants. Each lantern appeared vividly lifelike. Lin Yuan was particularly drawn to a small rabbit lantern with its ears playfully twitching. Do you like it, miss? The vendor, keenly observant, swiftly took down the rabbit lantern, offering it for 5 taels of silver. Xiao Hung promptly handed over the coins. The vendor, smiling broadly, handed the lantern to Xiao Hung. But before he could present it to Lin Yuan, a commotion erupted in the crowd, suggesting something significant had occurred. Lin Yuan and Xiao Hung were drawn to the disturbance. Being taller, Xiao Hung had a better vantage point. Peering over the throng, he spotted a bloodied maid, somewhat familiar. It appeared to be Qiao Nian's maid. Alarmed, he hurried toward Ning Xuang. Lin Yuan, startled, gasped and noticed the rabbit lantern had fallen to the ground, igniting instantly. Flames licked toward her skirt, sending her into a panic. Fortunately, the vendor reacted swiftly, dousing the flames with a splash of water. Still shaken, Lin Yuan gazed blankly in the direction Xiao Hong had rushed off, unsure of what had transpired. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, she followed him. At that moment, Xiao Hong reached Ning Xuang, demanding what happened. "Where's your mistress?" Bloodied and frantic, Ning Xuang had rushed from the tea house, seeking her mistress, her eyes scanning the crowd with a piercing intensity. But upon seeing Xiao Hong, she could no longer contain herself. "Oh, General Xiao, please save my mistress," she cried, collapsing to her knees, knowing only Xiao Hong could rescue her mistress at this moment. Xiao Hong's expression darkened as he pulled Ning Xuang to her feet, his voice sharp. "Stop crying. What has happened?" Ning Xuang halted her tears and, through sobs, recounted the events that transpired in the private room. Only then did Xiao Hong learn that Qiao Nian had been abducted. With a fierce shout, he commanded someone. "Here!" came a synchronized response from the crowd. Soon, several burly men stood before him, led by Deputy General Jing Yan. "Miss Qiao has been taken. Quickly seal off the entrances and exits of Chunshan Street. No carriages are to be allowed through, particularly those with 2 men aboard. Apprehend them all," he ordered urgently, and Jing Yan responded before swiftly dispersing into the crowd. Now, Xiao Hong turned to Ning Xuang, inquiring, "Isn't your mistress supposed to meet with the Ming Wang? Could it be him?" Ning Xuang, blood streaming down her forehead, tears mingling with the blood, replied, "The Ming Wang sent a letter inviting my mistress to meet here, but it was not him who arrived. It was 2 fierce-looking men." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong's expression grew even darker. Just then, someone parted the crowd and approached, momentarily stunned upon seeing Xiao Hong. "General Xiao?" Then looking at Ning Xuang, "You are Miss Qiao's maid? What happened to you?" "Your Highness, the Ming Wang." Ning Xuang recognized him and began to sob more intensely. "Why did you arrive so late? My mistress has been waiting here for you for so long. Had you come sooner, she would not have been taken by those villains." However, the Ming Wang appeared innocent, stating, "I made it explicitly clear in my letter that I was to meet Miss Qiao at the Yuanlai Tea House. I have waited for a stick of incense's worth of time." "Yuanlai Tea House? Isn't it supposed to be Fulai Tea House?" Ning Xuang was taken aback, bewildered by the discrepancy. Chapter 40. A heart that cannot yield. When Qiao Nian awakened, she found herself enveloped in darkness, as if her eyes were shrouded by some unseen force. Instinctively, she raised her hands, only to discover that they were bound together. It was then that the events from the tea house rushed back to her mind. Where was she now? The surface beneath her felt soft. She must be lying in a bed, and faint sounds of commotion drifted in from outside. She was still on Chunshan Street. This must be an inn on Chunshan Street. However, with her eyes covered, she could not ascertain her exact location or the time. How long had she been abducted? Lost in thought, she heard the sound of the door creaking open. The 2 men had returned. Qiao Nian could hear one of them approaching her, seemingly to check if she had regained consciousness. She dared not move. Fortunately, neither of them realized she was awake. One chuckled and remarked, "Big brother, your drug this time is quite effective." He then walked away. It was said to be the concoction from Yaowang Valley. A waft of alcohol filled the air as the 2 evidently began to indulge in drinks. "Big brother, why are there so many officials outside? Could it be that they are after us?" one asked, displaying a hint of frustration. The other responded, "You fool, those outside are hardly officials. Have you ever seen officials with such murderous intent?" As he spoke, he took a swig of his drink, his tone heavy, "In my view, those are soldiers who have seen battle and taken lives." After his words, a thick silence fell. The 2 seemed to be in a dismal mood, and Qiao Nian could only hear the sounds of their drinking. After a while, one of them inquired, "So, are those soldiers coming after us? Is it because of that young lady from the Marquis' residence?" "Perhaps," the other replied with a sigh. "Had I known this business would be so troublesome, we should have asked for more silver. But luckily, we are hiding in this inn and remain inconspicuous. Even if the streets are filled with soldiers, they won't find us. We only need to wait until dawn to release this girl. Strange, isn't it? Why did he spend so much silver? Only to have us keep her for one night, and then let her go? He even cautioned us not to harm her. Have you forgotten what she said earlier?" The emperor has betrothed her to the Ming king. But now, with her abducted and missing all night, even if we Haven-T harmed her, will anyone outside believe that? The people of the capital will drown her in spit if they hear about it. Does she still think she can marry the Ming king? She might end up so ashamed that she would take her own life. Truly ruthless. This is what they call killing without bloodshed. I assent it. We are openly wicked, while the wealthy are insidiously cruel. But it matters not to us. Once we release her in the morning, we'll collect our silver and never have to take such risks again for the next 10 years. Cheers! At this point, the two brothers seemed to indulge in delightful visions of their future, drinking heartily until they were utterly intoxicated. Throughout this ordeal, Qiao Nian dared not utter a sound, nor even wiggle her toes. It was only when the two began to snore thunderously that she felt brave enough to move her numbed hands and feet slightly. Qiao Nian silently rejoiced at their misplaced trust in the drug from Yaowang Valley, which had evidently led both of them to drunken stupor. Yet, it was clear they had been deceived. This presented her with a glimmer of hope. However, her limbs were still too numb. Even the slightest movement felt agonizingly sharp. Unable to suppress a low groan, she realized she had made a sound and froze once more. Fortunately, the two continued to snore. She confirmed they were both fast asleep. Without hesitation, she began to struggle against her bindings. Yet, the ropes were tied with expert precision, and after much exertion, she could not loosen them even a fraction. But she could not afford to give up. She had heard their conversation clearly. They intended to ruin her reputation and destroy her engagement to the Ming king. Though she did not care for the engagement, she could not allow her grandmother to be harmed by this news. Her grandmother's health was already failing. Having returned to the Marquis' residence for so long without doing anything for her, the least she could do was to prevent her grandmother from worrying. Imagining her grandmother embracing her with gentle reassurances ignited a fire within Qiao Nian. She could not let her fate be sealed here. Absolutely not. The two ruffians were sound asleep, and this was her best chance to escape. She would not allow a mere rope to shatter her future or obstruct her grandmother's path. With this thought, Qiao Nian began to exert all her strength to pull her left hand free. Even though the ropes bit into her wrists, she persisted, determined to withdraw her hand. Did it hurt? Of course. The coarse hemp rope scraped against her skin like countless daggers carving into her flesh. Yet, she could not afford to relent. She had to flee. With all her might, she felt her left hand inching out, but her bones got stuck. Exhausted, she struggled to rise from the bed, kneeling and pressing one knee between her arms. This positioned her knee over her right hand, allowing her left to exert greater force. The pain intensified, and she could distinctly feel the bones in her wrist separating. It hurt so much, but grandmother, Qiao Nian, could not allow herself to perish here. Could she? She had to run, didn't she? Finally, with a heart-wrenching scream, Qiao Nian managed to pull her left hand free, but the sharp pain surged through her wrist, causing her to tremble. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank from the agony. Yet, the pain served to awaken her senses. She could not afford to hesitate. She swiftly freed her right hand from the ropes and tore off the cloth binding her eyes. The dim candlelight flooded in, and her gaze fell upon the two drunken men sprawled over the table beside several wine jars. They had consumed so much that even her heart-wrenching scream had failed to rouse them. Qiao Nian exhaled a silent sigh of relief and glanced down at her left hand, which was bloodied and limp, clearly dislocated. There was no time to tend to her injury. She quickly untied the ropes around her feet with her right hand and dashed towards the door. However, just as she burst through the entrance, she collided with a solid chest. She looked up abruptly to find a tall man gazing at her in astonishment. Chapter 41. Using the right hand to strike you, she stood in a daze for a moment, finally recognizing the person. Jing, Deputy General Jing. It was Miss Qiao. Jing Nian also finally came to his senses, instinctively glancing at the room behind Qiao Nian, his brow furrowing as he quickly pulled Qiao Nian behind him. "We cannot let anyone know I've been captured," she whispered. Jing Nian clearly understood, immediately stating, "I will take the young lady to the back door." With that, he intended to lead Qiao Nian away, but unexpectedly, a suppressed cry of pain escaped her lips. He turned sharply, only to realize that Qiao Nian's face had already turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "What is wrong with you, miss?" Jing Nian asked, his concern growing as he feared that the two villains had harmed her. But he saw Qiao Nian lift her drooping left hand, her voice barely a whisper. Deputy General Jing, is there a way? Such an injury. Even Jing Yan, who had fought countless battles alongside Xiao Hong, felt his heart race upon seeing the injury on Qiao Nian's hand. No wonder he had heard the woman scream. It must have been when she struggled to free herself from the ropes, dislocating her shoulder in the process. His expression darkened instantly, and he murmured, "It will hurt a bit, Miss Xiao, bear with it." Xiao Nian nodded, biting down on her lower lip. Jing Yan carefully cradled her left hand, feeling the pain more acutely than if it were his own. Yet, he knew he could not afford to be gentle now. Otherwise, her injury would only worsen. With a determined heart, he exerted a sudden force. Ugh! Qiao Nian stifled a groan, blood seeping from her bitten lip, realizing the taste of iron in her mouth. She released her lip, but thankfully, her left hand felt less painful. She smiled faintly at Jing Yan. "Thank you, Deputy General Jing." Jing Yan could hardly believe that after enduring such an ordeal, Qiao Nian could still smile. He recalled years ago when he first visited Xiao Heng's residence to report on military affairs. A little girl had unexpectedly dashed out from behind Xiao Hong, trying to feed him pastries while giggling with delight. Later, she had even given him a piece of cake, and he had been taken aback, thanking her as she skipped away. Deputy General Jing. Qiao Nian was puzzled by Jing Yan's sudden daze. However, this was not the time for hesitation. She could not afford to be discovered in the inn. Even if she appeared presentable, standing next to a man could lead to trouble. If those people were as reckless with their words as Xiao Qingwan, she would truly be finished. Jing Yan snapped back to reality, urgently instructing, "Miss, come with me." He then led Xiao Nian toward the back door of the inn. By the time Xiao Hong received the news and arrived at the Marquis' residence, the physician had already bandaged Qiao Nian's left hand. In the hall, apart from the old matriarch, the Lin family members were present. Xiao Heng's gaze fell upon Qiao Nian's injured hand, his expression darkening. Jing Yan recounted everything to him, and he had seen the tightly knotted rope, unable to fathom how Qiao Nian had mustered the will to break free. Lin Yuan stepped forward to greet him. "Today, I must thank General Xiao. My daughter is mischievous and ran off, causing you concern." This was merely the public narrative. As for Ning Shuang, they would say she had stumbled and, in her confusion, assumed her daughter had been abducted. After all, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance. Yet everyone present knew this was far from the truth. He returned the greeting, but turned his attention to Qiao Nian. Why did the Origin Tea House become the Fortune Tea House? At this moment, Qiao Nian, sitting nearby, had her injury bandaged, yet moving it still caused her pain. The physician had advised that while her injury was not severe, it required careful attention. She must not exert herself for at least a month. Upon hearing Xiao Heng's inquiry, Qiao Nian stood up, replying, "When I received the letter, it stated the Fortune Tea House, and that letter should still be on my dressing table." As she spoke, Qiao Nian turned to Lin Yi, who was standing discreetly in a corner, seemingly trying to avoid attention. However, she had noticed him the moment he entered. She walked over to Lin Yi. "Young lord, you seem particularly quiet today. Is something amiss?" Lin Madam was puzzled by Qiao Nian's sudden concern for Lin Yi and stepped forward to stop her. "You should rest well after your ordeal. Do not worry about your brother." But Qiao Nian gently pushed Lin Madam aside. It was not a forceful gesture. She merely brushed away Lin Madam's hand. But as she did so, Lin Madam stumbled back against the chair, nearly falling into it. Seeing this, Lin Yuan rushed over. "Sister, what are you doing? Mother only cares about you. Be quiet." Qiao Nian snapped, glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan. "I am aware of your involvement in this matter. If you utter another word, I shall strike you." Lin Yuan was not skilled in martial arts. It would be a trivial matter for Qiao Nian to strike her. But upon hearing her words, Lin Hai became displeased. "How dare you, Nian Nian? Are you rebelling?" Yet Qiao Nian paid no heed to Lin Hai's reaction, fixing her gaze back on Lin Yi, arching an eyebrow. "Isn't the young lord the one who detests seeing me bully your mother and sister? Why are you so silent today?" At her words, everyone turned their attention to Lin Yi, realizing he was acting unusually. In an instant, Qiao Nian stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Lin Yi's face. The sound echoed loudly. Lin Madam gasped, covering her mouth. "Nian Nian, what are you doing?" Silence. It was Lin Howie who spoke, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny, as if he had discerned something. Let him speak. However, Lin Yi merely turned his head, remaining silent. Qiao Nian took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "Do you know why I first pulled my left hand when I escaped? It was to save my right hand to strike you." Lin Yi, what deep-seated grudge do I hold against you that you would go to such lengths to harm me? Had Lin Yi harmed Qiao Nian? Everyone present was taken aback. Lin Madam trembled, rising to her feet. No, that cannot be. Nian Nian, you must be mistaken. 1,000 taels. Qiao Nian's voice rang out. He spent 1,000 taels to hire someone to ruin my reputation. If you believe this is a misunderstanding, have someone investigate his accounts. General Xiao asked why the Origin Tea House became the Fortune Tea House. Why not let the young lord tell him himself? Chapter 42 For my own good? Lin Yi remained silent, his expression cold. However, Mrs. Lin trembled as she approached him step by step. She reached out and gently tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve. Year, please tell your sister that this is all just a misunderstanding. Lin Ye's face remained impassive, his silence deepening her anxiety. The tugging on his sleeve grew more insistent, nearly turning into a push. Speak. Please just say something. Her voice was thick with tears. Witnessing her agitation, Lin Yuan rushed forward to embrace her mother. Mother, please don't act this way. Sit down and let my brother explain. I believe he has his reasons. At these words, Qiao Nian glanced at Lin Yuan, incredulous. Lin Yi had hired someone to ruin her reputation. Yet Lin Yuan insisted there must be a reason behind her brother's actions. What kind of siblings were they? As a woman, how could Lin Yuan so blithely utter such words? Yet, Lin Yi seemed to regain his composure upon hearing Lin Yuan's plea. He even cast a grateful glance her way before turning to Qiao Nian. Yes, this was indeed my doing. He spoke with an air of righteous conviction. I orchestrated the incident. I altered the tea house's offerings, and those two ruffians were also in my employ. But, Qiao Nian, ask yourself, did they truly harm you? I specifically instructed them not to hurt you. Your injuries were self-inflicted during your escape. He continued, his tone implying that all of this was Qiao Nian's fault. You could have simply waited until dawn to return unscathed, yet you chose to escalate the situation. The implication that she was to blame for everything cut deep into Qiao Nian's heart, causing her pain that was almost unbearable. She longed to slap him again, but instead found herself drained of strength by Lin Yi's shameless words, unable to move. Suddenly, Lord Lin strode forward and kicked Lin Yi in the chest, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch!" As a martial general, the force of his kick was substantial. Lin Yi was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Yuan screamed and rushed to her brother's side. Father, please don't hurt my brother. Woo, I beg you don't. Her cries were heart-wrenching, as if Lin Yi had already been killed. Lord Lin, softened by Lin Yuan's tears, refrained from further aggression but pointed a finger at Lin Yi, demanding, "Why have you committed such heinous acts?" "What heinous acts?" Lin Yi retorted, clutching his chest and raising his voice. "I explicitly instructed them not to harm her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received a single coin from me. I did all this for her." He then turned to Qiao Nian. "Do you genuinely believe that the Prince Ming is a man of virtue? He was so careless in his dalliance with palace maids that he suffered an injury that rendered him incapable. Even the imperial physician has declared him impotent. Marrying him would only condemn you to a life of widowhood. You seek to ruin my reputation for this?" Qiao Nian's voice was cold, almost a whisper compared to Lin Yi's thunderous outburst. Yet, her soft words sent tremors through those present in the hall. "If you wish to destroy this marriage, why not target Prince Ming directly? Why resort to harming me? Is it simply because I am easier to manipulate? You hired two men for 1,000 taels to ruin my reputation in the name of my future happiness. Do you not find that laughable? Lin Yi, put away that loathsome expression. You are not concerned for my well-being. You only wish to see me beneath you. You are not acting for my benefit. You cannot stand to see me thrive." Her words pierced through the facade Lin Yi had erected, exposing the most grotesque aspects of his character. Yet, he refused to concede. "How could I wish you ill? Marrying Prince Ming is a boon. Even if you lose your reputation with the support of the Marquis, you need not fear that no one will marry you." As silence enveloped the hall, apart from Lin Yuan's muffled sobs, it felt as if everyone held their breath. Qiao Nian surveyed the room, glancing at Mrs. Lin and Lord Lin, before finally focusing again on Lin Yi, a smile breaking across her face. "Now I understand why Lord Lin and Lady Lin would choose to sacrifice my dignity to uphold the already precarious status of the Marquis." Her words, light yet piercing, slapped the Lin family like a thunderclap. The derision in Qiao Nian's eyes deepened. With a son as foolish as Lin Yi, the Marquis's downfall was merely a matter of time. You dare speak such words? Lin Yi seethed with anger, feeling as though Qiao Nian was cursing the Marquis. However, Lord Lin's furious voice cut through. Wretch, be silent. After all you've done, how can you still face your sister with such audacity? If it weren't for her forgiveness, you would already be facing execution. His words were peculiar. Lin Yi fell silent, clutching his chest, too afraid to utter another word. But Qiao Nian turned to Lord Lin, confusion etched on her face. What did I ever say? I held no blame. Upon hearing this, Lord Lin's expression faltered slightly, though he quickly lowered his voice, addressing Qiao Nian. Nian Nian, since we have publicly stated that you merely went missing with a maid, let's not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, if word spreads, it will severely tarnish your reputation. Indeed, Nian Nian, Mrs. Lin chimed in, finally composed, wiping her tears. Your brother has acted foolishly, and your father will discipline him, but this incident must not be aired. Your father only wants what's best for you. Listening to the elders, Qiao Nian's face turned icy. Is this truly for my benefit, or for Lin Yi's? Are you more concerned about the potential damage to my reputation, or that of Lin Yi and the Marquis? Her retort was met with Lord Lin's fierce glare. How dare you say such things? Qiao Nian met his stern gaze with disdain. You all can commit such acts, yet you deny me the right to speak? She raised an eyebrow, meticulously noting the true nature of the Lin family. Do you know how those two ruffians described Lin Yi? They said he is ruthless and cunning, employing methods that are more insidious than even those of seasoned criminals. Qiao Nian's cold voice held a steady intensity as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yi. Isn't it what you wished for? To see my reputation destroyed? Then let us go down this path together. Chapter 43. She charged towards Lin Yuan upon uttering these words. Qiao Nian could distinctly perceive a flicker of panic surging across Lin Yi's face. How laughable! When it came to her ruin, he spoke with utmost conviction and righteousness. Yet now, when entangled with her, he faltered. Not only Lin Yi, but the entire Lin family appeared nearly rattled. At that moment, the weeping Lin Yuan stepped forward. Addressing Qiao Nian, Sister, you have endured much today. Perhaps it would be wise to return and rest? The hour is late, and any matters can surely be discussed tomorrow. As she spoke, Madame Lin hurriedly chimed in. Yes, Nian Nian, see how late it has grown? Even General Xiao has yet to return. Let us postpone our discussions until the morrow. It was only then that Qiao Nian recalled the presence of Xiao Hong in the hall. She turned to look at him. The flickering candlelight danced upon his typically impassive visage, rendering his sharp features even more chilling than usual. He was gazing back at her, his dark eyes swirling with emotions she could not comprehend, which inexplicably made her heart ache. She inhaled deeply. After the tribulations of the day, she indeed felt somewhat exhausted. Should she continue to entangle herself with the Lin family, it was likely that she would be the first to falter. A night of rest will be beneficial. Regardless, she would not let Lin Yi off the hook. With this thought in mind, she strode toward Xiao Hong. Observing her approach, Lin Yuan tensed, seemingly anxious that Qiao Nian might recklessly throw herself into Xiao Heng's arms. When Xiao Nian drew nearer, Lin Yuan could no longer contain herself and cried out, Sister! The panic in her voice was palpable to all present. Yet Xiao Nian paid her no mind, continuing until she stood before Xiao Hong. The proximity was somewhat unsettling. Xiao Nian acknowledged that part of her was acting out of spite towards Lin Yuan. Listening to Lin Yuan's frantic cries brought her a sense of relief. However, she would not cross any boundaries. Instead, she simply bowed to Xiao Hong, expressing her gratitude for the timely rescue by Deputy Commander Jing Yan, and requested him to convey her thanks on her behalf, promising to host a feast for Deputy Jing on another occasion. Was this all she intended to say? Xiao Hong remained silent, his eyes flickering slightly. He had anticipated that her approach was a plea for his protection. Alone, how could she contend with the entire Marquis' household? If she were to speak, he could indeed seek some measure of justice for her. Yet, she had merely mentioned inviting Deputy Jing for a drink. After relaying her message, Qiao Nian awaited his response, expecting at least a known need for courtesy, but was met with silence once more. Had Xiao Hong, after 3 years apart, become proficient in responding to everything with silence? She thought not further, turning on her heel and departing without sparing a glance at the others in the Marquis' household. Making her way back to her fragrant lotus courtyard. As she walked away, Xiao Hong felt a stirring in his heart, which took root in the soil of his thoughts. Meanwhile, Lord Lin and the others were expressions of deep concern. This situation must not be allowed to escalate through Qiao Nian's outcry. Upon her return to the lotus courtyard, a group of maidservants surrounded Ning Shuang. Spotting Qiao Nian, Ning Shuang rushed out from the crowd, tears brimming in her eyes. "Miss, are you all right?" A small trickle of blood seeped through the bandage wrapping her head. Qiao Nian's heart ached at the sight, her voice softening. "I am fine, but what of you? Does your head still ache?" Ning Shuang shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. The other maidservants echoed their concern. "Miss, you have returned safely. We were so worried. Is the miss injured? Does it hurt? Quickly, let her return to her room to rest." "Yes, yes, make way." The maidservants clamored, their chatter filling the air. In that moment, Qiao Nian felt only warmth. She had always perceived the Marquis' residence as a frigid place, akin to an ice cellar, with only her grandmother providing a semblance of warmth. Yet her grandmother's frail health meant that all her grievances and pains could not be shared with her. She had thought she would spend the night silently processing her emotions alone. However, upon entering the lotus courtyard, her heart felt considerably less cold. Although her injury was to her hand, Ning Shuang insisted on assisting her back to her room. Once seated, a maidservant brought in hot tea, saying, "Miss must have been frightened today. This is a calming tea I just brewed. Drink it and rest well, and everything will be well by morning. I shall fetch warm water for you to wash up, Mississippi. Your bedding is already warmed. Once you finish your tea and freshened up, you must rest." These tasks should have been performed by Ning Shuang, but since she too had been injured, the young maidservants eagerly volunteered to take over her duties. Perhaps due to the overwhelming kindness of the maidservants, Qiao Nian felt her eyes welling up with warmth. She urged Ning Shuang to rest early, drank her tea, and under the care of the maidservants, washed up and climbed into bed. Snuggling into the soft, fragrant covers, she wished to bury her head deep within them, yearning to expunge all memories of the Lin family from her mind. She longed for a life untainted by the Marquis' household, free from any ties to the Lin family. The calming tea indeed worked wonders. Qiao Nian soon drifted into slumber, yet her dreams were troubled. She found herself pursued by two burly men, and just as escape seemed within reach, Lin Yi suddenly appeared and shoved her into an abyss. The dream jolted her awake and still disoriented. She heard Ning Shuang's voice outside. "Miss, it's terrible. The old lady has fainted." Qiao Nian nearly leaped from her bed, hastily grabbing her clothes as she rushed outside. What happened? How could grandmother suddenly fall ill? Ning Shuang had already prepared a cloak, and upon seeing Qiao Nian emerge, she hurriedly draped it over her shoulders. "I don't know. I only heard that the second miss went to the old lady's chamber early this morning, and shortly after, the old lady fell ill." Lin Yuan? A chill coursed through Qiao Nian's heart, yet she uttered no further words, hastening towards her grandmother's quarters. Upon arrival, she found Lord Lin and others already present. Lin Yuan stood timidly behind Madame Lin, clearly resembling someone who had committed a grave error. Upon noticing Qiao Nian, Lin Yuan instinctively shrank behind Madame Lin. Qiao Nian shot her a glance, but before she could speak, the household physician emerged from the old lady's chamber. She quickly approached him. "How is my grandmother?" The physician bowed slightly. "Miss, there is no need for concern. The old lady is not gravely harmed. Only her condition is too fragile to withstand such shocks. In the future, it would be prudent to keep any household matters discreet from her." Understanding dawned upon Qiao Nian as she stood in silence, processing his words. Lord Lin expressed his gratitude to the physician and personally escorted him out. Madame Lin stepped forward, gently patting Qiao Nian's arm. "Nian Nian, since the physician has assured us, do not fret too much." At those words, Qiao Nian finally reacted, turning to glance at Madame Lin before suddenly charging towards Lin Yuan as if possessed. Chapter 44. Bloodied and bruised Qiao Nian moved with astonishing swiftness. Her leap toward Lin Yuan reminiscent of the ferocity with which she had once confronted the palace maids who tormented her. Lin Madame barely registered the movement before Qiao Nian had pinned Lin Yuan to the ground. "Ah!" Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock, only to have Qiao Nian swiftly cover her mouth. Grandmother was still resting inside. She could not allow Lin Yuan to disturb her. Yet, the fiery anger within her could not be contained any longer. While one hand stifled Lin Yuan's voice, the other landed mercilessly across her cheek. Qiao Nian had long harbored the desire to strike Lin Yuan. Until now, she had exercised restraint, attributing Lin Yuan's despicable behavior to her nature. Lin Yuan shared the same blood as the Lin family, which explained their unwavering protection of her. Even when their actions had deeply hurt Qiao Nian, she had consistently suppressed her urge to retaliate against Lin Yuan. But today, she could endure no more, for Lin Yuan had crossed her final boundary. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, causing tears to instantly stream from Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Madam finally reacted, rushing forward to pull Qiao Nian away. Nian Nian, what are you doing? Let go of your sister. However, Lin Madam's attempts to intervene were of little consequence to Qiao Nian. In the past, when she had been atop her adversary in the laundry house, a dozen palace maids had tried to pull her away, grabbing at her neck and hair in a futile effort to dislodge her. Yet, Qiao Nian had cultivated a fierce tenacity. Once she fixed her gaze on a target, she would not release her hold easily. Lin Madam tugged at her several times, only to find that Qiao Nian continued to rain blows upon Lin Yuan's face. Heartbroken, Lin Howard grew frantic, barking orders at the surrounding maidservants. Are you all blind? Hurry and protect your lady. The term lady naturally referred to Lin Yuan. A throng of maidservants rushed forward, attempting to pull Qiao Nian away, much like the palace maids had done before. But soon, Ning Shuang led another group of maidservants into the fray, demanding, "What are you doing? Let go of my lady." The two factions of maidservants began to grapple with one another, leaving Lin Madam and Lin Hao at a loss for how to proceed. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian seemed oblivious to the chaos around her, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan as she continued to strike her, aiming to shatter Lin Yuan's teeth so that she could no longer slander her before grandmother. The commotion in the courtyard eventually drew the attention of those inside. When Su Mama emerged, she was met with a scene of utter turmoil. Spotting Qiao Nian, her hair disheveled but her demeanor defiant, Su Mama observed without intervening. After all, grandmother was in the inner chamber, resting after taking her medication. The noise would not disturb her. Yet, as Su Mama's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, it turned cold. Arriving at dawn under the pretense of caring for grandmother's health, Lin Yuan had instead filled her with sorrow, leading to a deterioration of grandmother's condition. Lin Yuan deserved a thorough beating to learn her lesson. As Su Mama watched him passively, she suddenly saw Lin Madam dash away. Was she seeking help? Just as she pondered this, Lin Madam returned, clutching a hefty stone. Su Mama gasped, caught off guard, and before she could react, Lin Hao shouted, "Madam, no." But it was too late. The stone struck Qiao Nian's head with a resounding thud. In that instant, Qiao Nian felt her mind cloud over, her ears ringing with a piercing sound. It was not until blood trickled from the corner of her eye that she registered her surroundings, slowly lifting her gaze to Lin Madam, who was now in a state of panic. Meeting Qiao Nian's blood-stained eyes, Lin Madam seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and dropped the stone in horror. "No, this isn't what I meant, Nian Nian." Let me explain. Her voice trembled with fear. But before she could finish, Qiao Nian collapsed, the world fading to black as she fell heavily to the ground. Lin Hao was the first to react, barking orders. "What are you waiting for? Fetch the physician. Quickly, carry the young lady inside." Under Su Mama's direction, the maidservants, though flustered, managed to carry Qiao Nian into the house. Su Mama followed closely, casting a deep glance at Lin Madam, who was now paralyzed with fear in Lin Hao's embrace. Lin Yuan was helped to her feet, half of her face swollen and blood seeping from her mouth. She stood by Lin Madam, weeping silently, offering no words. In turn, Lin Madam enveloped her in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The three of them huddled together, appearing as if they were the ones most grievously harmed by the incident, despite the fact that it was grandmother who had nearly been driven to despair. And it was the eldest daughter who had suffered a severe injury. Su Mama watched with pained eyes, but chose to remain silent, letting out a cold hum before retreating indoors. After a stick of incense had burned, the physician finally emerged, having bandaged Qiao Nian's wounds. By then, Lin Yi had arrived, rushing to inquire, "How is she? Is her injury severe?" "It is merely superficial. She will recover," the physician replied coolly. The four members of the Lin family collectively exhaled in relief. The physician had assumed their concern was for Qiao Nian's welfare, but Lin Yuan, still tearful, clung to Lin Madam, declaring, "Mother, it's all right. You haven't committed murder." It turned out their anxiety stemmed from fearing that if Qiao Nian had been killed, Lin Madam would bear the burden of murder. The physician's eyes grew colder as he prepared to leave, only to be interrupted by Lin Yi, who requested, "Please, examine my sister." He referred, of course, to Lin Yuan. Compared to before, her cheek was even more swollen, with the imprints of 5 fingers now tinged with purplish hues, a testament to Qiao Nian's strength. Having heard the previous events recounted by Su Mama, the physician replied flatly, "A little medicine will suffice." With a bow, he took his leave, striding away. His overt dismissal only fueled Lin Yi's anger, and he muttered derisively at the physician's retreating figure. What kind of attitude is that? Does he think he's exceptional just because he hails from the medicinal valley? Silence. Lin Howie barked, glaring at Lin Yi. Today's debacle was instigated by you. How dare you raise your voice? Although Lin Yi felt unjustly reprimanded, he could not help but murmur under his breath. "Why didn't T ask Mother to kill Nian Nian?" Chapter 45. Blame herself. A single statement seemed to strike a sensitive chord within Madame Lin, causing her eyes to widen abruptly, tears streaming down her face. She pointed at Lin Yi, her voice trembling. I never once thought of harming Nian Nian. She is the child I raised with my own hands." By the end, her words dissolved into inconsolable sobs. Seeing Madame Lin in such distress, Lin Yi panicked and hastily apologized. "It was my fault for speaking carelessly. Mother, please do not be angry. It is entirely my wrongdoing." However, Madame Lin turned her back, seemingly unwilling to hear his words. Observing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow tightly. He glanced at Lin Yuan's face before coldly stating, "Ultimately, it is still Nian Nian's fault. How could she be so cruel, inflicting such harm upon Yuan? A perfectly fine face has been left in such a state." Unexpectedly, a voice resounded from the side room. If not for the second young lady's indiscretion, the old lady would not have fallen ill again. The eldest young lady merely sought to discipline the second young lady on behalf of the old lady. I believe that once the old lady awakens, she will commend the eldest young lady for her actions. The speaker was Granny Su, who approached the 4 of them, bowing respectfully to Lord Lin. Having been part of the household for many years, she had followed the old lady into the Lin family and had watched Lord Lin grow up. Although she was formally a servant, to Lord Lin, she resembled a cherished elder. Thus, he returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Granny Su continued, "The recent events in the Lin household, thanks to the second young lady, have come to the attention of both the old lady and myself." Upon hearing this, Lord Lin cast a glance at Lin Yuan. Despite her pitiful appearance, a flicker of anger ignited within him. They all understood why the old lady had fallen ill today. Before he could voice his thoughts, Granny Su interjected, "First, young master hired someone to harm another. Then the second young lady recklessly reported to the old lady without regard for her health. And soon after, the madam injured someone with a stone." As she spoke, her piercing gaze swept over the crowd. Even Lin Yi dared not act recklessly before Granny Su and obediently lowered his gaze in silence. Granny Su remarked, "Lord, do not fault me for being an elder who has lingered in the household for too long, but given the events of yesterday and today, if you do not impose strict discipline, I fear the Lin household may encounter grave misfortune." Her choice of words, emphasizing grave misfortune rather than a mere trivial matter, sent a shiver down Lord Lin's spine. He quickly agreed. Granny Su speaks the truth. The Lin family's standing in the court was already precarious, and the emperor had contemplated revoking their hereditary status on several occasions. His sole focus had been on preserving this honor, which had indeed led to a lapse in discipline within the household. Lin Ye's mischief was one thing, but now even Yuan and the madam. Lord Lin felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, Granny Su concluded her admonition and turned to leave. Otherwise, Lord Lin would have felt utterly humiliated. Once she departed, Lord Lin turned to Lin Yuan. "Yuan, do you realize you nearly caused your grandmother's death today? What punishment do you think you deserve?" Since returning to the household 3 years ago, Lin Yuan had never endured such stern reprimands from Lord Lin, leading her to kneel instantly, exclaiming, "Yuan has erred. I only thought that my sister, who respects our grandmother so much, would surely plead for mercy on my behalf. If I had known grandmother would fall ill, I would never have spoken a word, even if it meant my death." In truth, Lord Lin understood that Lin Yuan had approached the old lady out of concern for Lin Yi. Their sibling bond was profound. And given that Qiao Nian had been so adamant about dragging Lin Yi down with her, it was only natural for Lin Yuan to worry. Beside them, Madame Lin hurriedly interjected, "My lord, Yuan are only intended to do good, but ended up causing harm. Look at how Nian Nian has already injured her. How can you still have the heart to punish her?" Lord Lin's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan's swollen face, and he suddenly recalled her frail appearance when she returned 3 years prior. Almost nothing but skin and bones. She was their daughter, lost for 15 years. Enduring suffering all that time, how could he bear to be harsh on her? Taking a deep breath, Lord Lin finally directed his gaze towards Lin Yi. Without warning, he kicked out, "This mess is all you're doing, you wretched boy." However, Lin Yi, seemingly prepared, deftly dodged the kick. Not wanting to relent, Lord Lin attempted to strike again, but Lin Yi swiftly positioned himself behind Madame Lin, exclaiming, "Mother, yesterday I received a kick from father, and my chest still hurts. Another kick might just do me in." With Madame Lin shielding him, Lord Lin had no choice but to retract his foot. Observing Madame Lin's conflicted expression, he realized she intended to plead for Lin Yi. Thus, he wore a mournful expression. "Madam, look at how this unruly child has been spoiled by you. If you continue to protect him, then indeed, as Granny Sue warned, the Lin household will face dire consequences." Madame Lin was left speechless, while Lin Yi stubbornly retorted, "What have I done? I merely aimed to ruin Nian Nian's engagement with the Ming prince. Who could blame me when she became so arrogant after being betrothed? If she hadn't made mother and Yuan her cry first, I would never have targeted her." Hastily, Madame Lin chimed in, "Indeed, since her engagement, Nian Nian has been rather domineering. While Yi has erred, he was also concerned for me and Yuan. It is a matter of cause and effect. My lord, Yi is still injured." "Enough." Lord Lin glared at the overly indulgent Madame Lin, unable to voice his anger, merely pointing emphatically at Lin Yi before storming off. He strode outside, seeking solitude to gather his thoughts, unknowingly arriving at the courtyard of the falling plum blossoms. From behind the tall wall, he could clearly see several plum trees in full bloom. Memories flooded his mind of Nian Nian riding on his shoulders to admire the flowers. A time when she was ever so obedient. She loved being up high, yet feared tiring him, insisting on coming down shortly after. She would coax him to sit, her chubby hands gently squeezing his broad shoulders. Though her grip was weak, it brought him immense comfort. Lost in reminiscence, Lord Lin suddenly realized that he and Nian Nian had shared such tender moments. Yet, upon reflection, they had lived under the same roof for 15 years. She was his daughter, nurtured for 15 years. How could there be a lack of warmth in their shared memories? It was merely that upon her return, she had become a different person, cold, distant, and laden with sarcasm, as if they all owed her something. Could 3 years at the laundry bureau truly erase the bonds forged over 15 years? No wonder Yi felt disheartened and enraged. Today, that girl had ridden on Yuan with such ferocity that even he felt a twinge of fear, and his usually gentle and dignified wife had been driven to violence. This girl was indeed extraordinarily capable. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lord Lin's brow furrowed tightly. He turned back to his study, took up pen and paper, and composed a letter, dispatching it to the Ming prince. He thought it was time for Qiao Nian to understand her true standing. Chapter 46. Could she have inquired whether it hurt? Qiao Nian had not been unconscious for long, merely the time it took for an incense stick to burn down, and she opened her eyes, fully alert. She was acutely aware of her surroundings and even more keenly remembered the reason for her presence there. The image of Madame Lin forcefully striking her with a stone was indelibly etched in her heart, causing her immense pain with every recollection. The thought of Madame Lin alone sent sharp pangs through her, making her breath uneven. Yet, had she not already come to terms with certain truths? In the hearts of the Lin family, she would forever be inferior to Lin Yuan, who shared their blood. They professed that she would always be their daughter. But from the very day Lin Yuan returned to the Marquis' residence, they had cast her aside in their hearts. She had long been abandoned by them. In the countless days and nights spent in the laundry bureau, this reality had repeatedly assaulted her, leaving her feeling cold and desolate, ultimately leading her to adapt to the pain. She had already recognized this truth, had grown accustomed to it. But how could her heart still ache so profoundly? The mother who once showered her with love, who tenderly cared for her in sickness, and wept more than she did when she was hurt, who wished she could bear her sufferings, How could she have struck her with such a heavy stone? Her eyes grew warm as tears, large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks. Qiao Nian quickly wiped them away, erasing the relentless flow with her sleeve. No tears. She would not cry. What was the big deal? It was merely a blow to the head. She had endured far worse during her time in the laundry bureau. Why did she falter now when Madame Lin was the one to strike her? There was no justification for this weakness. Qiao Nian, this is the Marquis' residence. You must not shed tears. When Ning Shuang entered, Qiao Nian had already risen from the bed. Surprised, Ning Shuang hurried over. Miss, how are you up? Your injury? It's nothing, Qiao Nian replied lightly, striving to maintain an air of indifference. Yet the slight quaver in her voice betrayed her earlier tears. Ning Shuang noticed the redness in Qiao Nian's eyes, even though the traces of her crying had been wiped away. The evidence of her sorrow was not something that could be concealed in an instant. This realization tugged at Ning Shuang's heart, and her voice took on a tone of concern, Mississippi. Seeing Ning Shuang on the verge of tears, Qiao Nian forced a smile and covered her mouth gently. Ning Shuang, we must not cry. She was different from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had her parents' love, her brother's affection, and Xiao Heng's protection, allowing her the freedom to weep without restraint. But Qiao Nian could not afford such luxury. She must not reveal even a hint of her vulnerability. Otherwise, she would be relentlessly bullied by them. Life in the Marquis' residence was already arduous. She could not allow them to see her tears. Therefore, Ning Shuang must not cry either. Her maid needed to be just as resilient and courageous, ensuring that they would not be looked down upon. Ning Shuang hesitated at first, but soon she saw a grave determination in Qiao Nian's eyes, compelling her to suppress her own tears. Once Ning Shuang regained her composure, Qiao Nian released her and playfully remarked, though we have not been master and servant for long, our bond is rare and deep. Even our injuries are alike. Both of them were bandaged, which made the sight rather peculiar. Ning Shuang couldn't help but smile, but then she chided Miss. How can you jest at a time like this? Qiao Nian shrugged. I am in no condition to see grandmother today. Let us return to Fana Courtyard and come back in a few days. She was uncertain where Madame Lin had struck her, but with her head still wrapped in bandages. Visiting the matriarch would only cause her distress. She hoped that Madame Lin had not hit her forehead. If not, her injury would be undetectable when the bandages were removed tomorrow, allowing her to visit the matriarch then. As Qiao Nian prepared to leave, Ning Shuang stopped her. Miss, Madame is still outside. Qiao Nian froze. A sharp pain surged in her chest, yet she chose to ignore it. Ning Shuang continued. Madame must feel remorse for you, so she's been waiting outside. I fear she won't leave until she sees you today. Qiao Nian fell silent, slowly making her way to the table and sitting down. Ning Shuang, unsure of Qiao Nian's thoughts, hesitated before speaking again. Miss, this is a side room. There is no corridor outside. Madame is standing in the courtyard, and she has no maid with her. Today is rather cold, and I fear it may rain later. If you do not go out to see her, Madame might wait until it rains. Qiao Nian picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup of water. The tea was still warm, and she took a slow sip. What role was Madame Lin playing now? A strategy of self-pity? After striking her head in anger, would she now enact a play of regret, gambling on the hope that Qiao Nian would choose to forgive her out of maternal affection? Did she consider how much pain the stone had inflicted when it struck her head? Setting the empty cup back on the table, Qiao Nian spoke slowly. I'm still not awake. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang visibly hesitated. But miss, we were just speaking. She must have heard us. They had not spoken quietly, and while the words may not have been clear, the sound from within the room would have reached outside. She wanted to remind Qiao Nian that this deception was futile. Madame Lin could not possibly be unaware that Qiao Nian was awake. However, Qiao Nian merely responded with a quiet. Ning Shuang understood her intent and bowed respectfully. Miss, please rest well. With that, she exited the room. Once the door closed, the room felt inexplicably dim. Qiao Nian repeatedly tapped the cup against the table, the faint sound echoing in the empty, cold space. She did not know how long she sat in silence, only that when Ning Shuang returned, her expression was troubled. Miss, Madame said she will not leave until she sees you today. She also asked me to give you this. Ning Shuang handed a small red envelope to Qiao Nian. Uncertain of its contents, Qiao Nian accepted it, opening it to discover a small, white object that fell out, An Unexpected Tooth. Chapter 47. The little tooth. The sudden revelation startled Ning Xuan, who had not anticipated the object within. However, Qiao Nian bent down to pick up the tiny tooth, and with it, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into her mind. She recognized that tooth. At the tender age of 5, she had insisted on following Lin Yi and Xiao Heng to play, mimicking Lin's leaps from the summit of the tall, artificial hill. Fortunately, both Lin Yi and Xiao Heng had caught her, preventing a fatal fall, but she had lost a tooth in the process. The onlookers had been terrified, hastily escorting her away and leaving the tooth behind. Coincidentally, her peer Xiao Qingwan had learned of the incident and rushed to inform her that if a lost tooth was not found, an evil spirit would come to take her away. Terrified, she had cried and refused to sleep that night, fearing that slumber would invite the malevolent spirit. The stormy weather, with thunder and lightning, only heightened her dread. Even the gentle coaxing of Lord Lin, who held her tightly, proved futile. It was not until a drenched Lady Lin returned, holding the small tooth, that her fears began to dissipate. Lady Lin had reassured her, "Nian Nian, look, mother has found your tooth. Fear not. There are no evil spirits that will take you away. Even if there were, I will protect you." She had further comforted her, saying, "Do not fear. Mother will ensure you remain safe." Young Xiao Nian had been profoundly touched, weeping as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, mother, you are so kind." Yet now, Xiao Nian found the situation ironic. She understood all too well the implications of Lady Lin presenting the tooth today. The emotions she had felt then were genuine, but the pain she bore now was undeniably real. She carefully wrapped the diminutive tooth back in its cloth pouch, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill over. Silence enveloped the room, as neither she nor Ning Xuan dared to speak. The two remained in stillness until the gentle patter of rain could be heard from outside. Startled, Ning Xuan hurried to the window and opened it slightly. Indeed, the rain had begun to fall, and Lady Lin stood alone in the courtyard, drenched by the downpour. Concerned, she approached Qiao Nian and whispered, "Miss, it is raining. The lady has not yet left." Qiao Nian's expression shifted from impassive to slightly furrowed brows. "Go persuade her." Implicit in her words was a reluctance to meet Lady Lin. Ning Xuan sighed deeply but ultimately agreed. She rushed with an umbrella to Lady Lin, offering it to her. "Madam, Miss is still asleep. It is not wise to wait like this. Why not return home, and I shall inform you when she awakens." However, Lady Lin shook her head, rejecting Ning Xuan's kind offer and pushing the umbrella back. "I know she does not wish to see me. Tell her that I truly regret my actions. I beseech her to grant me a chance to apologize." "Madam, go." Lady Lin's resolve was unwavering, causing Ning Xuan to realize that the stubbornness of Miss Qiao mirrored that of Lady Lin. Unsure of what to do, she stood beside Lady Lin, holding the umbrella for her. At that moment, two figures rushed in from outside. "Mother! Mother!" It was Lin Yi and Lin Yuan. Both had brought their servants, and although they too carried umbrellas, the heavy rain had left them somewhat damp. Upon seeing Lady Lin nearly soaked through, Lin Yi was taken aback and immediately urged her to leave. "Mother, why put your health at risk like this? Is there not time to discuss this tomorrow? Let go." Lady Lin forcefully shrugged off Lin Yi's hand, taking a deep breath. "This matter does not concern you. You should leave." Lin Yuan wept, clinging to Lady Lin. "Mother, please do not act this way. It is my fault. I am to blame. Please return with brother. I will apologize to sister on your behalf." Lin Yuan's maid, Xiao Chui, rushed forward to hold the umbrella for her mistress, inadvertently shoving Ning Xuan aside. Ning Xuan stumbled and fell to the ground, her umbrella breaking. The downpour was so heavy that Lady Lin and the others seemed oblivious to her plight. Frustrated by his mother's stubbornness, Lin Yi angrily knocked on Qiao Nian's door. "Come out. Stop pretending to be asleep. I know you're awake. What child has not been scolded by their parents? Mother may have acted impulsively today, but she wishes to apologize. What does it mean to hide from her? Do you not see how heavy the rain is? Qiao Nian, has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" The door swung open, startling Lin Yi, who had been poised to knock again. He found himself caught in Qiao Nian's cold gaze, his hand suspended in midair. Qiao Nian cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yi before her gaze fell upon Ning Xuan, who was awkwardly rising from the ground. Her eyes darkened. "Is the way the Marquis' household seeks forgiveness by bullying my maid?" All eyes turned to Ning Xuan, who ignored their stares and hurried to Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian dismissed them, urging Ning Shuang to change her clothes quickly. Once Ning Shuang had departed, Lin Yi took a deep breath and lowered his hand, stating, "She fell on her own. We barely noticed." "I believe that," Qiao Nian replied coolly, her sharp gaze piercing through the rain to fixate on Lady Lin. "When have you cared for the lives of others? When have you truly cared for her well-being?" Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Lady Lin, who rushed toward Qiao Nian. "It is not as you think, Nian Nian." She extended her hands, as if to grasp Qiao Nian's, but Qiao Nian stepped back, crossing her arms behind her. Lady Lin's hands fell empty, her tears flowing more freely. "I did not mean it. I was just anxious. I could not reach you, So you chose to kill me?" Qiao Nian retorted, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Lady Lin shook her head repeatedly, unable to articulate her thoughts through her tears. Lin Yuan interjected, "Sister, how can you speak like this? You know mother is gentle. She could not even harm a chicken, let alone kill someone." Lin Yi coldly added, "Do not push your luck. Mother has already apologized. What more do you want?" At that moment, Qiao Nian suddenly lowered her head and retrieved the small tooth from a tiny pouch. Lin Yi recognized it instantly, his eyes lighting up. Qiao Nian declared, "How could she not harm someone? You have killed Lin Yan." Chapter 48, that was not hers. The Lin Yan, once cherished like a precious gem within the Marquis' residence. The Lin Yan whom they all doted upon, and who had equally loved them, valuing them more than her own life. She had already been slain by their own hands. That tiny, white tooth had fallen to the ground, rolling twice before plunging into the flower bed beside it. Qiao Nian fixed her gaze upon Madame Lin, as if to convey that it belonged to Lin Yan, not to her. And Lin Yan had long since perished. In that moment, Madame Lin found herself utterly speechless, even forgetting to weep. She stared at Qiao Nian, the emotions in her eyes gradually unraveling, ultimately shattering into countless fragments. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian's eyes remained eerily calm, an unsettling tranquility that seemed unbefitting of a human being. Lin Yi felt that if Qiao Nian could engage in a genuine and fervent quarrel with him, voicing her discontent and the tangled mess that ensnared her with his family, it would be a favorable outcome. At least it would be better than the current situation. Presently, she appeared indifferent to the presence of anyone in this household. Oh no, that was entirely accurate. She did care. Qiao Nian withdrew her gaze from Madame Lin and turned to Lin Yi, who ought to understand that their grandmother's health was fragile. Though they were some distance from her residence, if the commotion continued, it was inevitable that she would learn of it. Thus, Qiao Nian remarked, casting a bland glance at the three of them, "Are you not leaving yet?" Her tone and demeanor were decidedly discomforting, yet Lin Yi recognized the truth in her words. If their grandmother were to fall ill due to their matters, as her grandson would bear the weight of eternal reproach. At that moment, he attempted to take Madame Lin away, but unexpectedly, the weeping Madame Lin seemed to have transformed into a different person. She fixed her gaze on Qiao Nian's toes, her expression unnaturally serene. "Since you are concerned about your grandmother's health, you should be even more aware of the consequences should your elder brother's matters escalate." Perhaps it was the tranquility of Madame Lin that was so stark, her tone not resembling her usual self, prompting Lin Yi to whisper, "Mother." Even Lin Yuan looked at Madame Lin in confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired in such a brief moment. Then, Madame Lin continued, "Your brother is the only male heir of the Marquis' residence. Should anything happen to him, the entire estate would be doomed. How do you think your grandmother would react? Would her health withstand such devastating news? Would she still love you? Think carefully." Though Qiao Nian was astonished by Madame Lin's current demeanor, her surprise did not match that of Lin Yuan and Lin Yi. After a moment of stunned silence, a sardonic smile crossed her lips. So, this spectacle was merely to deliver that message? Regardless of how one perceived it, the fate of the Marquis' residence was at stake. "I cannot allow you to act recklessly." Madame Lin's voice was resolute, yet her body trembled ever so slightly. Qiao Nian did not notice, but Lin Yuan, who had been supporting Madame Lin, felt it and gently called out, "Mother." Lin Yuan's voice was soft and delicate, starkly contrasting with Qiao Nian's current tone, yet upon first hearing it, it bore a resemblance to Qiao Nian's voice from her 13th or 14th year. For a fleeting moment, Madame Lin mistook it for Qiao Nian calling her. A sudden realization struck her, and she raised her gaze to Qiao Nian, only to find the latter staring intently at her, brimmed with mockery. "So, do you have anything further to say?" Qiao Nian inquired. It dawned on Madame Lin that the one who had called her was not Qiao Nian. Her heart felt as if pierced by a sharp blade, and taking a deep breath, she managed to speak. This is your grandmother's courtyard. Your presence here may disturb her. Since you are awake, you should return to your own chambers. Qiao Nian understood that the act Madame Lin had just performed was solely to convey that message. In truth, she had come to realize that even for the sake of their grandmother, she could not drag Lin Yi down with her. She could not allow her grandmother to witness her most cherished granddaughter send the sole male heir of the Marquis' residence to his doom. Nor could she permit her to see the estate fall into decline. Yet, hearing such words from Madame Lin's lips caused her heart to ache unbearably. Even though she had long since given up on Madame Lin and this Marquis' residence, she lowered her gaze, inhaling deeply to suppress the suffocating pain within her. When she lifted her eyes again, her expression remained one of derision. For grandmother's sake, I indeed can overlook this. But the events of recent days warrant an explanation from the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Madame Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, you deserve an explanation. Yeah, you shall kneel in the ancestral hall. Do not rise without my command. Lin Yi, aware of his wrongdoing, and seeing Madame Lin in such an unusual state, dare not defy her, and obediently responded, yes. Qiao Nian observed with detached amusement. After a few moments of silence, Madame Lin spoke again. Yuan, you shall go as well. Mother. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He could not fathom why his mother would penalize Lin Yuan, for it was he who had erred. Yet, Madame Lin replied, if Yuan had not taken it upon herself to report to your grandmother, she would not have fallen ill. Thankfully, nothing serious transpired today. Had she been enraged to the point of death, both you and Yuan would be insufficient to atone for it. Her words left Lin Yi devoid of rebuttal. Lin Yuan, however, began to weep, sniffing as she stepped back. Yes, Yuan is at fault. I shall go to the ancestral hall and apologize to our ancestors. With that, she hurried away. Miss, Xiao Chui exclaimed, immediately chasing after her. Lin Yi, concerned for Lin Yuan, followed hastily as well. Meanwhile, a young servant holding an umbrella glanced between Madame Lin and Lin Yi before ultimately deciding to remain and hold the umbrella from Madame Lin. Qiao Nian cast a glance at the conflicted young servant, and for reasons unknown, a smile mingled with bitterness crept upon her lips. It seemed that in Lin Ye's heart, Lin Yuan had already surpassed Madame Lin in significance. She could not comprehend the enchantment that surrounded Lin Yuan. The smile on her lips bore a tinge of sorrow. Madame Lin gazed deeply at her, yet felt as though she could not see her clearly. Just then, Ning Shuang, having changed her attire, returned. Observing this, Qiao Nian bowed to Madame Lin and turned to leave. In the vast courtyard, only Madame Lin and the young servant holding the umbrella remained. Noticing that Madame Lin was lost in thought, staring at Qiao Nian's departing figure, the young servant could not help but speak. Madam, you're drenched. It would be best to return quickly. Unexpectedly, as if snapping back to reality, Madame Lin suddenly rushed towards the flower bed. The young servant was startled and hurried to follow, witnessing Madame Lin digging through the mud without regard for her hands. Just as he was about to inquire, Madame Lin unearthed a small, white object from the mire. He recognized it as the very item discarded by the young lady moments before. Chapter 49. Next time, I shall strike harder the following day when Xiao Nian awoke. She found that the pain from her head injury was even more intense than the day prior, leaving her in a state of lethargy and weakness. However, Ning Shuang appeared quite spirited as she diligently assisted Xiao Nian in her morning routine and subsequently hurried to prepare breakfast for her. Xiao Nian mustered her strength, not wishing to concern Ning Shuang, and after inquiring about the old lady's condition and learning that she was well, she finally felt at ease to partake in her meal. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Ning Shuang hesitating to speak several times. Seeing this, Qiao Nian set down her chopsticks and urged her, if you have something to say, please do so. Only then did Ning Shuang lean in and inform her, Miss, I heard that the young Marquis and the second young miss knelt in the ancestral hall all night. And this morning the second young miss couldn't bear it and fainted. So that was the matter at hand. Qiao Nian picked up her chopsticks again, pondering how fragile her constitution must be. Just kneeling for a single night left her incapacitated? When she had been at the laundry bureau, she had knelt day and night. Ning Shuang considered this and agreed. Indeed, it's rather pathetic. I wonder where all those precious medicinal herbs have gone. Qiao Nian merely smiled in silence, contemplating that perhaps Lin Yi, out of pity for Lin Yuan, had devised a plan for her to feign unconsciousness. Noticing the hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mistress's lips, Ning Shuang felt a stir of unease and added, "But miss, you needn't worry. The young Marquis is still kneeling. The madam forbade anyone from bringing him food and insisted he must kneel for 3 days and nights before he can rise." From Ning Shuang's tone, there was a clear intention to soothe her, prompting Qiao Nian to look at her and ask softly, "Do you think this punishment is severe?" Ning Shuang paused, recalling the events of that night when 2 burly men had barged in, their forceful entry making her acutely aware of her own vulnerability. The memory of waking up to find her mistress missing, coupled with the dread of Qiao Nian's injuries, ignited a flicker of hatred in her eyes. She shook her head. The young Marquis' punishment is hardly severe. If it were up to me, he should be reported to the authorities so the world knows his true character. How could he harm his own sister's reputation? He doesn't deserve to live well. Now, he merely has to kneel for 3 days and nights. That is far too lenient. Moreover, the second young miss, who nearly caused the old lady to suffer a stroke, only knelt for a night before she was allowed to return. She understood that the old lady held more value in Qiao Nian's heart than her own life. Had it not been for the old lady, Qiao Nian would never have swallowed her pride. Qiao Nian was pleased with the layer of hatred she saw in Ning Shuang's eyes. It was just right. After a few more bites, she found herself unable to eat any longer. She indicated her head and said, "Remove the bandage so I can see. If the injury is not apparent, we shall visit grandmother." "Yes." Ning Shuang approached and carefully unwrapped the bandage from Qiao Nian's head. After being bound all night, deep impressions marred her forehead, but fortunately, the injury seemed concealed within her hair, likely unnoticed at first glance. Qiao Nian examined her reflection in the bronze mirror and, reassured that the old lady would not detect anything amiss, declared, "Then let us first pay our respects to grandmother. I wonder how she is feeling today." As she spoke, she stood up, but suddenly felt darkness engulf her vision, causing her to collapse back onto the chair. "Miss!" Ning Shuang exclaimed in alarm, her face filled with concern. "What is wrong, miss? Shall I fetch the physician?" "No need." Qiao Nian raised a hand to stop Ning Shuang, furrowing her brow as she slowly opened her eyes. Once her vision cleared, she realized it was merely the result of standing too abruptly. It was nothing serious. She had experienced similar instances at the laundry bureau, where a brief rest resolved the issue. Yet, Ning Shuang remained anxious. "But miss, you were injured yesterday. Let us call for the physician to take a look." Qiao Nian gradually rose, smiling at Ning Shuang. "The physician may very well be with grandmother. Let's go see her first." Ning Shuang found some logic in this and nodded, stepping forward to assist Qiao Nian as they made their way outside. However, Qiao Nian felt Ning Shuang was being overly dramatic. She was perfectly capable of walking unassisted. Once they exited the Fanghe courtyard, she insisted Ning Shuang release her. Fanghe courtyard was situated on the west side of the Marquis' residence, while Luomei courtyard lay to the east, with the old lady's quarters nestled between the two. Given that Ning Shuang had clearly mentioned Lin Yuan had fainted that morning, whether true or feigned, she should at least be pretending for a while. Thus, Qiao Nian did not expect to see Lin Yuan waiting outside the old lady's courtyard. Even more surprising was the presence of Xiao Hong. Yet, it seemed Lin Yuan had anticipated this. Upon seeing Qiao Nian, her eyes visibly reddened, and her voice trembled. "Sister." There was a faint quiver of tears, as if she were deeply afraid. Qiao Nian regarded Lin Yuan's swollen cheeks with a cold smile. If she could instill fear in her, that would indeed be beneficial. Yet, Lin Yuan had only just provoked the old lady to illness yesterday. Returning so soon suggested a lack of wisdom. Casting a glance at Xiao Hong beside Lin Yuan, Qiao Nian finally spoke. "I heard that Miss Lin fainted in the ancestral hall this morning." Lin Yuan was taken aback by Qiao Nian's sudden concern. Feeling a tangle of emotions, but recalling how Qiao Nian had ridden atop her yesterday, she dared not be too audacious. Instead, she responded softly, "Yes. But Brother Hung came to see me, and I'm fine now." Qiao Nian could not help but chuckle. "I was unaware that General Xiao had also taken on the role of a physician." Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson. "No, that's not what I meant. Yesterday, it was indeed my fault." Suddenly, Xiao Hung interjected, his cold gaze fixed firmly on Qiao Nian. Regardless, you should not have been so harsh. Even after a night, Lin Yuan's face remained swollen, clearly indicating how severe your actions were. Qiao Nian had not anticipated Xiao Heng's first words would be a reprimand directed at her. Yet she recognized she should have foreseen it. For a long time, no matter the situation, he always found a way to blame her first. He scolded her for being impulsive, for being willful, but never stood up for her as he did for Lin Yuan now. A pang of bitterness spread through her heart. Qiao Nian wished to dismiss this feeling, but the more she thought of how Lin Yuan effortlessly received what she had longed for, the more profound her sorrow became. With her training at the laundry bureau, she had mastered the art of maintaining a composed facade, and so she replied coolly, "If she doesn't learn her lesson, I shall strike even harder next time." At these words, Lin Yuan instinctively recoiled behind Xiao Heng, as if terrified that Qiao Nian might indeed strike her again. Sensing Lin Yuan's dread, Xiao Heng furrowed his brow slightly and softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am here. She wouldn't dare." Chapter 50 continued to be punished. Lin Yuan, having received protection from Xiao Heng, appeared even more aggrieved, choosing to shrink behind him without daring to show her face. Qiao Nian could no longer contain her frustration and muttered a curse under her breath. A wave of irritation surged within her as she coldly spoke. "Grandmother likely does not wish to see you. You should return." Perhaps emboldened by Xiao Heng's support, Lin Yuan's demeanor towards Qiao Nian became unexpectedly defiant. She poked her head out and challenged, "Sister, you're not grandmother. How would you know if she does not want to see me?" Qiao Nian's expression darkened immediately, and instinctively she stepped closer to Lin Yuan, her tone chilling. "Are you truly unaware of what you have done?" As Qiao Nian approached, Lin Yuan was suddenly reminded of the fear she felt yesterday when Xiao Nian had pinned her down. In a panic, she scurried back behind Xiao Heng, clutching his clothing as if trembling all over. "I came today to apologize to grandmother." Sensing her fear, Xiao Heng furrowed his brow and turned to Qiao Nian. "Yuan has recognized her mistakes. I specifically accompanied her today to seek forgiveness from the old lady." At this, Xiao Heng cast a glance at Qiao Nian's tightly clenched fists and added gravely, "You should temper your temper. Refrain from resorting to violence. Yuan is not like you." "Enough," Qiao Nian abruptly interjected, cutting off Xiao Heng's admonition. Taking a deep breath, she smirked at him and continued, "General Xiao may not yet be the son-in-law of the Marquis residence, but at least I am the nominal young lady of this household. Therefore, matters concerning the Marquis residence are not for you to meddle in, nor for you to lecture me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng's gaze darkened ominously. They had known each other since childhood, yet for over a decade, Qiao Nian had never spoken to him in such a manner. Was it because she was soon to marry another? He stared intently at her, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Heng's years of battle-hardened experience that Qiao Nian felt an overwhelming aura pressing upon her, inducing a sense of anxiety. Yet, she knew that in the presence of others, Xiao Heng would not dare to act against her, thus suppressing her slight fear and confusion. She lifted her chin and spoke deliberately. "I see that Miss Lin has recovered well. She should continue enduring her punishment. Whether grandmother wishes to see you will depend on the completion of your penance." The implication was clear. Lin Yuan should continue kneeling in the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart sank, and she tugged at Xiao Heng's sleeve. "Brother Heng, my knees still hurt. You've forgotten what I just said? This matter does not concern you, Xiao." Qiao Nian interrupted Lin Yuan's plea. Xiao Heng's voice turned icy, laced with severity. "Qiao Nian, do not go too far." His expression indicated a fierce protectiveness over Lin Yuan. Qiao Nian inwardly scoffed, but ignored Xiao Heng, addressing Lin Yuan with mockery. "Your brother is still kneeling in the ancestral hall. Aren't you the one who protects him the most? What is it? Can you only share joy, but not hardship?" "That is not true." Lin Yuan could not bear Qiao Nian's insinuation about her relationship with Lin Yi. He was her brother, her greatest supporter, and she should stand by him always. Even though she knew Qiao Nian was trying to provoke her, she could not remain silent any longer. Despite today's scheme being suggested by her brother for her to feign fainting, she could not let her brother misunderstand her. Taking a deep breath, she declares, "Sister, there is no need for such provocation. I will kneel in the ancestral hall. I truly know I was wrong. Even if grandmother does not wish to see me, I must still apologize." With that, she knelt in the direction of the old lady's courtyard, her tears accompanying her soft voice. Grandmother, Yuan knows she was wrong. Yuan will never dare to anger grandmother again. Please forgive me. As she finished speaking, she bowed 3 times towards the old lady's residence, feeling utterly wronged. Her tears spilling forth. Qiao Nian thought, Lin Yuan must believe herself to be exceedingly filial and deeply emotional, touching the heart. Yet, it was utterly ludicrous. Whether grandmother was awake or not was uncertain. Even if she were, with Lin Yuan's feeble voice, it was unlikely she could hear her. So, who was this performance for? Her or Xiao Hong? After bowing, Lin Yuan finally stood up with the help of Xiao Chui, wiping her nose and glancing at Qiao Nian as if wanting to say something. However, the disdain and contempt in Qiao Nian's eyes silenced her words. She then turned to Xiao Hong, her tear-filled eyes looking pitiful. Brother Hong, I'm sorry for troubling you with this visit. Apologizing to Xiao Hong. Qiao Nian was taken aback. She felt that Lin Yuan's actions were something she could never learn in a lifetime. Of course, she had no desire to learn. After all, it was quite distasteful. Xiao Hong, hearing her words, softened his tone. How could that be? I came today specifically to see you. Just that one sentence made Lin Yuan's heart leap with joy. Although her cheeks were still stained with tears, her face visibly flushed with delight. She stole a glance at Qiao Nian, wanting to boast yet hesitant to do so. Qiao Nian, however, paid no mind to her small triumph, her brows knitting in annoyance. Does Miss Lin know the way to the ancestral hall? Do you require me to send someone to escort you? At this, Lin Yuan pouted, feeling wronged, before finally bowing to Xiao Hong and turning towards the direction of the ancestral hall. Yet, her lingering glances back seemed to seek either Xiao Hong's retention or Qiao Nian's retraction of her earlier words. Qiao Nian, however, could not be bothered to look at her again, nor at Xiao Hong, and declared, Then I will not disturb General Xiao any longer. Turning, she made her way toward the old lady's courtyard. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hong followed her. Qiao Nian felt a surge of irritation. What are you doing? Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow, his voice heavy. Naturally, I am here to visit the old lady. What? Miss Qiao Wu Ti also punished me by making me kneel in the ancestral hall. Would she? Was this merely a means to mock her for Lin Yuan's sake? Qiao Nian scoffed, refusing to engage further, and continued walking ahead. However, just a few steps later, the world before her darkened, and a faint, dizzy sensation overwhelmed her, causing her to sway. Seeing this, Xiao Hong swiftly stepped forward and caught her in his embrace. This scene was precisely witnessed by Lin Yuan, who was still glancing back. Her eyes widened in shock, bewildered by the sudden embrace between Xiao Hong and Qiao Nian. In her mind, she recalled Xiao Qingwan's words. Qiao Nian was deliberately trying to entice Xiao Hong. So, Qiao Nian's earlier insistence on making her kneel in the ancestral hall was a ploy to distract her, to lure Brother Hong? Panic surged through her as she considered confronting the two, yet fear held her back. The words spoken by Xiao Hong on Spring Mountain Street echoed in her ears. She had some understanding of his feelings. She feared that her confrontational questioning would resemble the plight of the unloved, original wife from the tales. She dreaded that Xiao Hong might stand by Qiao Nian's side, just as he had protected her moments ago. If that were the case, would her position in Xiao Hong's heart shift dramatically? No, she could not allow that. She was willing to accept that Xiao Hong harbored feelings for Qiao Nian, but she must possess the largest share of his affections. Thus, she immediately averted her gaze, allowing the scorching tears to blur her vision of everything. Beside her, the anxious Xiao Chui could not help but suggest, Miss, perhaps we should seek out the master and mistress. If they were to discover that the eldest young lady is so shamelessly throwing herself into General Xiao's arms, they would surely reprimand her. However, Lin Yuan interrupted her sharply. Are you implying that my bond with my sister is too close? She already harbors such resentment towards me. Just as Xiao Chui was about to voice her concerns, Lin Yuan cut her off. Enough, accompany me to the ancestral hall. With that, she strode away, refusing to cast a backward glance. Yet, had she turned, even for a fleeting moment, she would have witnessed how Qiao Nian forcefully pushed Xiao Hong away, retreating several steps as if he were a ferocious beast. In that moment, she truly regarded Xiao Hong as a harbinger of disaster. So much so that Xiao Hong, who had been holding Qiao Nian, found himself frozen in place, unable to retract his embrace as he stared at her. Once, she had been so fond of clinging to him, never missing an opportunity to draw close. But now, was it truly because she had pledged herself to another that she kept her distance? Contemplating this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Heng's gaze. Qiao Nian was most familiar with Xiao Heng, and she recognized this expression all too well. Yet, was it not he who had previously urged her to keep her distance? Taking a deep breath, she met his furious eyes and instinctively took a step back. However, this movement seemed to trigger something deep within Xiao Heng. He raised an eyebrow slightly before advancing towards Qiao Nian. His pace was unhurried, yet each step carried an air of palpable danger. Instinctively, Qiao Nian retreated further, only to see a smirk curl at the corner of Xiao Heng's lips. She understood all too well what that expression signified. She was acutely aware that the formidable general, renowned for his military prowess, was far from the virtuous gentleman he appeared to be. She had witnessed firsthand how Xiao Heng had driven the concubine who had insulted his mother to the brink of despair, compelling her to leap into a well. At that moment, he had worn the same expression. Although that concubine was later rescued, she never dared to show her face in front of Xiao Heng's mother again. Now, Xiao Heng was regarding her with that very same gaze. A surge of fear coursed through Qiao Nian, causing her retreat to become somewhat disordered. Ning Shuang seemed to sense the impending danger and stepped forward, saying, "General Xiao, my young lady was gravely injured yesterday. Her condition is still delicate, and she cannot withstand any further provocation." Xiao Heng's gaze shifted to Ning Shuang, finally diverting from Qiao Nian's face. "Were you to speak here?" he inquired coldly, his voice light yet as heavy as a boulder, easily pushing Ning Shuang back. She dared not utter another word, fearing that one more sentence might lead to dire consequences. She could only hope that, being in the Marquis' residence, General Xiao would not act against her young lady. Xiao Heng then redirected his attention to Qiao Nian, his mind melding the image of her former joyful self, who would light up at the mere sight of him, with the fearful expression she wore now. A strange feeling began to swell within him, intensifying with each passing moment. Furrowing his brow, he quietly asked, "Will you come to me, or shall I approach you?" It seemed he sought to reclaim his dominance over her through this threatening question. Yet, Qiao Nian stood her ground, unmoving. She could not fathom the meaning behind Xiao Heng's inquiry, but she knew the answer. "There is no need for you to approach, General. I shall not move either. The distance between us now is the most suitable for our future interactions." Even though she was aware of his anger, even though she recognized the danger he posed, even though fear lingered in her heart, she felt compelled to voice her thoughts. This measured distance of 2 or 3 steps was neither too close nor too far, allowing them to maintain a semblance of civility while avoiding any transgression. She would not overstep, nor would he. Xiao Heng discerned the underlying implication in Qiao Nian's words and responded with a low, mocking laugh. "Does Miss Qiao believe that I harbor any intentions?" His laughter held a hint of derision, as if mocking her for her misplaced feelings. Momentarily flustered, Qiao Nian pondered the absurdity of his potential actions. In the past, when she had pursued him with fervor, he had scarcely acknowledged her. What could he possibly want now? A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her heart, and biting her lip, she ultimately chose silence. Instead, she offered a courteous bow before turning to make her way towards the old lady's courtyard. Unexpectedly, his voice called out again, "Nian Nian." The familiar tone and cadence momentarily transported her back 3 years in time. But was that time truly better? No, not at all. 3 years ago, she had placed Xiao Heng above all else, unable to voice her own defense for his fleeting glance. She despised a version of herself from 3 years prior. Yet, this single call halted her in her tracks. She stood there, her back to him, lacking the courage to turn around. Behind her, his voice resonated, deep and slightly hoarse. "The Ming Wang is not a virtuous man. You cannot marry him." Even with the imperial decree in place, he could not resist offering her this counsel. Perhaps it was out of fondness for their past. However, Qiao Nian found it laughable. She understood that Xiao Heng could see through the peculiarities of this marriage and knew that she had no agency in the matter. Thus, what was the point of his words? She continued to refrain from turning to face him, replying coolly, "Very well. If General Xiao were to withdraw from the engagement, I would not marry." With that, she strode away, not pausing for a moment longer, for she knew that Xiao Heng would never retract his proposal. and she could not escape her fate. Ultimately, they would become strangers. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed, Xiao Heng's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, rife with an indescribable yearning. Chapter 52. The concern of the Ming king, Qiao Nian, finally met the old matriarch. Upon her arrival, the old lady had just taken her medicine and was weakly leaning against the headboard. It was only when Su Mama announced Xiao Nian's presence that the old lady seemed to gather strength and sat up. Grandmother. Xiao Nian rushed over. Before coming, she had promised herself not to shed tears upon seeing her grandmother, so as not to upset her. Yet, gazing at her grandmother's frail and emaciated form, tears fell uncontrollably. How could such a short time have changed her grandmother so drastically? Compared to when they had just returned to the Ho residence, she seemed like a different person altogether. Her face lacked color, as she exuded an air of impending frailty. Just one glance at the old lady made Xiao Nian's heart feel as though it might shatter. However, the old lady smiled and lifted her hand to wipe Xiao Nian's tears. My dear girl, you have suffered. The old lady was unaware of the incident where Lady Lin had struck Xiao Nian's head. She was referring to Lin Ye's wrongdoing. To soothe the old lady, Xiao Nian quickly shook her head. No, granddaughter escaped. I am quite capable. Good. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. My Nian Nian is indeed the most capable. She will not be harmed by those petty individuals. The old lady referred to her only grandson as a petty individual. Xiao Nian felt a stir in her heart and couldn't help but softly call out, Grandmother. It seemed that uttering those words rendered her grievances insignificant. The old lady gently caressed Xiao Nian's cheek. Grandmother knows you kept silent because you were worried about me, and that you chose not to sue your brother for my sake. But my dear, in grandmother's heart, you are the most important. So if you wish to do anything, just go ahead. Grandmother only wishes for your safety and happiness. Everything else is of no concern. Xiao Nian looked at the old lady in surprise. She had expected her grandmother to say comforting words for the only male heir of the Ho residence. Unlike Lord Lin and Lady Lin, the old lady spoke genuinely. Xiao Nian would never resent her, understanding the old lady's difficulties and concerns. Yet, she never anticipated that the old lady would steadfastly stand by her side, even when faced with the only male heir of the Ho family and the entire household. Her lips involuntarily curled downward, and Xiao Nian embraced the old lady, releasing all the grievances she had endured in recent days within the old lady's comforting embrace. She thought to herself that her grandmother was the best in the world, the person she loved most dearly. In the days that followed, aside from recuperating in the Fanghe courtyard, Xiao Nian frequently visited her grandmother and learned a few techniques from the household physician, often giving her grandmother massages. As for news about Lin Yi and Lin Yuan, the servants were astute enough not to mention them in her presence. Even news regarding Lord Lin and Lady Lin was seldom brought up. Life was so tranquil that it felt as if only she and the old lady existed in a vast Ho residence. Until one day, a letter from the Ming king was once again presented to her. Ning Shuang handed the letter to Qiao Nian. Miss, I have examined it carefully. The letter has not been opened. I heard it was ordered by the Lord. Henceforth, your letters are not to be opened. Qiao Nian took the letter, glanced at the intact envelope, and then proceeded to open it. Once again, he requested a meeting. Although the previous meeting incident was not entirely the Ming king's fault, it had undeniably cast a shadow over her, and she was truly reluctant to attend. Yet, considering that she had not seen the Ming king since then, and understanding his position as her fiancé, it was only natural for him to worry about her. Not attending seemed rather inconsiderate. As she hesitated, Ning Shuang spoke up, Miss, spring is approaching. It is not good for you to remain in the Fanghe courtyard. Why not go out for a stroll to refresh your spirits? Indeed, while the peace in the courtyard was pleasant, it had become stifling. Thus, she nodded in agreement. The Ming king had arranged to meet her by the Ming lake to the east of the city. The weather was delightful that day, with little wind and a gentle warmth from the sun. Observing the shimmering lake surface and the scattered greenery along the shore, Qiao Nian thought that spring was indeed near. Miss, the king is here, Ning Shuang gently called. Turning around, Qiao Nian saw the Ming king's carriage approaching slowly from a distance. Shortly after, the carriage came to a stop by the lake. The Ming king leaped down and swiftly walked toward Qiao Nian, his steps revealing a sense of urgency. Startled by his demeanor, Qiao Nian instinctively took a couple of steps back, fearing he might rush over and embrace her. Fortunately, the Ming King managed to restrain himself. I have heard about the events of the past few days. How is your injury? Does it still hurt? His tone was filled with concern, yet his voice was gentle. His water-like gaze seemed to penetrate her, as if attempting to dissolve her barriers. For a fleeting moment, Qiao Nian almost believed that the Ming King genuinely cared for her. However, their relationship was built on mutual interests, so how could his concern be sincere? Understanding this, Qiao Nian slowly inclined her body in greeting and replied, "After a few days of rest, it is no longer a problem. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." The Ming King noted her demeanor. Though her response was proper and devoid of error, she radiated an aura of coldness and distance towards him. Even with the imperial decree of their betrothal and the wedding preparations underway, she maintained her previous attitude, far from the closeness she shared with Xiaohong. Reflecting on this, a hint of darkness flickered in the Ming King's previously gentle gaze. Yet, before he could speak again, several carriages approached from a distance. Qiao Nian was drawn to the sight, noticing that the carriages stopped behind the Ming Kings. Young men and women emerged from the carriages one after another. Upon seeing them, Qiao Nian's previously untroubled expression instantly darkened. She had never anticipated that after several days of absence from the estate, her outing would coincide with these unwelcome individuals. Aside from the Lin siblings, the Xiao siblings had also arrived. Noticing the evident displeasure on Qiao Nian's face, the Ming King softly chuckled. "Do not be upset. It was I who invited them. The weather is splendid today, and I thought it might be a good day for reconciliation among you all." At this point, he lowered his voice and added, "After all, you will be accompanying me to Zuqing in the future, so it is unnecessary to create a rift with them. Is it not?" Chapter 53. Whose thoughts should not exist. Qiao Nian comprehended the intentions of Prince Ming. The union of their marriage was predicated upon the alliance with the Marquis. Lin Yi was the future heir of the Marquis, and should she and Lin Yi create too much discord, it would not bode well for Prince Ming. However, as Qiao Nian observed them, it was impossible for her to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Thus she turned away, her gaze returning to the lake's surface. In truth, apart from the pairs of siblings from the Lin and Xiao families, there were several other young ladies and gentlemen present, including the second daughter of the Ministry of War's Grand Secretary, Song Baixian, who shared a close relationship with Xiao Qingwan. All these individuals had gathered today to honor Prince Ming. While it was publicly described as a spring outing, the underlying motive was clear. Prince Ming sought to ease the tension between Qiao Nian and Lin Yi by surrounding them with company. Yet, it was evident that Prince Ming had previously injured Lin Yi on her behalf. Gazing at the shimmering lake, a chill crept into Qiao Nian's heart. The young ladies and gentlemen approached Prince Ming to pay their respects. However, today was meant for leisure, and thus their gestures were rather informal. After Xiao Qingwan acknowledged Prince Ming, she directed her gaze squarely at Qiao Nian, scrutinizing her profile. Noting her lack of response, Xiao Qingwan could not help but coldly remark, "Why does Miss Xiao not turn around? Surely you aren't attempting to assume the airs of a princess before your marriage to Prince Ming?" Her intention was to mock Qiao Nian. Yet, to her surprise, Qiao Nian remained indifferent, not even sparing her glance. "If you wish to present me with the reverence due to a princess now, I am more than capable of receiving it." "Why you?" Xiao Qingwan instinctively bristled with anger. But a glance at Prince Ming's presence held her ire in check. Prior to their arrival, her family had cautioned her against causing a scene. It was then that Song Baixian, with a smile, tugged at Xiao Qingwan's sleeve, suggesting, "Miss Xiao clearly still harbors resentment towards Miss Lin. Let us not linger here, but rather explore elsewhere." As she spoke, she attempted to lead Xiao Qingwan away. In truth, the other young ladies and gentlemen had already dispersed. Yet they occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction, seemingly eager to witness a spectacle. Xiao Qingwan had initially wished to avoid conflict, but upon hearing Song Baixian's words, her displeasure surged. Why does she have to be angry? She has been humiliated for nearly half a month. "Enough, Yuan. Lin Yuan finally interjected softly. "Please do not say more." "Yuan." Xiao Qingwan appeared exasperated, and after a moment's thought, she glanced at Qiao Nian once more, continuing, "I say, sister-in-law, you are far too easy to bully." The term sister-in-law flushed Lin Yuan's cheeks with embarrassment. Lin Heng, standing nearby, instinctively furrowed his brow and glanced at Qiao Nian's expression. Yet, Qiao Nian's gaze remained fixed on the lake, ignoring them altogether. Did she not care? Lin Heng's frown deepened. Recalling the words Qiao Nian had once spoken to him, his irritation reignited, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. Lin Yuan, initially elated by Xiao Qingwan's address, became acutely aware of Lin Heng's unwavering gaze on Qiao Nian and swiftly regained her composure. She shook her head at Xiao Qingwan, urging her to cease. Yet, the more Lin Yuan urged silence, the more infuriated Xiao Qingwan became. She turned to Qiao Nian. Very well, I do not wish to cause trouble today, but since everyone is present, I have a question for you, Miss Qiao. Qiao Nian inwardly sighed. The picturesque scenery was being marred by this incessant clamor. Seeing that Qiao Nian still refused to engage, Xiao Qingwan grew even more incensed. It felt as if all her efforts had struck nothing but soft cotton, amplifying her sense of helplessness and fury. Thus, she raised her voice, demanding, "Pray tell, what feelings does Miss Qiao harbor for my brother? How can you, knowing full well that you are betrothed to Prince Ming and that my brother intends to marry Yuan, repeatedly throw yourself into his embrace?" The words hung in the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The onlookers, who had been waiting at a distance for entertainment, now revealed expressions of astonishment. Qiao Nian sharply turned to face Xiao Qingwan, her eyes flashing with a fierce warning. Yet, Xiao Qingwan retained her righteous demeanor, chin held high. Miss Qiao need not be surprised. These events were witnessed by Yuan herself. You deliberately sent her away, and as soon as she departed, you rushed into my brother's arms. And that day on Chunshan Street, you were also. Watch out! A sudden cry interrupted Xiao Qingwan's tirade. A large jug of water splashed across her face. Ah! Xiao Qingwan shrieked, pointing an accusing finger at Ning Shuang. You wretched maid! How dare you douse me? Ning Shuang, with an innocent expression, hurried to hide behind Qiao Nian, exclaiming, "Not at all. I merely stumbled and accidentally spilled it." Yet, Qiao Nian saw the sly smirk that betrayed Ning Shuang's feigned innocence. She chuckled inwardly, maintaining a stoic expression as she coldly glared at Xiao Qingwan. My maid accidentally splashed you, and you insist it was intentional, just as you claimed I deliberately fell into General Xiao's embrace that day. Miss Xiao, you are a lady of high standing. To speak so recklessly in sow discord, one wonders which fortunate family will be blessed with the honor of marrying you in the future. At her words, Xiao Qingwan's face flushed crimson, instinctively glancing at Lin Yi. In that fleeting moment, Qiao Nian understood everything. She had never realized that Xiao Qingwan harbored feelings for Lin Yi. Yet, they were both characters of folly, making them a match made in heaven. Amusement danced in her heart, and a hint of mockery graced her features. Yet, as Xiao Qingwan found herself bested, Lin Yuan could no longer contain herself. Interjecting, "Sister, do not insult Yuan. She was merely standing up for me." As Lin Yuan stepped forward, offering her handkerchief to wipe Xiao Qingwan's face, she couldn't help but recall the scene she had witnessed, her indignation flaring once more. "Even if Yuan wronged you that day on Chunshan Street, what about recently? I saw you with my own eyes." Her words trailed off, as if she were hesitant to continue. Yet, whether she finished her statement or not bore little consequence. Lin Yi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly recalled Lin Yuan's return to the ancestral hall that day, his brow furrowing in discontent as he directed a look of disdain towards Qiao Nian. No wonder Yuan's eyes were so red that day. "Nian Nian, how could you engage in such shameless conduct?" In an instant, all eyes filled with scorn and reproach turned toward Qiao Nian. Yet, she was struck with laughter, surveying the individuals before her, and retorted, "What remarkable skills General Xiao possesses. He can avoid the touch of those he wishes to elude. By your reasoning, does this not imply that General Xiao harbors feelings for me that should not exist?" Chapter 54. Birthday gift in a single phrase. Lin Yuan's complexion turned ashen. She could discern that Xiao Heng harbored feelings for Qiao Nian. Thus, what she had witnessed that day was, in fact, Xiao Heng taking the initiative to embrace Qiao Nian. As she pondered this, a faint mockery arose from the side, who was unaware that Miss Qiao had once pursued General Xiao to no avail. How dare she utter such words now? It was none other than Song Bai Xian, who could no longer restrain her disdain. As her words fell, the young lords and ladies erupted in laughter. Indeed, the former Qiao Nian had devoted herself entirely to Xiao Heng, her heart solely for him. Her affection was fervent, passionate, and unabashed. Thus, the entire capital knew of her feelings for Xiao Hong. Yet, 3 years later, her love had become a mere jest. Was it tragic? Naturally. If she had known that her once unwavering devotion would one day be ridiculed, then she would have never entangled herself with Xiao Hong. In that moment, she merely offered a faint smile, realizing that Miss Song was also aware of the phrase back in those days. She recalled that in the years before Song De had ascended to the position of Minister of War, the congratulatory gifts sent to them were nearly discarded by the servants. When the past humiliations were publicly mentioned, Song Baixian did not possess Qiao Nian's composure. Her cheeks flushing with anger, Qiao Nian cast a cold glance at her, then turned to Lin Yuan, questioning, "What is your intention in slandering me and General Xiao in front of the Ming Wang? Without evidence, such claims are mere slanders." Lin Yuan was evidently unable to prove that Qiao Nian had thrown herself in Xiao Heng's arms that day, and furthermore, she even began to doubt her own observations, suspecting that it had been Xiao Heng who had taken the initiative. At this moment, hearing Qiao Nian's pointed inquiry, she could only lower her gaze in guilt. The turmoil in her eyes was so apparent that Lin Yi could no longer tolerate it. Stepping forward, "Qiao Nian, you." He then turned respectfully to the Ming Wang. "To call it slander is quite severe. It is merely an unfounded misunderstanding. I hope the Ming Wang does not take offense." He understood that the Ming Wang had summoned him today for a purpose, and despite his dissatisfaction with his brother-in-law, he must maintain appearances in front of others. Moreover, since the Ming Wang had previously expressed a desire to strike Lin Yuan, he could not risk provoking this eccentric man, for what would become of Yuan if he did? The Ming Wang clearly was not inclined to allow the matter to escalate among the women. Responding gently, "Nian Nian is correct. Those events are from the past. If I were concerned about Nian Nian's previous relationship with General Xiao, I would not have sought an imperial decree from my father." This statement served to bolster Qiao Nian's position, conveying to everyone that it was his initiative to marry her and warning them not to invoke the past henceforth. The young lords and ladies discerned this and thus refrained from further ridicule. Yet, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the boat is coming." Everyone then turned their gaze towards the Ming Lake. The lake was vast, obscuring the view of the opposite shore, which is why it was often frequented by pleasure boats. It seemed that the current season was not ideal for boating, but today, with no wind and warm sunshine, a boat ride would surely be delightful. Consequently, the young lords and ladies grew eager. However, they were all aware of the importance of propriety. Thus, when the first boat docked, they respectfully invited the Ming Wang aboard. Each boat could accommodate 8 people, including the boatman. Yet, given the Ming Wang's status, none dared to sit with him. As such, aside from Qiao Nian and the Ming Wang, the first boat contained only the siblings from the Lin and Xiao families. Once aboard, Qiao Nian chose to admire the scenery, unwilling to spare them a glance. However, Xiao Qingwan, who had been thwarted on shore, could not resist becoming mischievous upon boarding. "Ah, Yuan, the hairpin on your head is exquisite. Was it a gift from my brother?" Lin Yuan had deliberately worn 2 hairpins today, one intricately carved by Lin Yi himself, and the other a gift from Xiao Heng on her birthday last year. Both hairpins were her cherished possessions, and although they did not quite match, she wore them together. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing Xiao Qingwan's words, she instinctively glanced at Xiao Nian, only to find her gazing outward, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. A sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over Lin Yuan. She then heard Xiao Qingwan continue, "By the way, Yuan, your birthday is approaching. I wonder what my brother will gift you this year." As soon as she finished speaking, the Ming Wang unexpectedly chimed in. "I recall that Nian Nian and Miss Lin share the same birthday. Thus, Nian Nian's birthday is also imminent. Do you have anything in mind?" The Ming Wang's tone was overly gentle, and Xiao Nian could not ignore him. Turning back to offer a slight smile, "I do not enjoy celebrating my birthday, nor do I have any desires, but I thank the prince for his concern." She spoke the truth. During her first year in the washing garments bureau, she had waited all day on her birthday. Waiting for what? Perhaps for Lin Yi to come fetch her home, or for Xiao Hong, or maybe for a small gift from the... At the very least, that would signify she had not been forgotten. Yet, from the moment her eyes opened, she had waited until the moonlight of midnight enveloped her. She did not receive even a single birthday wish. It dawned on her that her past birthdays had been one-sided, and those well wishes were false. She had long been forgotten. Hence, She no longer wished to celebrate her birthday. However, Lin Yi found her sentiment overly sentimental. He remembered how much Qiao Nian had relished her birthdays. She would begin reminding them nearly half a month in advance. There was no need for them to prepare anything extravagant. As long as they were present to celebrate with her, she would beam with joy. It was truly laughable that someone who once adored birthdays now feigned such propriety before the Ming Wang. Lin Ye's hand reached for his sleeve, where he had concealed a hairpin. He had carved it just 2 days prior, and it was even more exquisite than the one on Lin Yuan's head. He had intended to present it to her today, hoping to ease tensions, but at this moment, he felt she was somehow unworthy. The Ming Wang was taken aback by Qiao Nian's response, then burst into laughter. Nonsense. What woman does not enjoy celebrating her birthday? However, if Nian Nian does not express her wishes, I shall prepare something at my discretion, and you must not say you dislike it. This statement, coming from a prince, seemed rather overly ingratiating. Qiao Nian was also taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, the boatman unexpectedly entered, as if he knew what gifts the young ladies favored. The crowd was astonished. Xiao Qingwan could not help but inquire, "Do you know her?" The boatman nodded with a smile, then retrieved a wooden box from a drawer aboard the boat, presenting it respectfully to Qiao Nian. "This is something the young lady dropped 4 years ago. I have kept it safe all this time. Today, I finally see the young lady again." Something she had dropped 4 years ago? Qiao Nian genuinely could not recall, her face filled with skepticism as she reached out to accept the box, opening it before everyone. Inside was a pair of earrings. Qiao Nian's complexion instantly turned pale, while Xiao Qingwan's sharp exclamation rang out. "These are the earrings my brother gifted." Chapter 55. Longing for your demise indeed. It is the pair of earrings gifted to her by Xiao Hong. For years prior, while aboard a boat, she accidentally dropped them into the lake and, in a moment of panic, leapt in after them, nearly drowning. Little did she expect that the earrings, which should have sunk to the lake's depths, were retrieved by the boatman. The expressions of those aboard the vessel darkened, yet the boatman remained blissfully unaware of the shift in atmosphere, merely attempting to ingratiate himself by saying that he had noticed how much the young lady cherished the earrings. He had spent several days searching the lake bottom and was fortunate to have found them, but regrettably, he had not seen the young lady since that day. Today, however, he was finally able to return them to their rightful owner. Qiao Nian felt a profound mix of emotions. She was surprised not only by the boatman's dedication, but also by the unexpected opportunity to see the earrings again. In the past, she had cherished these earrings dearly, as they were the first gift from Xiao Hong, a genuine token of affection. She believed it to be a testament of his acceptance of her. Thus she held them in high regard. Yet now, upon encountering them again, her heart was a tumult of feelings. She thanked the boatman and offered him a silver ingot, declaring, "This indeed belongs to me. Thank you." The ingot was worth a year's wages for the boatman, who gratefully accepted it and prepared to leave. However, before he could exit the cabin, a splash echoed behind him. Turning back, he beheld the rippling surface of the lake, while Qiao Nian's hands were now empty. Where had the earrings and the wooden box gone? Xiao Qingwan was the first to exclaim, "Qiao Nian, have you lost your mind? That was something my brother worked hard to obtain." Yet her words trailed off as she noticed Xiao Hong's face darkening ominously. Ignoring Xiao Qingwan, Qiao Nian took her seat, while Ming Wang's gaze fixated on Xiao Hong, who was enveloped in an aura of grim intensity, fixated on Xiao Nian. A strange sense of satisfaction welled within him. Yet he maintained a facade of concern, asking, "Why did you throw it away? Wasn't it a gift from General Xiao?" At last, Qiao Nian responded, affirming that it was indeed a gift from General Xiao, but since it was given to her, she retained the right to dispose of it. "I am to marry the prince. It would be inappropriate to keep mementos from another man." Ming Wang nodded in agreement, his gaze drifting to the sullen-faced Xiao Hong, a smile unconsciously creeping upon his lips. However, perhaps Xiao Heng's gaze was too intense, causing Lin Yuan beside him to feel a surge of emotion. Tugging gently at his sleeve and softly calling, "Brother Hung," only then did Xiao Hong's attention shift from Qiao Nian, though he did not spare Lin Yuan a glance, instead staring out at the lake. The atmosphere inside the boat grew increasingly awkward due to the lost earrings. Lin Yi silently concealed his left hand, which held a hidden hairpin, behind him. He mused that if Qiao Nian could discard something given by Xiao Hong, then surely his hairpin would meet the same fate. Thankfully, He had not presented it. Otherwise, it would have been a source of humiliation. In any case, Qiao Nian was unworthy. Unbeknownst to them, the boat had drifted to the center of the lake. The golden glimmers of the water surrounded them, and a gentle breeze brought with it the refreshing scent of the lake. Qiao Nian felt her spirits lift involuntarily. Yuan, come quickly, there's a fish. Xiao called out as she stepped out of the cabin. Yet Lin Yuan appeared somewhat seasick, sitting lethargically in her seat, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Xiao suddenly turned to Qiao Nian, exclaiming, Miss Qiao, come look, such a large fish. Taken aback, Qiao Nian had not anticipated being called at that moment. Nevertheless, she rose and approached Xiao. Look, such a big fish. Xiao enthusiastically beckoned. As Qiao Nian leaned over to gaze into the water, she saw no fish. It's right there. Xiao pointed beneath the surface, simultaneously retreating behind Qiao Nian. In a hushed tone, she added, How dare you discard something my brother gifted you? Let this serve as a lesson. With that, she made a push towards Qiao Nian. However, Qiao Nian merely sidestepped, easily evading the shove. Instead, Xiao lost her balance and tumbled into the lake. Just before hitting the water, she clearly saw the triumphant and exuberant smile on Qiao Nian's face. Witnessing Xiao floundering in the water, Qiao Nian could not help but smirk. Such a feeble mind, and yet she dared to plot against others? At the sound of the splash, the men in the cabin rushed out. Upon seeing Xiao in the water, both Lin Yi and Xiao Hong were taken aback and immediately made to leap in to rescue her. However, Lin Yuan suddenly called out, No, you will ruin Yuan's reputation. She stumbled out of the cabin, exclaiming, You cannot go in, otherwise Yuan's life will be ruined. It was reminiscent of the time Lin Yi and Xiao Hong had jumped into the water to save Qiao Nian, only for her to be subjected to the scorn of scandal thereafter. Yet, Xiao clearly could not swim. Without rescue, she would surely drown. Lin Yuan seemed to recognize this as she cast a pleading look at Xiao Nian, even preparing to kneel, beseeching her to save Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian found her display utterly repugnant and, taking the initiative, leapt into the water. The lake was frigid, yet it was somewhat more tolerable than the day she had rescued Lin Yuan. Before the onlookers, she swam toward Xiao and, before their eyes, embraced her and sank into the depths of the lake. The icy water rushed into Xiao mouth and nose, causing her to struggle more fiercely, her eyes wide with terror as she met Xiao Nian's smiling face. That smile was disturbingly eerie. It seemed as if Xiao Nian intended to drown her deliberately. This realization flooded Xiao Nian's mind, plunging her into unimaginable fear. She flailed her arms and legs wildly, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found Xiao Nian seated at her bedside. The sight of her brought to mind the terrifying visage from the water. Instinctively, she bolted upright, clutching the covers tightly. What do you want? She stammered. Xiao Nian smiled faintly. What are you afraid of, Miss Xiao? I am your savior. You lie. Xiao glanced around, bewildered. Where's this place? The Marquis residence, in a fragrant lotus courtyard, Xiao Nian replied coolly. Since both had been unconscious upon arrival, for the convenience of the physician, they had been placed together in the fragrant lotus courtyard. However, Xiao Nian feigned her condition. As the physician had not exposed her deception, he had still prescribed her medicine. Now aware of her surroundings, Xiao cried out, Where is Yuan? I demand to see Yuan. Xiao Nian chuckled coldly. What do you need her for? Have you forgotten, Miss Xiao? Lin Yuan would be quite pleased to see you gone. Chapter 56. We are not aligned upon hearing Qiao Nian speak ill of Lin Yuan. Xiao instinctively retorted, You speak nonsense. Yuan is not that kind of person. Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? It seems Miss Xiao remembers nothing at all. This remark provoked Xiao, prompting her to reflect on her experience after falling into the water. She recalled thrashing about vigorously, but clearly remembered her brother and Lin Gu rushing towards her, both seemingly poised to dive in and rescue her. But then, why did they stop? The image of a staggering figure flashed in her mind, and her heart skipped a beat. Was it Lin Yuan who prevented them? Noticing the change in Xiao expression, Qiao Nian smiled faintly. Miss Lin was concerned for your reputation, hence she stopped Xiao Hong and the young Marquis. However, I believe a person's life is far more valuable than their honor. As she spoke, She lifted the warm medicinal soup from the bedside and presented it to Xiao Qingwan. Moreover, Xiao Heng is your own brother. Who would dare to speak ill of him if he were to risk his life to save you? As for the young Marquis, he has no betrothal. If any scandal were to arise, he could simply marry you. Surely, he would not allow you to drown, would he? After saying this, Qiao Nian offered Xiao Qingwan a gentle smile. Their rivalry had existed since childhood, and she knew Xiao Qingwan's temperament all too well. She was certain that her words had struck a chord with her. Xiao Qingwan glanced at the medicine before her, accepted it, and drank it all in one go. Wiping her mouth, she turned to Qiao Nian. You're not a good person either. You nearly killed me in the water. Miss Xiao truly has wronged me. Qiao Nian responded as she stood and walked to the table. At that moment, you were thrashing about so violently. Were it not for my intervention to render you unconscious. Given how obedient General Xiao and the young Marquis are to Miss Lin, both of us would likely have perished in that lake. She placed the bowl on the table and feigned a sudden realization, looking towards Xiao Qingwan. Oh, by the way, you are General Xiao's sister. If your reputation were to be tarnished and you were forced into an early marriage with the young Marquis, then Miss Lin and your brother's engagement would surely be jeopardized. After all, if you marry Lin Yi, what will Miss Lin call you then, sister or sister-in-law? Xiao Qingwan's face turned pale. She glared coldly at Qiao Nian. Do not think I am unaware of your attempts to sow discord. Indeed, I am attempting to sow discord, Qiao Nian admitted openly, recognizing that her intentions were all too evident, and Xiao Qingwan could not possibly be oblivious. She sat at the table, leaning casually against its edge, smiling at Xiao Qingwan. We have grown up competing against each other, each with our victories and defeats evenly matched. But since Miss Lin arrived at the Marquis' residence, I have lost. I cannot contend with her, and you think you can? Her eyes reddened momentarily. You rush to support her, but when your life is at stake. What has she done for you? At these words, Xiao Qingwan's gaze fixated on her fingertips, yet her mind was filled with Lin Yuan's pitiful visage. Qiao Nian continued, I do not wish for you to be treated like a fool, but it is not for your sake. Xiao Qingwan, I am about to marry the Ming King and will accompany him to Gu City within 3 months. During this time, I do not wish to attract any trouble. Dealing with a weeping Lin Yuan is already enough of a headache. If you were to add yourself into the mix, it would truly be unbearable. Thus, she sought to create discord, to divide them, so that she might find a moment's peace. However, upon hearing Qiao Nian's words, Xiao Qingwan became less concerned about Lin Yuan. She frowned at Qiao Nian, her voice icy. Are you truly going to marry the Ming King? Qiao Nian was taken aback by Xiao Qingwan's sudden inquiry, momentarily stunned, but quickly straightened herself. The imperial decree has been issued. I cannot defy it. But my brother advised you against it, Xiao Qingwan retorted, turning away with a dismissive expression. He said you were determined to marry the Ming King. Do not think you are climbing any lofty branch. The Ming King is not a good man. In front of others, he may protect you. But do you think they envy you? They are secretly laughing at you, pitying you. As she spoke, she moved towards the exit, pausing momentarily beside Qiao Nian. You do not wish for me to be a fool, and I certainly do not wish for you to remain in the dark. Qiao Nian, if he ever takes you to the west of the city, remember, do not go. The west of the city? Qiao Nian was perplexed, but Xiao Qingwan did not elaborate further, and simply opened the door to leave. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan and others had just arrived. Upon spotting Xiao Qingwan, Lin Yuan rushed over and Wan, why are you up? With genuine concern, she took hold of Xiao Qingwan's arm. You've just woken from a faint. You should rest. As she spoke, Lin Yuan anxiously glanced past Xiao Qingwan at Qiao Nian, then added, if you're unwilling to stay here, you can come to my courtyard for a few days. Indeed, Lin Yi chimed in. Miss Xiao should rest more. But to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Qingwan pulled her hand away from Lin Yuan's grasp and took a step back, her expression frigid. Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin, but the Fanghe Garden is quite suitable. I merely feel well enough to return home for recuperation. Miss Lin? Not Yuan her. Lin Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Qingwan to treat her so coldly. Tears welled in her eyes, her expression one of wounded innocence. However, after casting a glance at Qiao Nian, she quietly asked, Wan, did you hear something from someone and misunderstand me? Miss Lin may as well name names. Qiao Nian stepped forward from the room, smiling at Lin Yuan. No need for such cryptic remarks. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook her head, looking innocent. I didn't mean to. I was just puzzled by Nian Nian's attitude. There is nothing puzzling about it. Qiao Nian maintained her calm demeanor. Miss Xiao is not deaf. She heard you stop General Xiao and the young Marquis from saving her quite clearly. There is no need for others to speak on the matter. At this, Lin Yuan grew anxious, hastily explaining to Xiao Qingwan, "It is not like that, Nian Nian. Please listen to me. I truly cared for your reputation." Before she could finish, Xiao Qingwan interrupted, "Miss Lin values reputation, but I value life more. It seems we are not aligned. No, Nian Nian, I can swim. I beg my sister to save you." Lin Yuan panicked completely. Xiao Qingwan was the only sister of Xiao Hong. If she angered her, would it not cause Xiao Hong to dislike her as well? However, upon hearing this, Qiao Nian chuckled coldly. "When trouble arises, you seek to push it onto me, yet you scramble to take credit for my good deed. Miss Lin truly has a talent for this." Xiao Qingwan chimed in, "I did not hear you plead for Qiao Nian to save me. Could it be that I was not paying attention and missed it?" Chapter 57, Apology. It was not that she had misheard. Rather, Lin Yuan had not yet managed to speak when Qiao Nian had already leapt into the water. Observing the growing discomfort on Lin Yuan's face, Qiao Nian couldn't help but stifle a laugh. How had she managed to guess it right? Initially, she had been reluctant to save Xiao Qingwan, for after all, Xiao Qingwan had wronged her first, and thus her plight was self-inflicted. Yet, Lin Yuan's subsequent remarks unsettled Qiao Nian, making her feel increasingly uneasy. All the men present were capable swimmers, and even the boatmen's skills surpassed the rest, yet Lin Yuan forbade them from rescuing her, insisting on preserving Xiao Qingwan's reputation. Thus, the two remaining women, herself and Lin Yuan, naturally meant that she, being the one with swimming prowess, must dive in to save the drowning girl. Had Lin Yuan waited until she had asked for help, it would have been Qiao Nian who bore the burden, while Lin Yuan received accolades. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Yuan had no arguments to make, with only tears rolling down her cheeks, evoking pity from onlookers. Lin Yi hurriedly pulled Lin Yuan aside, whispering words of comfort. Xiao Hong, too, furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Xiao Qingwan. Indeed, Lin Yuan had wanted to implore Qiao Nian for assistance. But it was Qiao Nian who had taken the initiative to jump into the water first. The entire situation had arisen due to Xiao Qingwan's misfortune. How could she now place blame on Lin Yuan? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. She stared blankly at Xiao Hong and then turned her gaze toward Qiao Nian. Their eyes met, and Xiao Nian understood the implications in Xiao Qingwan's expression. She must have grasped the truth of Qiao Nian's earlier assertion, that she could not contend with Lin Yuan. Noticing that Xiao Qingwan was not looking her way, Xiao Hong felt a surge of anger, thinking it was truly disrespectful for Xiao Qingwan to trouble the legitimate daughter of the Ho residents in such a manner. He stepped forward, pulling Xiao Qingwan over to apologize to Lin Yuan. Xiao Qingwan widened her eyes in disbelief, furious. "I was the one who fell into the water, nearly drowning. Why should I apologize?" Lin Yuan hurriedly interjected, "No need to, Brother Hong. I'm fine. It's Xiao Qingwan's well-being that matters." Lin Yi chimed in, "This matter does not rest on Miss Xiao." He then shot a fierce glare at Qiao Nian, accusing her of being the catalyst for this misunderstanding, claiming that Miss Xiao was simple-minded and must have been incited by someone. Qiao Nian stood her ground, coldly fixing her gaze on Lin Yi. Since Lin Yuan's return, she had been painted as the villain in Lin Yi's eyes. Regardless of what transpired between Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingwan, he consistently shifted the blame onto her. Clearly, it was the conflict between Lin Yuan and Xiao Qingwan, yet he remained steadfast in his stance. Just then, Xiao Qingwan's fiery temperament flared up. "What does this have to do with Qiao Nian?" It was Lin Yuan who said those words. She exclaimed, "You both refuse to blame Lin Yuan and instead turn on me and Xiao Nian. Why? Just because we don't cry? It's not like that, Nian Nian." Lin Yuan wept inconsolably. "You can't think of me like this. I truly cared for you. You're talking nonsense." Xiao Qingwan retorted, glaring at Lin Yuan. "You know exactly what vile thoughts are in your mind." A sharp slap echoed through the air. It was Xiao Hong. Everyone present was taken aback. "Apologize," his cold voice commanded. Xiao Qingwan covered her face, her expression shifting from shock to fury. "You hit me? For her? You are the one at fault." Xiao Hong maintained his righteous demeanor. Yet Nian was well aware of the truth. You're lying. You've never struck me, not even when you let me have my say about Qiao Nian at Hua Temple. Now, I merely speak against her. And you strike me? Well, Xiao, you truly are something. With that, Nian turned and fled. Lin Yuan called after her, Nuan. But Nian paid her no heed. In a flurry, Lin Yuan pulled at Xiao. Brother Hung, please go after her. Don't bother. She needs to learn a lesson for her mouth. Xiao declared, believing that if he did not reprimand Nian today, her reckless tongue would only lead her into deeper trouble. Lin Yuan, however, was anxious. But Nuan just regained consciousness after fainting. I can't let her go like this. Brother Hung, please, you must catch up. Her tear-streaked face visibly moved Xiao. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Xiao Nian before turning to chase after her. Once Xiao had departed, Lin Yuan continued to sob. Meanwhile, Lin Yi turned his ire toward Xiao Nian. Look at the trouble you've caused. Xiao Nian arched an eyebrow, meeting Lin Ye's gaze. What trouble did I cause? If it weren't for your instigation, how could Miss Xiao possibly blame Lin Yuan? Lin Yi pointed an accusatory finger at her. Can't you just behave and spare us the trouble? Xiao Nian remained silent, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Recalling their past confrontations, Lin Yi suddenly felt a twinge of guilt under her unwavering gaze. What are you staring at me for? Did I say something wrong? He questioned. Though his voice lacked conviction, Xiao Nian maintained her silence, her mind flooded with memories of Lin Yi protecting her. She mused that if she had not had a brother who unconditionally shielded her long ago, perhaps she would not feel such heartache now. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Nian finally spoke, a faint smile gracing her lips. I merely speak the truth, without embellishment. If that is deemed instigation, then I have nothing further to say. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on her words and realizing they might indeed hold merit. Yet, looking at the tear-stained Lin Yuan beside him, he felt a pang of sympathy and retorted coldly, You know very well Lin Yuan did not mean it that way. She saved you. She must have believed you would rescue Miss Xiao. I am not a mind reader. I cannot know her thoughts. Qiao Nian shot back, just as I cannot fathom why you consistently place all blame upon me. Lin Yi, I saved her. Had I not jumped into the lake, Nian would have perished right before your eyes. For reasons unknown, Qiao Nian's retort seemed to soothe Lin Ye's troubled heart. The guilt that had plagued him dissipated, and he coldly replied, Regardless, you are at fault for causing a rift between Lin Yuan and Miss Xiao. If anything were to happen to her after just regaining consciousness, I would hold you accountable. Her gaze bore into his impassive countenance, causing her eyes to sting with unshed tears. Somehow, even her voice carried a hint of bitterness. She focused on Lin Yi and with a soft inquiry asked, Do you not realize that I, too, have just awakened from unconsciousness? Chapter 58. His indifference toward her. Although Qiao Nian feigned indifference to the outside world, she was carried into the Ho residence just like Nian. She too had received treatment from the house physician. Yet, at this moment, why did Lin Yi feel a pang of sympathy for Lin Yuan, and even worry about Nian, with whom he had no connection, while completely forgetting about her, his former sister? Had he not once cared for her the most? Had he not sought the finest treasures in the world for her? Had he not been willing to fight fiercely for her? Why now did he seem to care for everyone except her? Lin Yi was shaken by Qiao Nian's light question. For a fleeting moment, he found himself unable to meet her questioning gaze, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan wept heavily, nearly collapsing against him, her body trembling with sobs. Lin Yi understood that Lin Yuan had suffered a great injustice today, remembering how his best friend had insulted her, all stemming from Qiao Nian. Lin Yi's previous sense of guilt toward her dissipated. He glared at Qiao Nian, thinking, You appear quite healthy and lively, so how could you possibly be in distress? Otherwise, how could you have the energy to provoke? I warn you, Yuan is inherently innocent and kind. If she suffers any tarnished reputation because of this, I will not let you escape unscathed. Yuan, let us go. He wrapped an arm around Lin Yuan and departed. Qiao Nian stood there, coldly observing, silently mocking herself. After enduring so much and gaining so much understanding, her heart still felt cold and pained. Ning Shuang appeared at some point and draped a cloak over Qiao Nian's shoulders, scoffing at Lin Yi and Lin Yuan's retreating figures. Did they not care about reputation at this moment? Men and women are treated differently, So Lin Yi and Xiao Hong could not rescue Xiao Qingyuan, yet he could embrace Lin Yuan as she cried? What logic was this? Hearing Ning Shuang's words, Qiao Nian couldn't help but laugh, though her smile was bitter and astringent. She turned and walked inside, unwilling to waste another moment on the sight of those two. Ning Shuang followed her indoors, saying, "Miss, I just saw His Highness the Ming Wang." Upon hearing this, Qiao Nian paused, surprised. "Just now?" "Yes." Ning Shuang nodded. "He was on the stone bridge, but for some reason, he did not come over." Qiao Nian frowned. She had been too focused on the drama between Xiao Qingyuan and Lin Yuan to notice someone on the stone bridge. However, she clearly saw when Xiao Qingyuan ran out. The Ming Wang was nowhere in sight. Had he left? After pondering for a moment, she waved her hand dismissively. Let him be. She lacked the energy to concern herself further with the Ming Wang. Yet, she involuntarily recalled Xiao Qingyuan's warning. Never venture to the west of the city. The following day, Qiao Nian was summoned to the palace. The De Guifei wished to see her. Following the eunuch leading the way to the De Guifei's chambers, Qiao Nian felt an unsettling sensation, perhaps due to the cryptic nature of Xiao Qingyuan's warning, making her increasingly anxious about the sudden summons. At this moment, the eunuch ahead abruptly halted. "This servant has seen General Xiao." Qiao Nian blinked in surprise, realizing that it was indeed Xiao Hong who blocked her path. A wave of displeasure washed over her, yet she respectfully greeted him. "I have seen General Xiao. You may leave. I have something to discuss with Miss Xiao." Xiao Hong said coldly, his dark eyes fixed on her with an unsettling chill. The eunuch complied and departed. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Nian wondered if Xiao Hong was blocking her for Xiao Qingyuan's sake. Had something happened after Xiao Qingyuan left yesterday? Or was it about Lin Yuan? She sensed the latter was more likely. Lowering her gaze, she remained silent, waiting for him to finish speaking so she could leave. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of boots in her line of sight. That familiar aura enveloped her, and she gasped, looking up to find Xiao Hong standing very close to her. So close that if others saw, it would surely invite speculation. Instinctively, she tried to distance herself, stepping back 2 paces. To her surprise, a sudden sharp pain tugged at her earlobe. She quickly covered her ear and realized she now wore a pair of earrings. Today, she had donned a plain appearance, without any adornments. So, these earrings must have been put on her by Xiao Hong just now? The thought shocked her, and when she glanced back at him, she saw he held another earring in his hand. The dark red agate dangled lightly from his fingertips. But had she not thrown that earring away along with the wooden box yesterday? Had he retrieved the earring that she had discarded into the lake? Confusion etched on her face. She looked at Xiao Hong. "What is the meaning of this, General?" Despite her astonishment and inquiry, Xiao Hong maintained his icy demeanor. "This is a gift from me," he stated, his voice low and imbued with an unsettling authority. "To cast it away publicly is to disgrace me." Qiao Nian frowned, his self-reference as I had shifted to this general, indicating that her public rejection of the earring had indeed embarrassed him. However, what did it mean for him to return it now? Suddenly, Xiao Hong reached out, presenting her with another earring, commanding coldly, "Put on." Qiao Nian glanced at the earring, then removed the one from her left ear. "Since I discarded it, I no longer want it. If the general likes it, please keep it." With that, she placed the earring in his hand. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hong's wrist twisted, and he firmly grasped her hand. In that swift motion, he also secured the pair of earrings in his palm, their hands intertwined. In the gaze of many, he held her hand like this. Startled, Qiao Nian attempted to withdraw her hand, but his grip was too tight, offering no chance for resistance. His cold, handsome face bore a chilling intensity. "I will visit the old lady shortly. Whether you wear these earrings or not, it is your choice." With that, he released her, leaving the earrings nestled in Qiao Nian's palm. She understood that Xiao Hong was threatening her. He was fully aware of her deep concern for her grandmother, knowing she had no one else left. Yet, he wielded her grandmother as a means of coercion. If she refused to wear them, what would he tell her grandmother? That she had fallen into the water again? Or that the Ming Wang was a cripple, and her life, after marrying him, would be filled with hardship? No matter what he chose to reveal, her grandmother would be heartbroken. He knew full well her grandmother's health was fragile. Seeing Qiao Nian frozen in place, Xiao Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. "Miss Qiao, you're about to meet the De Guifei, are you not? Wearing these earrings would be quite appropriate. They would catch the Ming Wang's eye perfectly." Chapter 59. The wedding dress. After Xiao Hung uttered his words, he departed, seemingly indifferent to whether Qiao Nian would don the earrings. However, upon noticing the young eunuch waiting for her ahead, who cast furtive glances in her direction, she realized that the eunuch had undoubtedly received orders from Xiao Hung. It made sense. A young eunuch from the Guifei's palace had easily yielded to Xiao Heng's obstruction without displaying even a hint of reluctance. How amusing! She had already heard during her time at the laundry bureau that General Xiao wielded significant influence, but she had not expected that he could even penetrate the inner chambers of the harem. Taking a deep breath under the eunuch's watchful gaze, she adorned herself with the earrings. The eunuch then approached her, bowing respectfully before continuing to lead her toward the guest chambers. It seemed that the Guifei had been waiting for her for quite some time. Before Qiao Nian could pay her respects, the Guifei warmly welcomed her, exclaiming that they were now family, and that formalities were unnecessary. She pulled Qiao Nian to her feet, her eyes filled with tender concern. I heard from Qi'er that you fell into the water while trying to save someone yesterday. How are you feeling? Better now? A physician is coming to check on me shortly. Should I ask him to examine you as well? Qiao Nian responded with a smile, expressing her gratitude for the Empress's concern, assuring her that she was quite well. That is wonderful, the Guifei replied, her gaze finally drawn to the dark red earrings. Noticing Qiao Nian's otherwise simple attire, the earrings appeared starkly out of place, prompting her to inquire, "These earrings are quite unique. Do they hold any special significance?" Qiao Nian's expression faltered for a moment, yet she maintained her smile and shook her head, replying, "No, not at all." The Guifei seemed to ponder this for a moment, but chose not to press further, instead leading Qiao Nian to sit down beside her. "The reason I summoned you was simply out of concern for your health. I needed to see you to feel at ease." She gestured toward a nearby table, where an array of bright red fabrics lay. "Today, the Imperial Tailor Bureau has come to take your measurements. Choose a festive fabric. It is time to begin making your wedding dress." Following de Guifei's indication, Qiao Nian beheld the vibrant red materials spread across the table. Though the emperor had already granted the marriage, and she understood she was to wed the Ming Wang, it was only upon hearing de Guifei mention the wedding dress and seeing the abundance of fabric that she truly felt the proximity of her impending nuptials. As she pondered this, the Ming Wang entered, his voice cheerful as he asked, "Mother, what are you discussing with Nian Nian?" Qiao Nian immediately rose to perform her respects. The Guifei approached the Ming Wang, saying, "We were just discussing the wedding dress. Oh, and look at Nian Nian's earrings. Aren't they exquisite?" Qiao Nian had not yet risen, but kept her gaze fixed on the ground, and upon hearing de Guifei's words, her brow instinctively furrowed. She was aware that de Guifei had mentioned the earrings deliberately. The Ming Wang clearly recognized them as well. For a fleeting moment, the air seemed to still. Qiao Nian did not dare to look up at the Ming Wang's expression, but soon he had stepped before her, lifting her up gently. "These earrings are indeed beautiful, but they do not suit you at all. I shall gift you a pair that befits you better." Surprised, Qiao Nian gazed at the Ming Wang, astonished that he did not confront her about the earrings directly. The Guifei, hearing this, seemed to lose interest in the earrings, moving to the table, beckoning both the Ming Wang and Qiao Nian to observe the fabrics. "Come, take a look at these materials. Choose your fabric first before we take your measurements." It was as if the earlier conversation regarding the earrings had merely been a casual mention by de Guifei. Qiao Nian's heart tightened slightly, and she remained silent. The Ming Wang, however, naturally took her hand, guiding her toward de Guifei, casually flipping through the materials. "Are these the finest fabrics from the Imperial Tailor Bureau?" he inquired. "Not the best, but certainly quite fine," de Guifei replied, sighing. "You, my child, seem unaware of your current situation, still daring to wish for the best. You are destined to be sent off to a fiefdom as a leisurely prince. Being able to choose from these fabrics is already quite fortunate." The Ming Wang remained silent, yet the grip he held on Qiao Nian's hand tightened unconsciously. Qiao Nian felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, as the frostbite on her hand, still healing, throbbed under his grasp. Nevertheless, she refrained from speaking. The Guifei appeared oblivious to the Ming Wang's unusual demeanor, engrossed in selecting fabrics. Gesturing toward Qiao Nian and then to the Ming Wang, "I think these two are lovely. What do you both think?" The Ming Wang replied nonchalantly, "Whatever mother decides is fine." Qiao Nian echoed, As you wish, Your Highness. You too. The Guifei laughed, casting a glance at them. Must you hold hands the entire time? Can't you choose properly? Qiao Nian felt slightly embarrassed by the teasing and attempted to withdraw her hand. However, the Ming Wang did not release her. Instead, he smiled at the Guifei, saying, "It's not easy to hold Nian Nian's hand. Please don't ruin it, mother." At this, the Guifei could not help but laugh. But just then, a palace maid entered, bowing and glancing nervously at the Guifei before speaking. "Your Highness, the matrons from the Imperial Tailor Bureau have all been summoned to the Empress. They said they are unable to come today." Upon hearing this, the smile on the Guifei's face instantly froze. The Ming Wang's grip on Qiao Nian tightened abruptly. She winced in pain, unable to suppress a gasp. The sound drew the Ming Wang's attention. Qiao Nian glanced at him. He was clearly aware of her discomfort, yet still refused to let go. The atmosphere felt increasingly tense, and Qiao Nian chose silence, lowering her gaze. Observing her demeanor, the Ming Wang's gaze darkened. He maintained his hold, unyielding. The Guifei quickly regained her composure. "Ah, I just remembered. The Grand Princess's birthday banquet is in a few days. The people from the Imperial Tailor Bureau must have gone to prepare new garments for her. It seems Nian Nian has come in vain today." Qiao Nian finally spoke. "It is already fortunate for me to have met with Your Highness today." The Guifei nodded approvingly, calling her good. Though she appeared calm, everyone sensed that the Guifei was harboring some frustration. Thus, Qiao Nian and the Ming Wang took their leave without lingering. Yet, the Ming Wang's hand remained firmly entwined with Qiao Nian's, unwilling to part even as they reached the entrance of the Guifei's chambers. Qiao Nian felt increasingly awkward and ultimately could not hold back any longer, gently pulling her hand away. This time, her hand slipped free with ease. However, the Ming Wang halted in his tracks, turning to fix an intense gaze upon Qiao Nian. There was a shadowy depth in his eyes that she could clearly discern. Suddenly, the Ming Wang smiled, his dark eyes fixated on the dark red agate earrings. "Do you truly like these earrings, Nian Nian?" Chapter 60. Considering grandmother though she smiled, Qiao Nian could distinctly perceive the displeasure veiled beneath the gentle tone. It was only natural for the Ming Wang to feel anger. The earrings bore too many tales of her connection with Xiaohong. Just yesterday, she had discarded them before the watchful eyes of many, and today they reappeared adorning her ears. As her betrothed, it was entirely reasonable for Ming Wang to be upset. Thus, she spoke candidly, explaining that perhaps her public act of throwing them away had embarrassed General Xiao, prompting him to insist she wear them again. If she refused, he might go to her grandmother and utter some nonsense. Ming Wang was well aware of her grandmother's frail health. Upon this revelation, Ming Wang's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. He had initially believed that she had picked up the earrings out of affection, only to discover they were a gift from General Xiao. As the conversation progressed, the shadows in Ming Wang's eyes became increasingly evident. Qiao Nian furrowed her brow slightly. "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall clarify things with General Xiao upon my return. I will no longer wear these earrings." "Is that so?" His tone was light, yet tinged with sarcasm. "What if he continues to leverage your grandmother against you?" Qiao Nian was taken aback. She had never considered such a possibility. After all, they were merely earrings. Would General Xiao truly cling to her over such a trivial matter? He was a man of stature, a national general. Surely, he could not be so petty. Ming Wang's smile widened as he reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his fingers brushing against her earlobe. For a fleeting moment, the cruelty in his gaze threatened to overflow, yet he ultimately restrained it. Withdrawing his hand, he chuckled softly, "Shall we visit a certain place?" At his words, Qiao Nian's heart stuttered. Could it be the west of the city? What lay there? Observing the stiffness in her expression, Ming Wang raised an eyebrow in feigned confusion. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Qiao Nian shook her head slowly, tentatively inquiring, "Your Highness, where do you wish to take me?" Ming Wang's gentle eyes fixed upon her as he replied, "Naturally, to the lake for a boat ride. Yesterday I was remiss, allowing so many to intrude upon our meeting. Today it shall be just the two of us. How does that sound?" His soft voice was like a gentle spring breeze, stirring her heart. It was as if the darkness and cruelty that had flickered in his eyes moments prior had vanished completely. Yet, Qiao Nian knew she had not misread him. She understood that Ming Wang harbored secrets that even Lun Yang had failed to discern. A boat ride. Though not to the west of the city, she consented. Very well. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Ming Wang's eyes. Then I shall have arrangements made at once. In truth, the preparations amounted to little more than a carriage. Seated upright in the carriage, Qiao Nian maintained her composure, adjusting quickly even when the vehicle jolted. This scene elicited a chuckle from Ming Wang. Are you nervous, Nian Nian? Qiao Nian hesitated before shaking her head. It wasn't nerves. The carriage was rather cramped, and any relaxation might lead to unintended contact with Ming Wang. It was already improper for unmarried individuals to share a carriage. She wished to avoid excessive physical closeness. Suddenly, Ming Wang inquired, Did you feel this tense when you rode with General Xiao? Qiao Nian's expression hardened as she looked up at Ming Wang, only to find him smiling gently, as if he were merely curious. However, she had never ridden alone with Xiao Hong. Their time together was often accompanied by Lin Yi or a maid. Though she harbored feelings for Xiao Hong, she had never crossed the forbidden line. Seeing her silence, Ming Wang's smile deepened. I was merely asking. You need not take it to heart. Yet he continued, What do you like about General Xiao? This time, he did not wait for her response, but began to muse aloud. Is it his handsome demeanor, his prowess in martial arts, or perhaps a combination of both? General Xiao was indeed a rare talent. It was no surprise that even Xu Yuan, the current princess, admired him. Thus, after you shattered that glass bowl, she insisted on punishing you by sending you to the laundry department. A jolt of realization struck Qiao Nian. She had not anticipated that the events of 3 years prior were intertwined in such a manner. No wonder Xu Yuan had been adamant about punishing her. She had been subtly instructing the palace maids to deal with her ever since. However, her current concern was not with Princess Xu Yuan, but with Ming Wang. Taking a deep breath, she finally questioned, Why has your highness brought this up suddenly? Ming Wang did not answer directly, but instead remarked, You naturally hold affection for him. You once risked your life for Xiao Hong. Indeed, even for the earrings he gifted you, you would have done the same. How could someone you cherish so deeply simply cease to care? I allow you to like him, he stated, still smiling. Yet the shadows of malevolence grew more pronounced in his expression. Qiao Nian felt an increasing sense of unease as she observed his smile. Suddenly realizing something, she hastily pulled back the carriage curtain, revealing the desolate countryside. This was not the route to Ming Lake. Had someone whispered something to her? Ming Wang's voice echoed above her. Startled, she turned to find him leaning over her, his body nearly pressing against hers. The palpable danger emanating from him made her heart race involuntarily. Yet she steeled herself, refusing to show any sign of fear. I do not comprehend what your highness means, she stated, her voice steady. To her surprise, Ming Wang erupted into laughter, his gaze fixed upon her like a predator sizing up its prey. The bloodlust in his eyes was no longer concealed. I adore your demeanor, painful yet enduring, fearful yet silent. Do you believe that this self-assured facade equates to strength? Ha ha. He laughed unabashedly. Qiao Nian gritted her teeth, fixing her gaze on him. Our union is sanctioned by the emperor. If your highness truly intends to act, should you not consider the emperor's and the Marquis' sentiments? Ming Wang's laughter gradually subsided, but the cruel smirk remained. He seized her chin with a grip so forceful it felt as though he wished to crush her bones. Do you know what I despise most? He sneered, his eyes narrowing. I loathe it most when others use my father to threaten me. With that, he thrust her back, causing her head to collide painfully with the carriage wall. His hand shifted to her neck, tightening ominously as if he intended to suffocate her. However, you are correct. I ought to consider my father and the Marquis. As he spoke, he leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath laced with chilling menace. But you will also regard your grandmother, will you not? Chapter 61. Will the prince kill me? Who among the people does not know that for the past 3 years, the matriarch of the Lin family has relentlessly beseeched the empress to release Qiao Nian? And Qiao Nian, the one she cherishes most, is the matriarch herself. The Lin family skillfully wields the matriarch as leverage against Qiao Nian, while Xiao Hong employs her as a means of coercion. Thus, it is only natural that Ming Wang is also aware of this dynamic. Indeed, upon hearing Ming Wang's words, Qiao Nian, who had been struggling, suddenly fell still. Her mouth, which had gaped open in a gasp, snapped shut, leaving only her eyes fixed intently on Ming Wang. He had not anticipated that such a simple utterance could lead Qiao Nian to abandon her resistance. After a brief moment of astonishment, an unprecedented thrill surged within him. He abruptly released Qiao Nian and, with impatience, bellowed towards the outside of the carriage. "Are we there yet?" "Yes, we're almost there," came the reply from outside. The response finally subdued Ming Wang's anger momentarily. He resumed his seat, tilting his head as a sharp gaze scrutinized Qiao Nian from head to toe, seemingly contemplating where to strike next. At this moment, Qiao Nian merely clutched her throat, gasping for air. Strangely, there was not a shred of fear on her face regarding the impending unknown, which only intensified Ming Wang's fascination with her. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. Without waiting for it to steady, Ming Wang impatiently rose and forcibly dragged Qiao Nian out. She soon realized they had arrived at a secluded villa. The villa appeared no different from any other residence, yet its abrupt presence in the desolate wilderness suggested it served a more sinister purpose. A phrase flashed through Qiao Nian's mind. "Heaven does not answer, nor does the earth respond." Here, it seemed that no matter how agonizing the screams, no one would ever hear them. "Enter," Ming Wang commanded, pulling Qiao Nian toward the villa with an urgency akin to a famished specter. The coachman, having run ahead, opened a door to a room before Ming Wang could reach it. Ming Wang thrust Qiao Nian inside. The room was shrouded in darkness. All the windows had been boarded up, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. Utilizing the faint light from the doorway, the coachman skillfully located a fire starter and ignited several candles. It was at this moment that Qiao Nian finally discerned the interior of the room. Apart from a solitary chair, there were no furnishings. The candle holders were affixed to the walls. In the dim candlelight, she could see numerous dark crimson stains on the walls, long-dried blood. Even the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent. It was evident what had transpired in this room. Bang! The coachman exited and slammed the door shut. Before leaving, he handed the reins to Ming Wang. Without the light from outside, the room grew oppressively dark, illuminated only by the meager candles. Qiao Nian could barely make out Ming Wang's features. He approached the chair, seated himself, and opened his arms, inquiring, "How does this place suit you, Nian Nian?" Surveying her surroundings, Qiao Nian finally asked, "Is this the west of the city?" Ming Wang's lips curled into a slight smile. Clearly someone had whispered something to her. Qiao Nian remained silent, her heart mocking her own naivety. Observing her demeanor, Ming Wang's eyes gleamed with a hint of desire. "Are you not afraid, Nian Nian?" In response, Qiao Nian coldly retorted, "Will the prince kill me?" Ming Wang fixed his gaze upon her, then shook his head. This answer was one Qiao Nian had anticipated. Since Ming Wang needed to marry her, he would not take her life. It was precisely because he could not claim her life that he resorted to threatening her with her grandmother to keep her silent. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Nian spoke, "Since the prince will not take my life, then I have nothing to fear." She had not observed any instruments of torture in the room. The only implement of punishment was the whip in Ming Wang's hand. Over 3 years in the laundry department, she had endured countless lashes. Having survived those 3 years, she was determined to withstand whatever came next. Seeing her fearless demeanor, Ming Wang's excitement swelled to the point of nearly bursting from his eyes. He slowly rose and approached Qiao Nian. "I previously mentioned I adore this side of you." As he spoke, he brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, reminiscent of their earlier encounters in the palace. However, this time, he abruptly seized her earring and yanked it forcefully. "Ah!" Qiao Nian gasped in pain, instinctively raising her hand to cover her ear, feeling warmth seep into her palm. Ming Wang gazed at the bloodied earring in his hand, his chest rising and falling violently, a smile breaking forth that was nearly uncontrollable. He looked at Qiao Nian and raised the whip high. Meanwhile, at the Marquis' residence, Xiao Heng had brought numerous fine gifts to visit the matriarch. Reclining on a soft couch, the matriarch could not help but chuckle at the precious herbs he had presented. "You rascal. I have yet to finish what you brought last time. Why bring so much again?" Xiao Heng smiled warmly. "It is merely a token of filial piety. To me, the matriarch is akin to a beloved grandmother." His word had undoubtedly brought joy to the matriarch. However, she was also aware that Xiao Heng was not there solely for her, so she feigned fatigue, urging him to mingle with the younger generation. Xiao Heng complied, exiting the matriarch's courtyard and heading towards Lin Yuan's residence. As he walked halfway, he spotted Lin Yi and Lin Yuan. Upon seeing Xiao Hung, Lin Yuan blushed, softly calling Brother Hung. Xiao Hung nodded in acknowledgement, only to hear Lin Yi remark, "This girl insisted on dragging me here the moment she heard you were coming." Both Lin Yi and Xiao Hung were momentarily stunned. Lin Yi often referred to someone as this girl in the past, but back then, he meant Qiao Nian. A wave of annoyance surged through Lin Yi. Why was he suddenly reminded of that girl? With a cold snort, he muttered, "She's probably clinging to the concubine's leg and refusing to return. What time is it?" Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yi, puzzled. "Are you referring to sister? Why are you suddenly mentioning her?" Lin Yi, feeling vexed at his own unwarranted mention of Qiao Nian, chose not to respond. However, Lin Yuan continued, "I just heard the coachman say sister went to the lake with the prince." Xiao Hung's brows furrowed. Was she alone with the prince? Lin Yuan felt a quiver of anxiety, sensing that Xiao Hung was overly concerned about Qiao Nian, so she remained silent. Lin Yi, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's just a trip to the lake, not out to the west of the city. It's undoubtedly the concubine's scheme to cultivate their relationship." Xiao Hung did not respond, feeling an ominous premonition creeping over him. Suddenly, Lin Yi clapped his shoulder. "Let us not talk about that girl. She is quite bothersome. We haven't had a good drink together in ages. Come, let us go." Lin Yuan stood rooted in place, watching the two retreating figures. The word she had meant to say hesitated on her lips, but ultimately remained unspoken. The coachman had indicated they were heading towards the west of the city. Chapter 62. Do you all know? Time had grown late. Qiao Nian awoke groggily on the ground, her gaze drifting to the flickering candles on the walls. Their flames nearly extinguished, indicating that it was indeed late. Yet, she had lost track of how long it had been. All she comprehended was that the prince's whip had struck her back time and again, ceasing only when he had finally exhausted his strength. She could almost recall the sound of his raucous laughter as he departed, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit reveling in its cruelty after wreaking havoc. The searing pain on her back was unbearable. She dared not move. The blood clung to her garments, and any slight motion would send waves of agony coursing through her. It hurt so much, far more than the beatings she had endured at the hands of the matrons at the laundry house. Nonetheless, his technique had been remarkably precise, leaving her hands and face unmarred. In fact, prior to the lashing, he had ordered her to disrobe. Thank heavens for that. Otherwise, her grandmother would have certainly discovered her injuries upon her return home. With this thought, Qiao Nian's fingers twitched slightly, ignoring the excruciating tugging on her back. She summoned her strength to rise. She could not linger here any longer. It was indeed late, and she needed to return. If her grandmother learned of her tardiness, she would undoubtedly worry. As if sensing the commotion within, the door swung open, revealing the coachman from earlier. Upon seeing Qiao Nian, bloodied and standing, a flicker of fear crossed his features, quickly replaced by a hurried bow as he announced that the prince had instructed him to escort Miss Qiao back home. Casting a fleeting glance at the coachman, Qiao Nian remained silent as she staggered to the side to retrieve her outer garment, struggling to put it on. She endeavored to straighten her posture, fearful that the blood on her back would stain her clothes. After a laborious effort to fasten the last button, she finally stepped outside. The coachman followed a respectful distance behind her, seemingly concerned that she might collapse and inadvertently fall against him. Yet, despite her weakness and unsteady gait, Qiao Nian managed to reach the carriage without incident. Just as she was about to climb aboard, she could not resist glancing back at the coachman, her voice hoarse and faint as she inquired, "How many people have visited this residence, including myself?" Her throat, parched from the ordeal, rendered her voice raspy. Yet it exuded an undeniable authority. After a moment of stunned silence, the coachman replied, "Miss, you are the 15th. 15? How ominous." She had been sent to the laundry house after living 15 years in the Marquis' residence. She pondered for a moment before asking, "Have any of the previous young ladies returned?" Her true question lingered unspoken. Had any emerged alive? But fearing her inquiry might be too direct, she held her tongue. The coachman averted his gaze, slightly bowing his head, and shook it gently. Understanding dawned upon Qiao Nian, and with a final surge of will, she climbed into the carriage. The dusk had indeed fallen, casting shadows as the carriage halted outside the Marquis' residence. As Qiao Nian disembarked, she was met with Lin Ye's mocking tone. "I thought someone was daring enough to arrive at the Marquis' residence so late. It turns out to be Miss Qiao." A frown creased Qiao Nian's brow. She lacked the energy for his banter today. Her back throbbed unbearably, and all she desired was to return to Fanghe courtyard and see Ning Xuan. Thus, she feigned ignorance and continued into the estate. However, Lin Yi strode forward, seizing her arm. I am speaking to you. What is this attitude? The overpowering stench of alcohol nearly caused Qiao Nian to swoon, but the pain in her back kept her senses alert. Lin Yuan followed closely behind Lin Yi, softly interjecting, Brother, do not be angry. Sister merely returned late from an outing with the prince. Out of respect for him, do not trouble her. Respect for the prince? Lin Yi retorted with a scoff. Indeed, I should show him some courtesy. Just look at how well he treats you, taking you out for a boat ride. In my opinion, someone like you should be taken straight to the west side of the city. Qiao Nian's expression shifted from indifference to shock at his words. You know about the west side? Finally, she spoke, her voice hoarse yet imbued with an unsettling authority, catching Lin Yi off guard, momentarily sobering him. He scrutinized her, his gaze lingering on her earlobe, where dried blood remained evident, revealing her injuries. No wonder he had sensed a faint metallic scent in the air. But could such minor injuries truly exude such a smell? Lin Yi fell into silence, momentarily dazed. Just then, Qiao Nian raised her voice. Do you know about the west side? Her agitation heightened, causing her back to throb painfully, as if salt had been poured into her wounds. Beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Lin Yi, momentarily taken aback, pushed her away with force. How dare you shout at me? Qiao Nian had been barely holding herself together. Had it not been for her grandmother's potential concern, she might have fainted in the carriage. Now, with Lin Yi's shove, she stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to rise. From behind her, Lin Yi's furious voice rang out. What of it? I have long told you that the prince is no good. You cling to him, thinking you have found support? How laughable. I warn you, he is a pitfall. You will only find yourself consumed. Qiao Nian's back felt as though it were on the verge of numbness. Yet, she could not determine whether it was the physical pain or the emotional turmoil that dominated her senses, rendering her discomfort less prominent. She still could not rise, nor summon the strength to glance at Lin Yi, stubbornly asking once more, So, you know about the west side? Gazing at her disheveled state, Lin Yi felt a sudden constriction in his chest, a sensation that only intensified his irritation. Yet, he abruptly realized that he seemed hesitant to utter the truth. But why should he hesitate before her? With a fierce shout, he declared, Yes, I have long known about the west side. I know that the prince is not only a cripple, but also a pervert. What of it? Lin Yi, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. It was the Marquis himself. He approached swiftly, visibly enraged. Who permitted you to speak of the prince in such a manner? Such disrespect cannot be tolerated, even within our residence. However, Lin Yi, intoxicated and aflame with anger, resisted the Marquis's admonition, retorting, This is no secret. What is there to hide? No secret? Qiao Nian discerned the implications in his words, slowly lifting her gaze to meet the Marquis, who stood not far from her. So you all know? Chapter 63. Wasn't it already settled? Lord Lin was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond to the inquiry. It was Lady Lin, who hurriedly approached upon hearing the news, who swiftly supported Qiao Nian and whispered soothingly, Do not worry, my dear. Your father is a Marquis after all, and moreover, the noble concern.Little is close friends with your mother. Out of respect for this connection, even the Ming Wang would not dare to mistreat you. Before she could finish her sentence, Lady Lin felt a warm, damp sensation in her palm. Looking down, she was horrified to discover her hands drenched in blood. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at her bloodied hands, instinctively retreating a few steps. The others were equally stunned, rendered speechless. Only Qiao Nian, with piercing eyes that scanned each face, imprinted their features deeply in her memory, her lips curling into a self-mocking smirk. So, Lady Lin, you knew all along. It turns out your entire family was aware, yet chose to deceive me. You all knew that the Ming Wang is a sadistic monster who enjoys tormenting women, but every one of you conspired to deliver me to him. By the end of her words, a tear slipped from the corner of Qiao Nian's eye. She tried to hold it back, but it was unbearable. The pain was excruciating. How could they treat her this way? The first to react was Lady Lin, who stepped forward again, her voice trembling with a hint of panic. You are hurt. Let me help you back home. Quick, summon the physician. But Qiao Nian took a step back, avoiding Lady Lin's bloodied hands, and let out a low, derisive laugh. Heh. You all said that the 3 years in the laundry house were enough to repay the 15 years prior, didn't you? If that debt is settled, why do this to me? What deep-seated grudge do you harbor against me? She truly could not comprehend. Why could they blame her for not considering them family, while simultaneously pushing her into the abyss? They had clearly witnessed her scars, knew the torment she endured during those years. They knew exactly what the Ming Wang had done in the western part of the city. They were aware that her marriage to him would subject her to a life akin to that in the laundry house. They were her kin, were they not? Did they not each profess their love and protection for her? Why then? Why? In the face of Qiao Nian's accusations, both Lord Lin and Lady Lin were rendered speechless. As Lady Lin wept inconsolably, Lin Yuan rushed to protect her, asking, "Sister, what is wrong? Why unleash such fury upon our parents? You are the one who is injured. Seek the physician instead of blaming them. Our parents have cared for you for so many years. Do you truly wish to bear resentment against them?" Her tone was timid, clearly hesitant to reproach Qiao Nian, yet each word pierced Qiao Nian's heart. Indeed, they had raised her for many years, but she had repaid her debt. The 3 years in the laundry house were supposed to have settled it. Qiao Nian fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan, longing to retort, yet she realized she lacked the strength to voice her thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, witnessing Qiao Nian's state, anticipated she might say something harsh to Lin Yuan, and thus he interjected coldly, "Enough, Qiao Nian. You were the one who sought to attach yourself to the Ming Wang. Did you not believe that by allying with him, you could treat our mother with disdain?" Silence. Lord Lin's sudden roar echoed, his chest heaving, yet his gaze remained fixated on the ground, unable to meet Qiao Nian's eyes. Despite Lin Ye's inebriated state, he could sense Lord Lin's genuine anger and dared not speak further. However, his eyes remained warily trained on Qiao Nian, as if ready to pounce at any moment should she dare to utter a word against Lin Yuan. At that moment, Qiao Nian could barely stand, her body swaying. She longed for Ning Shuang. At least if she were here, she would surely stand up for her. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and her legs buckled, threatening to send her crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the matron beside Lady Lin was quick to catch her. Yet, feeling the warmth and dampness of blood on her hands and arms, the matron's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling with a hint of a sob. "My lord, madam, the young lady is covered in wounds." Covered in wounds? Those 4 words struck Lin Yi like a dagger. He suddenly recalled that Ning Shuang had mentioned the same shortly after Qiao Nian returned home. Although he had noticed the blood on Lady Lin's hands and surmised that Qiao Nian's accusations stemmed from the Ming Wang's cruelty, he had never anticipated it would be so severe. Even the matron's garments seemed stained with blood. Qiao Nian leaned heavily against the matron, and sensing the shock and confusion in Lin Ye's gaze, she raised her eyes to meet his. As their eyes locked, a cold smile crept onto her lips, her hoarse, feeble voice asking, "I have already been to the western part of the city. Is the young Marquis satisfied?" Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had struck him. Lin Yi stood frozen in place. Lord Lin decisively ordered, "Quickly, take her back. Summon the physician. Move." In an instant, everyone rushed to escort Qiao Nian back to the fragrant lotus courtyard. By the time Lin Yi regained his composure, only Lin Yuan remained by his side. "Brother." Lin Yuan's voice was soft, tinged with fear. She felt guilty for not informing Lin Yi of the coachman's words sooner, yet she also believed herself innocent, as she had been unaware of what lay in the western part of the city. She edged closer to him, her eyes brimming with tears, hoping he would comfort her as he had before. But Lin Ye's gaze remained fixed on the spot where Qiao Nian had just stood, the bloodstains dotting the gray stone tiles. She had been to the western part of the city? The Ming Wang had taken her there? How dare that beast bring her there? An unprecedented rage surged within him, his eyes filled with fury, and without a second thought, he stormed out of the residence. Lin Yuan gasped in shock, urgently calling, "Brother, where are you going?" But Lin Yi paid her no mind, swiftly disappearing from her sight. Terrified, Lin Yuan had never witnessed such fury in him before. She wanted to chase after him, but his strides were too quick for her to follow. Most importantly, she had no idea where he intended to go. Fear gripped her heart. What if he acted impulsively and made a grave mistake after drinking? Biting her lip, she finally called out to the maid behind her, "Quick, prepare the carriage. We must go to the Xiao residence." She thought perhaps only Xiao Hong could restrain Lin Yi. Chapter 64. a fellow traveler Lin Yi stormed into the Ming Wang mansion, brandishing his sword. The guards, startled by his fierce approach, quickly surrounded him. However, due to his status, they hesitated and softly urged him, "Young lord, there's no need for such impulsiveness. Perhaps we could discuss this calmly. Let's talk." Lin Yi bellowed, twisting his blade, forcing the guards to retreat 2 steps. "Bring Chu Qi out." Chu Qi was the name of the Ming Wang. The guards were taken aback, realizing the young lord was risking it all with such audacity. Unexpectedly, the steward of the mansion appeared behind the guards and bowed to Lin Yi, saying, "Young lord, my master requests your presence." Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances but wisely stepped aside. With his crimson eyes fixed coldly on the steward, Lin Yi strode towards the Ming Wang's quarters. Inside, the Ming Wang was indulging in wine. Upon spotting Lin Yi, his inebriated eyes lit up, and he waved cheerfully. "My dear brother-in-law has arrived just in time. Join me for a drink." The sight of the Ming Wang reveling in drink reminded Lin Yi of the bloodstains on the slate tiles, and he shouted in fury, "Beast, I will take your life." After finishing his drink, he swung his sword towards the Ming Wang, but a guard suddenly appeared from the shadows, intercepting the blade just before it struck the Ming Wang's head. The Ming Wang smirked. "What has provoked you so, young lord? Could it be because of Nian Nian? Beast, you are unworthy to speak her name." Lin Yi was consumed by rage, swinging his sword once more, only to have it blocked by the Ming Wang's guard. The guard's sword shattered, and he was injured in the arm. If Lin Yi continued his assault, the guard might have to sacrifice his life. Yet, the Ming Wang showed no sign of fear, remaining seated in his chair, leaning lazily against the table. He regarded the furious Lin Yi as if he were merely a source of amusement, retorting, "Not worthy to speak her name? How about you?" This single retort drained Lin Yi's fury of its momentum. Clenching his sword tightly, he confronted the Ming Wang. "You dare to harm her so grievously. Are you even human?" "Strangely enough, this matter is thanks to you, young lord," the Ming Wang replied with a cold smirk, rising leisurely from his seat and approaching Lin Yi. The guards, concerned for his safety, stepped forward to interpose themselves between him and Lin Yi, but he pushed them aside. Lin Yi's sword was firmly pressed against the Ming Wang's neck. Yet the latter displayed no fear, dismissing the bloodied blade with a mere glance. His eyes, filled with derision, remained fixed on Lin Yi. If it weren't for the fact that the Ho residence sent her to the laundry bureau for 3 years of training, I would not be enjoying this moment as I am. So today, I must thank you, young lord. With that, he raised his wine cup towards Lin Yi. Enraged, Lin Yi trembled with fury, wishing to end the Ming Wang's life right then. Just then, a powerful grip seized his wrist, lifting his sword away from the Ming Wang's neck. It was Xiao Hong. Seeing him, the Ming Wang's excitement grew. "Ah, what a delightful surprise. Even General Xiao has arrived." He then ordered the nearby guards, "You may withdraw. Your presence is no longer required." He provocatively glanced at Xiao Hong. "With General Xiao here, I am quite safe." The guards retreated, and Lin Yi's sword was seized by Xiao Hong. "Why are you stopping me? Do you know what this beast has done to Nian Nian?" Lin Yi shouted in anger. Xiao Hong remained silent. While he had not seen Qiao Nian's injuries, he had heard from Lin Yuan that she had returned from the western part of the city. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he turned towards the Ming Wang, exuding a chilling aura. The Ming Wang thought to himself that Xiao Hong must be itching to tear him apart. Yet Xiao Hong remained calm and composed, aware that even with his current favor, killing a prince would lead to irreversible consequences. Thus, the Ming Wang chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Hong with a sense of superiority and turning away, leisurely returning to his seat to pour himself another drink. "I suppose General Xiao is unaware, right?" He downed the wine and continued, as if savoring the moment. "I have never encountered a woman like her." The whip struck her back, yet she uttered not a single cry. Though her body trembled with pain, her face bore no sign of suffering. Do you know how absurd it is for her to maintain such composure despite her pale complexion and cold sweat? Ha ha ha. The Ming Wang's laughter echoed, inciting Lin Yi's desire to strike him down. Yet he was firmly restrained by Xiao Hong. The Ming Wang glanced at Xiao Hong's visibly tense hands, growing more arrogant. "I have never enjoyed myself more. Previous women would often succumb halfway through, but Qiao Nian? She simply cannot be beaten to death. Ha ha ha. Do you not see? She is a gift from the heavens to me. She and I are destined to be together. Ha ha ha." Only someone who could endure such punishment deserved to be subjected to it daily. You scoundrel! Lin Yi could no longer contain himself, kicking Xiao Hung aside and throwing a punch at the Ming Wang. The Ming Wang staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his anger rising. Yet he found Lin Ye's rage utterly amusing. Do not be angry, young lord. Do you not also enjoy hitting her? At least I have the decency to hide her away while you strike her in plain sight. How is it fair that only the officials can set fires while the commoners cannot light lamps? But do not forget, I have the upper hand. His words struck Lin Yi like a blade to the heart. Trembling with fury, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "It is not the same. I strike her because she deserves it." Qiao Nian spoke out of turn, "And that is why I hit her. But the Ming Wang? He is a pervert, a beast." He dragged Qiao Nian to the western part of the city for no reason. To Lin Ye's surprise, the Ming Wang's eyes gleamed with understanding. Indeed, she deserves it. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, a look of satisfaction on his face. Her icy demeanor, her pretentious endurance, all of it deserves punishment. I have longed to take her to the western part of the city. Ha ha ha. It seems, young lord, we are indeed fellow travelers. Chapter 65. I truly admire General Xiao. The expression of the Ming King, coupled with his words, startled Lin Yi. A fellow traveler? Me with the Ming King? How could that possibly be? He swung his fist again, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be associated with a scoundrel like you? Are you not aware of the countless innocent women's blood that stains your hands? Let me tell you, you had better pray for your safety today, or I shall risk my life to ensure our mutual destruction." The Ming King tilted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The smile on his face finally faded. He glared at Lin Yi, his brow slightly arched. "Young lord, you are indeed righteous. Truly, the best brother in this world. Why not enlighten me about how your esteemed brother sent Qiao Nian to the laundry bureau 3 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi stood frozen, as if struck dumb. The Ming King continued, "Had it not been for the actions of the young lord 3 years ago, Qiao Nian would not possess such a patient disposition today, nor would she have caught my attention." He scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yi. "Everything that has transpired today is a result of your own doing. You think you can bring me down with you? Ha, you are not worthy." Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words, his gaze locked onto the Ming King. He yearned to pounce on him and land a blow, yet he felt utterly drained of strength, rooted to the spot. It was not until Xiao Hung stepped forward and pulled him back that he regained some composure. Today, the young lord has indulged in drink and, upon witnessing his sister's grave injuries, has acted impulsively. "I ask for your forgiveness, your highness," Xiao Hung said, his voice cool and devoid of emotion. The Ming King couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Hung. He understood that Xiao Hung harbored no less desire to strike him than Lin Yi did. Yet Xiao Hung managed to restrain himself remarkably well. Truly, he was a young general of great fortitude. The Ming King chuckled coldly, glancing at the wine cup beside him. "I comprehend that the young lord has merely succumbed to the effects of excessive drinking today. After all, this matter cannot escalate. Whether he struck Qiao Nian or Lin Yi struck him, if word of this reached my father, the long-standing arrangements between our families would be rendered null and void." He recognized that while he needed the Ho residents, they too required his support. Therefore, the matter concerning Qiao Nian would undoubtedly be concealed by Lord Lin. As for this young lord, the Ming King cast a cold glance at Lin Yi, hoping he would not lose his wits. Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze still fixed on the Ming King. Xiao Hing stepped in to respond. "Your Highness, rest assured, the young lord understands." He added, "It is late, and we shall not disturb your Highness any further. We take our leave." With that, he firmly guided Lin Yi away. However, just a few steps later, the Ming King's voice called out, "General Xiao." Xiao Hung halted, but did not turn around. The Ming King's voice, laced with mockery, echoed, "I truly admire General Xiao." Xiao Hung remained silent, though his eyes darkened ominously, hinting at a latent ferocity. Qiao Nian had been unconscious for 3 days before finally regaining awareness. Her eyelids felt heavy, and it took considerable effort for her to open them. The first sight that greeted her was Ning Shuang, who had dozed off beside her bed. A faint smile graced Qiao Nian's lips as she attempted to reach out and touch Ning Shuang's cheek, only to feel a sharp pain in her back, causing her to gasp in agony. Ning Shuang awoke with a start, her eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing Qiao Nian conscious. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Miss, you've awakened?" With a quivering voice, she quickly stood up. "I shall fetch the physician at once." "Oh no, wait. There are medicines. I will bring them to you." "No, I must find a physician first." In her flustered state, Ning Xuan was at a loss for what to do. Observing her distress, Qiao Nian felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Ignoring the pain in her back, she grasped Ning Xuan's hand, imploring, "Do not do anything just yet. Stay here with me." She desperately needed someone to keep her company. Her voice was hoarse and dry, causing Ning Xuan's tears to spill over. She knelt beside the bed, clutching Qiao Nian's hand tightly. "I will stay with you, miss. I will always be by your side from now on, never leaving you alone again." Ning Xuan was consumed with guilt, thinking, had she insisted on accompanying Qiao Nian to the palace, perhaps her mistress would not have suffered such a fate at the hands of the Ming king. Noticing Ning Xuan's remorse, Qiao Nian gently reassured her, "Silly girl, this is not your fault." She understood that even if Ning Xuan had been there, it would have only meant one more person to endure the beating. Moreover, Ning Xuan was not the one who ought to feel guilty. Ning Xuan sobbed, unsure what to say. Qiao Nian reached out to wipe her tears and then inquired, "How is grandmother?" Ning Xuan nodded. "The household informed the old lady that you caught a slight chill and to prevent passing it to her, you would wait a few days before visiting her." Qiao Nian felt relieved. It was better that the old lady remained unaware of the incident. Seeing this, Ning Xuan sniffled and couldn't help but ask, "Miss, do you have any other questions?" Qiao Nian understood what Ning Xuan was hinting at, but she had truly lost all hope regarding the other inhabitants of the manor. She sighed softly. "What do you wish to say?" Ning Xuan bit her lip, ultimately deciding to recount the events that transpired during Qiao Nian's unconsciousness. "The night you were brought back, the young lord did not return home until the next day, and when he did, he was covered in injuries. Yet he did not seek the physician immediately. Instead, he confronted the lord and lady." As she spoke, Ning Xuan frowned. "Miss, what should we do? It seems that the lord and lady do not wish to call off the engagement." Qiao Nian was not surprised. After all, Lord Lin and Lady Lin had long known of the Ming King's character, yet still sent her to him. As long as the Ming King did not kill her, the engagement would not be annulled, especially with the emperor's decree backing it. Seeing Qiao Nian silent, Ning Xuan grew anxious. What if the Ming King strikes again? "Miss, I am terrified." She feared the Ming King might once more reduce Qiao Nian to such a bloodied state. She feared that next time, her mistress might never awaken again. This, too, was a concern for Qiao Nian. Even now, she could vividly recall the Ming King's ecstatic expression as he tormented her. He was addicted to it. Otherwise, he would not have brutally beaten so many innocent women to death. Previously, she had been unaware of such matters, but now that she was informed, she could no longer remain passive. Fortunately, she was not entirely without means. There still existed an opportunity to fight back. Lost in thought, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. It was the physician, along with Lady Lin and Lin Yuan. Chapter 66. Repugnant as soon as they entered, a few individuals discovered that Qiao Nian had awakened. Mrs. Lin's eyes immediately turned red, and she hurried to the bedside, tears brimming as she gazed at Qiao Nian. "Awake? Thank goodness, it's wonderful that you're awake," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Yuan, with reddened eyes, joined her mother's side, looking at Qiao Nian with a choked voice. "Sister, you finally awakened. All those prayers our mother recited daily were not in vain. If you hadn't woken up, I feared from mother's eyes they might bleed from crying." Hearing Lin Yuan's words only intensified Mrs. Lin's tears. Qiao Nian furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Waves of nausea surged within her. She could not fathom how people could be so hypocritical. It was they who had sent her to the brink of death. Yet they rushed to mourn her return. Were an uninformed observer to witness this, they might sing their praises. How utterly revolting. Qiao Nian turned her head away. Seeing this, Mrs. Lin sobbed as she slowly sat down beside the bed. "Nian, I know you are angry, but I can explain everything. Please don't ignore me, all right?" "Yes, sister." "Mother." Lin Yuan chimed in, only serving to heighten Qiao Nian's irritation. Just as she was about to shoo them away, unexpectedly, Ning Xuan stood up, forcefully pushing both Mrs. Lin and Lin Yuan aside. "Madam, the young lady has just regained consciousness from severe injuries. She cannot be agitated. You should step outside to weep." This girl dares to expel even the mistress of the Marquis' household. However, it was a timely intervention. The house physician promptly added, "Madam, allow me to examine the young lady." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin nodded repeatedly, stepping aside. Yet, she did not leave. Instead, she stood not far off, watching with immense concern, occasionally wiping away tears. The physician took Qiao Nian's pulse and stated that she had sustained a grave injury and required a period of quiet recuperation. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang became increasingly assertive. "Madam, it is the physician who advises the young lady to rest. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, if the young lady becomes agitated due to your presence, you surely do not wish to drive her to her death, do you?" Such harsh words were unbefitting of a mere maid. But the young lady's injuries were indeed severe. On that fateful day, when she and several other maids had helped the young lady remove her clothing, the horrifying sight of blood and flesh had left them all in shock. Even this morning, when discussing it, the maids still felt tears of indignation for the young lady. Humanity is inherently empathetic. Ning Shuang could not comprehend why Mrs. Lin was so heartless. And as she spoke, her emotions spiraled out of control, only realizing her recklessness afterward. Mrs. Lin was taken aback that a mere maid could pierce her heart so deeply. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Ning Shuang, rendered speechless. Observing Mrs. Lin being bullied, Lin Yuan quickly stepped in front of her mother, angrily rebuking Ning Shuang. "You maid, I suspected you were no good. It was one thing when you bullied me, but now you dare to bully the mistress of the Marquis' household. Do not think that my mother's kindness means she cannot retaliate. If my sister does not discipline her maids, I shall do it for her today." As she spoke, Lin Yuan prepared to strike Ning Shuang. However, a pillow suddenly flew through the air, striking her squarely in the face. "My maid is not for you to discipline. Leave!" Qiao Nian's furious shout echoed, but the movement tugged painfully at her back, sending waves of agony coursing through her. Her voice was hoarse, fully expressing her anger. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. "Sister, it is your maid who is disrespectful. I only wish the best for you. Get out." Qiao Nian hissed again, noticing they remained unmoved. Her gaze fixed intently on Mrs. Lin behind Lin Yuan. Did Mrs. Lin truly wish to push her to the brink of death? Tears streamed down Mrs. Lin's face as she shook her head vehemently. No, I'm your mother. How could I wish such harm upon you?" Qiao Nian's irritation surged, even her breaths quickening. The physician, sensing the tension, stepped forward and bowed to Mrs. Lin. "Madam, the young lady's injuries are too severe. She needs to rest. If you have anything to say, please wait a few days before coming back. Please." His tone was firm as he gestured for her to leave. Due to the physician's esteemed position, everyone in the Marquis' household respected him, and even today, with Lord Lin present, his words commanded authority. Consequently, Mrs. Lin could only cast a tearful glance at Qiao Nian before leading the aggrieved Lin Yuan out. Once the door closed, Qiao Nian felt an overwhelming silence envelop her. She could not comprehend how Mrs. Lin had cried so naturally, so heartbreakingly, as if she were not the true instigator of all this misery. And Lin Yuan was even more absurd. How could they weep so unreasonably, as if the entire world conspired against them? Truly, they were mother and daughter in every sense. Reflecting on this, Qiao Nian could not help but feel a sense of relief. Grateful that she shared no blood ties with these people in the Marquis' household. She would never be as cruel, hypocritical, or revolting as they were. How wonderful! Qiao Nian remained bedridden for 2 more days. On the 6th day, disregarding Ning Shuang's pleas, she rose from her bed. "Miss, your back is still bleeding. Perhaps you should rest a few more days?" Ning Shuang gently urged while helping Qiao Nian dress. Looking at her haggard reflection in the mirror, Qiao Nian shook her head slightly. "I must pay my respects to grandmother. If I delay too long, she will start to worry." It had been 5 days since she last visited her grandmother, and if she did not go soon, her grandmother might unravel their well-intended lies. Ning Shuang understood that only the elderly matriarch treated her young lady kindly, and thus it was only natural for Qiao Nian to be concerned for her. However, "But your injuries, it's nothing." Qiao Nian smiled gently at Ning Shuang. "I will return after a brief visit. Apply some rouge on my face. I do not wish for grandmother to see me in such a wretched state." Though Ning Shuang was reluctant, she proceeded to beautify Qiao Nian, dressing her in the finest garments before they departed from the courtyard. Qiao Nian walked slowly, The slightest increase in pace sent sharp pains through her back. By the time she finally reached the entrance of the matriarch's courtyard, a thin sheen of cold sweat had formed on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself before stepping into the matriarch's quarters. Yet, before she could even lay eyes on her grandmother, she heard laughter from the flower hall, where Lin Yi and others were gathered. It seemed Xiao Hong was present too. Chapter 67. Will you marry or not in that moment? She was uncertain whether to step forward or retreat. Unexpectedly, Granny Su appeared behind her, exclaiming, "Miss, it's wonderful to see you. Have you recovered from your illness? Are you here to visit the old lady?" As she spoke, she ushered Qiao Nian inside. "How delightful! The old lady has been longing for you every day." Reluctantly, Qiao Nian followed her in. Upon entering, she caught sight of several familiar figures. How unfortunate! A wave of dismay washed over her. Yet she maintained her composure and slowly approached the matriarch, bowing respectfully to greet her grandmother. Nian Nian pays her respects to grandmother. "Come quickly." The old lady beckoned with enthusiasm. Qiao Nian settled beside her, and the old lady scrutinized her closely, soon displaying signs of displeasure. "You've lost so much weight. They said you were gravely ill?" Qiao Nian hastily shook her head. "It was merely a chill. I lacked an appetite and feared that my illness might trouble you, grandmother. Please do not blame me. How could I?" The old lady clasped Qiao Nian's hand tightly. "The mere fact that you came to see me makes me very happy." The warmth in Qiao Nian's heart blossomed at her grandmother's words. However, an abrupt voice interrupted. "Indeed, sister, while a brother and I come daily to keep grandmother company, she only thinks of you." The hint of favoritism irked Qiao Nian, and her countenance grew visibly darker. The old lady, oblivious to the tension, dismissed it lightly. "I'm not biased. I simply love Nian Nian a bit more." Noticing the shift in Qiao Nian's demeanor, the old lady gently patted her hand. "Are you unwell? Perhaps you should return to rest." She surmised that Qiao Nian wished to avoid Lin Yuan. Grateful for the opportunity to retreat, Qiao Nian nodded. "I will visit grandmother again tomorrow." "Very well," the old lady replied softly. After bowing to the others present, Qiao Nian exited without sparing them a glance. Once outside the old lady's courtyard, she exhaled deeply, reassuring herself that her injuries were still quite painful, and it was indeed unwise to linger too long. She resolved to return the following day when she felt better, her spirits lifting slightly with the thought. Accompanied by Ning Shuang, she strolled slowly toward her residence. Fang Yuan. Unbeknownst to her, her slow pace drew attention, and before she reached the entrance, she was called to a halt. "Sister." The sound made Qiao Nian close her eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress the instinctual anger bubbling within her. She turned slowly, casting a cold gaze upon the three figures approaching. "Sister, have you recovered from your injuries?" Lin Yuan's radiant yet innocent smile suggested that she believed Qiao Nian's recent plight was but a minor inconvenience, rather than a near-fatal beating. Standing beside Qiao Nian, Ning Shuang shot Lin Yuan a glare. "Miss is only enduring this visit for fear of worrying the old lady. Just this morning, I applied medicine to her wounds, which were still oozing blood." Lin Yuan faltered, her smile fading. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know." Ignoring Lin Yuan's pitiful expression, Qiao Nian coldly inquired, "Do you need something?" Her tone was particularly distant. Xiao Heng's gaze darkened, fixing on the fine layer of cold sweat on Qiao Nian's forehead. "I wish to discuss your marriage." "My marriage?" Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Turning to Xiao Hong, "What concern is it of General Xiao?" Lin Yuan interjected, clearly displeased. "Sister, Hung Ge is concerned for you. Please don't be so unkind." Her voice was soft and timid, as if she hoped to chide Qiao Nian without inciting her wrath. It was evident that she both feared Qiao Nian and wished to defend Xiao Hong. Such irony amused Qiao Nian. She cast a dismissive glance at Lin Yuan before addressing Xiao Hong again. "I appreciate General Xiao's concern, but my marriage is none of your business. If you find yourself so idle, perhaps you should focus on arranging your own marriage." Her words darkened Xiao Heng's expression further. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke up. "You're not still considering marrying the prince, are you?" Qiao Nian refrained from replying, her silence interpreted by Lin Yi as acquiescence. He raised his voice. "Have you lost your mind? Look at how he treated you. Do you wish for death?" Finally, Qiao Nian turned to Lin Yi, her eyes icy, as if regarding a stranger. "Is it not too late for the young Marquis to show concern for my life. Where was your care when I needed it most? If you had informed me of a situation in the West before, I would not have endured such suffering. Her words rendered Lin Yuan momentarily breathless. He would have normally confronted her, but today, mindful of her injuries, he clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. I will ask you once, do you still wish to marry the prince? Despite the obstacles posed by their parents and the royal decree, he was determined to find a way to annul the marriage, provided Qiao Nian would cooperate. However, Qiao Nian merely scoffed. Didn't he, the Marquis, and his wife refuse to cancel the engagement? Since when does the young Marquis have the authority over this household? Stay out of it. Lin Yi snapped, his irritation palpable. Do you or do you not wish to marry? My desire or lack thereof is of no concern to the young Marquis, Qiao Nian replied coldly, each word striking Lin Yi like a hammer. Since you did not care for my life before, do not feign remorse now. I have no need for your insincere guilt or sympathy. With that, she attempted to turn away, but Lin Yuan suddenly stepped forward, grasping her arm. Sister, please don't be so stubborn. Let brother finish what he has to say. He truly means well and has devised many plans for you. Let go, Qiao Nian commanded sharply. The grip on her injured arm was excruciating. Ningxuang quickly intervened, grasping Lin Yuan's hand. Miss, what are you doing? Release my lady at once. But Lin Yuan held tight, her demeanor almost petulant as she shook Qiao Nian's arm. Sister, brother genuinely cares for you. If you're upset, take it out on me, but please don't be harsh to him. The relentless shaking aggravated Qiao Nian's wounds, and she lacked the strength to free herself. Even a slight attempt to pull away sent jolts of pain through her back. Ningxuang, unable to pry Lin Yuan away, was left with no choice but to bite down on Lin Yuan's arm in desperation. Chapter 68. Seeking justice from the Lin family, everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. No one could have anticipated that Ningxuang would dare to act in such a manner. Before Lin Yi and the others could respond, a pained cry escaped Lin Yuan's lips. The hands that had tightly grasped Qiao Nian's arm finally relinquished their hold due to the pain. Lin Yuan's maid, Xiao Cui, immediately rushed forward, lifting Lin Yuan's sleeve to reveal clear bite marks on her fair arm. Even through several layers of clothing, such deep impressions illustrated the ferocity with which Ningxuang had attacked. Had the weather not been cool, it was likely that flesh would have been torn asunder. Xiao Cui, upon witnessing the injustice, cried out as she charged at Ningxuang, exclaiming, "How dare you harm my lady? I will fight you." Qiao Nian watched helplessly as Xiao Cui confronted Ningxuang, only to be seized by her hair and dragged aside, a scuffle ensuing. Observing Ningxuang straddling Xiao Cui and pummeling her, Qiao Nian remained silent. However, seeing her maid being bullied, Lin Yuan could not contain her distress, crying out, "Stop! Please stop, brother. Hungge, you must help Xiao Cui. She's being beaten to death. Woe is me." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, "Cease at once." It was only after this low growl that Ningxuang rose from Xiao Cui's form, combing through her disheveled hair with a hint of pride. She returned to stand beside Qiao Nian. Meanwhile, Xiao Cui collapsed onto the ground, sobbing, "You bit my lady and then struck me. Oh, young lord, you must stand up for my lady. Xiao Kui, woe is me." Lin Yuan rushed to embrace Xiao Cui, both weeping together in a scene of heart-wrenching sorrow. Unintentionally, perhaps, her sleeve remained raised, the small bite marks on her arm starkly visible. Lin Yi, having never witnessed Lin Yuan cry so heartbreakingly, turned to Ningxuang with fury, bellowing, "You bold wretch, how dare you commit such violence before me? Seize her and administer 30 strokes of the rod." With a single command, several attendants rushed forth, grasping Ningxuang by either arm. As they prepared to drag her away, Qiao Nian swiftly blocked their path, fixing her gaze intently on Lin Yi. "By what right do you punish my maid?" Lin Yi's ire ignited upon seeing Qiao Nian's fierce defense of Ningxuang. They were her family, yet she treated them as adversaries, fiercely protecting a mere servant. Infuriatingly, he retorted, "She harmed your honor. She deserves punishment." Qiao Nian remained steadfast, audibly questioning, "Is it only the harm done to your honor that warrants punishment, or is any injury deserving of retribution?" She emphasized your honor loudly, causing the surrounding attendants to cast curious glances at Lin Yi. As the young lord of this noble house, Lin Yi could not admit to bias, so he declared, "Naturally, any injury deserves punishment." Qiao Nian, do not obfuscate the matter. Everyone witnessed Ning Shuang biting Yuan her. Take her away. Punish her. With his second command, the attendants did not hesitate, dragging Ning Shuang away. Qiao Nian, injured and unable to intervene, could only watch helplessly as Ning Shuang was led away. Anguish and fury coursed through her, tears pooling in her eyes, yet she held them back resolutely. She glared at Lin Yi, declaring very well. Since the young lord insists upon this, I shall demand an explanation from your Lin family today. Without waiting for his reply, she turned her back on Lin Yi and strode towards the Lin family ancestral hall. The situation had escalated to the point of confronting the ancestors. It was evident to Lin Yi and the surrounding servants that this matter was far from trivial. Seeing Qiao Nian intent on amplifying the situation, Lin Yi hastily pursued her, exclaiming, Qiao Nian, I am sincerely here to assist you. Do not be ungrateful. Ignoring him, Qiao Nian maintained her cold demeanor, her strides resolute. However, her injuries rendered her steps unsteady. Lin Yi, noticing this, lowered his voice, You are unwell. Allow me to have someone escort you back to rest. With that, he signaled for several attendants to approach. Yet, before they could reach Qiao Nian, she dismissed them with a fierce declaration. I am to be the future princess consort. Who dares to touch me? Though the title of princess consort did not confer immense power, it was sufficient to deter the attendants from advancing. However, Qiao Nian's words ignited Lin Ye's fury. He seized her arm with a grip tighter than Lin Yuan's, exclaiming, You still intend to marry the prince? Have you lost your senses? Release me. Qiao Nian disregarded the pain in her arm, fiercely yanking it away. Whether I have lost my senses is of no concern to you. Just know that your Lin family must give me an explanation today. With that, she continued towards the ancestral hall. Lin Yi intended to stop her once more, but a dampness in his palm halted him. Looking down, he saw a vivid crimson stain, startlingly bright against his skin. News of Qiao Nian's visit to the Lin family ancestral hall quickly reached Lord Lin and Lady Lin. When they arrived in haste, they found Qiao Nian standing at the center of the hall. Surrounding her were numerous servants, while Qiao Nian stood resolutely alongside the Lin siblings. What has transpired? Lord Lin glared, displeased with Qiao Nian's disturbance of the family ancestors. Lin Yuan, tearfully walking to her father's side, gently clutched his arm, whispering, Father, please don't be angry. It is all my fault. I should not have meddled or sought my sister's forgiveness from my brother. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Lord Lin's heart ached for her, but Xiao Chui interjected, How can you blame my lady? It was clearly the eldest lady's maid who bit her arm, and the young lord punished that maid, which led to the eldest lady's outcry in the ancestral hall. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan had been harmed, Lady Lin grew anxious, rushing to her side. Bitten? Where? Let me see. She lifted Lin Yuan's arm, but by now, the bite marks had faded, having been some time since the incident. Lin Yuan reassured her, Mother, I am fine. Yet Lin Ye's voice cut through, cold and resolute. It is a fact witnessed by all that Ning Shuang bit Yuaner. My punishment of her is entirely justified. Hearing this, Lady Lin's heart skipped a beat. Turning to Qiao Nian, she spoke cautiously, Nian Nian, if it is indeed your maid who harmed Yuaner, then your brother's punishment is not without reason. There is no need to escalate matters to such an extent. Chapter 69. Retribution before arriving at the ancestral hall. Qiao Nian was acutely aware of the confrontation that awaited her. Thus, at this moment, she chose to ignore Lady Lin's accusations and Lord Lin's furious glare. She merely walked slowly to the entrance of the hall, her gaze sweeping over the servants and maids outside, ultimately resting upon Xiao Hong. Meeting his profoundly deep eyes, a heavy feeling sank within Qiao Nian's heart, a painful sensation creeping in as if her heart were being torn. She wished fervently that someone would step forward to shield her from the Lin family's reproaches, to advocate on her behalf. Yet, it was painfully clear that Xiao Hong would never be that person. Xiao Hong felt an inexplicable twinge of pain at Qiao Nian's gaze. He had been waiting, hoping for her to plead with him, confident that he would defend her, and that Lord Lin would grant him the necessary respect. However, she simply took a deep breath and diverted her gaze, addressing the surrounding servants, asking who had witnessed the incident when Ning Shuang bit her. Upon hearing this, several maids and servants stepped forward from the crowd. Observing this, Lin Yuan's expression grew even more grieved. While Lin Yu wore a smug look as he approached Qiao Nian and coldly remarked, "How now? I did not wrong you, maid, did I?" Qiao Nian ignored him and continued, "Then, who will explain what transpired before Ning Shuang bit Miss Lin?" The servants who had stepped forward exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to speak. Lin Yi, however, furrowed his brows as he recalled the earlier events. Before Ning Shuang bit Yuaner, it was Yuaner who had seized Qiao Nian's arm. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at his right hand, where traces of blood still lingered. Could it be silence enveloped the area? Qiao Nian's heart plummeted. The servants seemed to fear Lin Yi, remaining utterly silent. Was she truly all alone today? Just then, a young servant unexpectedly spoke up. Before Ning Shuang bit the second miss, she had grabbed the eldest Miss' arm, preventing her from leaving. Qiao Nian turned her gaze towards the young servant, who seemed familiar. He must have been one of those who previously delivered rewards to her courtyard and received a few coins as a tip. With one person stepping forward, another soon followed. A maid chimed in. I saw that Ning Shuang was quite agitated, urging the second miss to let go. But the second miss insisted on holding onto the eldest miss, which led to Ning Shuang biting her. This was indeed the truth. Qiao Nian cast a grateful glance at the two before turning her attention back to Lord Lin and Lady Lin. I trust you both understand now. It was Lin Yuan who first caused me harm, and my maid, in a moment of desperation to protect me, acted out of instinct. Qiao Nian spoke coldly, but suddenly. Xiao Chui interjected, Miss, do not speak recklessly. We all heard clearly that my lady was merely holding you and did not harm you. Qiao Nian had anticipated such doubts, and, without waiting for Xiao Chui to finish, she rolled up her sleeve. Gasps echoed around her. Qiao Nian's arm was wrapped in thick gauze. The surrounding area is pristine, save for the forearm, which was soaked in blood, exactly where Lin Yuan had gripped her tightly. Lin Yuan was taken aback, tears streaming down her face. I didn't know my sister was hurt, indeed. How could my lady know the extent of the eldest Mrs. injury? Xiao Chui maintained her defiant demeanor. Then, Qiao Nian let out a cold laugh, turning her gaze to Lady Lin. Oh, Miss Lin is unaware of my injuries? What do you think, Lady Lin? She recalled how during her days of unconsciousness, Lin Yuan had been by Lady Lin's side every day, even tending to her wounds. With her body bearing such gruesome injuries, how could Lin Yuan possibly be oblivious? Lady Lin was momentarily stunned and quickly stepped forward. You must have the house physician attend to your wounds. Quickly, take the eldest miss back and summon the physician. At that moment, Qiao Nian felt utterly disheartened. A smile curled at her lips as she coldly fixed her gaze on Lady Lin. Does the Lin family still intend to bully others in the presence of their ancestors? Qiao Nian, Lord Lin barked sternly, do not speak blasphemies. He would not permit Qiao Nian to tarnish the reputation of the Lin family's ancestors. Yet Qiao Nian merely returned his icy stare, her gaze locking on Lin Yi. Young lord, I shall ask you once more, is it the one who injures that should be punished, or the maid who harms her mistress? At this moment, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words against the notion of punishing the injured. He understood that Qiao Nian was vengeful, should he utter such a statement. Yuaner would undoubtedly face punishment today. Thus, he coldly replied, as a servant of the Marquis' house, daring to harm her mistress, she should indeed be punished. Good. Qiao Nian had been awaiting this very response. She was well aware that Lin Yuan was the apple of the Lin family's eye, while she was merely an abandoned adopted daughter, only retrieved from the laundry house due to her slight remaining usefulness. She could never inflict harm upon Lin Yuan. Hence, Qiao Nian's true target today was Xiao Chui. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Chui, a chilling smile gracing her lips, causing Xiao Chui to feel a pang of panic. Why do you stare at me like that, eldest miss? I only retaliated after being struck by Ning Shuang. Xiao Chui stammered, desperately seeking refuge behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly shielded Xiao Chui, tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, take your anger out on me. Xiao Chui is just a maid. She knows nothing, yet she could publicly frame me 3 years ago. Qiao Nian interrupted Lin Yuan sharply, though her voice was strained by the pain from her back. Lin Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Qiao Nian to bring up events from 3 years prior. Not only Lin Yuan, but everyone from the Lin family was astonished. There were still many servants outside. If word got out, it could easily be construed as treason. Lord Lin immediately barked, Qiao Nian, What are you trying to accomplish? Qiao Nian glanced at Lord Lin, her eyes filled with mockery. I seek justice. My maid only left a bite mark on Lin Yuan's arm, and is to be punished with 30 lashes. How many lashes should Xiao Chui receive? Unexpectedly, Lin Yi furrowed his brow and retorted, that was 3 years ago. What purpose does it serve to bring it up now? Very well, let us not mention 3 years ago. Qiao Nian replied with remarkable ease, causing Lin Yi and Lin Yuan to grow increasingly uneasy. Let us speak of recent events. When I risked my life to save Lin Yuan, only to be wronged by this wretched maid who accused me of harming her. How does that fare? As she spoke, the coldness in Qiao Nian's eyes sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. He knew that today, Xiao Chui would not escape her fate. Chapter 70. Deep sisterly affection and truth. Qiao Nian always believed that Lin Yi had a rather clear understanding of her character. She harbored grudges and was relentless in seeking vengeance. The 3 years of hardship, which she found difficult to reflect upon, could indeed be considered a repayment for the 15 years of nurturing she received from the Marquis' household. Therefore, upon her return, she chose to let go of grievances and simply wished to spend quality time with her grandmother. However, those 15 years were a debt to the Marquis' household, not to the maid, Xiao Chui. This mere servant, who had repeatedly slandered her, had now caused Ning Shuang to face punishment. If she did not seek retribution, she would not be Qiao Nian. The number of onlookers, both maids and young servants, had swelled outside, even drawing a substantial crowd in the Fauna Garden. Upon hearing Qiao Nian's words, a murmur arose among the crowd, affirming her claims. Yes, on that fateful day when the second young lady accidentally fell into the water, the eldest young lady had risked her life to save her, only to be wrongfully accused by Xiao Chui as soon as they reached the shore. It was astonishing that Xiao Chui had never faced any punishment. I thought she would at least be silenced or expelled from the household. Hush, for she is the second young lady's maid, with the second young lady backing her. Yet, the eldest young lady saved her life. Isn't the second young lady being a tad ungrateful? The whispered discussions reached the ancestral hall, where Lord Lin's face had already turned a deep shade of anger. His cold gaze fell upon Xiao Chui. Is this true? Xiao Chui fell to her knees with a thud, pleading, my lord, I was wrong. I have already apologized to the lady, the young Marquis, and the second young lady. Huh. Qiao Nian could not help but laugh, noting that while Xiao Chui had apologized to everyone, she had conveniently omitted her own name. Xiao Chui was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Lin Yuan rushed to Qiao Nian's side, hands poised to grasp her arm, but upon seeing the bloodstains on Qiao Nian's sleeve, she hesitated, lowering her voice to plead, sister. Xiao Chui and I grew up together. We are like sisters. She has always protected me, having come from the countryside and knowing little of the world. I beg you, for my sake, spare her this once. She will never dare to offend again. In response, Qiao Nian merely raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired, but have you spared my maid? Why should Ning Shuang be punished today, while Xiao Chui faces no consequences? They claim to treat her as the eldest young lady of the Marquis' household, as if she were their own. In such a public setting, it would be inappropriate to show such blatant favoritism. Someone, Lord Lin's voice thundered, drag this ungrateful maid away and silence her before expelling her from the household. This was the Marquis' decree. Any servant who dared to speak disrespectfully to their master would face such a fate. Xiao Chui was terrified, immediately crying out, young lady, save me, please save me. Lin Yuan, in a state of panic, fell to her knees before Qiao Nian, exclaiming, sister, I was wrong. I failed to discipline her. I should not have grabbed your arm. If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me. Please, grant Xiao Chui a chance to live. As she spoke, she began to bow her head to the ground, striking it forcefully until blood appeared on her forehead. This scene left everyone astounded. The servants who had previously sympathized with Qiao Nian now felt pity for Lin Yuan. Which master would go to such lengths for their maid? Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, embracing Lin Yuan. Silly girl, what are you doing? Lin Yuan sobbed, brother, please help me plead for sister to spare Xiao Chui. Yet, Lin Yi found himself speechless. Ning Shuang was already being punished. How could he possibly advocate for Xiao Chui at this moment? Surprisingly, Qiao Nian softened her stance. It is rare to see such a deep bond between you two. I do not wish to sever ties completely. After all, merely silencing her and expelling her is too lenient for Xiao Chui. As she spoke, she extended her hand to assist Lin Yuan in rising. This gesture caused Lin Fu Ren's eyes to widen in surprise. She had not expected Qiao Nian to take the initiative to support Lin Yuan. For a moment, she envisioned a future where Qiao Nian and Lin Yuan would share a sisterly bond. Lin Yuan, still sniffling, intended to express her gratitude to Qiao Nian. But upon noticing the smile at the corner of Qiao Nian's mouth, she felt an inexplicable chill. Thus, she remained silent. Qiao Nian then posed a question. However, my maid merely bit you and is to receive 30 lashes. What punishment do you deem appropriate for Xiao Chui, given my injury? The vivid red on the bandage was striking. At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind was in a haze. She was at a loss for how to punish Xiao Chui appropriately, only wishing that she would not be expelled from the household and could remain by her side forever. Thus, she sobbed, as long as sister spares Xiao Chui, I will not utter a single complaint, no matter how you choose to punish her. Very well, Qiao Nian replied. Then as you wish. I shall call for Xiao Chui to come to my Fangha garden whenever I wish to punish her in the future. For today, let her receive 30 lashes, just as Ning Shuang has. Her tone was exceedingly gentle, as if discussing a matter of little consequence, causing those around her to perceive it as trivial. Yet, Lin Yuan was struck dumb. She had thought that if no punishment were meted out today, they could discuss Xiao Chui's fate later. However, Qiao Nian's words clearly indicated that Xiao Chui could be summoned to the Fangha garden at any time. A wave of panic washed over Lin Yuan as she witnessed several young servants taking Xiao Chui away at Qiao Nian's signal. She instinctively moved to intervene, but Lin Fu Ren had already stepped forward, grasping their hands. This is enough. You two are sisters. There's no need to make a scene over two maids. Even Lord Lin interjected. Today, this incident should not have escalated to this extent. Ultimately, it was also Yuaner's fault for allowing such a situation. You cannot carelessly touch your sister like that. But what matters most is that you two can communicate and resolve matters amicably in the future. These words were clearly a warning to Qiao Nian, yet they rendered Lin Yuan speechless. The words she wished to utter to save Xiao Chui lodged firmly in her throat, leaving her in a daze, even forgetting how to cry, the one thing she excelled at. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian chuckled softly. After all, I am to become the princess of Ming. I must possess the magnanimity to accommodate others. Upon hearing Qiao Nian express no aversion to marrying the Prince of Ming, Lord Lin and Lady Lin exchanged glances filled with surprise and delight. Lady Lin could not help but inquire, Nian Nian, do you truly feel this way? Of course, Qiao Nian replied nonchalantly, observing the satisfaction and relief in Lord Lin and Lady Lin's eyes. A layer of coldness rippled beneath her gaze, and thus, the matter was resolved. As Lin Yuan continued to choke back her sobs, Lady Lin hurried to comfort her, embracing her as they departed. Lord Lin and Lin Yi followed suit, the latter casting a deep, furious glance at Qiao Nian before leaving. However, Qiao Nian paid no heed to him and, with the assistance of several other maids from Fangha Garden, made her way outside, only to find Xiao Heng still standing in place. Chapter 71. The Valley of the Medicine. King Qiao Nian was somewhat taken aback to find that Lin Yuan had already departed. She did not pursue Lin Yuan, but stood outside the Lin family ancestral hall, pondering her intentions. Was she waiting for him? Did she have something to say? Yet, what could she say? She had no desire to converse with him at all. Thus, without even offering a greeting, Qiao Nian chose to ignore Xiao Heng and walked away. However, as she passed by him, his cool voice reached her ears. Miss Qiao wishes to become a princess? His tone was laced with mockery. Qiao Nian paused momentarily, but did not turn to face him. Instead, she replied calmly, Does General Xiao believe that if I were to become a princess, my days would still be as arduous as they are now? Even dealing with a mere maid consumes all my energy. Xiao Heng remained silent, and Qiao Nian did not wait for his response before continuing on her way. They both knew the answer well. Once she became the Princess Ming, not only would she be able to punish Xiao Chui, but she could also unleash her wrath upon everyone in the Marquis' residence without fear of dissent. When Xiao Nian returned to the Fangha courtyard, supported by her maids, her face was ashen. In truth, she had long reached her limit. She had only held on at the ancestral hall out of sheer determination. Now back in her courtyard, she felt as if all the air had been let out of her, nearly collapsing on the stone bridge. Fortunately, The house physician arrived just in time. Qiao Nian was elated to see him, but before she could utter a word, he had already administered several needles, causing her vision to darken, and she fainted completely. Meanwhile, at the Zui Xianglu, Xiao Hung found Lin Yi already inebriated. He cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Yi and took a seat, his voice cool and detached. "What brings you here?" Lin Yi's servant had informed him that Lin Yi was waiting for him. Having grown up together, Lin Yi could easily detect the chill and anger in Xiao Hang's tone. He set down his cup, raising an eyebrow. "Who are you angry for? Is it for Yuan or Nian Nian?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hang's deep gaze darkened slightly, but he remained silent, pouring himself a drink. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Yi scoffed and continued, "I called you here regarding the matter of the Prince Ming. That girl is determined to climb the social ladder. Even after being beaten so badly, she remains unrepentant. You need to think of a solution quickly." Xiao Hung downed his drink before speaking. "Why not let her marry?" Lin Yi was taken aback, thinking he had misheard due to his inebriation. When he finally discerned the seriousness in Xiao Hang's expression, he exclaimed, "Did you not see her injuries today? If she marries the Prince Ming, she would be dead within 3 days. For some reason." Xiao Hung suddenly let out a low laugh. "And in the Marquis' residence, she can survive?" His retort was laced with scorn. Lin Yi stared at Xiao Hung, momentarily speechless. But soon he regained his composure, smashing his cup on the ground in frustration. "What do you mean, Xiao Hung?" Xiao Hung remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Lin Yi, exuding an aura of coldness and menace. Lin Yi had never seen such a look in Xiao Hang's eyes, as if he were on the verge of drawing his sword to pierce his chest. "Why? Is it for Qiao Nian?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Hung. "What are your true intentions?" Xiao Hung finally withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Since she is hell-bent on marrying the Prince Ming, you cannot stop her. After all, this matter involves the Marquis and his wife, even the esteemed concubine." But Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I do not care. I cannot let her go to Xizhong with the Prince Ming. Once she is there, the prince will have no reservations. I fear that by the time we learn of her fate, it will be too late." The thought of Qiao Nian returning home covered in injuries made Lin Yi's heart ache. But the image of her insistence on marrying the Prince Ming filled him with rage. He took another swig of wine to suppress his anger. Then Xiao Hung posed a question. If she does not marry the Prince Ming, who should she marry? Lin Yi shot him a glare. "What business is it of yours who she marries? Anyone would be better than the Prince Ming. Even being a concubine is preferable to being beaten to death." Xiao Hung paused in his pouring of wine, contemplating the idea of being a concubine. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Yi snapped, snatching the wine jug from Xiao Hang's grasp. "You've always been more cunning than I. Think of a solution." Xiao Hung inhaled deeply, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Since we cannot approach Nian Nian directly, we should persuade the Prince Ming." Lin Yi was perplexed. Persuade the Prince Ming? He would be eager to marry Nian Nian. Have you forgotten what he said last time? He claimed that Xiao Nian's silence during their fights only fueled his desire. They are a match made in heaven. The memory of those words sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. He could not fathom how someone could become so twisted. The Prince Ming had not been like this in their youth. Xiao Hang's icy voice interjected. The Prince Ming became this way because of his injuries. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Xiao Hung continued, "He cannot be a true man, so he seeks to prove his ability to conquer women in a different manner. Thus, inflicting pain on them brings him an unprecedented thrill." Lin Yi suddenly understood. Yes, it seems he only changed after he was injured. But how can we tackle this? "The Valley of the Medicine King," Xiao Hung stated flatly. This revelation made Lin Yi's eyes light up. "The Valley of the Medicine King? I know their medical skills are unparalleled, renowned for their numerous miraculous healers. But can they truly heal such injuries?" Lin Yi was skeptical, recalling that the Prince Ming's injury had been quite severe. Xiao Hang's smile deepened, a teasing grin that Lin Yi had not seen in ages. Feeling a sense of dread, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "Speak plainly. Were you truly thinking?" Holding his wine cup, Xiao Hung slowly rotated it. "Whether the Valley of the Medicine King can heal is uncertain. But for the Prince Ming, it represents hope. If you were the Prince Ming, would you not attempt it?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. "Of course I would." Xiao Hung continued, "The Valley of the Medicine King has a rule. Healers never leave its confines. Therefore, if the Prince Ming wishes to be healed, he must personally journey to the valley. This quest may take a month at the least or a year at the most. During this time, you can seek a more suitable match for Nian Nian. By the time the prince returns, Nian Nian will have already married, leaving him with no alternative. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of clarity wash over him and burst into laughter. However, upon seeing the expression on Xiao Heng's face, he sensed that things were not so simple and couldn't help but frown, asking, "You wouldn't send someone after him part way, would you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi made a gesture across his throat. Chapter 72. Turning uncooked rice into cooked rice. Xiao Heng's gaze was calm as he raised his cup to drink. Yet an inexplicable chill emanated from his voice. The crime of slaughtering an entire family was no trifling matter. Brother Lin, I implore you to refrain from jesting. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi scrutinized Xiao Heng with a blend of skepticism and intrigue. His prior conjecture was indeed extreme. If Xiao Heng had truly slain the Ming Wang, he would be wagering the entire Xiao family. Yet, was it worth it for Qiao Nian? Naturally, Lin Yi deemed it unworthy and couldn't fathom Xiao Heng taking such a perilous risk. However, Xiao Heng's current demeanor was too inscrutable, prompting Lin Yi to ponder further. He understood well that even if Xiao Heng harbored secrets, as long as he chose not to reveal them, Lin Yi would never discern the truth. Thus, he abandoned the matter, merely furrowing his brow and stating, "Diverting the tiger from its den is indeed clever, but do not forget, there exists a decree between the Ming Wang and Nian Nian. With that decree in place, even if the Ming Wang were to leave the capital, who would dare risk the crime of defying the edict to wed Qiao Nian?" Yet Xiao Heng's heart evidently had a candidate in mind. He poured a glass of wine for Lin Yi, and after they clinked glasses and drank, he slowly spoke, "My elder brother." Lin Yi supputed, nearly spitting his drink, some even landing on Xiao Heng's face. "Have you lost your mind? Your brother is inferior to the Ming Wang." Xiao Heng was the legitimate son of his family, but not the eldest. His elder brother, Xiao He, was 5 years his senior and 8 years older than Qiao Nian. A military general, he had achieved commendable feats in battle. Yet 6 years prior, he had been trampled by a horse on the battlefield, rendering him a cripple, relying on others for his every need. Lin Yi had once visited Xiao He and found his temperament far worse than that of the Ming Wang. Listening to Lin Yi, Xiao Heng leisurely retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the wine from his cheek before responding. "Yet my elder brother would not beat her half to death." Regardless of his temperament, Xiao He lacked the capacity to harm a single hair on Qiao Nian. Lin Yi's initial shock and anger gradually faded upon hearing this. Xiao Heng's indifferent voice continued, "Moreover, the emperor bears a sense of guilt towards my brother. 6 years ago, that spirited young man had been forced to go to war by the emperor, resulting in his current wretched state. Thus, the emperor felt indebted to the Xiao family, and especially to Xiao He. Only by marrying Qiao Nian could Xiao He make the emperor overlook that marriage decree." Lin Yi was swayed and began to contemplate the feasibility of this notion. He restlessly took a swig of wine, but countered, "But how do we persuade Nian Nian?" In Lin Yi's view, Qiao Nian was wholeheartedly determined to become the Ming Wang's consort. Even if it meant facing death, she would insist on marrying him. How could someone so intent on climbing the social ladder ever agree to wed Xiao He? Though Xiao He was the legitimate son of the Xiao family, his current standing within the family was likely inferior even to Xiao Qingyuan. Observing Lin Yi's troubled expression, Xiao Heng remained unfazed, briefly glancing at the wine cup before uttering, "Turning uncooked rice into cooked rice. A woman's virtue is paramount. Once the rice is cooked, Qiao Nian would have no choice but to marry." Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Turning uncooked rice into cooked rice? Your brother can do that? That useless man who requires assistance for everything?" Xiao Heng's expression darkened, casting a cold glance at Lin Yi. A sudden realization struck Lin Yi. Some things did not need to be true to be perceived as such. As long as others believed it to be true, that sufficed. He felt a pang of alarm, assessing Xiao Heng with a furrowed brow. After years of battlefield experience, he had grown increasingly cunning. Xiao Heng took the compliment with a smirk, while Lin Yi sighed deeply. "But if it truly comes to that, Nian Nian will likely detest me for life. She has yet to address me as brother, and if she were to marry Xiao He, she would probably see me as her enemy forever." Xiao Heng lowered his gaze with a smile. "She will eventually understand that you had her best interests at heart." In response, Lin Yi scoffed, "That girl is indeed ungrateful. It would be a miracle if she realized it. Yet, Even if she remained oblivious, he, as her elder brother, could not stand idly by, knowing she might be subjected to the Ming Wang's wrath. Even if she were to resent him for eternity, it was preferable to her not surviving until next year. Resolute, Lin Yi took another hearty drink, determination shining in his eyes. Xiao Hong observed this silently, a slight smile gracing his lips, though he did not touch his own drink. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Qiao Nian's wounds had healed significantly, and on this day, she went as usual to pay her respects to the matriarch. As she approached the matriarch's courtyard, she heard Ning Shuang's voice, "Miss, look, it is the second Mississippi." Following Ning Shuang's gesture, Qiao Nian indeed spotted Lin Yuan, who was also en route to the matriarch's residence, presumably to pay her respects. However, upon seeing Qiao Nian, Lin Yuan halted in her tracks. Qiao Nian observed Lin Yuan quietly, hearing Ning Shuang murmur, "I dare wager the second miss will turn around and leave today as well." For the past month, Lin Yuan had consistently avoided Qiao Nian from a distance whenever they crossed paths. As expected, today was no different. Watching Lin Yuan bow from afar before swiftly departing, Qiao Nian couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Shuang wore a look of delight. "Miss, see how considerate the second miss has become." To this, Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. "Considerate? Do you think she fears me?" Ning Shuang naturally held that belief, but upon hearing Qiao Nian's question, she appeared surprised. "Isn't she?" "Of course not." Qiao Nian's gaze lingered on the retreating figures of Lin Yuan and her maid. "She is concerned for Xiao Chui. She fears I might summon Xiao Chui to the Fanghe Garden for punishment, which is why she avoids me." At this, Ning Shuang furrowed her brow. "I heard that the second miss knelt before you for Xiao Chui." Qiao Nian nodded, acknowledging that Lin Yuan's devotion to a mere maid was indeed admirable. However, Ning Shuang suddenly lowered her voice. "Then, miss, do you not find it strange? Even though they grew up together, the second miss is now the beloved of the Marquis' household. To kneel for a maid, had Ning Shuang not mentioned it, Qiao Nian would have assumed Lin Yuan and Xiao Chui shared a deep master-servant bond. Yet, with this remark, doubts began to creep into her mind. Could a master-servant relationship truly run that deep? Furrowing her brow, she finally said, "Bring Xiao Chui to the Fanghe Garden in half an hour." Chapter 73. Who exactly are you? However, this person, it was naturally impossible to bring back. Lin Yuan was so protective of Xiao Chui. And knowing well what Xiao Chui's visit to Fanghe Yuan entailed, how could she possibly let her go easily? Thus, when Xiao Nian emerged from the old lady's courtyard and saw Ning Shuang standing nearby with a distressed expression, she already had an inkling of the situation. "Mississippi." Ning Shuang was about to complain, but Xiao Nian interrupted her. "Let us go to Luo Mei Yuan." As she spoke, she headed towards the direction of Luo Mei Yuan. Ning Shuang immediately followed suit, questioning in her mind whether the miss truly intended to go to Luo Mei Yuan. "If the master and mistress find out, let them find out," Qiao Nian replied, her chin slightly raised, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It would be best if Lin Yi also knew." Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang looked puzzled, unsure what her miss meant, but she still signaled to the other maidservants to spread the news of the miss's visit to Luo Mei Yuan. It was now early spring, and the plum blossoms in Luo Mei Yuan had already withered, with only a few scattered blooms remaining on the branches, making it even more desolate than Fanghe Yuan. Upon Qiao Nian's arrival, the entire Luo Mei Yuan was on high alert. A maid hurriedly approached, lowering her head timidly and asking, "Why has the young lady come here?" The maid appeared unfamiliar to Qiao Nian. With a light laugh, Qiao Nian replied, "What do you think?" The maid quickly responded, "My lady is ill and is afraid it would not be good to see guests." "You lie." Ning Shuang exclaimed angrily. "I saw your lady this morning preparing to pay her respects to the old lady." Evidently, the maid was prepared for this, and though timid, she replied, "It's true that the lady is unwell, which is why she returned." "You." Ning Shuang felt the maid was making excuses and was about to confront her when Xiao Nian stopped her. "That's all right. I am not here to find your lady today. Go call Xiao Chui here." The maid remained motionless, but Xiao Chui is to attend to the second young lady. Preposterous. Before the maid could finish, Xiao Nian's sharp reprimand made her kneel in fright. With a cold smile, Xiao Nian raised her voice in this entire courtyard. "Is there only Xiao Chui who can be of use? If Xiao Chui is not here, do you mean your lady will perish from neglect?" As her words fell, Lin Yi was the first to rush into Luo Mei Yuan. Just in time. Seeing the maidservants kneeling before Qiao Nian, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. He had heard Qiao Nian's earlier remark and deemed her rude. Thus he shouted, "You just recovered and already seek to bring misfortune upon Yuan? How has Yuan offended you?" Qiao Nian rolled her eyes at Lin Yi. "Young Marquis, you misunderstand. I heard that Miss Lin is ill, and I came to pay a visit. Pray tell, in this courtyard, your lady is unwell, yet you do not summon the house physician, leaving only Xiao Chui to attend her? What if something unfortunate were to happen to Miss Lin? Yuan is ill?" Lin Yi was taken aback, not expecting to hear this news from Qiao Nian. He immediately turned to the nearby maidservant. "Why aren't you going to find the house physician?" The maid complied and left just as Lin Madam arrived, asking, "What do we need the house physician for?" Qiao Nian turned to Lin Madam with a smile. "Miss Lin is unwell." "Unwell? I shall go and see." With that, she walked inside, and Qiao Nian followed closely behind. Perhaps alerted by the commotion outside, Lin Yuan was indeed lying in bed. Xiao Chui stood by the bedside, greeting Lin Madam as she entered. "I have seen the madam." "Madam." The young lady suddenly developed chills and fears that her illness may affect you. So it is best if you do not come too close. Staying at a distance was prudent. Upon hearing this, Lin Madam halted her steps, observing from afar. How did she fall ill so suddenly? Xiao Chui did not answer, and Lin Yuan remained silent, pretending to be asleep. Only Qiao Nian softly reassured, "Madam, do not worry. The house physician will arrive shortly." At the mention of the physician's impending arrival, Xiao Chui became anxious but kept her head bowed in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's attention was fixed on Qiao Nian. "You seem unusually concerned for Yuan's illness." Qiao Nian smiled. "I am not here out of concern for Miss Lin, but rather to remind you of our agreement in the ancestral hall, wherein I may take Xiao Chui with me whenever I wish to punish her." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's expression darkened. "I knew you had ulterior motives." Qiao Nian was accustomed to Lin Ye's accusations. She smiled lightly. This was indeed agreed upon in the Lin family ancestral hall. Does the Lin family now deny it? Lin Yi was at a loss for words. The mention of the Lin family ancestral hall weighed heavily on him. If they were to deny it, he would be regarded as an unfilial descendant of the Lin family. Even Lin Madam frowned, her expression displeased, yet she still spoke. "It was indeed Yuan who said this. We cannot deny it. Xiao Chui, go with the young lady." She believed it unnecessary to let a mere maidservant disrupt the harmony between sisters. However, just as Lin Madam finished speaking, the young lady, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Chui, Xiao Kui. I am here." Xiao Chui hurriedly knelt by the bed, tightly grasping Lin Yuan's hand. Then she turned to Lin Madam. "Madam, it is not that I do not wish to go with the young lady, but the young lady is ill, and she only recognizes me. I am worried for her, and wish to stay to care for her." As she spoke, tears fell. Truly a testament to the bond between master and servant. Even this act is so well rehearsed. Lin Yi could not help but scold Qiao Nian quietly. "Look at this. Can you bear to see it?" Qiao Nian gazed at Lin Yi with an expression of disbelief. Is Xiao Chui a physician? Or does she possess better medical skills than the house physician? At her words, both Lin Yi and Lin Madam, who had intended to advise Qiao Nian, were left speechless. Qiao Nian, however, coldly smiled. Since Xiao Chui is not a physician, then she should not remain here to cause trouble. The house physician will arrive shortly. Ning Shuang. At her command, Ning Shuang immediately stepped forward, grasping Xiao Chui's arm and attempting to pull her away. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan suddenly clutched Xiao Chui's hand tightly, crying as she got out of bed, "No, do not take Xiao Chui away. Mother, brother, please persuade my sister to spare Xiao Chui, will you?" Her voice was loud and clear, showing no signs of illness. Both Lin Yi and Lin Madam were taken aback. Only Qiao Nian stepped forward with a cold smile, meeting Lin Yuan's tear-filled gaze, and raised an eyebrow. "So, Miss Lin is pretending to be ill? Is it to prevent me from taking Xiao Chui away?" Lin Yuan cried even more earnestly, "Sister, I beg you, please spare Xiao Chui." As she spoke, Lin Yuan knelt before Qiao Nian. Seeing this, Lin Ye's eyes turned red with fury. "Qiao Nian, how far do you intend to push this?" Yet Qiao Nian ignored Lin Yi, her gaze fixed coldly on Lin Yuan, asking each word with precision. "Xiao Chui, what exactly is your relationship with her?" Chapter 74. Awareness in a single phrase. Lin Yuan was left stunned. She gazed at Qiao Nian with wide eyes, her flickering gaze reflecting shock, anxiety, and a hint of fear. Qiao Nian was perplexed. She had merely inquired about a maid's identity. Why would Lin Yuan display such trepidation? She seemed to have forgotten even her tears, rendered speechless and frozen in place. However, Lin Yi could no longer bear to watch. He stepped forward, pushing aside Qiao Nian, and leaned down to support Lin Yuan. Xiao Chui grew up alongside Yuaner. They're like sisters. Do you think they share your cold-heartedness? Even Lady Lin joined in, addressing Qiao Nian, Nian Nian. I understand your concern that your sister may be surrounded by ill-intentioned individuals, but rest assured, when Yuaner returned home, we conducted thorough investigations. Xiao Chui is the daughter of your biological parents' neighbors, hence their close bond. Lady Lin deliberately mentioned Qiao Nian's biological parents at such a moment, perhaps to clarify Xiao Chui's innocent background or to put Qiao Nian in a difficult position. Yet, it mattered little to Qiao Nian. She had long ceased to care about the opinions of those in the Ho residence. She merely nodded slightly, understanding why Miss Lin was so protective of Xiao Chui. Nevertheless, wrongdoings must be punished, especially considering it was Miss Lin herself who had declared that as the future matriarch of the Xiao family. She could not afford to be seen as selfish and untrustworthy. With that, Lin Yuan could only lean against Lin Yi, weeping. Xiao Chui, aware of the trouble she had caused Lin Yuan, quickly declared, I am willing to accompany the young lady. As long as my mistress is spared from gossip, it suffices. Seeing Xiao Chui's understanding nature, Lin Yuan broke down in tears against Lin Yi's shoulder. However, on this day, neither Lin Yi nor Lady Lin could offer Lin Yuan any further comfort. In the spacious room, the only sound was Lin Yuan's increasingly loud sobs. Qiao Nian smiled slightly, appreciating Xiao Chui's sense of duty, and decided not to disturb Miss Lin's recuperation any longer. She then signaled to Ning Shuang, who understood and pulled Xiao Chui along as they exited. Qiao Nian also bowed to Lady Lin before turning to leave. Unexpectedly, Lady Lin rushed out after her, calling, Nian Nian. Qiao Nian paused, turning back with an indifferent gaze. Is there something you need? Lady Lin appeared troubled, hesitating before speaking. Might you accompany me to the palace tomorrow? The noble consort has been thinking of you. It will be good for you to sit with her and share your thoughts. After nearly being harmed by the noble consort's son, to suggest she visit the palace to converse with the noble consort was chilling. Yet, Qiao Nian forced a smile, nodding. Very well. It has indeed been a month. I should pay a visit. If she delayed any longer, it would not be long before the Ming Wang would summon her to the western city. Upon hearing Qiao Nian's response, Lady Lin visibly relaxed, her smile brightening considerably. She stepped closer, softly stating, I knew you would be the most understanding. However, before she could finish, Qiao Nian had already turned to leave, denying Lady Lin any chance to draw near. How should one express it? Being close to the Lin family now made her feel repulsed. Although Xiao Chui was willing to follow Qiao Nian, she grew increasingly fearful as they approached the Fanghe courtyard. Were it not for Ning Shuang's firm grip, she might have fled. Despite their similar builds, Ning Shuang's strength kept Xiao Chui firmly in place. Just after crossing the stone bridge, Ning Shuang delivered a sharp kick to Xiao Chui's knee, barking kneel. A perceptive maid quickly brought Qiao Nian a chair. Sitting down, Qiao Nian accepted a cup of hot tea from Ning Shuang, carefully lifting the lid to skim the tea leaves floating atop. The sound of the lid tapping against the cup was crisp, yet it felt like a dagger, piercing Xiao Chui's heart repeatedly. Kneeling there, Xiao Chui trembled, devoid of the righteous indignation she had displayed 3 years prior when she wronged Qiao Nian. After taking a sip of tea, Qiao Nian smiled faintly. Did you ever anticipate that one day you would find yourself in my grasp? This statement seemed to trigger something within Xiao Chui, who, still kneeling, grasped Qiao Nian's ankle in desperation, pleading, Please spare me, miss. I was wrong. I was blinded by foolishness. Never imagining you would end up as a laundry maid for 3 years. I felt remorse all this time. Please, I beg for forgiveness. With that, she began to bow repeatedly, her forehead striking the ground loudly. In no time, blood appeared on her brow, startling the nearby maids. Qiao Nian maintained her cold demeanor. Even as Xiao Chui's head bled, it could not amend the suffering she had endured over the past 3 years. Yet, she eventually called for a halt. Enough. You look as though I am the one bullying you. Xiao Chui ceased her bowing but continued to weep. I do not dare. I know everything is my fault. and I accept the consequences. However, my wounds have yet to heal. I implore you to wait until I recover before deciding my fate." As she spoke, she lifted her sleeve to reveal her injured arm, which was indeed still unbandaged. Had the maids from Fong He courtyard not grown accustomed to such sights, they might have been shocked by the gruesome state of her injury. A few maids exchanged sympathetic glances, but Ning Shuang retorted coldly, "What is this minor injury? My lady has been left scarred because of you." At that moment, someone whispered, "But Sister Xiao Chui didn't mean it." "Yes, Xiao Chui has admitted her fault." Their hushed murmurs, though quiet, reached the ears of both Qiao Nian and Xiao Chui. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xiao Chui's eyes, yet she continued to sob, appearing increasingly pitiful. Such skill must surely have been learned from Lin Yuan. Qiao Nian thought with a cold smile, though she did not reveal it, merely stating, "I didn't realize your injuries were so severe. I thought you had healed like Ning Shuang." Alas, she feigned a troubled expression. When it comes to the events of 3 years ago, it certainly should not all be placed upon you. Amir made upon hearing this. A flicker of joy crossed Xiao Chui's eyes. "Let us do this. You may stay in Fong He courtyard to recuperate for the next few days. I have medicine from the Wanggu pharmacy. It works wonders." At this, Xiao Chui hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Qiao Nian waved her hand, allowing the maids to assist Xiao Chui in departing. Only after Xiao Chui left did Ning Shuang, still seething with indignation, exclaim, "Miss, how can you let her go so easily? She is clearly Shu." Qiao Nian interrupted with a smile in her eyes, a hint of mischief gracing her lips. "Rest assured, I am aware." Chapter 75. Accompany me to a place the following day. Qiao Nian accompanied Lady Lin into the palace. Empress De had been waiting eagerly since dawn. Upon seeing Qiao Nian, Empress De rushed forward, her eyes brimming with tears. "Nian Nian, you have arrived. I thought you might wish to avoid seeing me again." "How could that be?" Qiao Nian replied softly, maintaining an air of calm. Empress De's delight was palpable, and she cast a glance at Lady Lin. Lady Lin remarked, "I told you earlier, Nian Nian has not held that matter against you. You simply refuse to believe it." At this, Empress De nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, I did not foresee this. Alas, let us step inside," she said, pulling Qiao Nian into the room. However, upon entering, Qiao Nian halted abruptly, for there knelt a figure within, none other than the Ming Wang. Noticing the change in Qiao Nian's expression, Empress De quickly reassured her, "This child has been most reckless. Today, I shall teach him a lesson before your very eyes, to see if he dares to bully you again." With that, Empress De seized the bamboo rod offered by Palace Maid and struck the Ming Wang's back with a forceful blow. The sharp sound echoed through the room. The Ming Wang let out a muffled groan but remained upright. Empress De continued with a second and a third strike. Qiao Nian stood silently, observing. She was curious to see how long Empress De could maintain the charade. As the Ming Wang's garments began to stain with blood, Empress De's hand visibly trembled, her strength waning as her blows transformed into mere brushes against his back. Just as she pondered whether to continue, Lady Lin intervened, stepping forward to shield the Ming Wang. "Enough, enough. This is hardly a grave matter. There is no need for such punishment. His Highness has surely realized his mistake, has he not?" Lady Lin gently nudged the Ming Wang, prompting him to speak. Slowly, he turned to Qiao Nian, saying, "Everything is my fault. I have been foolish. I am sorry. Nian Nian, mother, your chastisement is justified. What a splendid performance." Qiao Nian observed the scene with indifference, even managing a faint smile at the Ming Wang's feigned sincerity. He was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that upon their reunion, Qiao Nian would display fear and avoid his gaze. He never expected her to smile at him. Yet after his surprise, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. He clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to snatch the rod from Empress De's hands and direct it at Qiao Nian instead. His longing was unmistakable, and Qiao Nian perceived it clearly. She then stated, "Since the Ming Wang has acknowledged his wrongdoing, your Majesty need not punish him further. If this continues, Nian Nian may find herself without a husband." Her lips curled into a smile as she spoke. Empress De misinterpreted her demeanor as shyness and promptly discarded the rod, taking Qiao Nian's hand. "You, my dear, are remarkably understanding. You truly make my heart ache." Empress De was not a malicious individual. Faced with a son like the Ming Wang, she felt powerless. Yet her maternal instinct compelled her to support him unconditionally. Yet, she felt guilt towards Qiao Nian. Several young eunuchs approached to assist the Ming Wang with his wounds, while Empress De guided Qiao Nian to sit down. With a wife as forgiving as you, I firmly believe Qi will cherish you in the future and will never harm you again. Qiao Nian merely smiled in silence, thinking that Empress De truly did not understand her son at all. The look in the Ming Wang's eyes had conveyed a desire to inflict serious harm upon her. Seeing Qiao Nian's silence, Empress De felt uncertain. After contemplating, she signaled to her chief maid, who nodded and led the other maids and eunuchs out of the room. Inside remained only Empress De, Lady Lin, and Qiao Nian. Lady Lin, curious, could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, what is this about?" Empress De patted Qiao Nian's hand gently and said, "Please wait a moment." She then rose and went into an inner chamber, returning shortly with a deed in hand. "This is a property I procured outside the palace, a clothing shop. Accept it." As she spoke, she pressed the deed into Qiao Nian's hands. Surprised, Qiao Nian had come to see the Ming Wang today, never expecting to receive anything from Empress De. Even Lady Lin was astonished, exclaiming, "This is your dowry. It is far too valuable. You cannot accept this. Nian Nian is about to become my daughter-in-law. What could be wrong with that?" Empress De insisted. Noticing Qiao Nian's reluctance to accept, she forcibly placed the deed into Qiao Nian's embrace. "Enough. Do not make me act inappropriately." Lowering her gaze to adjust her clothing, Qiao Nian finally said, "Then, I shall graciously accept." This was Empress De's way of purchasing her own conscience, and accepting it would ease Empress De's heart. Indeed, upon seeing Qiao Nian accept the deed, Empress De visibly relaxed, engaging Qiao Nian in heartfelt conversation before finally allowing her to depart. As Qiao Nian left the Empress's quarters, she did not encounter the Ming Wang again. She had thought her visit would be in vain, but to her surprise, the Ming Wang awaited her at the palace gates. Lady Lin, feeling anxious, approached the Ming Wang, her movements stiff. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "I am waiting for Nian Nian." Upon hearing this, Lady Lin grew even more anxious and cast a worried glance at Qiao Nian. She feared the Ming Wang might take Qiao Nian to the west side of the city again, yet she could not find the words to prevent him. However, Qiao Nian stepped forward, saying gently, "I would like to speak with the Ming Wang." "Lady Lin, you may return home." For some reason, hearing Qiao Nian say this gave Lady Lin a sense of relief. She nodded, but then warned the Ming Wang, "Well, your father and I will be waiting for you at home." She believed that invoking the name of Lin Ho would intimidate the Ming Wang, but he merely smiled down at her, remaining silent. Qiao Nian found her amusing and turned to board the Ming Wang's carriage. He was evidently taken aback by her initiative, pausing briefly before bowing to Lady Lin, presenting a facade of elegance. Yet, as the carriage curtain fell, his true nature was revealed. His eyes, glimmering with intensity, fixated on Qiao Nian, his yearning threatening to overflow. He stared at her, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you know where I intend to take you?" "To the west side of the city," Qiao Nian replied nonchalantly, exhibiting no trace of fear. This caused the Ming Wang's brow to furrow slightly. Confusion etched across his face. "Are you truly unafraid?" Qiao Nian did not answer, but merely smiled at him, saying, "I am afraid, but before we go today, could you accompany me to a place first?" Chapter 76. Common knowledge observing that there was no trace of fear on Qiao Nian's face regarding the western city. The Prince of Ming could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity about where she intended to take him. He merely nodded slightly, a smile of disdain curling at his lips. He harbored no doubt that Qiao Nian could escape his grasp. How could a prey delivered to him by her own parents possibly elude his hold? However, he did not anticipate that Qiao Nian would lead him to the Yuanchai tea house. This was the very place they had once arranged to meet, only to be thwarted by Lin Yuan's substitution of their correspondence, resulting in their failure to meet. The tea house boasted 2 stories, with a modest stage set in the center of the first-floor hall, where performers often entertained the patrons with songs and tricks. On this day, however, a storyteller held court upon the stage. The tale seemed riveting, captivating the tea drinkers around them. Under the guidance of a waiter, Qiao Nian and the Prince of Ming took their seats. Yet, as soon as the waiter finished serving the tea, the prince's expression shifted dramatically. The storyteller was reciting not the tale of another, but his own, even though the characters' names were unfamiliar to him. He could discern that the embellished eunuch spoken of by the storyteller was, in fact, him. A surge of fury welled up in his chest, and the prince instinctively reached for his cup, ready to smash it against the table. But then, he heard Qiao Nian's voice, calm and composed, advising him to remain seated quietly, lest he reveal his own secrets. Taken aback, the prince turned to Qiao Nian, who wore a smile that radiated a subtle amusement, so faint that it hardly qualified as disdain. It dawned upon him. This storyteller was orchestrated by her. No wonder she had brought him to this tea house. Qiao Nian did not deny it, but instead looked earnestly at the storyteller and inquired, "Your Highness, what do you think? If there are any grievances, I can have them amended." This statement was tantamount to a direct admission that the storyteller was indeed her doing. The prince was nearly beside himself with rage. If circumstances allowed, he would have relished the opportunity to kick Qiao Nian to the ground and thrash her soundly. Yet, with so many eyes upon them, he could not afford to act in such a manner. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Do you think this storyteller can protect you?" "Not just this storyteller. I have already bribed every storyteller in the capital," Qiao Nian replied, her tone light and unhurried. Yet her words had the power to render the prince breathless with indignation. "Of course, your Highness could also bribe these storytellers, but aside from them, I have also contacted several theaters, and the scripts are nearly complete. Additionally, there are various tales. As long as I live, the sordid details of your affairs will find countless avenues for dissemination." Yet, the prince dared not lay a finger on her. He was on the verge of crushing his own fists, and through clenched teeth, he demanded, "What do you want from me?" Qiao Nian met his gaze with a cold smile. "What I desire is quite simple. From now on, suppress your twisted desires. Not only for me, but should I discover that you dare to take anyone to the western city, by the next day, your sordid affairs will become common knowledge. Why would the emperor, who dotes on concubine, send their child so far away to Gu City? Because he fears disgrace. He fears it becoming known that the son of sovereign is, in fact, a eunuch. If this matter were to become widely known, not only would the prince find it impossible to ally with the noble houses, but even an alliance with the powerful Prime Minister's household would be an impossibility. He would never return to the capital. For the prince, the importance of returning to the capital would pale in comparison to the preservation of his dignity as a man. The knowledge of his physical inadequacy must never be revealed to anyone. Trembling with rage, he suppressed the fury that threatened to erupt from his chest. Yet he was bewildered. How could you possibly know? Very few were privy to the knowledge of his shortcomings. Qiao Nian offered no reply, but the prince soon recalled something. Was it the maid named Lin Yuan, who had been transferred from the laundry bureau to serve his mother? Only someone close to his mother would have the means to uncover such secrets. A sudden pang of alarm shot through Qiao Nian. She could not drag Lin Yuan into this. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Lin Yuan is merely a maid responsible for cleaning. Your private affairs are likely beyond her knowledge." Upon hearing this, the prince found her reasoning sound. If such a lowly maid were privy to his secrets, then surely they would have become common knowledge by now. But if not Lin Yuan, then who could it be? Who could know the secret of his injury from years past? As the prince's mind drifted to another figure, his entire demeanor grew somber. He arched an eyebrow, fixating on Qiao Nian. Is it Xiao Hong? Qiao Nian discerned that if the prince were to seek retribution against Xiao Hong, it would be far preferable to targeting Lin Yuan. Therefore, she remained silent, merely smiling at the prince before lifting her teacup to sip. To the prince, this gesture was an implicit affirmation. He abruptly rose from his seat, his chest heaving with pent-up fury. Facing the curious glances from those around, he struggled to contain his anger and muttered, "I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he strode out of the tea house. As he departed, hushed whispers began to circulate among the patrons. Qiao Nian savored her tea, a sly smile growing at the corners of her mouth. Ah, how impatient he was! Had she not advised him against revealing his secrets? After resolving the matter with the prince, Qiao Nian leisurely finished her tea before returning to her estate. Yet, before she could reach her own courtyard, she spotted Madame Lin and Lin Yuan hastening towards her. A chill crept into her heart, and her earlier good mood soured upon seeing the mother and daughter of the Lin family. Madame Lin approached her in a rush, scanning Qiao Nian from head to toe, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" Her tone betrayed disbelief, as if she expected Qiao Nian to return battered from her encounter with the prince. The earlier assertions that the prince would be mindful of the Ho family and their connection to concubinage were clearly words she herself did not believe. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a layer of frost settled in Qiao Nian's eyes, and she felt a flicker of gratitude. Grateful that she no longer believed their deceitful words, grateful that she had found a way to survive. Seeing Qiao Nian silent, Lin Yuan suddenly rushed forward, grasping her hand. "Sister, did the prince hit you again? How about this? In the future, I will take the blows for you if you spare Xiao Chui. Is that all right?" Chapter 77. The sister's own sister Lin Yuan's words not only left Qiao Nian utterly astonished, but also took Lady Lin by surprise. She was deeply concerned that Xiao Nian might respond affirmatively, which would mean truly sending Lin Yuan to the western part of the city. Thus, before Qiao Nian could utter a word, Lady Lin hurriedly interjected, "Nian Nian, your sister is speaking nonsense. Do not take her words to heart. She merely worries for that little maid, Chui." Observing Lady Lin's anxious defense of Lin Yuan starkly contrasted with her earlier demeanor when she personally escorted her to meet the Ming Wang, it was indeed ludicrous. A chill enveloped Qiao Nian's heart, yet her lips curled into a faint smile. "I understand, but little Chui is merely recuperating in my courtyard. There is no need for concern, Miss Lin." However, upon hearing this, Lin Yuan grew even more agitated. Recuperating? What injury? Quis perfectly fine. Why would she need to recuperate? "Sister, did you hurt her?" Tears the size of beans streamed down her cheeks. Qiao Nian, feeling exasperated, replied, "If you were worried, accompany me to see her." Without further regard for the mother-daughter duo, she made her way to Fauna Garden. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and Lady Lin trailing behind Qiao Nian, Ning Shuang was taken aback. Before she could speak, Qiao Nian inquired, "Where's Chui?" A peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. Ning Shuang immediately grasped the situation and chuckled. "Miss Chui is in her room recuperating. I shall lead you there at once." With that, she took the lead towards Chui's quarters. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed, oblivious to the fact that a maid had slipped away ahead of Ning Shuang. Soon, the group arrived at Chui's door. Ning Shuang and Qiao Nian exchanged glances before Ning Shuang stepped forward, preparing to knock. However, before her hand could touch the door, a voice from within exclaimed, "Sister Chui is truly remarkable. Not only has she escaped punishment, but she is also being treated lavishly by the young lady." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of foreboding, yet she did not have the chance to intervene before Chui's voice continued. "Naturally, that fool thinks she can compete with me? I merely follow my lady's instructions and feigned an injury on my arm, and now she can do nothing to me. That fool may claim to be the young lady of the Marquis' residence, but she has no real connection to it. The master and lady deliberately arranged her marriage to the Ming Wang, hoping for her demise. This Marquis' residence will soon belong to my lady." Upon hearing Chui's words, Ning Shuang suddenly flung open the door, shouting, "You insolent maid! My lady is kind-hearted. Not only did she spare you punishment, but she also allowed you to recuperate here. How dare you insult her like this?" Inside, Chui was taken aback, utterly stunned at the sight of Qiao Nian and the others. Meanwhile, the maid who had previously spoken with Chui retreated to Ning Shuang's side, casting a disdainful glance at Chui. She had merely flattered Chui a few times, and now Chui divulged everything to her. Who truly was the fool? Chui's early remarks not only humiliated Qiao Nian, but also exposed Lady Lin's deceitful facade. Seething with rage, Lady Lin advanced and slapped Chui's face with great force. "You vile maid! How could you have such a treacherous heart? How dare you slander me? I would never wish for Nian Nian's demise. She is the one I raised." In her fury, Lady Lin commanded someone drag this maid out, give her 30 lashes, and expel her from the Marquis' residence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately knelt before her mother, pleading, "No, mother, please do not expel Chui. She meant no harm. She did not intend to say those things." Standing by, Qiao Nian found it utterly ridiculous. What did Miss Lin mean by her words? Did she truly believe I had instructed her to speak that way? Lin Yuan froze, her face streaked with tears. She shook her head, desperately imploring Lady Lin, "No, no, that is not what I meant. Chui is still young and does not know better. I will take care of her. Mother, I beg you, do not send Chui away." Typically, Lady Lin would soften at Lin Yuan's tears. However, today, perhaps due to Chui crossing a line, Lady Lin remained resolute, scrutinizing Lin Yuan with a piercing gaze. "She is merely a maid. Why do you need to go to such lengths for her? For the first time, Lady Lin felt that Lin Yuan's actions for a mere maid were excessive. How could a mistress kneel and plead for a maid? Words failed Lin Yuan in that moment. Seeing this, Qiao Nian signaled to Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang nodded and stepped forward, ready to drag Cui away. This Marquis' residence cannot harbor a maid who opposes the heavens. Cui instantly dropped to her knees, one hand held by Ning Shuang, while she reached out to Lin Yuan with the other. Miss, save me. I know I was wrong. Lin Yuan grasped Cui's hand with all her might, nearly exhausting her strength to prevent Ning Shuang from taking her away, to the point where she could no longer cry. She sobbed, disregarding her demeanor, pleading with Lady Lin, Mother, I beg you, spare Cui. I will take good care of her. I promise. Lady Lin was taken aback. She could not fathom why Lin Yuan was acting this way. Suddenly, Qiao Nian interjected, Miss Lin, even if you plead for Cui, you must provide Lady Lin with a reasonable explanation. Cui is merely the daughter of your former neighbor. Why are you protecting her so fiercely? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan seemed to come to a realization and abruptly released Cui, throwing herself at Lady Lin's legs. Mota, elite. Cui is not just a neighbor's daughter. She is my sister. This revelation left both Lady Lin and Qiao Nian astounded. Lin Yuan's village had suffered a calamity, and few had survived. Thus, when Lady Lin had sent someone to inquire, it had merely been to ask a few individuals. They had indeed mentioned a girl from Lin Yuan's neighbor's family, but it had never been confirmed whether it was Cui. Now, Lin Yuan's words left Lady Lin in shock. Her heart trembled as she asked, What did you say? Who is she to you? Lin Yuan, still sobbing heavily, struggled to catch her breath. Yet upon hearing Lady Lin's question, she seemed to regain her composure. Glancing anxiously at Qiao Nian before declaring, Cui is the daughter of my foster mother. She is my sister, my own sister. Chapter 78. No resemblance biological sister? Xiaocui? Qiao Nian's gaze fell upon Xiaocui, her thoughts in disarray due to Lin Yuan's words. Madame Lin remained silent, her eyes filled with astonishment. Only Ning Shuang expressed disbelief, exclaiming, Impossible. Xiaocui bears no resemblance to our young lady. How could they possibly be sisters? It seemed that the onlooker had a clearer perspective. After Ning Shuang's outburst, Qiao Nian began to scrutinize Xiaocui. Her skin was fair, while Xiaocui was naturally dark-skinned. She possessed large eyes, whereas Xiaocui had the distinct almond-shaped eyes. This disparity extended beyond their eyes. Their noses, mouths, and even the shape of their ears showed no similarities whatsoever. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan immediately responded. That is because Xiaocui resembles her father. Xiaocui is almost a mirror image of him, while my sister, she resembles her mother. Her mother? Qiao Nian looked at Lin Yuan with indifference. Regarding her mother, the midwife who had once delivered Madame Lin, Qiao Nian had never laid eyes on her. She had only heard that Madame Lin, while traveling, had accidentally fallen, resulting in a premature birth, which necessitated the urgent search for a heavily pregnant midwife in a nearby village. Moreover, Madame Lin had never met the midwife, as she had already lost consciousness by the time the midwife arrived. It was said that the midwife had taken a desperate gamble, applying pressure to her abdomen to extract the child. The midwife, having exerted herself to save her, had gone into labor that very night. Recalling this incident stirred a mix of complicated emotions within Madame Lin. Indeed, that midwife had saved her life, and she felt immense gratitude, having given a handsome reward at the time. Yet, it was also that very midwife who had separated her from her own flesh and blood for a full 15 years. However, since both she and the midwife had been in confinement, they had never met. She had only seen the midwife's husband from behind a curtain, a dark-skinned, small-eyed farmer. It must be said, there was indeed some resemblance to Xiaocui. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Lin Yuan again and inquired, Then why did you lie about her being the daughter of the neighbor? Because I was afraid. Lin Yuan began to cry, her voice thick with unending grievance. I feared that my parents would not accept me, a country girl, and that you would hold resentment towards Xiaocui's parents and vent your anger on her. Although I later realized, Mother, you are kind-hearted and compassionate. I had already lost the opportunity to tell the truth. I could only keep Xiaocui by my side as a maid. As Lin Yuan spoke, she turned to kneel before Qiao Nian, pleading, Sister, Xiaocui is truly your biological sister. Even if you do not acknowledge her, please spare her, will you? In that moment, Qiao Nian felt as if she were not Xiao Cui's elder sister, but rather that Lin Yuan was. Lin Yuan's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Madame Lin's, while Qiao Nian found little similarity to either Lord Lin or Madame Lin. Consequently, she turned and walked towards Xiao Cui. At that moment, Xiao Cui remained kneeling on the ground, stiff with tension and fear as Qiao Nian approached. Qiao Nian looked down upon her, and then, in front of everyone, bent down to assist Xiao Cui to her feet. Realizing that she indeed had family in this world, Xiao Cui froze, instinctively glancing at Lin Yuan. Seeing Lin Yuan nod slightly, she seemed to awaken from her stupor and began to weep. "Sister, I'm sorry. I harmed you before." When she called out sister, Qiao Nian found herself unable to harm her in any way. No. Madame Lin observed this scene and suddenly raised her hand, feeling a tumult of confusion. "Clearly, I had someone investigate back then. Xiao Cui was the daughter of your neighbor. How could she now be Nian Nian's sister? No, something is amiss." Madame Lin sensed that the situation was suspicious. Lin Yuan, however, cried out, "It's all my fault. I deceived my parents. It's my wrongdoing. I beg for mother's punishment." With that, she bowed her head to Madame Lin, yet perhaps still in a state of confusion. Madame Lin did not assist Lin Yuan as she usually would. Thus, Lin Yuan remained kneeling, her forehead pressed to the ground, her body trembling from weeping. Seeing this, Xiao Cui rushed to Lin Yuan's side and knelt down, pleading, "Madam, the young lady concealed this to protect me. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Please do not be angry with the young lady." As she spoke, Xiao Cui began to knock her head against the ground, declaring, "It is all my fault. I beg madam to forgive the young lady." With each utterance, she struck her head against the ground, and soon her already injured forehead bled. Witnessing this, Madame Lin felt her heart tremble. Yet for reasons unknown, she slowly turned her gaze to Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian immediately discerned Madame Lin's helplessness and took a deep breath. Stepping forward to gently say, "Today, what Miss Lin has said is indeed quite extraordinary, but considering both Miss Lin and Xiao Cui have been harmed, perhaps we should allow them to return and rest." Lin Yuan had also drawn blood from her forehead in her plea for Xiao Cui. Hearing Qiao Nian's words, Madame Lin seemed to regain her composure. She nodded and finally moved to help Lin Yuan to her feet, saying, "Rise, you have endured much. Mother knows your heart is kind, but very well, you may return to rest." Though Madame Lin's tone was slightly colder than before, her voice remained gentle. Her gaze towards Lin Yuan still filled with concern. While Lin Yuan felt somewhat insecure, she dared not speak out of turn, fearing to displease Madame Lin. She nodded, performed a respectful bow, and took Xiao Cui's hand to leave. However, just as they reached the door, Qiao Nian called out, "Wait." Her voice was calm, yet underscored with a hint of coldness. Both Lin Yuan and Xiao Cui were startled, anxiety flooding their hearts. Their movements stiff as they turned to face Qiao Nian. To their surprise, Qiao Nian wore a smile. Lin Yuan, uncertain of Qiao Nian's intentions, managed a forced smile and asked, "Sister, is there something else?" Qiao Nian smiled as she stepped closer, gently grasping Lin Yuan's arm. "Nothing in particular, except, since Xiao Cui is my sister, she should naturally stay here under my care." As she spoke, her hand slid down until she abruptly yanked Xiao Cui's hand from Lin Yuan's grasp. Lin Yuan was taken aback, and Xiao Cui was flustered. Seeing both of them poised to refuse, Ning Shuang let out a cold snort and interjected, "What's the matter? The second young lady doesn't believe my young lady would harm her own sister, does she? How could Lin Yuan dare?" She immediately shook her head, exclaiming, "No, that's not it." At that moment, Madame Lin approached, taking Lin Yuan's hand, and gently said, "Rest assured, Nian Nian is always sensible. As for you, your forehead is bleeding. Mother will take you to tend to it." With that, she led Lin Yuan away. Qiao Nian stood in place until Lin Yuan and Madame Lin's figures vanished from sight, then turned to look at Xiao Cui. Xiao Cui felt a wave of panic under Qiao Nian's gaze, lowering her head to avoid eye contact, cautiously calling out, "Sister, sister." "Huh." Qiao Nian's laughter rang out, loud and clear. She glanced at Ning Shuang, emphasizing with an unusual tone, "Take good care, Xiao Cui." Ning Shuang understood and smiled, assuring, "Rest assured, young lady, I will take good care of her." The emphasis on care made Xiao Cui's heart tremble even more with fear. Chapter 79. Princess Xu Yuan at dawn the following day. Qiao Nian finished her morning grooming and sat down to partake in breakfast. Ning Shuang approached to attend to her, a radiant smile gracing her lips throughout. Unable to contain her curiosity, Qiao Nian inquired about the source of her evident joy. "Oh, nothing," Ning Shuang vehemently denied. Yet a glance towards the cluster of maids outside prompted her to lower her voice. "Xiao Chui has not eaten anything since last night." As anticipated, Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. "You haven't given her anything to eat?" "Of course not. I have sent her all the finest delicacies," Ning Shuang insisted. "But, precisely because the offerings were too exquisite, Xiao Chui dares not indulge." Qiao Nian let out a cold laugh, choosing not to respond. However, Ning Shuang's expression turned serious. "Do you truly believe Xiao Chui is your biological sister?" The matter discussed by the second young lady yesterday troubled her deeply. Shrugging, Qiao Nian replied nonchalantly, "This will be investigated in due course. Madame Lin will certainly get to the bottom of it. Regardless of whether Xiao Chui is related to me or not, I shall ensure she has no easy time. Does she think she can remain unscathed by clinging to the identity of your sister? I shall see if she can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep in this fragrant lotus courtyard." Yet, Ning Shuang appeared somewhat disappointed by Qiao Nian's response. "I thought you arose early today to look into this matter." Shaking her head, Qiao Nian declared, "We have other places to attend to today." Today, Qiao Nian intended to inspect the shop gifted by the noble consort. It was renowned for its exquisite garments, often featuring styles and fabrics unavailable elsewhere. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant. Qiao Nian's purpose was twofold: to ensure the shopkeeper and staff recognized her as the new owner, and to ascertain the shop's annual profits. After all, having wealth sometimes serves as a form of confidence. However, upon her arrival, Qiao Nian discovered a commotion occurring within the shop. A crowd of onlookers gathered outside, while numerous garments and fabrics lay strewn across the floor inside. The shopkeeper and staff were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by the sound of a heated argument emanating from the second floor. Furrowing her brow, Qiao Nian disregarded Ning Shuang's protests and ascended the stairs. There, she found an elegantly dressed woman seated in a grand chair, her back to Qiao Nian, while a group knelt before her, likely the shopkeeper and staff. Two young men, dressed as attendants, flanked her. Qiao Nian immediately recognized that they wore boots from the palace. The shopkeeper wore a distraught expression marred by injuries. "Miss, even if you threaten us, we cannot sell it to you. The exquisite skirt, made of celestial silk, has already been reserved. Selling it would breach our integrity. In business, integrity is paramount." "Integrity?" The woman replied with a chilling laugh. "I believe life is of greater importance. What do you all think?" In that moment, the shopkeeper found himself at a loss for words, having realized the significance of the royal boots worn by the attendants. Unexpectedly, Qiao Nian interjected, "While life is undoubtedly important, ancient wisdom teaches us, sincerity is the way of heaven. Those who contemplate sincerity are the way of man. Without integrity, how can one be human?" Her voice captured the attention of all present. Even the woman seated with her back to Qiao Nian spun around. Her striking features radiated both beauty and haughtiness, as if everyone around her were mere insects. Qiao Nian's hands clenched at her sides. For the woman before her was none other than the very individual who had sent her to the laundry bureau, orchestrating her humiliation for 3 long years. The infamous Princess Xu Yuan. Yet, it appeared that Princess Xu Yuan did not recognize her. After scrutinizing Qiao Nian, she questioned, "Are you implying that I am less than human?" Qiao Nian contemplated that since she was not recognized, there was no need for her to reveal herself. Thus, she smiled lightly. "My dear, please do not take offense. That was not my intention. However, integrity is the foundation of our business." With a disdainful gaze, Princess Xu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "And who might you be?" Only then did Qiao Nian approach her, retrieving the deed gifted by the noble consort from her sleeve and presenting it to the shopkeeper. "I acquired this shop just yesterday, so I must formally introduce myself as the proprietor." The shopkeeper examined the deed, uncertain why it was in Qiao Nian's possession, yet recognizing her authority, he nodded vigorously. "Yes, she is indeed our new owner. How fortuitous." Princess Xu Yuan sneered coldly. "Bring forth that celestial silk dress." Qiao Nian glanced at the shopkeeper, who hurriedly stated, "That dress was reserved 6 months ago." As he spoke, he instructed a nearby attendant to fetch a ledger. Upon opening the ledger, Qiao Nian noted the name of the individual who had placed the order, Xiao. Her expression darkened as she closed the book, then turned to Princess Xu Yuan with a gentle smile. It is true that the dress has been reserved. Pressuring us here will yield no results. You might as well negotiate with the person who placed the order to have the dress transferred to you. Princess Xu Yuan arched an eyebrow. And who is that? General Xiao. Qiao Nian replied candidly, harboring no intention of concealment. In fact, she subtly hoped Princess Xu Yuan would confront him. Recalling that Ming Wang had mentioned Princess Xu Yuan's affection for Xiao, she added, I've heard that General Xiao is betrothed to the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. This dress is likely a gift for Miss Lin Yuan. At this revelation, Princess Xu Yuan's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, she declared, I care not for whom it is intended. If I desire it, I shall possess it. How delightful! Qiao Nian mused internally, though her demeanor remained composed. Then I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. As her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Princess Xu Yuan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian lowered her eyes, maintaining a subtle smile, until Princess Xu Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Rising slowly, she approached Qiao Nian with an air of arrogance, each step brimming with authority. Standing before Qiao Nian, she finally met her gaze. In that moment, Qiao Nian displayed no hint of fear. Princess Xu Yuan appeared taken aback by the unwavering strength in Qiao Nian's eyes, yet she continued to smile lightly. What is this? Are you hoping to utilize my influence to eliminate Lin Yuan? Qiao Nian replied with a serene smile. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Princess Xu Yuan reached out, lightly caressing Qiao Nian's cheek. Do not feign ignorance. You recognized me long ago, did you not? Lin. Oh, I mean Miss Qiao. Chapter 80. The first wine Princess Xu Yuan's eyes brimmed with intense malice. Yet, Qiao Nian remained unperturbed. She knelt gracefully and performed her salutations, stating that since the princess was incognito, the commoner dared not presume her identity and hoped for the princess's forgiveness. Implicit in her words was the notion that the princess had not disclosed her identity initially, thus justifying Qiao Nian's reticence to expose her. Princess Xu Yuan cast a disdainful glance at her, her eyes filled with contempt. She was indifferent to Qiao Nian's earlier pretense of not recognizing her. However, she resented being manipulated. Her tone dripped with coldness as she remarked, I had thought that after 3 years in the laundry bureau, you would have learned some decorum, rather than displaying such audacity in front of me, devoid of any fear, and even presenting your salutation in this manner. The princess felt an overwhelming urge to send her back to the laundry bureau for another 3 years of washing garments. Qiao Nian chose silence, aware that Princess Xu Yuan held her in disdain, and thus, speaking further would only lead to more mistakes. Indeed, upon her silence, the princess's ire seemed to wane slightly. She surveyed the vast clothing shop with a cold smirk, expressing her astonishment at how the noble concubine had such grand gestures, gifting the shop to Qiao Nian even before marriage. But then again, it is expected considering her son. A mocking laugh escaped her lips, filled with derision. Then, looking at Qiao Nian with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, By the way, my royal brother left the capital on horseback early this morning. Do you know his destination? Qiao Nian was taken aback, glancing at the princess with confusion. The Ming Wang had left the capital? Observing her bewildered expression, Princess Xu Yuan frowned again, dismissing the thought, for she deemed Qiao Nian an inconsequential ornament. If the Ming Wang were not incapacitated, he would never consider Qiao Nian as his consort. With a cold huff, she swept her gaze over the kneeling shopkeeper and attendants before striding away. Only after the princess departed did Qiao Nian rise, her heart filled with queries. With the wedding date approaching, why had the Ming Wang chosen to leave the capital at this juncture? Could it be that he intended to call off the engagement? Although the likelihood seemed slim, an unsettling sense of dread enveloped her, compelling her to abandon her intention to review the shop's accounts. And she soon returned home with Ning Xuang. To her surprise, the Fenghe garden was bustling with activity. Sister, you're back. Lin Yuan rushed to greet Qiao Nian, her face alight with a smile. Yet, that smile was far more rigid than her usual warmth, tinged with an air of forced amiability. Was it for Xiao Cui? Qiao Nian ignored her, evading the hand that sought to touch her, her gaze landing on Lin Yi in the distance. She was puzzled as to why he was present. Noticing Qiao Nian's stare, Lin Yi remained stationary, though a hint of discomfort crossed his features. I did not visit you during your birthday, as I was recuperating. Today, I happen to have the time. But before he could finish, Qiao Nian interrupted. It was merely a birthday. There is no need for the young Marquis to be concerned. Moreover, she did not believe that Lin Yi had come specifically to celebrate her birthday. Lin Yi's countenance visibly darkened, yet he showed no intent to argue or leave, standing there in silence. Such uncharacteristic behavior piqued Qiao Nian's curiosity about his intentions. Thus, she stepped inside the room. However, upon entering, she froze. The small round table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Lin Yuan and Lin Yi followed her in. Seeing Qiao Nian in a daze, Lin Yuan approached her, saying, "These are prepared at my brother's behest. Do you like them, sister?" Qiao Nian was at a loss for words. The spread before her consisted entirely of her favorite dishes, some of which she could recognize as creations from renowned chefs of various restaurants. Lin Yi had likely traversed numerous establishments to gather such a feast. Just like the 15 years prior, he had always been willing to invest considerable time and effort for her. Had it been in the past, Qiao Nian would have felt immense joy and gratitude at this moment. If only it were not for those 3 years. Noticing Qiao Nian's continued silence, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something and exclaimed, "Brother also prepared a gift for you." With that, she urged Lin Yi to present the gift. Lin Yi appeared somewhat bashful and awkwardly retrieved a hairpin from his sleeve. "I carved this myself. Please do not disdain it," he said coolly, offering the hairpin to Qiao Nian. She gazed at the rather unimpressive carved hairpin, her eyes drifting to the scars on Lin Yi's fingers. It seemed he had noticed her scrutiny, and warmth flooded his heart. He thought to himself that she still cared for him as a brother. Clearing his throat, he continued, "These are just minor injuries. They are nothing. As long as you like this hairpin." "I do not like it," Qiao Nian interjected coldly, her demeanor frigid. "The emperor and the noble consort have bestowed numerous ornaments upon me. I have more hairpins than I can wear. This one should be given to Miss Lin instead." Her icy rejection left Lin Yi humiliated, as if she had trampled his dignity into the ground. Yet, was it not he who offered her this gift? 3 years ago, he had given the hairpin that should have been hers to Lin Yuan. Now, 3 years later, he presented her with this hastily carved piece of wood. What did it signify? Did he believe that a mere wooden hairpin could appease her or erase the years of suffering she had endured? What did he think of her? Lin Yi's inner fury ignited, as if he were on the verge of unleashing a tirade against Qiao Nian. Yet surprisingly, he remained silent. It was Lin Yuan who smoothed things over, saying, "Sister, although this wooden hairpin is of little value, it is nonetheless my brother's heartfelt intention. He has likely sustained numerous injuries to carve this for you." Indeed, Qiao Nian could well believe that this hairpin bore traces of Lin Yi's blood. Thus, it only made her feel more repulsed. She raised an eyebrow and turned to Lin Yuan, stating, "You have always liked wooden hairpins. Then, I shall give it to you." Lin Yuan was taken aback. "But this was given to you by my brother. How could I take what belongs to you? Have you not taken enough?" Qiao Nian replied coolly, then turned her attention back to the visibly agitated Lin Yi. "May I ask what brings both of you to the Fenghe Garden today? You may speak plainly." Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. Lin Yuan, clearly overwhelmed by Qiao Nian's retorts, blinked back tears, yet managed to force a smile, saying gently, "Sister, we have come today specifically to reconcile with you. Regardless of our differences, we are daughters of the Marquis' household. Once you are married, the Marquis' household will be your support. There is truly no need for such discord. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 81. Intoxication. Qiao Nian ignored her and walked straight to the table. As she circled the small round table, her gaze fell upon each dish she once cherished, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. So, this is how they intend to reconcile? A mere piece of rotten wood and a table laden with food. And they believe they can negotiate with her? Lin Yuan could not restrain herself and approached Qiao Nian. "Sister, my brother and I genuinely wish to." Before Lin Yuan could finish her sentence, Qiao Nian abruptly overturned the round table, accompanied by Lin Yuan's startled scream. A feast of delicacies became a scattered mess upon the floor. Witnessing her meticulously prepared meal meet such a fate, Lin Yi could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. Qiao Nian, you are overstepping. Seeing Lin Ye's anger, Ning Shuang rushed to protect Qiao Nian, declaring, Young lord, this is Fanghe courtyard. This is the territory of my young lady. You must not act recklessly here. However, Lin Yi retorted with disdain. How dare a lowly maid speak to me in such a manner? Get out. Ning Shuang refused to budge, but Qiao Nian, concerned that Lin Yi might harm her, gently patted Ning Shuang's shoulder. You wait outside for me. But Mississippi. Ning Shuang was apprehensive. Yet, Qiao Nian smiled reassuringly. As long as I remain the crown prince's fiancé, he will not dare to lay a hand on me. Otherwise, this already precarious Marquis will be on the brink of collapse. Lin Yi did not counter her statement. Finally, Ning Shuang nodded and left. Though she was still worried about Qiao Nian and decided to have other maids keep watch outside before hurrying to the old lady's courtyard. She knew that only the old lady would protect her young mistress. Lin Yuan sobbed nearby. Sister, my brother and I sincerely want to get along with you. Please, can you not be angry? Qiao Nian scoffed, as though she had heard the most amusing joke. 3 years ago, I also earnestly wished to get along with you. And what became of me? You now come to say you want to befriend me, but don't you think it's too late? Not only 3 years ago, but even upon her return to the estate, she never intended to create enmity with the Marquis. She merely wished to spend time with her grandmother. Yet, what had they done? They claimed to treat her as their own, but had pushed her into the flames, watching her walk to her demise. Even a mere maid could trample upon her. They had bullied her mercilessly, almost crushing her beneath their feet. Now, they suddenly claimed they wanted to befriend her? Did they truly believe they could monopolize all the advantages in this world? Lin Yuan was rendered speechless, reduced to tears. Meanwhile, Lin Yi coldly asked, So today, you do not intend to reconcile, do you? Qiao Nian cast a detached glance at Lin Yi, her lips curling in derision. You wasted your efforts coming here. Lin Yi then walked to the side and picked up the unbroken wine jar from the ground. Although much of the wine had spilled, there was still plenty left inside. But my intentions are solely for you, he declared. Qiao Nian thought she misheard. What did you say? Solely for me? You mean solely to send me to my death? Lin Yi approached her with the jar. I know you resent the Marquis regarding the crown prince matter. Yet, even if I had told you about it earlier, would you have chosen not to marry? You yearn to climb the social ladder, to take revenge on the Lin family. Would you truly abandon the opportunity to grasp the crown prince? As he spoke, Lin Yi stood directly before Qiao Nian, towering over her despite her head being bowed. She had to look up at him, gazing into his eyes, which were ablaze with fury. Her own anger intensified. Young lord, you are mistaken. The crown prince is not a branch I wish to climb. It was handed to me by Madame Lin herself. If you harbor resentment, direct it towards her. Before she could finish, Lin Yi suddenly seized her neck. Your tongue is quite sharp. I've longed to silence it, to see how you would argue after that. Qiao Nian gasped for breath, gripping his arm desperately. If you detest me so much, why not exert more force and snap my neck? The entire Marquis can accompany me to the grave. I would not lose anything. Lin Yuan, witnessing this, gasped in shock, her cries forgotten. Lin Yi, inflamed with rage, did not relent, but instead forced the wine jar toward Qiao Nian's lips. Instinctively, Qiao Nian knew the contents would be foul. She quickly clamped her mouth shut, causing the wine to cascade down her cheeks and chin, pooling onto the floor. As Lin Yi struggled to pour the wine into her mouth, he suddenly shouted at Lin Yuan, Come here, help me. Startled, Lin Yuan hesitated but eventually stepped forward, trembling as she took the jar. Qiao Nian's heart sank, and she cried out, Ning Shuang, help me. Someone please. Indeed, someone rushed in, but it was not Ning Shuang, it was Xiao Cui. Xiao Cui was evidently startled by the scene, but quickly regained her composure and shut the door behind her. Qiao Nian's eyes widened in disbelief as she yelled, Lin Yi, you scoundrel. Once was not enough. What vile act do you intend today? Scoundrel, let me go. She struggled fiercely, pounding on Lin Yi with her fists and kicking her legs. Lin Yi winced in pain and barked at Xiao Cui, Get over here and hold her down. Xiao Cui complied and rushed to firmly grasp Qiao Nian's legs. Lin Yi seized both of Qiao Nian's wrists, pinning them above her head, while his other hand gripped her chin, forcing her mouth open. The pressure was excruciating, tearing at her insides. Yet she refused to yield, knowing that surrender meant her end. Lin Yi had not anticipated that he and Xiao Cui would struggle to contain Qiao Nian. As her resistance grew fiercer, He barked at Lin Yuan. What are you waiting for? Yulian Pool. If she becomes the crown princess, what good will it do for you and Xiao Chui? His words seemed to awaken the dazed Lin Yuan. She stared wide-eyed at the desperately struggling Qiao Nian, tears streaming down her face. Yet, she approached Qiao Nian, murmuring apologies as she poured the entire jar of wine into her mouth. Chapter 82. Medicine when Qiao Nian awoke once more. She found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. The air was imbued with a faint, lingering fragrance, and instinctively, she realized she was in a man's chamber. However, before she could fully comprehend her situation, a cold voice pierced the silence, commanding her to leave immediately. Startled, she turned toward the source of the voice, only to find a man seated at the foot of the bed, his features sharp and strikingly similar to Xiao Hang's. Yet he bore an unexpected gauntness, his skin a sickly pale hue. Qiao Nian recognized him instantly. Xiao! Brother Xiao! Panic surged through her as she hurriedly attempted to rise from the bed, only to find her limbs lacking strength, resulting in a heavy fall to the floor. Fortunately, the pain jolted her back to a semblance of clarity. Meanwhile, Xiao He continued to observe her with a frosty demeanor, remaining silent. Frantically, Qiao Nian stammered, I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. I don't understand why I am here. Just as the words left her mouth, the image of Lin Yi and Lin Yuan forcing liquor down her throat flashed in her mind. It was them. The duo from the Lin family had delivered her to Xiao He's room. A violent tremor coursed through her as an indescribable rage welled up within her. She never imagined Lin Yi would stoop so low. To thwart her from becoming the Ming Wang's consort, he had the audacity to deliver her to Xiao He's bed. What was his scheme? To have her wed Xiao He? The fury nearly consumed her, yet she understood that now was not the time for anger. Lin Yi would soon arrive with others to catch her in the act. She needed to escape swiftly. Summoning her strength, Qiao Nian managed to stand. But just as she steadied herself, a wave of heat surged through her lower abdomen. Even without prior experience, she realized the predicament she was in. Lin Yi had not only drugged her, but had also administered an aphrodisiac. She instinctively glanced at the lifeless Xiao He on the bed, unable to fathom what irreversible action she might take should the effects of the drug take hold. With no time to linger, she turned and hurried toward the exit. Since Xiao He had become bedridden, his temperament had grown exceedingly peculiar, and aside from his servant, only the maid who tended to the cleaning visited the courtyard daily. Thus, the courtyard was currently devoid of people. Qiao Nian silently thanked her fortune. If she could exit Xiao He's courtyard and proceed to the right, she would reach the Xiao family's garden. Circumventing the garden would lead her to a small path directly to the back gate of the Xiao residence. Although the back gate would undoubtedly be guarded, perhaps she could offer them some silver to ensure her passage. With that thought, Qiao Nian pressed on, her feet moving swiftly toward the courtyard gate, but suddenly, the effects of the drug surged violently within her. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and a surprised voice called out, Miss Qiao? It was over, Qiao Nian thought. She slowly raised her gaze to find Jing Yan, who immediately perceived something amiss in her demeanor. Observing her flushed face, Jing Yan furrowed his brow and swiftly removed his outer garment, draping it over her head. He then murmured an apology before scooping her up and hastily departing. The scent of masculinity enveloped her, intensifying the turmoil within her and causing her to tremble violently. Meanwhile, at the drunken fragrance pavilion, Lin Yi lounged on a soft couch, his aura noticeably subdued. He had hardly touched the cup of wine in his hand since entering the room. He had personally delivered Qiao Nian to Xiao He's bed, in plain sight of Xiao He. Though Xiao He had said nothing, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. After all, which brother would willingly place his sister in another man's bed? Lin Yi mused that he was indeed unique in this regard. Beside him, Xiao Heng glanced at him, his usually indifferent voice breaking the silence. If you have regrets, it is not too late. Lin Yi shot him an incredulous look. What is there to regret? My actions were meant to save her. Xiao Heng smiled slyly. She will understand. At this, Lin Yi fell silent, his mind filled with the image of Qiao Nian struggling desperately, her eyes ablaze with anger and resentment. Would she truly understand? He doubted it. Yet, even if she did not grasp his intentions, that mattered little. All he desired was for her to live safely. With this thought, Lin Yi finally shook off the gloom. downing the rest of his drink in one gulp before rising abruptly. Let's go. The time is nigh. He opened the door and stepped outside, only to collide with Dr. Huang from Yachuan Hall. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Dr. Huang broke into a grin, teasingly inquiring, "Why is the young Marquis drinking here? I assumed after last night's revelry, you would be resting at home today." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened. He seized Dr. Huang by the collar, demanding, "What do you mean by that? What revelry?" Dr. Huang, taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden hostility, stammered, "Didn't you come to me for medicine yesterday? Surely you have used it by now?" Just then, Xiao Hung, emerging from a private room, sensed the tension and demanded, "What kind of medicine did you give him?" Confronted by their formidable presence, Dr. Huang trembled and replied, "My shop is next to the Wanhua building. Most of the medicines there are aphrodisiacs." Realizing the implications, Lin Yi seethed with rage, wishing to tear Dr. Huang apart. Meanwhile, Xiao Hung dashed out, horrified at the revelation that Lin Yi had given Qiao Nian an aphrodisiac. An unprecedented fury surged within Xiao Hung. The very thought of Qiao Nian being close to Xiao He, and the image of the servant entering the room to find her disheveled and disoriented, shattered his composure. He could not allow such a disgrace to occur. Xiao Hung raced back to the Xiao residence, heading straight for Xiao He's courtyard. Upon arrival, he found the door wide open, and a sense of dread filled him as he rushed inside, only to discover Xiao He alone in the room. "Where is she?" Xiao Hung, who usually displayed utmost courtesy to Xiao He, now refrained from addressing him as brother. Xiao He glanced indifferently at Xiao Hung and replied, "She has left." With that, a smirk crept across Xiao He's lips, a malevolent glint in his sunken eyes. "Jing Yin has taken her away." Chapter 83. For my own good? Jing Yin? Who took her away? Qiao Nian was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, and Jing Yin carried her away. What could his intentions possibly be? Xiao Hung felt a surge of blood rush to his head, prompting him to turn and rush out. Before becoming his subordinate, Jing Yin had served as a vanguard under Xiao He for 2 years. After Xiao He became bedridden, Jing Yin often came to visit. How could he have forgotten this detail? Although he had never witnessed Jing Yan's indulgence in women, a man who had abstained for so long would find it even harder to control himself when faced with beauty. The more Xiao Hung pondered, the graver his expression became. He galloped out, and within the span of a short incense stick, he arrived at Jing Yan's residence. The courtyard gate stood ajar, which was unusual for Jing Yan, indicating how urgent his return with Qiao Nian must have been. The image of Jing Yan's impatient demeanor flashed through Xiao Heng's mind, inciting further anger within him. He strode into the courtyard, heading directly for Jing Yan's bedroom. Just then, Jing Yan emerged from the room, bare to the waist and clad in nothing else. Upon seeing Xiao Hung, he was taken aback. "General, what brings you here?" Before he could finish, Xiao Heng's fist had already swung towards him. Jing Yan was knocked to the ground, and before he could rise, Xiao Heng's fist was upon him again. Jing Yan endured 2 blows from Xiao Hung, his blood boiling with indignation. Ignoring the fact that Xiao Hung was a general, he began to fight back. However, most of Jing Yan's skills were taught to him by Xiao Hung, so he was no match for him. In just a few exchanges, he found himself once again on the ground. Lin Yi rushed in and, upon seeing Xiao Heng's furious countenance and Jing Yan's bare form, was struck with alarm. Without hesitation, he dashed into the room. Moments later, he burst out, pushing Xiao Hung aside, who was furiously striking Jing Yan, and shouted, "Where is Nian Nian?" Jing Yan finally sat up, spat out a mouthful of blood, and glared at Xiao Hung with resentment before responding. "What Nian Nian?" Lin Yi was frantic. "Jing Yan, stop pretending. Where's my sister?" At this, Xiao Hung finally grasped the situation and rushed into the room. Inside, it was empty. He let out a quiet sigh of relief before stepping back out and casting a serious gaze at Jing Yan. "Where's Qiao Nian?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jing Yan replied, "I did not encounter Miss Qiao today. She is likely at the Ho residence." The Ho residence? Qiao Nian had returned there? Xiao Hung and Lin Yi exchanged glances before hastily making their way to the Ho residence. In the tranquil Fenghe courtyard, Ning Shuang noticed Lin Yi and Xiao Hung rushing in, her expression darkening. Yet, recalling Qiao Nian's instructions, she suppressed her anger and approached them with a respectful greeting. "This servant greets young master and General Xiao." Lin Yi furrowed his brow and urgently inquired, "Where is your young lady?" Ning Shuang shot Lin Yi a reproachful glare before responding, Mrs. Inside. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch her. With that, she hurried into the house. Before long, Qiao Nian emerged, and Lin Yi immediately noticed she had changed her attire. Even her hair was neatly styled, and there was a lingering flush on her face from the effects of the drug. But how could she have returned to the residence? How had she broken free from the influence of the aphrodisiac? Could it be that she had already? Lin Yi scrutinized Qiao Nian with concern and asked, Are you all right? Qiao Nian did not respond, seemingly ignoring Lin Yi's question, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong stood frozen in place. Truth be told, upon seeing Qiao Nian safe and sound, a wave of relief washed over him. Yet, as she approached him step by step, a sense of unease crept into his heart, as if something precious was slipping away from him beyond his grasp. His parched throat moved slightly as he began to speak. But he barely managed to utter a word before her palm struck his face. The crisp sound reverberated through the air of Fanghe courtyard. Qiao Nian had put all her strength into that slap, her palm tingling with pain. Yet, no pain could compare to the ache in her heart. Though Lin Yi had grown up alongside Xiao Hong, he lacked the audacity to deliver a slap to him, especially not to deliver one that would land him in bed with Xiao He. Xiao Hong knew this. In fact, it was Xiao Heng's suggestion. Yet, even if Qiao Nian was no longer the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, and their engagement was long dissolved, they had shared a genuine bond for over a decade. It was not an exaggeration to call them childhood sweethearts. Even if Xiao Hong held no affection for her, even if he had never regarded her as anything of significance, how could he stoop so low as to treat a stranger with such contempt? Why was it that the malice directed at her could be so brazenly unleashed? Xiao Heng's face turned to the side from the force of the slap, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yi was taken aback. Xiao Hong had always been exceptionally talented, so much so that even Xiao Bo had never struck him. Who would have thought Xiao Nian would? Fearing that Xiao Hong would retaliate in anger, Lin Yi rushed to intervene. Nian Nian, do not be angry. We did all this for your own good. For my own good? Qiao Nian turned to Lin Yi, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. After seeing Lin Yi nod fervently, she turned her gaze back to Xiao Hong. Do you think the same, General Xiao? For my own good? Xiao Hong maintained a somber expression, saying nothing. He licked the blood from his lips, pondering how this girl had become so strong. Lin Yi hastily interjected, Of course it is for your benefit. Otherwise, would you prefer to marry the Ming Wang and be beaten to death? It was your parents who sent me to the Ming Wang. Xiao Nian shouted, cutting Lin Yi off. The fire in her eyes threatened to consume him. She had truly had enough. Enough of Lin Yi repeatedly causing her harm while justifying it as for her own good. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the pain in her heart. A mocking smile curling her lips. Do you really think your parents did this for my sake? They believed you were incapable of upholding the family lineage. To preserve your wealth and status, they had no choice but to choose the Ming Wang. She finally tore away the veil of pretense, exposing the naked truth, leaving Lin Yi momentarily speechless. Qiao Nian's anger only intensified. She fixed her gaze on Lin Yi. You abandoned me at the laundry bureau for 3 years. Indifferent to my plight. After 3 years, you used grandmother's plea as an excuse to retrieve me. You claimed to treat me as before, but Lin Yi, ask yourself, do you truly treat me as before? Will my brother ever drug me and send me to another man's bed? Of course not. Her brother was the best brother in the world. He would have moved heaven and earth for her. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, on the day Lin Yuan returned, her brother had died. Tears streamed down her face, a mixture of grievance, helplessness, and rage. Seeing Qiao Nian's tears, Lin Yi stood transfixed, as if his chest were swelling with something ready to burst out, yet an invisible hand held it tightly in check. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely audible. I didn't know it was an aphrodisiac. Huh? Qiao Nian let out a cold laugh, wiping her tears away. She looked at Lin Yi with disdain. Your parents did not wish to send Lin Yuan to her death, which is why they brought me out of the laundry bureau. They plotted all this for your inheritance. In the Lin family, is there anyone of worth? Nian Nian. Not far away, a voice of exclamation rang out, thick with the sound of weeping. Qiao Nian cast a cold glance over, witnessing Madame Lin being hurriedly assisted by Lin Yuan as they approached her. This is not how it is. Listen to your mother's explanation. I did not mean it that way. Such words had become tiresome for Qiao Nian. The effects of the medicine within her had just begun to wear off, leaving her with little strength to entangle herself with this family. She merely furrowed her brow and evaded Madame Lin's reaching hand, replying coldly, "Cease your theatrics before me. I am but a commoner, unable to contend with your noble family's numbers and influence. I only ask that your family reach a consensus. Do not feign concern for my well-being, while simultaneously plotting my demise, administering that vile concoction to tarnish my reputation. Though my life may be wretched, it is all I possess, and I cannot endure your relentless torment." Madame Lin was evidently taken aback by Lin Yuan's actions, her eyes widening in shock as she turned to him. Just as the situation threatened to escalate, Lin Yuan suddenly interjected, "Sister, do not blame our elder brother. He acts with your best interests in mind. News has just arrived from the palace that the prince has been abducted by mountain bandits." Chapter 84. The mountain bandits of Yongbei. Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Hung was the first to react, frowning as he inquired, "When did this happen?" Tears still clung to Madame Lin's eyelashes as she shook her head, saying the news had just arrived from the palace, mentioning that it involved the mountain bandits from Hezhou County. Hezhou County? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. That is over 10 days' journey from the capital. Moreover, the Mingwang set off for Yaowang Valley this morning, heading south. How could he possibly encounter the bandits from Hezhou County? These are not ordinary bandits. Upon hearing this, Qiao Nian's heart raced. The Mingwang has gone to Yaowang Valley? With the wedding approaching, what purpose does this serve? Yaowang Valley was located perilously close to the border and was over a month's journey from the capital. Even if the Mingwang rode swiftly, the round trip would consume at least 2 months. Yet, the emperor had already set a final deadline for the Mingwang to depart for Guqing within 2 months. Lin Yi, upon hearing Qiao Nian's inquiry, found himself at a loss for words. His demeanor was such that even Madame Lin could detect something amiss. She immediately grasped Lin Ye's arm, asking sternly, "Year, tell your mother the truth. Is the Mingwang's departure from the capital related to you?" Of course it is related. He had informed the Mingwang that Yaowang Valley could restore severed limbs. Yet, he never anticipated that the Mingwang would fall into the clutches of the mountain bandits from Yongbei. Seeing Lin Yi speechless, Madame Lin was furious, repeatedly striking him. "Why do you always cause trouble? If anything happens to the Mingwang, you will be held accountable." Lin Yi understood all too well. He hung his head in silence, allowing Madame Lin's reprimands to rain down upon him. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian finally comprehended the situation. "So, you deliberately distracted the Mingwang to send me to Shaohe?" Lin Yi remained silent, not daring to meet her gaze. Yet, Xiao Hung interjected, "This is not the time for such discussions. We must first enter the palace to ascertain the situation." With that, his eyes fell upon Qiao Nian, wishing to convey that today's events were a misunderstanding. His original plan, while it might tarnish her reputation, would not result in any tangible harm. Once she married into the Xiao family, he could suppress any rumors, ensuring her a life free from worry. However, witnessing Qiao Nian's cold and distant demeanor, he swallowed his words, ultimately departing without uttering a single syllable. Lin Yi followed suit. Madame Lin, observing her son's lack of fortitude, felt as if she might faint from despair. Lin Yuan supported Madame Lin, gently reassuring her, "Mother, do not worry. The Mingwang will surely be safe." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Xiao Heng's retreating figure, feeling a pang of discomfort. Though she was aware of the significant event involving Qiao Nian today, the way Xiao Hung had fixated on her left her feeling uneasy. Surely, Brother Hung would not become sympathetic towards sister due to her grievances today. If he were to learn that I was the one who forced her to drink, would he then come to despise me? Would he reconsider marrying me? A wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to sneak another glance at Qiao Nian, only to find Qiao Nian staring intently back at her. Startled, she instinctively recoiled behind Madame Lin. Madame Lin noticed Qiao Nian's expression and, recalling her earlier words, felt a sharp pang in her heart. After a moment's pause, she said, "Nian Nian, I understand that there may be misunderstandings between us. I am willing to explain." Another time, Qiao Nian replied coldly, finally withdrawing her gaze from Lin Yuan. "I am rather fatigued today and do not wish to speak at length. We shall discuss this later." The emphasis she placed on the last 4 words sent a tremor through Lin Yuan's heart. She tugged at her mother's sleeve, saying, "Mother, since sister is tired, let us return for now. She needs to rest and gather her thoughts." She feared that if they lingered, Qiao Nian would expose her involvement in the matter of the wine. Though Madame Lin was unaware of Lin Yuan's thoughts, she observed Qiao Nian's flushed cheeks and surmised they were a result of Lin Ye's actions. Recognizing that it was not an opportune moment for conversation, especially as she was still upset with Lin Yi, she nodded, saying then, "Nian Nian, please rest well. I shall come to see you again in a few days." With that, Madame Lin and Lin Yuan began to exit. However, just a few steps away, they heard Qiao Nian's cold voice call out, "Bring Xiao Zui here." Her wording was unmistakably directive. Lin Yuan froze, her heart pounding as she realized Qiao Nian was deliberately addressing her. In the past, she would have rushed to plead for Xiao Zui, taking the blame upon herself. Yet today, Lin Yuan bit her lip, ultimately choosing not to halt her steps. She could not expose her actions or bring disappointment to her parents. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Zui had already been brought out and was kneeling at Qiao Nian's feet, witnessing her departure without a backward glance. Only after Lin Yuan had descended the stone bridge did Qiao Nian smirk and muse, "What a predicament. It seems your young lady no longer desires you." Her words jolted Xiao Zui back to reality. She clutched Qiao Nian's legs, crying out, "Sister, I am your only sister. You're my only family in this world. Please, spare me this once. Begone." Ning Shuang interjected without hesitation, kicking Xiao Zui to the ground. She too was furious, not wanting to disturb the old matriarch. She had only summoned Mama Su, only to discover upon her return that the maid had been sent away under the guise of being the young lady's sister, and the young lady herself had vanished. Fortunately, the young lady had returned unscathed. Otherwise, she would have torn Xiao Zui to shreds. Yet, after being kicked away, Xiao Zui wept and scrambled to her feet, pleading, "Sister, I'm sorry. It was the young Marquis who made me do it. I dared not disobey his orders." As tears and snot threatened to soil her skirt, Qiao Nian recoiled in disgust, retreating a step. "You are confined to this room. You shall not leave without my permission." "Yes," Ning Shuang replied, swiftly commanding others to take Xiao Zui away. Once Qiao Nian entered the room, Ning Shuang followed, feeling disgruntled. Was the young lady truly just going to let Xiao Zui off with mere confinement? However, Qiao Nian's voice suddenly trembled, "Close the door." Startled, Ning Shuang hurried to shut the door. When she turned back, she found Qiao Nian leaning against a nearby table, slowly collapsing to the floor. Chapter 85. The Effects of the Drug Miss. Ning Shuang was terrified and rushed to support Qiao Nian, tears welling up in her eyes. "Miss, what has happened to you? What kind of sin had the young Marquis committed to bring her lady to such a state?" Qiao Nian trembled all over, a chilling familiarity gnawing at her heart. The effects of a drug were taking hold. Her voice was faint, and memories of being cradled in Jing Yan's arms flooded her mind, shaking her to the core. She had nearly lost her senses then, almost unfastening Jing Yan's belt. Fortunately, he had restrained her hand at the critical moment, and after the drug's influence had subsided, she had finally regained her clarity. She believed she had endured the drug's effects, only to find them resurfacing now. Ning Shuang, in a fluster, asked, "What should we do? Shall I fetch the physician?" Qiao Nian quickly shook her head. "No, we cannot summon the physician. Under the influence of the drug, I would be unable to control my words or actions. Although the physician is elderly, he is still a man. In my view, the only one capable of maintaining composure would be that Vice Commander Jing." Taking a deep breath, Qiao Nian instructed, "Fetch some cold water." She had heard the palace maids in the laundry department speak of antidotes, claiming that cold water could help. Though uncertain of its efficacy, it was certainly preferable to having a man attend to her at this moment. Ning Shuang nodded repeatedly, helping Qiao Nian to lie down on the bed before hurriedly exiting. Before long, the bathing tub was filled with cold water. Ning Shuang assisted Qiao Nian into the tub. Although spring had arrived, the icy water was still bone-chilling. Yet, this frigid embrace quelled the burning desire within her, gradually restoring clarity to Qiao Nian's muddled thoughts. She noticed Ning Shuang anxiously watching her from the side, a worried expression on her face, and couldn't help but smile. "Do not worry, I will endure this." Ning Shuang could hardly believe that at such a moment, her lady still had the presence of mind to comfort her. Tears streamed down her face, which she stifled to avoid alarming Qiao Nian further. Yet, Qiao Nian could hear her soft sobs. She felt at a loss regarding how to console her. Not only Ning Shuang, but even Qiao Nian herself felt her fate was cruelly unfair. She had always despised cold water. After leaving the laundry department, she thought she would never encounter it again. Yet in the past few months, she had found herself submerged in icy water time and again. She knew the Lin family merely claimed to treat her as their own, but she had prepared herself to sever ties with them after accompanying the old matriarch. However, they had concealed the prince's physical and mental disabilities from her, watching her march towards her doom. Then they resorted to despicable acts of kidnapping and drugging her, tarnishing her purity. She could not fathom how they could commit such treachery. They were once the people she cherished most. At this thought, a shiver ran through Qiao Nian. She could not tell if it was the cold seeping in after suppressing the drug's effects or the chill of her own heart. She had believed that Madame Lin sincerely sought a good match for her, and although there were ulterior motives, the prince could indeed provide an escape from the Marquis residence. Little did she know that this escape would nearly cost her life. Now, the prince had even been captured by bandits. She had heard tales of the bandits in Yongbei, notorious for their audacity, with the authorities repeatedly failing to subdue them. Just as she had grasped the prince's vulnerability, ensuring he would think twice before acting against her, she found herself in this predicament. As if the drug had collided within her, Qiao Nian's mind began to grow heavy, and she could no longer resist the pull of unconsciousness. When she awoke, it was already the following day. She lay in bed, dressed in clean garments. "Miss, you are awake," Ning Shuang exclaimed joyfully, but the dark circles under her eyes revealed she had kept vigil all night. Qiao Nian sat up, feeling utterly drained. Ning Shuang attended to her, helping her out of bed and dressing her. "Miss, I discreetly inquired with the physician. He said only by finding the one who administered the drug can we know how to concoct the antidote. Otherwise, it could lead to further trouble." Qiao Nian frowned. "Has the young Marquis returned?" Ning Shuang shook her head. "No, he has not returned since entering the palace last night. But the drug was purchased by Lin Yi. If he did not return, where could she seek the antidote? Without it, could the effects of the drug resurface?" Qiao Nian felt uncertain. Suddenly, a maid outside announced, "Miss, Vice Commander Jing requests an audience." Jing Yan? At the mention of his name, Qiao Nian could not help but recall her own disgraceful behavior from the day before, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Seeing this, Ning Shuang's eyes widened. "Miss, why are you blushing at Vice Commander Jing's arrival? He has visited before." Qiao Nian was taken aback and playfully glared at Ning Shuang. "I am not blushing. It was Vice Commander Jing who saved me yesterday. Hurry and invite him in." Ning Shuang covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "Yes, I shall do that right away." She rushed off to bring him in. When Qiao Nian entered the flower hall, she found Jing Yan already sipping tea. Upon seeing her, he hastily stood, nearly choking on his drink, and bowed. "Greetings, Miss Qiao." Qiao Nian was taken aback. "Vice Commander Jing, how could you be injured so?" His eyes were bruised, his cheeks slightly swollen, and his lips bore a dark mark. Jing Yan was the vice commander of Shaohong. Who dared to harm him? Qiao Nian was alarmed, but quickly realized the truth. It must have been Shaohong. Her brow furrowed as she stepped forward, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Is this because of me?" Had Shaohong been enraged after Jing Yan rescued her yesterday? Jing Yan hurriedly waved his hand. No, I am fine, just a minor injury." He then handed her a vial of medicine. "This is the antidote." Qiao Nian was taken aback, accepting the vial with curiosity about how he had come by it. Seeing her expression, Jing Yan smiled sheepishly. "Yesterday, the young Marquis had a dispute with the shopkeeper Huang at the Drunken Fragrance Tower, who operates a pharmacy next to the Wanhua Tower. I thought to inquire. And this is the antidote." Understanding dawned on her. Qiao Nian felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that had it not been for Jing Yan, she could have landed herself in dire trouble. Her heart warmed as she instinctively inclined her body to express her thanks. Had it not been for the Vice Commander's intervention, she might not have survived to see today. Lin Yi and Xiao Hong believed that by ruining her reputation, they could achieve their desires. Yet they had never considered that with her character, she would never yield to their wishes, even in death. As Jing Yan saw her about to bow, he instinctively reached out to support her. However, his hand inadvertently brushed against hers. The moment their palms met, the tumultuous memories of the previous day surged into their minds. Chapter 86. Kneeling here as if struck by an electric jolt, both of them instinctively withdrew their hands. Jing Yan retreated 3 steps, his bronze-colored cheeks noticeably flushed. On the side, Ning Shuang was so astonished that her eyes nearly bulged out. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian, recalling her indiscretion from the previous day, could not help but exhibit a hint of shyness. Momentarily at a loss for words, the air inexplicably settled into a serene stillness. Yet in just a few breaths, it felt as if an entire hour had passed. It was Jing Yin who first shattered the silence, stating, "I have matters to attend to in the army, so I shall take my leave." With that, he performed a respectful bow to Qiao Nian. She reciprocated the gesture, silently watching him depart. However, to her surprise, Ning Shuang suddenly leaned closer, stifling a laugh. "Miss, look at Vice Commander Jing's ears. They are as red as ripe fruit." It was merely a touch of hands. Yet who would have thought he would be so innocent? With this thought, Ning Shuang concluded that he must harbor feelings for her mistress. Initially, Qiao Nian had joined Ning Shuang in secretly teasing Jing Yin about his flushed ears. But upon hearing Ning Shuang's remark, her expression darkened. "Do not speak such nonsense. I am betrothed to the Ming Wang." If mere idle gossip were to ruin the position Jing Yin had fought valiantly to earn, how could she bear it? Realizing her faux pas, Ning Shuang pretended to slap her mouth lightly, before suddenly recalling something. "By the way, miss, how do you intend to deal with Xiao Cui?" Mention of Xiao Cui caused Qiao Nian's countenance to darken further. "I shall silence her, and then expel her from the residence." Ning Shuang gasped in alarm. "But Xiao Cui is your sister now, and the second miss will surely come wailing." Although Ning Shuang did not believe Xiao Cui had any connection with her mistress, others would not share her perspective. Thus, such punishment would only lead outsiders to perceive her mistress as excessively cruel. Moreover, each time the second miss came to complain, it was always Qiao Nian who suffered the consequences, which left Ning Shuang deeply concerned. Yet Qiao Nian scoffed. "Even if she is my sister, she must be punished for her misdeeds. Exiling her from the residence is too lenient." As she spoke, Qiao Nian leaned closer to Ning Shuang, lowering her voice. "Once Xiao Cui is expelled, send someone clever to follow her. Whatever she sees or hears, they must report back to me in detail." Ning Shuang soon realized that Qiao Nian's plan to expel Xiao Cui was a strategy, and she promptly nodded in agreement to make arrangements. Qiao Nian intended to observe Xiao Cui's punishment closely. However, unexpectedly, a message arrived from the palace, summoning her to attend to the esteemed concubine. Qiao Nian surmised it was related to the Ming Wang. As the betrothed of the esteemed concubine, it was only proper for her to enter the palace and provide comfort. Without further thought, Qiao Nian proceeded to the palace. Yet, upon her first glimpse of the esteemed concubine, before she could even perform her greetings, a resounding slap struck her cheek. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the esteemed concubine. "You wretched girl! It is you who forced my son to leave the capital. It is you who caused him to be captured by mountain bandits. If anything happens to him, I will make you pay with your life." Qiao Nian stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to bow. The Ming Wang had clearly been deceived by Lin Yi into going to the Medicine King's Valley and subsequently captured. How was that her fault? Her stunned silence only served to inflame the concubine's rage. "You wretched girl, kneel." With that, another slap landed, causing Qiao Nian to stumble. She cradled her face, watching the esteemed concubine's emotional collapse, her heart boiling with indignation and grievance. Yet, gradually, Qiao Nian lowered her gaze and knelt. The concubine's fury showed no signs of abating. She pointed an accusatory finger at Qiao Nian, berating her. "You are nothing but the spawn of a lowly woman. I took pity on you and reluctantly permitted you to marry Chier. Yet you dare to disdain him. If it were not for you, how could he have abruptly left the capital for the Medicine King's Valley?" Furrowing her brow, Qiao Nian understood that the concubine must have learned of her threat against the Ming Wang. However, her motivations had not stemmed from disdain, but rather from self-preservation, to prevent the Ming Wang from continuing to abuse her or other women. She was unaware that Lin Yi had deceived the Ming Wang into believing that the Medicine King's Valley held the secret to restoring severed limbs. Nor could she have anticipated that the Ming Wang would be captured by the mountain bandits of Yongbei. Nonetheless, she realized that any attempt at rebuttal would only exacerbate the situation, so she remained silent, kneeling with her gaze lowered, observing her lack of resistance. The concubine's emotions began to slightly stabilize, though her chest still heaved violently, and her tears showed no signs of drying. She had only one son. If anything were to happen to him, She feared she could not survive. A nearby maid hurriedly assisted the concubine in sitting down. "Your Highness, please do not worry. Take care of your health. The prince will surely return unharmed." As she spoke, the maid offered a cup of hot tea to help soothe the concubine's nerves. To her dismay, the concubine hurled the teacup at Qiao Nian. The cup struck her shoulder with a heavy thud, the scalding tea instantly soaking her garments, causing her body to stiffen in shock. Yet the concubine remained undeterred, pointing at Qiao Nian with a fierce voice. "You are but a worthless life. What does it matter if I strike you? Even if I were to kill you, what would it change? Do not forget, it is Qi'er who gives you the audacity to challenge the noble house. How dare you disdain him? What, can you not survive without that man?" The concubine's insults grew increasingly vicious. One of the senior maids could hardly bear it any longer, repeatedly urging her, "Your Highness, please do not be anxious. The prince will surely be safe." Yet the concubine understood that her Qi'er was not a fortunate man. Otherwise, how could he have suffered such a grievous injury in the past? Moreover, the mountain bandits who had captured the Mingwang were the very same that the court had failed to eradicate after 2 years of military campaigns. Their audacity to brazenly abduct Qi'er and send word to the palace was nothing less than a declaration of war against the entire court. How could they ever allow Qi'er to escape unscathed? The thought of the Mingwang potentially enduring unspeakable torment at the hands of those bandits made the concubine's heart ache to the point of suffocation. And the one responsible for all this was none other than Qiao Nian. If only she could have shown restraint. If only she had not threatened Qi'er with his disability, he would not have felt such an urgent need to leave the capital. Nor would he have fallen into the hands of those bandits. With these thoughts, the concubine's tears flowed even more fiercely, her voice becoming increasingly raw and fierce. "You shall kneel here today, and you will not rise until there is news of Qi'er." Chapter 87. The exchange for the crown princess from beginning to end. Qiao Nian remained silent. She understood that with the fate of the Mingwang uncertain, the noble consort, being a mother, would naturally be overwhelmed with emotions and direct her anger towards others. Moreover, she was a dignified consort. Those in high positions like her often disregard the lives of ordinary people. To them, her life was hardly worth considering. The Mingwang had nearly beaten her to death. Even if he killed her, what of it? After all, she was deemed a lowly being, a worthless life. Qiao Nian knelt in place, her expression unchanged. Yet a tumult of indescribable emotions surged within her eyes, which were fixed on her skirt. But why should her life be considered worthless? Why should the lives of those women who perished under the Mingwang's cruelty be so easily dismissed? For a moment, her anger reached its zenith. She thought, how splendid it would be if those mountain bandits were to gut the Mingwang. However, as the consort's sobs gradually subsided, Qiao Nian's fury also began to cool. Her rational mind reminded her that the Mingwang must not die. He was her only swift escape from the... With this thought, she clenched her hands tightly at her sides. "Chu-Chi, you must not die. If you must die, you must marry me first." Qiao Nian was unaware of how long she had knelt, only that her shadow had slowly shifted from the west to the east, and the consort had cried several times, now resting on a soft couch nearby. Just then, a maid entered, bowing before the consort, reporting, "Your Highness, General Xiao and young Lord Lin request an audience." At the mention of their names, Qiao Nian's brows instinctively knitted together. Meanwhile, the consort propped herself up, her swollen eyes turning towards Qiao Nian, unable to suppress a cold laugh. "Ah, you possess quite the skill. Before Qi'er has even died, 2 men rush to protect you." After saying this, she glared at the maid, commanding, "Get out. I do not wish to see you." Yet the maid appeared troubled, stammering. "But," General Xiao said, "it concerns the Mingwang." Hearing this, the consort seemed to regain her spirit, immediately rising from the couch. "Quick, please invite them in." The maid complied, and soon 2 tall figures entered the room one after the other. Upon seeing Qiao Nian kneeling aside, neither Xiao Hung nor Lin Yi displayed any particular emotion. After all, they had hurried here only after hearing about Qiao Nian being unjustly blamed by the consort. Qiao Nian did not even glance at them. Even if their shadows crossed her line of sight, she averted her gaze, fearful of tainting her vision. She heard them step forward and bow. "We pay our respects to your Highness." The The consort hastily waved her hand. No need for such formalities. Do you have news of Qiao? Is he back? Xiao Hung shook his head slightly. Observing the disappointment on the consort's face, he continued, however, the bandits just sent a letter to the Zhao prefecture bearing the Ming Wang's handwriting. I have checked, and the ink appears to be from half an hour ago. This meant that at least half an hour prior, the Ming Wang was still alive. But upon hearing Xiao Heng's words, instead of feeling reassured, the consort's tears flowed anew, and she appeared utterly despondent. Those mountain bandits dared to reveal their stronghold, brazenly sending a letter to the Zhao prefecture, indicating their formidable nature. Why could they not remain in Yongbei? Why must they abduct Qiao? What do they truly desire? The consort longed to uncover the answers from Xiao Hung and Lin Yi. She thought that as bandits, they must be seeking wealth. She had numerous properties under her name and could even ask her family for help. As long as it meant bringing her Qiao back safely, she would do anything. However, Xiao Heng's response shattered the last of the consort's hope. His indifferent voice spoke. They seek official sanction from the government, allowing them to reside in Hezhou without retreating to the mountains. They aim to gain the government's recognition and openly rule as kings of the mountains, plundering at will. This confidence comes from the repeated failures of the court's military campaigns against them. But how could this be? Such a demand would be akin to trampling the emperor's dignity into the dirt. Even if these bandits held the Ming Wang's life in their hands, the emperor would never acquiesce. The emperor has too many sons. The consort slumped helplessly to the ground. But the attentive maids quickly assisted her back into a chair. Leaning against the chair's back, tears streaming down her face, she lamented, "What shall we do? What shall my son do? Is there truly no way out but death?" Unexpectedly, Lin Yi spoke up, "Your Highness need not despair. The emperor has already dispatched General Xiao to lead the troops. He will surely rescue the Ming Wang." Upon hearing this, the consort could only manage a weary smile. Do you know where those bandits are? The ones who abducted the Ming Wang are clearly not the ones in Yongbei. They came from there, and after seizing the Ming Wang, they must have hidden away somewhere. But no one knows where. Hearing the consort's despondent laugh, Lin Yi hurriedly replied, "General Xiao, and I have come precisely for this matter." The consort was taken aback, looking at Lin Yi in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Yi turned to Qiao Nian, who still kept her gaze lowered but keenly sensed Lin Yi's scrutiny, causing her brow to furrow tightly. Lin Yi then stated, "The letter from the Ming Wang indicates that the bandits are willing to exchange him for the crown princess." Upon hearing this, Qiao Nian finally lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yi's. She wished to delve into the depths of his expression, but Lin Yi dared not meet her eyes and quickly looked away. Xiao Hung still did not spare her a glance. A chill swept over Qiao Nian, eliciting an involuntary laugh. An exchange for the crown princess? This meant she could be used to bargain for the Ming Wang's return? But what of her? As a mere woman, if she fell into the hands of those mountain bandits, what fate awaited her? Would the emperor be willing to save the ridiculous crown princess rather than the Ming Wang? Furthermore, she and the Ming Wang had yet to formalize their marriage. How could she truly be considered the crown princess? Yet, the consort seemed to have grasped a lifeline, suddenly rushing towards Qiao Nian. "Nian Nian, Nian Nian," she called, tears flowing freely, completely abandoning her earlier fury when she had hurled the teacup at Qiao Nian. In her rush, the consort even knelt before Qiao Nian. "You are such a good child, so kind-hearted. I beseech you, I implore you to save Qiao." With that, the consort began to bow her head to Qiao Nian. The maids nearby hurried to intervene, and Qiao Nian frowned tightly. She did not wish to comply. Her life mattered too. Why should she trade it for the Ming Wang's? But, since this matter had been spoken by Lin Yi, it was no longer something she could control. Rather than waiting for the emperor to issue an order and being forcibly delivered to the bandits, it would be wiser to go along with the flow and offer this favor. Thus, she reached out to support the consort, assuring, "Your Highness, do not worry. I will certainly bring the Ming Wang back safely." Chapter 88. The temper you have indulged imperial concubine grasped Qiao Nian's hand tightly. Despite having just subjected Qiao Nian to a barrage of scrutiny, she was acutely aware that Qiao Nian would never allow anything to happen to the Ming Wang, for he was her sole path to salvation. Lin Yi had declared that the exchange would take place at midnight, and after expressing a few words of concern and gratitude, imperial concubine allowed Qiao Nian to take her leave. As Qiao Nian bowed and retreated, the burn on her shoulder throbbed painfully, yet she maintained an upright posture, striding forward without acknowledging the two individuals closely following her. It was not until she reached the palace gates that she noticed the carriage from the Marquis' residence waiting outside. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached it. However, before she could enter, Xiao Heng's voice resonated from behind, indicating that he would disguise himself as a servant to accompany her. His intention was to reassure Qiao Nian that she need not fear, for he would be close by. Yet, Qiao Nian merely cast a glance over her shoulder and could not resist a sardonic retort, questioning whether General Xiao was there to protect her or the Ming Yuan. If he was to follow her in a moment of life or death, whom would he choose to safeguard? The answer was all too evident. His guise as a servant was not for her sake, but rather a command from the emperor to ensure the Ming Yuan's safe return. Thus, his insistence only served to appear ludicrous. Xiao Heng remained silent, listening as Qiao Nian let out a cold scoff before stepping into the carriage. Nearby, Lin Yi approached and patted his shoulder before boarding the carriage himself. Unexpectedly, a small foot kicked out from within the carriage, sending Lin Yi tumbling backward before he could fully enter. He stumbled 3 paces before regaining his balance, startled as he called out to the carriage, "Qiao Nian, what are you doing?" To his astonishment, Qiao Nian lifted one side of the curtain, her expression devoid of warmth. It was improper for a man and woman to share a carriage alone. "Have you lost your mind?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow, attempting to assert, "I am your elder brother. There is nothing improper in this." However, the intense mockery in Qiao Nian's eyes silenced his words. What brother in this world would administer aphrodisiacs to his own sister, sending her to another man's bed? Moreover, they shared no blood relation, and sharing a carriage would indeed attract scandal. He frowned and fell silent. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian had already lowered the curtain, commanding the coachman to depart. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Lin Yi could not help but twist his left ankle. It seemed he had sprained it. Before he could dwell on it, a low chuckle sounded from behind him, remarking on her unchanged temperament, still vengeful and unforgiving. It dawned on him that he had kicked Qiao Nian out of the carriage earlier when fetching her from the palace. Frowning slightly, he shot a glare at Xiao Heng, questioning whether her nature was not a product of his indulgence. In the past, whenever Qiao Nian was wronged, she would return to them to report the matter. Sometimes, when the adversary was numerous or significantly more powerful, Lin Yi would weigh the consequences and choose to endure temporarily. Yet almost every time, Xiao Heng would retaliate, be it openly or covertly, resulting in Qiao Nian becoming increasingly audacious and resentful. As he watched the carriage grow smaller on the horizon, Xiao Heng too reminisced about their childhood. His temperament had always been composed, but upon seeing Qiao Nian approach him with tears streaming down her face, he would set aside his books and accompany her in seeking vengeance. If they encountered an opponent they could not handle immediately, they would plot their revenge for days or even weeks, ensuring that justice was served. The adversaries they had faced ranged from noble sons of the prime minister to street bullies, effectively contending with a vast array of foes throughout the capital. Indeed, Qiao Nian's vengeful disposition was a direct result of his pampering. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten all of this. Now, she likely only recalled his suggestion that Lin Yi send her to her brother's bed. One could also blame Lin Yi for failing to procure the proper sedative, which nearly led to disaster. With such thoughts, Xiao Heng shot Lin Yi a scornful look before turning to board the carriage bound for the general's residence. Lin Yi, feeling bemused, could only follow him, though he was astonished when Xiao Heng suddenly lifted the carriage curtain and addressed him. "I have some personal matters to attend to, so I shall not take you along, Brother Lin." With that, he signaled to the coachman, who acknowledged and drove away, leaving Lin Yi standing at the palace gates, bewildered. Upon returning to Fenghe Courtyard, Qiao Nian was met by Ning Shuang, who approached with a hint of excitement. "Miss, Xiao Chui has been expelled from the residence, and the second miss is aware of this matter, yet she did not intervene. However, I suspect the second miss will secretly visit Xiao Chui. Rest assured, I have instructed Wang Wu to follow her. He is the most astute among us." At this point, Ning Shuang noticed Qiao Nian's unusual demeanor and furrowed her brow. "Miss, what is the matter? Did the concubine say something to you?" Qiao Nian shook her head, remaining silent as she retreated to her chamber. She was at a loss for words, her mind consumed by uncertainty. The bandits were astute. Even now, The court had yet to uncover their whereabouts since the Ming Wang's abduction. However, if a hostage exchange were to occur, it would expose their position, heightening their risk of capture. Thus, she could not fathom what the Ming Wang had communicated to the bandits that would lead them to take such a perilous step in opting for a hostage exchange. Yet one thing was certain. The bandits were intent on acquiring her. After all, what value did she, an unwed Ming Wang Fei, hold compared to the Ming Wang himself? But why her? She bore no ties, no enmity with those bandits. A wave of unease spread through Qiao Nian's heart as she pondered the predicament that awaited her after tonight. Just as she was lost in thought, Ning Xuang announced from outside, "Miss, the Marquis and General Xiao have arrived with a group of people." Qiao Nian frowned. Already troubled, she wondered what they wanted. She opened the door and was met with a contingent of palace guards. Her modest Fenghe courtyard felt overcrowded with their presence. Puzzled, she questioned their purpose, only to see Lord Lin approach with a smile. "The Emperor is aware that you will be going to rescue the Ming Wang tonight, so he has dispatched guards to protect you." Protect her? Qiao Nian scoffed internally. These guards were likely sent to monitor her, fearing she might flee at a critical moment, thus sending a troop to keep a watchful eye on her. As for Lord Lin, he likely shared the same concern. After all, if she were to escape today, the Marquis's residence would surely incur the Emperor's wrath, facing dire consequences. However, she did not understand why Xiao Hong was accompanying them. She regarded him with a furrowed brow, asking, "What is General Xiao doing here?" As her words fell, Xiao Hong presented her with a dagger, a ruby-embedded blade she had previously requested from him multiple times, which he had never been willing to part with. Confused, she looked at him, and he replied, "There is still time. I shall teach you a few self-defense techniques." Chapter 89. Help me. Although Qiao Nian had received some martial training and could handle minor thugs, she would find herself outmatched against true experts. The group of mountain bandits led by Yong Bei were all highly trained. Fortunately, the martial skills that Xiao Hong had honed on the battlefield could prove life-saving. Although there were only a few hours left, mastering even a couple of techniques might make a difference in a critical moment. Thus, Qiao Nian nodded, indicating her willingness to be taught by General Xiao. However, she refrained from reaching for the dagger he offered. Xiao Heng's gaze darkened slightly. He recalled that she had once held a fondness for that dagger. He had thought she had forgotten. Yet, Qiao Nian interrupted his thoughts, removing a hairpin from her own hair instead. The dagger was too conspicuous. The bandits might search her. Therefore, she believed the hairpin was more suitable. As for the dagger, while it had once been something she desired, she no longer wanted it. Xiao Heng tightened his grip on the dagger momentarily before retrieving it. His voice carried an inexplicable melancholy as he agreed. "You are right. The hairpin is indeed more appropriate." With a slight sigh, he gestured toward an open space not far away, inviting her to follow. Qiao Nian nodded and walked over with him. Xiao Hong demonstrated several techniques. Qiao Nian had a foundational understanding and grasped the movements quickly, though she only learned the form without fully comprehending the essence. Standing beside her, Xiao Hong continuously guided her actions, and soon, both were glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Madame Lin and Lin Yuan arrived upon hearing the news. Watching the two practice from a distance, Madame Lin wore a look of deep concern. What are we to do? Why would those mountain bandits allow Nian Nian to exchange? Lin Yuan's eyes were red, likely from recent tears, yet she comforted her mother. "Do not worry, mother. With Brother Xiao teaching sister self-defense techniques, she will be safe." At her words, Madame Lin remained silent, her expression still fraught with worry as she gazed at Qiao Nian. Perhaps fatigued from practice, Qiao Nian suddenly stumbled. "Be careful." Xiao Hong reacted swiftly, grabbing her. However, his grip was somewhat too firm, pulling her not only back but directly into his embrace. The once familiar scent enveloped her, causing Qiao Nian to freeze for a brief moment before she pushed him away, regaining her balance. Feeling embarrassed at having to rely on Xiao Heng's instruction, she was at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Madame Lin approached promptly. "Nian Nian, you must be tired. Come and rest for a while." Qiao Nian nodded vigorously, hastening toward her mother, as if escaping the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan observed the entire scene, her already swollen eyes growing even redder. Madame Lin seated Qiao Nian and, after Ning Xuang poured tea for her, began to massage her shoulders. "Miss, what is it you intend to do? Is it dangerous?" Qiao Nian chose not to answer, wishing to spare Ning Xuang any worry. However, Lin Yuan leaned closer, saying, "Sister, those mountain bandits are ruthless criminals. You must be cautious." Qiao Nian frowned, casting a sharp glance at Lin Yuan. Hearing this, Ning Xuan could no longer contain her emotions. What mountain bandits? Are they the ones who captured the Mingwang? Why does the miss wish to meet with them? A barrage of questions left Qiao Nian momentarily bewildered, observing Ning Xuan on the verge of tears. Qiao Nian could only soothe her, though Ning Xuan's tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Feeling frustrated, Lord Lin could not hold back his irritation. What is there to cry about? It is an honor for the Hofu to alleviate the troubles of the court. It should also be an honor for Nian Nian. He then turned to Qiao Nian, his tone serious. Remember, whatever happens today, prioritize the Mingwang. If he does not return, then you— Lord! Madam Lin interrupted sharply, cutting off Lord Lin's words. He fell silent, but Qiao Nian had already grasped his implication. He meant that if the Mingwang did not return, she need not come back either. Indeed, she had only been released from the laundry bureau because the Hofu sought to ally with the Mingwang. If he were to perish, she would naturally hold no value to the Hofu. A cold bitterness swept over her. She regarded Lord Lin, recalling the memories of riding on his shoulders as a child to gaze at the stars, the ache in her heart becoming more pronounced. She had no desire to remain in the same room with them any longer. "I need some fresh air," Qiao Nian declared, rising to leave. As she passed by Lord Lin, she caught a glimpse of him signaling to a maid outside, perhaps to ensure she did not escape under the pretense of needing to relieve herself. Remaining silent, she strode out of the room. The Fangha garden was now teeming with guards, leaving her little space to wander, so she merely paced back and forth on the stone bridge. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan approached her, holding a cup of water. "Sister, you were tired earlier. Have some water." Qiao Nian cast a fleeting glance at her, refusing the offer, and coldly replied, "If you have something to say, speak plainly. No need for pretense." At her words, Lin Yuan bit her lip, taken aback that Qiao Nian had seen through her intentions. Lowering her head, she softly began, "Sister, I sent Xiao Chui away from the house." A cold laugh escaped Qiao Nian's lips. "Were you not in the house when she was sent away? Why did you not stop it?" Lin Yuan's hands trembled as she held the teacup. "I know I am at a disadvantage, and while I did not stop you from venting your frustrations on Xiao Chui, can you please not take Brother Hung away from me?" Qiao Nian's brows knitted tightly, struggling to comprehend Lin Yuan's thoughts. "If you are referring to earlier, I truly stumbled by accident. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do." "I believe you." Lin Yuan maintained her lower gaze, her voice soft and timid. "But why is it that you always seem to accidentally fall into Brother Hang's arms?" This question caught Qiao Nian off guard. She thought to herself, not every time, surely? It could only be described as coincidence. Just as she was about to respond, Lin Yuan suddenly stepped forward, her tear-filled eyes coming alarmingly close to Qiao Nian's face, startling her. "Sister, I wish to know how much I still matter to Brother Hung. Please help me, will you?" Qiao Nian was at a loss for what kind of madness Lin Yuan was exhibiting, nor did she know how to assist her. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan threw the teacup from her hands and abruptly plunged backward into the lotus pond. Chapter 90. I help you. Lin Yuan's movements were exceedingly swift, nearly dragging Qiao Nian into the lotus pond. Yet, in that critical moment, Qiao Nian braced her right foot against the stone bridge's railing, forcefully leaning back, while pulling Lin Yuan's arm. Lin Yuan, whose back was already dampened by the water, was abruptly yanked back by Qiao Nian. However, her legs weakened, and she collapsed before Qiao Nian, tears streaming down her face. Qiao Nian shook off Lin Yuan's grasp, retreating a couple of steps with a look of disgust. The pain from the burn inflicted by the Empress Dowager surged through her right shoulder. Gazing at the inconsolable Lin Yuan, she could no longer suppress her anger, exclaiming, "What sins did I commit in my past life to be haunted by you like a vengeful spirit in this life? Lin Yuan, I hardly know you. If you wish to die, at least do it far from me." Hearing the commotion, the people inside rushed out. Upon seeing the scene on the stone bridge, Madam Lin was taken aback and hurried over, asking, "What happened, Your Honor?" "Stop!" Qiao Nian shouted fiercely, her burning gaze fixed on Madam Lin. Madam Lin had never witnessed such ferocity from Qiao Nian, leaving her momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Qiao Nian then turned her attention back to Lin Yuan, her fury uncontainable. "I haven't even settled the score for you drugging me, and yet you come seeking misfortune. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" Do you think that just because the Marquis' residence protects you, I cannot touch you? Lin Yuan sobbed, gasping for breath. Sister, I didn't mean it. Whether you believe me or not, I never intended to harm you. But you stole my 15 years, didn't you? You were raised in luxury, while I was merely a wild girl from the countryside. Before you, I am forever inferior. So I am afraid. I fear you will take everything that rightfully belongs to me. Woo-woo. Her pitiful crying, filled with genuine emotion, even moved Madame Lin to tears. Yet, Qiao Nian merely smiled coldly. Oh, by specifically mentioning those 15 years, do you wish for me to feel guilty and forgive your past transgressions? She fixed her indifferent gaze upon Lin Yuan, a smirk of derision gracing her lips as she stepped closer. Looking down at her, Qiao Nian delicately lifted Lin Yuan's chin with a finger. Observing the tear-streaked, petite face, a chilling glint flickered in her eyes. But those 15 years, I have already returned to you, have I not? It is what they claimed. The inhumane torment of the laundry house for those 3 years has repaid those 15 years. Perhaps Qiao Nian's expression was too harsh, resembling someone who might devour her whole, as Lin Yuan abruptly ceased her cries, though she continued to sob softly. At that moment, Qiao Nian turned her gaze toward the other side of the lotus pond. There stood Xiao Hung, his hands clasped behind his back. Facing them, his expression inscrutable. The sky had darkened, and Lin Yuan attempted to leverage the dimness to falsely accuse Qiao Nian of pushing her into the water. Yet Qiao Nian knew that Xiao Hung possessed keen eyesight. He had undoubtedly witnessed the entire scene. How amusing it was, she mused, that in his mind, she was always the naive and kind-hearted fiancée, while right under his nose, Lin Yuan conspired against her. What thoughts must swirl in Xiao Heng's mind? Reflecting on this, Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow and looked back at Lin Yuan. You merely wish to test your significance in Xiao Heng's heart. To see whom you would rescue should we both fall into the water, do you not? I help you, Qiao Nian declared, startling Lin Yuan. Confused about Qiao Nian's sudden change of heart after previously claiming they were not familiar, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Yet, Qiao Nian's smile grew more pronounced, though it bore the chilling essence of a vengeful spirit. In an instant, she seized Lin Yuan by her collar and lifted her. Before Lin Yuan could react, Qiao Nian forcefully shoved her toward the lotus pond. A startled cry echoed, followed by the sound of something heavy splashing into the water as Lin Yuan was thrust into the lotus pond before the astonished eyes of all present. Everyone stood frozen, caught off guard by Qiao Nian's unexpected action, watching as Lin Yuan thrashed and struggled in the water. Qiao Nian slowly turned her head to gaze at Xiao Hung, who remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to intervene. His dark eyes reflected only Qiao Nian's figure. Not coming to save her, Qiao Nian felt a flicker of surprise, followed by a cold smirk. She then cast a glance at the still struggling Lin Yuan before turning to walk toward the shore. As she passed Madame Lin, she remarked indifferently, though the water is shallow, it can still drown someone. Only then did Madame Lin seem to regain her senses, urgently calling for someone to rescue Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian strode into the house, deliberately ignoring the Marquis Lin standing outside. As Ning Shuang presented her with a cup of hot tea, Qiao Nian sat down and accepted it. Upon noticing the Marquis Lin entering the room, she coldly stated, "It is getting late. Marquis Lin, you should rest early. The guards are sufficient to maintain order here." After the commotion caused by Lin Yuan, she found the mere sight of anyone from the Lin family vexatious. To her surprise, the Marquis Lin remained silent and instead took a seat opposite her. Outside, a cacophony of violent coughing soon ensued. Lin Yuan had evidently been rescued, yet she seemed to have ingested considerable water, coughing as if to expel her very lungs. Madame Lin hurriedly directed others to take Lin Yuan to the physician's quarters. And soon the outside fell into silence once more. Qiao Nian sipped her tea, glancing at the composed Marquis Lin, her heart stirred with suspicion. In the past, whenever Lin Yuan's eyes reddened, the Marquis Lin would be as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Why was he so calm now? Hadn't she insinuated that with the guards outside, Lin Yuan could not escape? Not to mention, Xiao Hung was also present. There was truly no need for him to oversee her personally. Yet Qiao Nian was too weary to engage in further fruitless conversation with the Lin family, preferring to let him observe as he wished. Unexpectedly, the Marquis Lin chuckled softly, his deep voice imbued with a warmth that felt both familiar and foreign to Qiao Nian. Your temperament remains unchanged from childhood. This unexpected topic caused Qiao Nian to stiffen, her hand nearly spilling tea as it trembled. She began to comprehend why the Marquis Lin had brought this up. After all, she recalled him saying that her disposition mirrored his own when he was young. Years ago, someone had teased her appearance, claiming she resembled neither the Marquis Lin nor Madame Lin, suggesting she must have been swapped at birth. Upon hearing this, the Marquis Lin had taken Qiao Nian to confront them, asserting that despite her lack of resemblance, her character was undeniably that of the Lin family, an inheritance of the Marquis's true legacy. Anyone who dared to speak ill would face his wrath. For many years, the Marquis Lin's words had bolstered Qiao Nian's confidence, until Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin Yuan's eyes were strikingly similar to Madame Lin's, as if shaped from the same mold, and like Madame Lin, she wept at the slightest provocation. The Marquis Lin had remarked that seeing Lin Yuan was akin to witnessing the youthful visage of Madame Lin. And ultimately, Qiao Nian realized she was merely an outsider with a temper akin to the Lin family. Chapter 91. A lady is also a woman in truth. Qiao Nian was quite resistant to recalling the past. To Lin Yuan, those 15 years were a time of indulgence and affection for Qiao Nian. However, for Qiao Nian, each moment of happiness from those years had transformed into a dagger, mercilessly cutting into her heart with every recollection. She was already scarred and did not wish for her heart to bleed anew. Yet, at this moment, the floodgates of memory were opened, and the once happy scenes surged forth like a tidal wave. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her nose tinged with a painful sting. She was unwilling to let Lord Lin witness her distress, so she lowered her head, feigning interest in the cup in her hands, attempting to appear nonchalant. Still, she could not help but inquire, if Lin Yuan had not appeared, if I were still the noble lady of the Marquis's residence. Would Lord Lin still be willing to exchange my life for that of the Mingguang? The delicate words fell, met only with a profound silence. In truth, Qiao Nian regretted asking that question. She found herself utterly ridiculous. Why pursue an answer to an imagined scenario? Lin Yuan had already made his entrance. She was no longer the Marquis's daughter, and naturally, Lord Lin would be willing to trade her life for the glory of the entire Marquisate. With this thought, a bitter smile crept upon her lips, a blend of self-mockery and sorrow. Throughout, Lord Lin remained silent, even turning his gaze to the dark night outside. Yet, the image of Qiao Nian's bitter smile remained etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Time passed, and Xiao Heng entered the room. He was now clad in the garb of a servant, but Qiao Nian frowned slightly, surveying him with scrutiny. "Are you sure you wish to accompany me dressed like that?" His robust frame could not be concealed even beneath the servant's clothing, and she felt it was inappropriate. Surely the mountain bandits would see through it. In truth, Xiao Heng also found his attire lacking, which was why he had come to show Qiao Nian. He feared he could not accompany her. Those mountain bandits were formidable. Even with the few techniques Qiao Nian had just learned, she could not contend with them. After a moment's thought, he said, "I can summon personnel from the Internal Affairs Department. There are several skilled individuals near the Emperor capable of protecting him. However, due to their role, they had been rendered incapable and were assigned to the Internal Affairs Department. Most of these individuals had trained from a young age, resulting in their petite frames, which did not resemble martial artists. Moreover, being part of the Internal Affairs Department, they bore the appearance of servants. Yet, as Xiao Heng recalled their cunning expressions, he could not help but frown. Those people were too treacherous, their eyes glinting with guile and calculation. But aside from them, he could think of no other alternatives. Thus, he ultimately sent a message to the palace. Unexpectedly, before the palace personnel arrived, the Jingzhou prefect had come first. He was there to deliver a message from the mountain bandits. The bandits, masked, had shot a note to the gate with an arrow. Although the minister had immediately dispatched someone to pursue, they had not succeeded. Xiao Heng did not respond, taking the note from the Jingzhou prefect and opening it. It contained only 3 words, Buzhou Mountain. The Jingzhou prefect was taken aback. Buzhou Mountain was a good 10 miles away, and they were to hand over the person by midnight. Time was of the essence. "If we ride swiftly, we should manage," Qiao Nian declared with a serious tone. However, there was still no news from the palace. Ning Shuang could not hold back any longer and stepped forward, saying, "Miss, I shall accompany you. I am strong and will surely protect you in a critical moment. You cannot go alone." A warm feeling surged within Qiao Nian as she reached out to touch Ning Shuang's cheek. Those mountain bandits are ruthless fiends. If you fall into their hands, the consequences will be dire. Stay here, dear. But you are also a woman. Ning Shuang's tearful tone struck Lord Lin's heart like a heavy blow. Indeed, Qiao Nian was also a woman. What fate awaited her if she fell into their clutches? This was a question Lord Lin had pondered before. Yet, the Ming Wang must not come to harm. Just then, palace personnel finally arrived. 5 eunuchs entered, each slender and delicate, with 2 appearing even friendlier than Qiao Nian herself. Qiao Nian found herself questioning whether they could truly protect her and the Ming Wang. However, Xiao Hong seemed to trust them, glancing at them before turning to Qiao Nian with a serious demeanor. The bandits will only permit 1 person to accompany you. Choose one. Qiao Nian found it hard to select, for none of the 5 seemed reliable. Thus, she pointed randomly, let it be him. The chosen young eunuch stepped forward and bowed to Qiao Nian, introducing himself as Xiao Luzi, who will do his utmost to ensure the safety of His Highness Ming Wang. It was to protect the Ming Wang, not her. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Nian responded faintly and mounted her horse first. Yet for some reason, as she executed such a decisive action, Lord Lin's heart suddenly raced. Just as Qiao Nian was about to gallop away, he could no longer restrain himself and called out, Nian Nian. Qiao Nian's heart skipped a beat as she turned to face Lord Lin. Their eyes met, and she found herself at a loss for words before the man who had once sheltered her under his wing. Lord Lin appeared similarly choked, as if 1,000 words were lodged in his throat, yet all he managed to utter were 4 simple words. Be careful. Qiao Nian replied softly, then urged her horse forward with a firm command, departing swiftly. Before midnight, Qiao Nian and Xiao Luzi finally arrived at Buzhou Mountain. However, the bandits' note had not specified the exact location, so they could only ride slowly at the mountain's foot. The moonlight was dim, and at this hour, even the birds and beasts of the mountain had settled into slumber. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Anxiety crept into Qiao Nian, prompting her to voice her concern. Xiao Luzi, perhaps we should wait here. Let's not advance any further. The woods ahead are darker and quieter. Yet, upon finishing her words, she received no response. A wave of unease washed over her, and she turned to look back, only to find a magnificent steed behind her. Xiao Luzi was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 92. The dog in that moment, Qiao Nian's heart, already gripped by fear, became utterly frantic. She distinctly remembered that Xiao Luzi had been trailing behind her when they reached the foot of the mountain. The surroundings were eerily silent, and not a single sound had reached her ears. How could Xiao Luzi have vanished? Suddenly, rustling noises emerged from the forest, followed by the abrupt appearance of several figures. Encircling Qiao Nian, there were 3 of them, all masked, those bandits who had abducted the Ming Wang. The bandits scrutinized Qiao Nian, and one of them cast a glance at the horse behind her, furrowing his brow. What foul wench! Playing the fool, are we? Another bandit spat. Can you ride 2 horses alone? Taking a deep breath to suppress her terror, Qiao Nian responded, I cannot ride both, but that horse is meant for the prince. At her words, the bandits exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Do you still think you can return? One mocked, Third brother, this wench dares to come alone. She clearly does not regard us. The man called Third Brother smirked coldly. What difference does it make if more come? They'd only be sending themselves to their deaths. He gestured to the other 2 bandits, who promptly advanced and yanked Xiao Nian off her horse, forcibly dragging her into the woods. The path through the forest was treacherous, and with the darkness enveloping them, Xiao Nian stumbled several times over the gnarled roots and stones, unsure how long they had been walking until they finally reached a cave. Outside, a campfire flickered, where 2 bandits were roasting a rabbit. They seemed surprised to see Qiao Nian brought before them. Just her? Clearly, they had not anticipated that she would dare to come alone. Third Brother chuckled coldly. This one is quite the audacity. He then shoved Qiao Nian into the cave. She stumbled forward, crashing to the ground, and before she could rise, a figure crawled out from within. The Ming Wang. His clothes were tattered, his body smeared with blood, and his hair was a disheveled mess, looking worse than a beggar. Qiao Nian almost failed to recognize him, but he recognized her immediately, scrambling toward her and grasping her hand. You came. You finally came. Third Brother, it's her. This one can endure pain. She cannot be killed. She is perfect for your leader. Take her away, and let me go, I beg you. At that moment, all traces of nobility had vanished from the Ming Wang. He pleaded like a dog, and Qiao Nian's heart chilled at his words. She realized that the idea of exchanging hostages had originated from him. Third brother, filled with disdain, kicked the Ming Wang aside. "You cur, are you even a man?" He then turned to Qiao Nian, inquiring, "Is what this dog says true? Can you endure pain?" Casting a glance at the Ming Wang, who was looking at her with desperation, Qiao Nian gritted her teeth and nodded. From his words, she gleaned a critical piece of information. The leader of the bandits sought her. Why? Perhaps, like the Ming Wang, he was a sadist who reveled in tormenting women, thus finding her resilient spirit particularly enticing. Regardless, as long as she was of interest to the bandit leader, this group would not harm her. For now, she was safe. Seeing her nod, the Ming Wang crawled closer, anxious to prove her worth, and grasped her arm, rolling up her sleeve. The numerous scars crisscrossing her arm startled the bandits, who clearly did not expect a woman of such noble standing to bear so many wounds. Their gazes shifted to Qiao Nian, now tinged with pity. The Ming Wang, still agitated, exclaimed, "Look, she truly cannot be killed. Send her to your elder brother. He will surely take a liking to her. Let me go, I beg you." Suddenly, a dagger was tossed at Qiao Nian's feet. She froze and looked up to see third brother coldly regarding her. Capturing this cur was merely a stroke of luck. I intended to test the dog emperor's attitude, but it's clear he cares little for his own son. Follow him, and you will have no good days ahead. Kill him and come with us. The Ming Wang, horrified by the bandit's words, stumbled backward. "You promised that if I delivered her, you would spare my life." One bandit snickered. "Trusting bandits? Your Highness, your wits are truly lacking." Despair washed over the Ming Wang's face as he turned to Qiao Nian. She trembled, picking up the dagger. "Qiao Nian, you cannot kill this prince. I am your betrothed, your only support." Betrothed? Support? The absurdity of his words struck her as laughable. Rising slowly, she grasped the dagger tightly, coldly retorting, "You nearly beat me to death. How dare you utter such words now? If I cannot escape today, then neither shall you." With that, she lunged toward the Ming Wang, startling him, but unexpectedly, she pivoted and aimed the dagger at third brother, the closest target. She could not kill the Ming Wang, nor could she allow herself to be taken by these bandits. If she were to face death, she would rather fight back. Yet, mere centimeters from third brother's abdomen, her dagger was seized by his iron grip, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. It was over. Qiao Nian lamented within. Just then, a long sword pierced through third brother from behind, blood cascading down the blade. The bandits were taken aback, and so was Qiao Nian. She quickly wrenched her wrist free and retreated. Inside the cave, a flurry of cold steel glinted as blood splattered. When the remaining bandits collapsed, Qiao Nian recognized the figure. It was Xiao, who had vanished moments ago. She realized that he had not fled, but had cleverly concealed himself to ambush the bandits. Overwhelmed by a sense of survival, Qiao Nian's legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. Yet, the Ming Wang crawled toward her, seizing her hand, wonderful. "Nian Nian, we are saved." Turning slowly to face him, she saw the joy on his face, and her heart sank. How could he dare to call her so affectionately? Perhaps her disappointment was too evident, for the Ming Wang hastily explained, "Do not blame me. They wanted you and forced me to write that letter. Look at my injuries. I truly had no choice. No choice. Had he not mentioned her resilience, how would these bandits have known?" Qiao Nian averted her gaze, unwilling to acknowledge him. Suddenly, Xiao approached the Ming Wang, plunging the dagger deep into his body. Chapter 93. She will never surrender. The events unfolded with such abruptness and bewilderment. Xiao, clearly dispatched by the emperor for rescue, had plunged a dagger into the body of the Ming prince. The prince, equally perplexed, grasped Xiao's hand, preventing him from withdrawing the blade. His eyes fixated upon him, blood gushing forth as he uttered, "Why? Do you remember the maid Qian, who was tortured to death by you 3 years ago in the western part of the city?" Xiao's gaze bore into the prince's, a triumphant smile curling at his lips, for vengeance had finally arrived. Yet, the prince's eyes betrayed only confusion. He evidently had forgotten the maid Qian. This oblivion pierced Xiao's heart. How could he forget? He had brutally slain his most cherished one in that dark, suffocating room. How could he possibly forget? In that moment, disregarding the prince's resistance, Xiao forcefully extracted the dagger and ruthlessly stabbed again, as if venting his wrath, delivering 4 or 5 strikes. Just as Xiao Luzi prepared to continue, Qiao Nian finally reacted and pushed him aside. The prince collapsed helplessly to the ground, a pool of blood steadily expanding before him. Qiao Nian rushed forward, pressing against the prince's wound, panic flooding her eyes. "It's all right, you want to die? You can't die. The prince must not perish. Not now." Yet, no matter how hard Qiao Nian pressed, the blood continued to flow relentlessly. Desperation consumed her. She had taken such risks to save the prince. He could not simply die. Her frantic demeanor caught the prince's attention. Perhaps he had never anticipated that anyone could care so deeply for his life. He raised his hand weakly, grasping her wrist. Qiao Nian's eyes, now stained crimson, met his as she slowly shook her head, insisting, "You can't die. Hold on, you mustn't die." Suddenly, the prince smiled. "I'm sorry." The words, along with blood, spilled from his lips. Qiao Nian froze, bewildered by his apology. What was he apologizing for? For the torment he inflicted upon her? For contemplating exchanging her life for his? Or perhaps for his inability to fulfill their engagement, to take her away from the Marquis' estate, to guide her to the city of Gu? These questions would remain unanswered. After uttering those 3 words, his hand fell lifelessly back to the ground, his breath extinguished. Time seemed to freeze. Qiao Nian continued to staunch the prince's wound, staring at his closed eyes, unable to comprehend the reality before her. It was not until Xiao Luzi knelt beside her, presenting the dagger, that Qiao Nian regained her senses, casting a puzzled glance at him. Yet, Xiao Luzi declared, "I do not wish to implicate you." To him, vengeance had been achieved, and he felt no regrets in death. Only then did Qiao Nian withdraw her hand from the prince's body. However, she did not reach for the dagger. Instead, she leaned against the rock wall and slowly stood up. "You should leave," she said, stepping towards the cave's entrance. "The prince was slain by bandits. You must pursue them, for your fate is uncertain." No one knew how many bandits lurked in the shadows this day, and no one would ever know what transpired within this small cave. Sensing the implication in Qiao Nian's words, Xiao Luzi trembled, then bowed deeply to her departing figure. The night remained heavy, the forest silent. Yet this time, Qiao Nian felt no trace of fear. She walked slowly through the woods, her mind a tumult of thoughts. She had managed to hold the prince in her grasp, compelling him to refrain from acting against her. Their wedding date approached, and she was on the verge of becoming the true Ming princess. She was so close to escaping the Marquis' estate. But now, the prince was dead. What was she to do? Without the identity of the Ming princess, how could she extricate herself from the Marquis' estate? To preserve the Marquis' glory, what schemes would Lord Lin and Lady Lin concoct? And into what pit would they push her? Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Rain poured down in torrents, breaking through the lush canopy and drenching Qiao Nian. Her clothes quickly soaked. The early spring rain chilled her to the bone. She raised her head to the dark sky, her voice erupting in anger. "Why do you treat me this way? Why? Are you toying with me? You cannot bear to see me happy, can you?" She had been content as a noble daughter of the Marquis' estate, yet fate had thrust Lin Yuan upon her. Just as she thought she might break through the overwhelming darkness, the prince was taken from her. Though she despised cold water, it poured down in heavy drops, as if the heavens were mocking her. Another thunderclap echoed, seemingly responding to her fury. Qiao Nian was drenched, her eyes squeezed shut against the downpour. Yet laughter escaped her lips in madness. "Do you think I will concede? Try me. I will not submit. I will not surrender." Her anguished cries reverberated through the forest. Suddenly, a figure emerged, enveloping her in an embrace. The familiar scent sent her heart racing. It was Xiao Hong. Qiao Nian was baffled. After all she had endured, why did her heart still flutter for Xiao Hong? The answer came to her swiftly. She had invested her genuine feelings during those 15 years. She had been the only one to do so. His embrace was tight, a large cloak shielding her from the torrential rain. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and in that instant, she beheld Xiao Hong. His features unchanged from 3 years prior, yet his eyes reflected concern. How ironic. At this moment, he finally remembered to care. "Xiao Hong," she whispered, her voice nearly swallowed by the rain. He frowned slightly, responding gravely, "I'm here." "The prince is dead," she continued. Her tone is flat, as if recounting an incident unrelated to her. This time, Xiao Hong remained silent. Yet, Qiao Nian did not require his response. She merely scoffed, asking, "Are you satisfied that I will no longer be the Ming princess?" Xiao Heng's heart tightened. He understood that Qiao Nian was blaming him. Had he not suggested that the prince visit the Medicine King Valley, the prince would not have met his demise. "But I will not surrender." Her voice persisted, a low bitter laugh striking at Xiao Heng's heart. "Do you wish to see me fall into despair, to struggle, to perish? Dream on," she murmured softly, and another clap of thunder resounded, followed by a flash of lightning. In that moment of brilliance, he glimpsed the smile on her face, like a specter, a spirit, or perhaps a demon. "Even in death, I shall drag you down with me." Chapter 94. A regretful decision. The torrential rain poured throughout the night. As Qiao Nian entered the palace, the dawn light began to break on the horizon. In the grand hall, civil and military officials stood on either side, while the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his eyes aflame with fury, fixed intently on Qiao Nian. Last night, she had been sent as a hostage to exchange for the Ming prince. According to the plan, it should have been the Ming prince who returned alive, not her. Qiao Nian felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The man seated within the hall held the power to determine her fate with a single word. How could she not be afraid? Nevertheless, she steeled herself to maintain a facade of calm, advancing to the center of the hall, kneeling, and bowing her head in greeting. "Commoner Qiao Nian pays her respects to your majesty." Upon her words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Qiao Nian kept her forehead pressed to the ground, too fearful to move. Not a single official dared to speak, and even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. All awaited the emperor's judgment upon Qiao Nian. Unexpectedly, the voice that emerged from the throne was surprisingly calm. What had transpired last night? The tone was low, as if inquiring about a trivial matter. Only then did Qiao Nian slowly lift her head, gazing at the figure clad in resplendent yellow. She discerned a hint of fatigue upon the emperor's face, and beneath his composed exterior, she sensed a tumult of emotions. Even an emperor, despite having countless sons, must feel the anguish of losing the Ming prince. How could he remain unperturbed? Naturally, Qiao Nian could not reveal the truth of last night's events. With the officials present, to admit that the Ming prince had pleaded like a dog before the mountain bandits would be tantamount to a public slap to the emperor's face. Thus, she recounted the carefully prepared narrative she had devised beforehand. "Last night, I was captured by mountain bandits and taken to their cave. When I saw the Ming prince, he was already grievously injured. The bandits were numerous and even sought to humiliate me before the prince. Fortunately, he fought valiantly to protect me, but he sustained multiple stab wounds. Xiao Luzi, in his rage for revenge, killed 5 bandits, but 2 managed to escape. He pursued them and has not returned. His fate remains unknown." Clearly, the emperor was not concerned with Xiao Luzi's life or death. He grasped the crux of the matter, his pretense of calm dissipating as he excitedly questioned Qiao Nian. "You say, how did she die?" Seeing the emperor's reaction, Qiao Nian felt assured that her gamble had paid off. She lowered her head once more, knocking it heavily against the ground, allowing her voice to quaver with emotion. "The prince died while protecting me. The commoner is guilty. I implore your majesty to punish me. However, if the Ming prince had indeed died for her sake, how could the emperor punish her without disturbing the prince's peace in the afterlife?" In the hall, the emperor rose, unable to contain his emotions any longer. "Good. He is truly my son." As his words echoed, the officials knelt in unison, exclaiming the Ming prince's bravery. Long live the emperor. In that moment, Qiao Nian understood that she had at least preserved her own life. Time passed, and the court officials gradually retreated. Even the emperor's close attendants withdrew. Within the vast hall, only the emperor and Qiao Nian remained. "Lift your head," the deep, resonant voice commanded. Qiao Nian took a deep breath, finally straightening her posture and meeting the emperor's gaze. The earlier tremor in her voice had dissipated, yet her face bore no trace of tears. The emperor, evidently anticipating her demeanor, let out a cold laugh. "I knew you were lying." Qiao Nian endeavored to maintain her composure. The emperor's discerning gaze could not be evaded. "The commoner could conceal nothing from your majesty. But with the officials present, I dared not speak the truth." The emperor understood that the reality would bring him great shame, so he inhaled deeply and stated, "Remember, the Ming prince died to protect you." Qiao Nian immediately responded, "The commoner understands." With that, the emperor fell silent once more, scrutinizing Qiao Nian. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her garments still damp, and her complexion appeared particularly pale. The rain that had poured all night must have caused her considerable suffering. He waved his hand. Enough. You may return. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qiao Nian expressed her gratitude and performed another bow before rising and exiting the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from behind the throne, bowing to the emperor. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. The emperor turned to the newcomer. It was not her fault. Yet Xiao Hong, why did you conceal this from her? Xiao Hong had braved the rain to enter the palace the previous night, claiming urgency to report the Ming prince's demise, but his words were laden with pleas for Qiao Nian. Otherwise, as a sovereign, why would he play along in this charade before the officials? Now, everyone knew that Qiao Nian was the one for whom the Ming prince had sacrificed his life. Who would dare to leverage the prince's death against her? Xiao Hong lowered his gaze, the image of her near breakdown last night flooding his mind, an unfamiliar emotion welling up within him. He shook his head slightly. I fear Miss Qiao may misunderstand. Misunderstand? The emperor, puzzled, quickly grasped the implication. What do you mean? Do you not care for her? Care? Xiao Hong himself was uncertain, contemplating before adding, but the one betrothed to me is the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. This statement elicited a laugh from the emperor. So, if a beggar on the street were confirmed to be the Lin family's legitimate daughter, you would marry her? Xiao Hong nodded. My father emphasized that a man must be true to his word. I did not expect you to be so rigid, the emperor remarked with keen insight, before adding, yet, by concealing this from her, you will surely regret it one day. Xiao Hong remained silent. Observing his reticence, the emperor sighed. Very well, you may return. I am weary. Xiao Hong then offered a respectful bow. I take my leave. However, before he could exit the grand hall, the emperor's voice drifted softly. Xiao Aiqing, you are still too young. Xiao Hong was bewildered by the emperor's words. On his journey home, he pondered for considerable time. After all, he was already in his 20s. Many of his peers were already raising families, hardly fitting the label of youthful. Yet, the emperor's final remark felt laden with a sense of wistfulness that perplexed him. Moreover, the emperor claimed he would regret it. In the years he had spent in battle, his decisions had never faltered. Even recalling the deception he had orchestrated to send the Ming prince to Yaowang Valley, he felt no remorse. After all, the blame did not lie with him. No one could have foreseen that the Ming prince would be captured by bandits. That had been an unfortunate accident. With these thoughts, Xiao Hong could not help but remember Qiao Nian's near collapse the previous night, the fury in her eyes causing his brow to furrow slightly. Ah, one day she will understand. The Ming prince's death was for the best. Chapter 95. The ghost marriage on the other side, at the Marquis' residence, as Qiao Nian dismounted from her carriage. Madame Lin hurriedly approached her. Nian Nian. Madame Lin grasped Qiao Nian's arms tightly, her eyes scanning her daughter from head to toe. Let me see quickly. Are you hurt anywhere? Qiao Nian's clothes were still damp, having stumbled several times in the woods, her trousers smeared with dirt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, this was a deliberate choice by Qiao Nian, who had refrained from changing in order to evoke sympathy from the emperor. Even the slightest hint of pity could offer her a glimmer of hope for survival. She was not preparing for Madame Lin, but for herself. Thus, upon witnessing the sudden tears of Madame Lin, Qiao Nian resolutely pushed her hands away and stated, I am fine. With that, she turned and walked toward the house, intentionally avoiding a glance at Lin Yuan and Lin Yi beside her. After a night of turmoil, she was utterly exhausted and had no energy to deal with them. Moreover, she was in a hurry to return, change her clothes, and visit the old matriarch. The morning bells in the palace would soon toll, and the news of Ming Wang's death could not be concealed from the old matriarch. She needed to be by the old matriarch's side to soothe her emotions, lest the shock provoke another episode. However, perhaps it was Qiao Nian's seemingly indifferent demeanor that displeased Lin Yi and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stepped forward first. Sister, Mother has been waiting for you all night and worrying about you. How can you be so cold? Qiao Nian ignored her and continued walking. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi rushed up to block her path. Yuaner is speaking to you. Did you not hear? With no choice, Qiao Nian halted. Her eyes filled with annoyance as she looked at Lin Yi. I heard. So what? Lin Yi was taken aback by her response, his brows knitting tightly. You pushed Yuaner into the water last night, and I have yet to settle the score with you. What is your attitude now? Do you think I would pity you just because Ming Wang is dead? That is certainly not the case, Qiao Nian replied coldly with a smirk. With Ming Wang's death, the young Marquis would be too elated to spare a thought for me. Lin Yi gasped, what did you say? The young Marquis deceived Ming Wang into leaving the capital, and then the mountain bandits captured him. Just imagine, what would happen if the emperor found out about this? As her words fell, Lin Ye's face drained of color. Madame Lin, overhearing this, rushed forward. Nian Nian, you must not speak carelessly. Lin Yi's breathing became erratic, his voice tinged with panic. Yes. Don't say such things. I have no connections with those bandits. Oh, would the emperor think the same? Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with provocation. Lin Yuan hurried over. Sister, you cannot unjustly accuse our brother. He is devoted to the country. How could he conspire with bandits to harm the prince? If your word spread, the Marquis's residence could face annihilation. Lin Yuan intended to underscore the severity of the matter. After all, Qiao Nian was also a member of the Marquis's household, and should disaster strike, she would not be spared either. But Qiao Nian finally turned to her, her indifferent gaze laced with mockery. What? Do I need you to remind me? Her expression and the slight smirk at the corner of her mouth clearly mocked Lin Yuan's naivety. Lin Yuan opened her mouth, but no words came forth. Qiao Nian then directed her attention back to Lin Yi. The young Marquis certainly lacks the courage to harm the prince. He would only dare to harm me. Her words pierced deeply. At that moment, Lin Yi was left utterly speechless, provoked into silence by Qiao Nian's sharp remarks. I hope the young Marquis understands that even a cornered rabbit will bite. If you dare to provoke me again, I would not hesitate to join you in facing execution at the noon gate. Annihilation of the entire family is merely a minor inconvenience. One life for the entire Lin family would be quite the bargain. Lin Yi was rendered completely speechless, his legs quaking slightly under the weight of her threats. Though the scheme to lure Ming Wang to Yaowang Valley had originated from Xiao Hong, it was Lin Yi who executed it. Unlike Xiao Hong, who had achieved great military feats and earned the emperor's favor, Lin Yi knew that should the emperor learn of this, he would be the first to be punished, and the Marquis' residence would inevitably face utter ruin. Seeing Lin Ye's face turn ashen, Lin Yuan could no longer bear it. Sister, everyone is concerned about you. Our brother did not sleep a wink last night. How can you be so? Did you not have enough time in the water last night? Qiao Nian interrupted Lin Yuan, turning to face her and noticing the tears streaming down her face. Qiao Nian felt a surge of irritation. Had she known, she would have warned Madame Lin not to rescue her. Casting a disdainful glance at the pair of siblings, Qiao Nian forcefully pushed Lin Yi aside. Step aside. With that, she headed towards her own residence, Fanghe Courtyard. In Fanghe Courtyard, Ning Shuang had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Qiao Nian return, she promptly stepped forward to guide her inside. The room was already prepared with warm water. Qiao Nian sank into the bath, the hot water enveloping her body, gradually thawing her frozen limbs. Observing Qiao Nian's fatigued expression, Ning Shuang expressed her concern. Miss, with Ming Wang's death, what will you do? Things will sort themselves out when the time comes, Qiao Nian replied nonchalantly. She too was uncertain about her next steps. She would take it as it came. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Ning Shuang went to answer the door and returned shortly, holding a box of pastries. These are from the shop you love, sent by Lin Yuan. Qiao Nian glanced at the pastries, her brow furrowing. Who sent them? It was Deputy General Jing, Ning Shuang replied honestly, though she was puzzled as to why Jing Yan would send pastries. At this moment, Qiao Nian could not be bothered to ponder the implications and waved her hand dismissively. You can eat them. Ning Shuang complied, pouting slightly as she set the pastries aside. After soaking for a brief period in the bath, Qiao Nian rose, needing to hurry to see the old matriarch. However, before she could exit Fanghe Courtyard, the steward of the estate rushed towards her. Miss, please wait. The steward, usually composed, appeared flustered, prompting Qiao Nian to inquire, what is it? The young servant presented a note with both hands. A woman from outside the estate just came by, and, judging by her attire, she seems to be from the palace. This is the note she left. A palace woman? Qiao Nian accepted the note and opened it to find only 2 words, ghost marriage. The steward had rushed over upon seeing those 2 words. With Ming Wang just deceased, the palace had already sent such a message. What did this imply? It indicated that someone in the palace had devised a plan for Qiao Nian to engage in a ghost marriage with Ming Wang. Chapter 96. What comes next? The handwriting on the note was somewhat askew, and even the character for dark was misspelled, with the lower part written as big. Qiao Nian crumpled the note into a ball and concealed it in her palm, the image of Lin Yuan resurfacing in her mind. This note was most likely penned by Lin Yuan. Thus, the one who wished for her to engage in a ghost marriage with the Ming Wang was none other than the de Guifei. The Ming Wang was the sole son of de Guifei. Now that he had tragically passed away, it was indeed within her capacity to make such a decision in her grief. Qiao Nian took a deep breath and thanked the steward before making her way to the old lady's courtyard. Ning Shuang followed closely behind, her concern evident. Miss, about the note. She wanted to inquire what Qiao Nian planned to do next. If the palace truly sent an edict for Qiao Nian to perform a ghost marriage with the Ming Wang, would that not imply she was to be buried alongside him? Qiao Nian interrupted Ning Shuang, saying, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." For the moment, it was crucial to reassure the old lady. Upon her arrival, the old lady was awake. The palace's death knell had already tolled, so she was aware of the Ming Wang's demise. Seeing Qiao Nian, the old lady waved her over. "Come quickly." Qiao Nian hastened to kneel before the old lady, offering her respects. The old lady promptly invited Qiao Nian to sit beside her, her gaze filled with deep sympathy. "My poor child, just when you were to marry the Ming Wang. Who would have thought he would meet such an untimely end?" Qiao Nian shook her head, assuring her, "I am fine, grandmother, please do not worry. Your longevity is what matters most to me." The old lady scrutinized Qiao Nian closely, especially her eyes, and after confirming there was no trace of sorrow, she sighed softly. "As long as you are untroubled, that is good. It is indeed the Ming Wang who is unfortunate, unable to wed you." Hearing the old lady's words, Qiao Nian couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had initially feared that her grandmother would be saddened by the news of the Ming Wang's death, but it seemed that she had worried unnecessarily. The old lady joined in her laughter, saying, "Why should I grieve for someone with whom I have no connection? As long as you are not distressed, I am at peace." At these words, Qiao Nian leaned against the old lady's shoulder, inhaling the faint scent of medicine that brought her comfort. She slowly closed her eyes and murmured, "You are the best to me, grandmother." The old lady gently patted Qiao Nian's hand, but her expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, she could not restrain herself any longer and asked, "Do you wish to leave the capital?" Upon hearing this, Qiao Nian's eyes, which had almost closed, flew open. She sat up straight and looked at the old lady. "What do you mean, grandmother?" The old lady's expression was solemn. "The de Guifei has only the Ming Wang as her son. With his death, she will not spare you." Having lived for many years, the old lady had seen much. She could easily surmise that the de Guifei would blame Qiao Nian for the Ming Wang's death. Therefore, it was best for Qiao Nian to leave the capital. The old lady declared, "I shall give you the dowry that was intended for you now. Take the silver and depart from the capital, and do not return for the rest of your life." Qiao Nian felt a stir in her heart, but could not help but ask, "But what about the Hofu?" In truth, she was not particularly concerned about the fate of the Hofu. Her worry lay with the old lady. If the de Guifei could not find her, she would surely vent her anger on the Hofu. Even if the incident with the Ming Wang could not implicate the Hofu, she would undoubtedly seek other reasons to retaliate. At that time, the old lady would not allow her son and grandson to suffer. She would likely step forth, risking everything to protect the honor of the Hofu. Could Qiao Nian, with the wealth bestowed upon her by the old lady, live peacefully? The answer was clearly no. Noticing the old lady's silence, Qiao Nian smiled at her. "Grandmother, do not worry. The de Guifei treats me well. Tomorrow, I will enter the palace to accompany Her Highness through this difficult time. Everything will pass." The old lady appeared skeptical. While the de Guifei was kind to others, she was also quite astute. Nian Nian, the women who can establish themselves in the palace are far from simple. Qiao Nian was aware of this, but in order to reassure the old lady, she continued, "Rest assured, grandmother, the de Guifei truly treats me well. She even entrusted me with the most renowned garment shop under her name." The old lady was taken aback. "Is that true?" "Yes, so as long as I comfort Her Highness properly, nothing will go awry." With a beaming smile, Qiao Nian looked at the old lady, who could not help but let out a long sigh. "It would be best if the de Guifei does not turn her ire upon you." "But what comes next? What comes next?" Qiao Nian momentarily failed to grasp the old lady's meaning, gazing at her in confusion. This prompted the old lady to gently poke her forehead. You are sharp-witted, yet also a bit muddled. I'm asking you, now that the Ming Wang is gone, what will happen to your marriage? Do you have a suitor in mind? Grandmother. Qiao Nian felt a wave of helplessness. The Ming Wang had barely been buried, and already there was talk of another marriage. Was this not rather too swift? The old lady chuckled, but added, It is not that I am anxious. Rather, my days are few. Though the old lady spoke with a smile, tears filled Qiao Nian's eyes in an instant. She did not wish for the old lady to see her in such a state, and quickly buried her head in the old lady's embrace. Grandmother will surely live to 100. Ha! The old lady laughed, knowing full well that Qiao Nian was crying. She gently patted Qiao Nian's back, speaking softly, There is no need for such sorrow, dear. Who among us is not destined to die? I merely worry for you. With that, the old lady sighed again, saying, In truth, that lad from the Xiao family is quite exceptional. At this, Qiao Nian's body stiffened slightly. The old lady continued, I have watched him grow. I know him well. He is talented, both in literature and martial arts, and enjoys the emperor's favor. If you were to marry into the Xiao family, you would live a life without worries, and even the empress or the princess would no longer be able to bully you. The old lady had long held on to the incident from 3 years prior, when Xiao Nian was punished to the laundry bureau. She did not know that Xiao Nian had been wronged. She only believed that her beloved granddaughter had been punished for breaking a mere bowl and forced to serve as a maid for 3 years. It pained her that she could not protect Qiao Nian. Yet with Xiao hung around, Qiao Nian would be safe. Qiao Nian sniffed, concealing the tears in her eyes before raising her head to look at the old lady. If Lin Yuan knew how biased you are, she would surely come to quarrel with you. She was subtly reminding the old lady that Xiao Hong was currently Lin Yuan's fiancé and had no connection to her. The old lady was well aware of her implication. With a bittersweet smile, she sighed. Chapter 97, The Last Words. The next day, Qiao Nian first visited the morning hall of the Ming Wang to pay her respects, before proceeding to the chambers of the honored concubine Da. Upon her arrival, the expressions of the palace maids were filled with unspoken meanings, yet Qiao Nian chose to ignore their gazes. The leading maid guided her to the entrance of concubine Da's quarters and signaled for her to enter. Pushing the door open, she glimpsed concubine Da reclining on the bed, with a maid tirelessly massaging her temples beside her. Qiao Nian stepped forward, kneeling to pay her respects. This humble girl greets the esteemed concubine. However, her words were met with silence. Qiao Nian was aware that concubine Da was awake, as the sound of her quiet sobs occasionally broke the stillness. After a few moments, unable to contain herself any longer, Qiao Nian spoke. Your Highness, the deceased has departed. Before she could finish, concubine Da suddenly erupted in fury. The delicate gauze curtain nearly tore as she stormed toward Qiao Nian, delivering a sharp slap. How dare you utter such words? Concubina descolded. Her voice laced with grief and unrestrained bitterness. You promised me you would bring him back safely. Why has my Qi'er died while you still live? Speak. Why do you continue to draw breath? Taking a deep breath to suppress the metallic taste rising in her throat, Qiao Nian replied, It was the prince who fought valiantly to protect me, allowing me a slim chance of survival. You lie. Concubina descolded. Her voice a chaotic blend of laughter and tears. Do you think your words can deceive the ministers and the emperor, let alone me? I am his mother. How can I not know what kind of person my son is? How can I not know what he is capable of? To fight to the death for you? Huh. I would not believe it even if you beat it into me. As this thought crossed her mind, concubine Da suddenly seemed to recall something, her hand seizing Qiao Nian's collar. You're the one who killed Qi'er, aren't you? You despised him for nearly beating you to death. So you seized the opportunity to murder him, didn't you? You wretched girl. I will kill you. With that, concubine Da shoved Qiao Nian to the ground, her fists poised to strike. However, after 2 futile attempts, Qiao Nian grasped her wrist. Though Qiao Nian's skills may have faltered against bandits, they proved more than sufficient to subdue the defenseless concubine Da. Taken aback by Qiao Nian's resistance, concubine Da's eyes widened in disbelief as she spat. You vile creature. You are the cause of Qi'er's death, and now you wish to take my life as well? Qiao Nian furrowed her brows, but lowered her voice to issue a warning. If the esteemed concubine desires the entire world to know what the Ming Wang truly is, then feel free to continue your reckless outcry. Her words seemed to restore some semblance of rationality to concubine Da. Tears streamed down her face as she fixed her gaze upon Qiao Nian. No longer shouting, but still accusing. "It is you who killed Qi'er." Understanding that concubine Da had calmed somewhat, Qiao Nian retorted, "What could I gain from killing the Ming Wang? Your Highness knows well that apart from you, I am the last person who wishes for his demise." At this, tears continued to cascade down concubine's cheeks. Indeed, she understood. Otherwise, she would not have once implored Qiao Nian to act as a hostage to secure the Ming Wang's release. Yet, how could she believe that the Ming Wang died protecting Qiao Nian? As concubine's tears surged, Qiao Nian took a deep breath, declaring, "I have come today to reveal to you the truth behind the Ming Wang's death." At her words, concubine paused momentarily, but quickly commanded the palace maids, "Everyone leave." Yes, the maids complied and exited, shutting the door behind them, plunging the room into darkness. Qiao Nian slowly began. "When I encountered the prince, he had already endured relentless torment at the hands of the bandits, covered in wounds. He knelt before them, begging for mercy like a dog. Is this not the truth you sought to uncover?" Qiao Nian continued. The image of her only son, her most beloved, reduced to such humiliation pierced concubine's heart with pain. Yet, she recognized that Qiao Nian's words were far more credible than any notion of self-sacrifice. Qiao Nian released concubine's grip and rose to her feet, while concubine remained on the floor, as if drained of all strength. "Do you remember a maid in the palace named Qian Er?" Qiao Nian inquired. Qian Er, the memory of a bright-eyed girl, smiling like a crescent moon, flashed through concubine's mind. But that girl had been taken to the western city by the Ming Wang. Suddenly alarmed, she turned to Qiao Nian. "How do you know of Qian Er?" Seeing the fear in concubine's eyes, Qiao Nian could not help but scoff lightly. "The Imperial Household Department sent a skilled young eunuch to accompany me in rescuing the Ming Wang. He was clever and capable, swiftly dispatching the bandits. But alas, that young eunuch sought vengeance for Qian Er." Concubine's world unraveled at the revelation. It was the eunuch sent by the imperial household who had slain her son, but those in the imperial household were loyal to the emperor. Qiao Nian's voice broke through her thoughts with a soft sigh. "Your Highness, is this not poetic justice? Had the Ming Wang never committed acts of cruelty, he would now be reunited with you." Concubine, unable to grasp this reality, shook her head repeatedly. "No, that cannot be. You are deceiving me. You are deceiving me." What I spoke in a grand hall was but a lie, meant to preserve the last shred of dignity for the Ming Wang. At this, concubine could not help but let out a few hollow laughs. "You préserving qui est dignity?" Her disbelief was palpable. The Ming Wang had nearly beaten Qiao Nian to death. Even if she desired his survival, she must be the one who loathed him most in the world. Seeing the derision on concubine's face, Qiao Nian sighed. "Because before the Ming Wang died, he uttered a single phrase to me." Concubine, puzzled, asked, "What did he say?" "He said, 'I am sorry.'" Those three simple words struck concubine like a dagger, piercing through her heart. She collapsed into tears. Sure, he was never like this. He was obedient, kind, and the emperor's most cherished prince. But then Qi'er was hurt, and everything changed. He could not withstand such blows, losing himself in the process. Yet, before his death, he returned to being the obedient, kind boy he once was. Concubine wept for what felt like an eternity. When her tears finally ceased, she lay on the ground, utterly spent. Despite her better judgment, Qiao Nian felt compelled to help concubine rise. Yet unexpectedly, concubine suddenly asked, "It was Lin Yuan who told you, wasn't it?" Chapter 98. The widow, a sudden chill ran through Qiao Nian as she was abruptly seized by the arm by the favored concubine Da. The tear-stained visage of Da was now adorned with a sinister smile. "I tasked you yesterday with procuring offerings for the common people, and today you dare to enter the palace and utter such words. Are you afraid that I might truly wish for you to join Ming Wang in a ghostly marriage? Vite alongside Kia?" Qiao Nian inhaled deeply, raising her hand to gently wipe away the tears on his delicate face. Indeed, though she was but a mere commoner, she too feared death. Her fingers, calloused from labor, brushed against his tender skin, sending shivers across his body. She had never imagined that a woman's hands could be so rough. Even the palace maid serving beside her possessed softer touches than Qiao Nian's. Oblivious to this, Qiao Nian offered a tender smile to Da, conveying that although the deceased had departed, The living must carry on. Your Highness, I believe you understand my sentiment. Ming Wang was the sole son of De, her only reliance. With his demise, De should now be contemplating how to secure herself another source of support, a means to establish her footing within the palace, rather than obsessively fixating on how to have Qiao Nian accompany Ming Wang in death. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the imperial harem, De momentarily regained her composure upon hearing Qiao Nian's words. She turned and made her way to a nearby soft couch. Qiao Nian assisted De in lying down, gently draping a blanket over her. Then, she produced the land deed for a clothing shop, a gift from the Empress, which she humbly wished to return, believing herself unworthy of such fortune. De lowered her gaze to the deed. It was customary not to reclaim gifts once bestowed. However, with Ming Wang gone, she would undoubtedly require resources for her future plans in the palace. After much contemplation, De finally accepted the deed, scrutinizing Qiao Nian's expression as she did so. She expected to see reluctance, yet to her surprise, Qiao Nian appeared relieved. Was it because relinquishing the deed meant they were finally settled? It was indeed time to move on, for death had occurred. Taking a deep breath, De realized she had not rested well since Ming Wang's abduction. The emotional turmoil of the past few days had been overwhelming, and now, with her body finally relaxing, a piercing headache set in. Drowsily, she closed her eyes. Yet, before succumbing to slumber, she uttered, "Go pay your respects to Qi'er. Accompany him on his final journey." Qiao Nian was momentarily taken aback. She had already visited and paid her respects prior to this, but it was clear that De was not in a state to hear anything now. If De were to awaken and discover that Qiao Nian had not followed through, the resentment that had been temporarily quelled might resurface. With a resigned sigh, Qiao Nian resolved to return to Ming Wang's memorial hall. Truth be told, she was reluctant to be in such a place. The stark white was blinding, the scent of incense overwhelming, and particularly the large, dark coffin evoked memories of her grandmother. Thoughts of her grandmother's deteriorating health and the ominous words spoken by Lady Lin about her remaining time filled Qiao Nian's eyes with tears. She took a deep breath and stepped into the memorial hall. Since De had requested her to escort Ming Wang on his final journey, it was clear that she was not merely expected to offer a bow and depart. Thus, after paying her respects, Qiao Nian moved aside to burn paper offerings for Ming Wang. Outside the hall, two young eunuchs observed the scene and couldn't help but murmur. It seems Miss Qiao has deep feelings for Ming Wang. She was just here this morning and has returned again. Indeed, did you not see her eyes redden upon seeing the coffin? How pitiful. Ah, I see Lord Xiao has arrived. Xiao Heng's expression was as frigid as if sculpted from ice. His gaze swept over the two eunuchs, his voice laced with menace. Is the palace's decorum teaching you to gossip about your superiors? The eunuchs froze, questioning whether Qiao Nian truly qualified as a superior. Yet, confronted with Xiao Heng's icy demeanor, they felt a wave of panic and quickly bowed. "We dare not. Please forgive us, Lord Xiao." Xiao Heng, evidently displeased, coldly uttered, "Face your punishment." Exchanging glances, the eunuchs resignedly acknowledged his command and departed. Only then did Xiao Heng enter the memorial hall. After offering incense to Ming Wang, he approached Qiao Nian's side. Sensing his presence, Qiao Nian hastily wiped her tears and muttered under her breath, "Lord Xiao, such an imposing demeanor." She had heard every word of his earlier exchange. Seeing her distressed state, Xiao Heng furrowed his brow, a wave of inexplicable discontent washing over him. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, "Miss Qiao appears to harbor quite profound feelings for Ming Wang." Setting down the paper offerings, Qiao Nian looked up at Xiao Heng. She had been overwhelmed by the smoke from the burning paper, and his sardonic tone puzzled her. Better to be sentimental than to possess a heart of stone. She shot back. Xiao Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A heart of stone? Was he the one to be accused? Just as he was about to argue, an announcement echoed from outside. The emperor has arrived. Within the hall, everyone knelt in reverence as a figure clad in bright yellow entered, flanked by two elegantly dressed women. The younger one was none other than Princess Lin Yuan, with whom Qiao Nian had clashed not long ago. The other was the reigning empress. It was customary for elders not to bow to juniors, especially when one was the sovereign of the realm and the matriarch of the nation. Thus, only Princess Lin Yuan stepped forward to pay her respects and offer incense. However, upon entering the hall, she immediately spotted Qiao Nian and Xiao Heng standing close together. Seeing them in such proximity stirred unease within Princess Xu Yuan. Observing Qiao Nian's reddened eyes, she instinctively took the emperor's arm and said, "Father, look how deeply Miss Qiao feels for my brother." The emperor, noting Qiao Nian's distressed visage, nodded in agreement. The empress chimed in, "Ming Wang perished to protect Miss Qiao. Surely, she must be heartbroken. Naturally, my brother was on the verge of marrying Miss Qiao." Princess Xu Yuan quickly added. At this, a flicker of unease crossed Qiao Nian's heart. 3 years prior, the Empress and Princess Xu Yuan had similarly orchestrated her entry into the laundry department. Before she could voice her thoughts, Princess Xu Yuan's voice rang out again. "Why not let Miss Qiao, as the widow, escort my brother on his final journey? It would fulfill his last wish. To allow an unwed maiden to assume the role of a widow in a funeral procession? Was this not a scheme to make Qiao Nian the laughingstock of the entire capital?" Chapter 99. That dress, the phrase, "the final wish of my royal brother," evidently left the emperor momentarily stunned. Seeing him contemplate the feasibility of this matter, Qiao Nian felt a surge of panic. However, before she could voice her concerns, Xiao Heng stepped forward to bow, firmly stating, "Absolutely not. Miss Qiao is merely betrothed to His Highness the Ming Prince. To send him off in the guise of a widow would certainly invite controversy. Most importantly, if Miss Qiao were to assume the identity of a widow, according to the customs of the Jin Kingdom, she would not be permitted to remarry for 3 years." Upon hearing Xiao Heng's words, the emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasonableness of his argument. "Xu Yuan, do not make reckless suggestions. Any controversy would tarnish the royal family's reputation." In response, Xu Yuan stuck her tongue out playfully and leaned against the emperor's shoulder, claiming she had merely spoken in jest. As the emperor's only daughter, he could hardly blame her. Instead, he affectionately patted her hand. Unbeknownst to him, however, the look in Xu Yuan's eyes as she gazed at Qiao Nian was filled with malice. Coldly, she remarked, "Even if we cannot send her off as a widow, is it not fitting for Miss Qiao to don mourning attire and accompany the procession? After all, her life was saved by my royal brother." It was clear that Xu Yuan had resolved to make Qiao Nian experience this ordeal in front of the public. The empress then joined the conversation, stating, "The de Guifei has only one son, and now that the Ming Prince has sacrificed himself to save Miss Qiao, it is only right for her to bid him farewell. This would also provide some solace to the de Guifei." The emperor, in agreement, proclaimed, "Very well, it is settled. Tomorrow, during Qi funeral, Miss Qiao shall follow Xu Yuan's suggestion and accompany the procession." In accordance with Xu Yuan's suggestion, that meant Qiao Nian would indeed have to wear mourning garments. Feeling a tightness in her chest, Qiao Nian understood that she could not offend those of such high status, especially since the emperor had issued a decree. Thus, she performed a respectful bow, saying, "This humble girl will comply." The emperor indicated that he had matters to discuss with Xiao Heng and departed with him. While Princess Xu Yuan followed the empress, letting out a long sigh, Qiao Nian finished burning the remaining paper money before leaving. To her surprise, she encountered Princess Xu Yuan again on her way. As she observed the princess approaching with an air of arrogance, a flicker of anger surged within Qiao Nian. Nonetheless, she maintained her decorum and bowed, "Greeting, Your Highness." Xu Yuan, looking down at Qiao Nian, could not suppress a laugh. She had expected Qiao Nian to soar high, but instead, she found herself a withered branch abruptly severed. "Miss Qiao, how does it feel to have your scheming come to naught?" Qiao Nian furrowed her brow and raised her gaze to meet Xu Yuan's. "I am unaware of how I have offended Your Highness. I kindly request you enlighten me." She was baffled as to why Xu Yuan had set her sights on her. If it were over Xiao Heng, should not Xu Yuan be targeting Lin Yuan instead? Noticing Qiao Nian's bewilderment, Xu Yuan let out a cold huff and, after dismissing those nearby, circled around Qiao Nian. "Qiao Nian, there is no one else here. You need not feign ignorance. You were the one who toyed with me first." Taking a deep breath, Qiao Nian replied, "This humble girl does not comprehend the meaning of your words. Do you not understand?" Xu Yuan retorted coldly, a smile creeping onto her lips. "Allow me to provide you with a hint. That dress made of celestial silk." Qiao Nian was taken aback. Indeed, that dress had been commissioned by General Xiao. She had reviewed the order book, and had not Xu Yuan seen it with her own eyes? Suddenly, Xu Yuan kicked Qiao Nian, exclaiming, "Are you still pretending? What did you say before? You claimed that dress was intended for Lin Yuan, or perhaps for me. while conveniently absolving yourself of any involvement. You clearly wish to use me to deal with Lin Yuan, employing me as a weapon. Qiao Nian acknowledged that she had indeed hoped Xu Yuan would confront Lin Yuan, yet she had no intention of resorting to such underhanded tactics. Furthermore, the dress had nothing to do with her. Furrowing her brow, Qiao Nian insisted. That dress shop has been returned to the Gui Fei. That dress is yours. Xu Yuan shouted angrily. I have already sent someone to investigate and found out that dress was tailored to your measurements by Xiao Hong. Qiao Nian was stunned. That dress made of celestial silk was a rarity, often taking years to produce. Was it truly a gift from Xiao Hong? Seeing Qiao Nian's shocked expression, Xu Yuan's anger flared. Stop feigning innocence. Qiao Nian, since you are aware that Xiao Hong is the man I have my sights on, you should know to keep your distance. In response, Qiao Nian bowed her head, saying, Your Highness, please do not be angry. If that dress was indeed given to me by General Xiao, then it can only mean one thing, an apology. Xu Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion. An apology? Qiao Nian nodded. It is an apology for what happened 3 years ago. I watched as you were wronged and stood by in silence. Perhaps now, feeling guilty, you have decided to present me with that valuable dress as a means of atonement. While Xu Yuan was unaware of Qiao Nian's unjust plight, she did know that Xiao Hong had stood by without uttering a word of defense. Yet later on, Xiao Hong. Xu Yuan looked at Qiao Nian and could not help but ask, You do not know? Qiao Nian was perplexed by Xu Yuan's question and countered. Know what? Indeed, you truly do not know. Xu Yuan's eyebrows arched slightly, her anger dissipating, replaced by a hint of delight. It is best that you remain unaware of certain matters. Having said that, she began to scrutinize Qiao Nian once more. So, what is your current stance on Xiao Hong? Qiao Nian replied candidly. General Xiao is betrothed to Miss Lin. I harbor no sentiments toward him. In truth, she did have feelings. It was merely a matter of keeping her distance. However, she suspected that Xu Yuan would not believe such a claim. After all, if she were to reflect on her own past 15 years, she would certainly not accept such a statement. In the past, Qiao Nian had longed to cling to Xiao Hong. How could she possibly wish to keep her distance now? Evidently satisfied with Qiao Nian's response, Xu Yuan's tone remained displeased. I hope you will adhere to your words and not say one thing while acting in another manner. Especially towards General Xiao. I would not dare, Qiao Nian replied solemnly, but then suddenly posed a question. Yet, what should the princess do about the engagement between General Xiao and Miss Lin? Xu Yuan was taken aback, her brow furrowing sharply. In truth, she had contemplated taking action against Lin Yuan, but since the events of 3 years prior, the Ho residence had kept her under strict protection, never allowing Lin Yuan to enter the palace again, leaving her with no opportunities. As this thought crossed her mind, Xu Yuan suddenly smiled. Rest assured, I have my methods, but I will require your assistance, Miss Xiao. Chapter 100. Just wanting you to be happier. When Xiao Nian returned to Fauna Garden, it was already afternoon. Upon entering her room, she felt somewhat weary and reclined on the soft couch, her mind consumed by the last words spoken to her by Princess Xu Yuan. It dawned on her that for the past 3 years, Lin Yuan had been so well protected by the Ho residence. It seemed that when she was bullied by the palace maids of the laundry bureau, the Lin family had not even allowed Lin Yuan to set foot inside the palace gates. It was as if her punishment of being sent to the laundry bureau had served as a warning bell for the Ho residents, who feared that any matter or person from the palace might be linked to Lin Yuan. Thus, they had completely disregarded her for a full 3 years. Ironically, mere days after she was brought back to the Ho residence, Madame Lin could not wait to take her to the palace, which they had regarded as a veritable disaster for the past 3 years. Contemplating this, Qiao Nian could not help but let out a low, bitter laugh. In truth, she could endure it. After undergoing 3 years of neglect, she had long recognized her status within the Ho residence. Yet, the most painful aspect was the stark contrast. The way the Lin family treated her compared to their treatment of Lin Yuan was worlds apart. A stark juxtaposition to the 15 years she had experienced before and what she faced now. It was not that she had not felt the love of her parents or the indulgence of her brothers. Once, she too was cherished by them. She had possessed the finest family in the world and had basked in the most brilliant sunshine. Thus, lying in this cold, dark place devoid of light, her heart ached so deeply. The warmth that once belonged to her now shone solely upon Lin Yuan. Was she content? Naturally not. But what could she do? After all, She was merely an outsider. Lost in thought, Ning Shuang suddenly pushed the door open and exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qiao Nian. Miss, you have returned. Perhaps influenced by Ning Shuang's exuberance, Qiao Nian felt a surge of strength and sat up. She noticed that Ning Shuang was holding a box of pastries. Qiao Nian frowned slightly. Didn't I ask you to distribute them yesterday? I did. Ning Shuang shook the box of pastries. These just arrived. At this, Qiao Nian couldn't help but approach Ning Shuang. Did Commander Jing send these? Ning Shuang nodded eagerly yes. Would you like to try some? Qiao Nian shook her head. I won't eat them, but he sent pastries again after giving some yesterday? How could Ning Shuang know what Jing Yan was thinking? She unwrapped the packaging and popped a piece in her mouth, then suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. Miss, do you think Commander Jing might be hinting at something? Qiao Nian was taken aback, momentarily confused by Ning Shuang's meaning. Think about it. Commander Jing has saved you several times. We should at least invite him for a drink. He must have noticed your lack of response and deliberately brought food to remind you. Qiao Nian looked at Ning Shuang helplessly. If he truly meant to remind me, there was no need to buy these pastries. This box alone is worth 10 days of your wages. Ning Shuang's mouth fell shut, contemplating Qiao Nian's logic. Indeed, Commander Jing's salary was certainly greater than hers, but he couldn't possibly afford to buy such expensive pastries every day. So why was he doing this? Clearly, Miss did not even like them. Qiao Nian shook her head, pondering that she indeed owed Jing Yan a drink. Once the matter of the Ming Wang was settled, she would find an opportunity to treat him. On the day of the Ming Wang's funeral, Qiao Nian ultimately did not assist with the casket. After all, having promised Princess Xu Yuan to carry out her duties, she was effectively under the princess's purview. With the princess's presence, she was naturally exempt from addressing the emperor's remarks. Nonetheless, she still needed to pay her respects. Dressed in mourning attire, she followed at the end of the funeral procession, attracting many curious glances from the townsfolk along the way. As she returned after seeing the procession out of the city, she noticed the townspeople still gazing at her, but thankfully, her mood remained unaffected. In fact, she felt a sense of relief. At least in regard to the Ming Wang matter, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Lost in thought, a voice called out, Miss Qiao. Turning towards the sound, she was pleasantly surprised to see Jing Yan approaching. She smiled in return and performed a slight bow. I have met Commander Jing. Jing Yan quickly returned the gesture. There is no need for such formality, Miss Qiao. As he bowed, Qiao Nian noticed the pastries he was holding. Are these for me? Jing Yan smiled shyly, presenting the pastries to her. I just thought that these past few days must have been troubling for you, and perhaps some of your favorite treats could lighten your mood. Qiao Nian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jing Yan's intentions to be so pure. He simply wished to improve her spirits? Looking at his earnest demeanor, her heart warmed slightly, but she still replied, Thank you, Commander Jing, but I do not particularly enjoy pastries. Please do not send them again. Upon hearing this, Jing Yan was taken aback, visibly surprised. You do not like them? But the general clearly. The general said that Qiao Nian's favorite pastries are from this shop. Seeing the confusion on her face, Jing Yan shook his head. No, it's nothing. Then, what does Miss Qiao enjoy eating? Qiao Nian chuckled lightly. I owe Commander Jing a drink for his repeated rescues. It will be inappropriate for you to buy me food. I merely wish for you to be a little happier. Jing Yan's deep voice resonated warmly. Yet for some reason, Qiao Nian felt a lump in her throat. She wondered just how miserable her life had become that someone with whom she had little connection would wish for her happiness. As her eyes grew moist, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. I like pig intestines. Clearly, Jing Yan was not expecting this answer. He was momentarily stunned. Pig. Pig intestines? A young lady of noble birth actually enjoys such unrefined fare. However, Qiao Nian nodded earnestly. Yes, during my time in the laundry bureau, a palace maid once procured a bowl from the imperial kitchen. It was delicious. She recalled how the palace maid had shamelessly begged for a bowl from the chef, returning to the laundry bureau with it already cold. During the scramble for food among the maids, she had secretly snatched a piece from the ground. The savory flavor still made her mouth water to this day. Seeing Qiao Nian's throat move as she reminisced, Jing Yan realized she was speaking the truth. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled softly. Very well. Then next time I'll treat Miss Qiao to pig intestines. Really? Qiao Nian asked, surprised. But this dish probably isn't available in restaurants, is it? My culinary skills are quite good. The implication was clear. He could cook it himself. Qiao Nian looked at him with newfound admiration, surprised by Commander Jing's prowess. Just be sure to clean it well. If not washed properly, it can be quite odorous. Jing Yan nodded earnestly, watching as Qiao Nian's smile grew brighter, and in his heart, something seemed to blossom as well. Chapter 101. Safeguarding your time in the blink of an eye. Half a month has passed. During this time, the whole residence has remained tranquil, until the invitation for the Spring Blossom Banquet arrived at the manor. This banquet, hosted by the Empress but orchestrated by the princess, takes place annually in spring. The princess has the Astronomical Bureau select the warmest day, inviting young men and women from various families to the palace to enjoy the blossoms, partake in wine, and compose poetry. Holding the invitation in her hand, Qiao Nian toyed with it. Upon seeing this, Ningxuang could not help but inquire, "Miss, will you attend?" Her tone carried a hint of concern. Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. "Why should I not go?" Ningxuang frowned as she stepped closer. "I do not know. But every year when the invitations arrive, the master and madam always claim that the second miss is ill to prevent her from attending. I thought perhaps the Spring Blossom Banquet is not a suitable place to be." Qiao Nian smirked, a low chuckle escaping her lips. Indeed, it was not an ideal venue. It was at the Spring Blossom Banquet that she was punished and sent to the laundry department. However, she had not anticipated the favoritism displayed by Lord Lin and Lady Lin towards Lin Yuan to be so blatant, evident even to the maidservants in the household. "Do you think Lin Yuan will be permitted to attend this year?" Ningxuang nodded. "Certainly not. But what shall we do? The princess has expressly requested Lin Yuan's attendance at this year's Spring Blossom Banquet." Just then, the voice of a young maid outside interrupted. "Miss, General Xiao has sent a dress for you." "Ah, General Xiao?" Ningxuang thought she had misheard and went outside to confirm with the maid before bringing the dress inside. The gown lay on a wooden tray, covered by a red cloth. Ningxuang was puzzled. "Miss, why would General Xiao send you a dress without reason?" Qiao Nian did not answer. Instead, she stood and approached Ningxuang, lifting the red cloth. Beneath it lay a gown of pale yellow, made of exquisite silk, radiating luxury as the threads shimmered. "Wow, what a beautiful dress!" Ningxuang exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Qiao Nian reached out to touch it, feeling its softness and silkiness, far superior to any fabric she had encountered before. General Xiao has indeed invested generously. A cold laugh escaped her heart as she covered the gown once more with a red cloth, thinking it might have been misdelivered. This dress belonged to the second Mississippi. Ningxuang, not grasping the situation, insisted, "No, I asked clearly. It is indeed meant for you, miss." However, Qiao Nian glanced at her, her gaze profound. "No, it is intended for the second Mississippi." At this, Ningxuang finally understood and hesitantly asked, "Then, should I take it to the second miss?" Qiao Nian smiled lightly. "I have a few words for you to convey to her." She leaned in and whispered a few phrases into Ningxuang's ear. Ningxuang committed them to memory and proceeded towards Lin Yuan's quarters with the dress. Upon hearing it was Qiao Nian's maid seeking her, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. But she listened as Ningxuang explained, "Second miss, this dress was gifted by General Xiao. It seems the household staff misunderstood and delivered it to the eldest miss. Hence, the eldest miss sent me to bring it to you." "A dress?" Lin Yuan stepped forward in confusion, unveiling the red cloth, instantly captivated by the pale yellow gown. Ningxuang continued, "The eldest miss remarked that this dress is made of heavenly silk, a rarity even among the noble ladies of the palace, and it is quite precious. General Xiao is truly kind to the second miss." Her voice rang with sincerity. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed. Ningxuang added, "The eldest miss also mentioned that General Xiao specifically sent this dress alongside the invitation to the Spring Blossom Banquet, hoping the second miss would wear it to the event." Upon hearing this, the shyness on Lin Yuan's face was replaced with a look of nervous apprehension. "My sister hopes I will attend the banquet?" Ningxuang, oblivious to the swift change in Lin Yuan's expression, continued, "The eldest miss speculated that perhaps General Xiao wishes to announce your engagement at the banquet. Otherwise, why would he send you such an extravagant gown?" The mention of engagement struck a chord within Lin Yuan. The previous wariness and anxiety vanished, replaced by a deeper blush. Did she truly say that? Did she hear something? Ningxuang, adopting a serious tone, replied, "I cannot say. But the eldest miss did express some concern that the matter with the Ming prince might affect your engagement with General Xiao." though she has not mentioned it in recent days. As for the rest, I leave it for you to ponder. Lin Yuan, lost in thought, felt her cheeks grow warmer. Ning Shuang decided not to linger, leaving the dress behind as she departed. Later that evening, Qiao Nian was summoned to the hall. Upon her arrival, the Lin family had gathered. Lin Yuan stood in the center, her eyes red-rimmed. Lord Lin and Lady Lin occupied the prominent seats, both wearing grim expressions. As soon as Lin Yin spotted Qiao Nian, he strode forward, demanding, "Did you encourage Your Honor to attend the Spring Blossom Banquet?" Qiao Nian cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Yin. Encourage? The Spring Blossom Banquet is an event established by the Empress. To be invited is an honor. So why does it seem like an ill-fated affair in your words? Lin Yin faltered at this. Lady Lin interjected, "Nian Nian, you surely remember what transpired at the Spring Blossom Banquet 3 years ago. So for the past 3 years, we have refrained from allowing Your Honor to attend. But this year, she insists on participating. Please persuade her mother." Feigning surprise, Qiao Nian responded, "She has not attended for 3 years. Has the Empress not expressed discontent?" Lady Lin exchanged glances with Lord Lin. They knew that 3 years of feigned illness would certainly earn the Empress's ire. Yet, they reasoned that being resented was far better than being punished to the laundry department upon entering the palace, especially given Qiao Nian's own experience. Your Honor is not like Nian Nian. Her disposition is too gentle. If she were sent to the laundry department, she might not survive long there. The couple remained silent, but Lin Yin asserted, "This is not your concern. In any case, you are both prohibited from attending the Spring Blossom Banquet. To feign illness together might not be wise," Qiao Nian slowly stated. "Even if it was an act, they must perform it convincingly, lest it appear too obvious." Lord Lin concurred. Nian Nian has connections within the palace, particularly with the esteemed De Guofei. Her attendance is of little consequence, but Your Honor must not go. "Dad," Lin Yuan protested, lightly stamping her foot, "I won't cause any trouble. I will simply follow my sister and brother. I won't make any mistakes again. Besides, Brother Hung will be there too. They will surely protect me. Sister, don't you agree?" It seemed Lin Yuan sought an ally in Qiao Nian. However, a chill coursed through Qiao Nian's heart. She smirked coldly. "Indeed, the young Marquis and General Xiao will certainly safeguard you."